During the National Day holiday, Jiangxing Medical University was also on break. Lin Chen packed his luggage and took the train back to his hometown, Caoshanton, in Xingyu County. Under the big pagoda tree at the village entrance, several old men were basking in the sun. Seeing Lin Chen, one of them greeted him, "Shouchin your back." Lin Chen replied with a smile, and was about to walk in when he heard someone nearby mutter under their breath that Liu Laohu has gone to cause trouble for that Su girl again. What a sin. Hearing this, Lin Chen immediately ran towards Su Qing's house. Su Qing's home was at the east end of the village, 3 mud brick rooms whose plaster had peeled off, exposing the earthen bricks beneath. When Lin Chen arrived, he saw a crowd gathered at the doorway. They were all villagers, men and women, old and young, craning their necks to peer inside. Some muttered in low voices, some shook their heads and sighed, yet no one stepped through the door. Lin Chen pushed through the crowd and walked inside. A hoarse, grating voice was shouting, "Su Qing, it is your blessing that I, Liu Laohu, have taken a fancy to you. How long has your mother's illness been dragging on? Be with me, and I'll pay for your mother's treatment. How about that? What more could you possibly be dissatisfied with?" Lin Chen's mind buzzed loudly. He squeezed in and saw Liu Laohu standing in the courtyard, a cigarette dangling from his lips, chin tilted up in a punchable smirk. Behind him stood 2 hooligans, one tall and skinny, one short and fat, both slouching with their heads cocked to the side, oozing laziness and menace. Su Qing stood at the doorway of the house, wearing a faded floral cotton jacket, washed almost white. Her eyes were rimmed red, tear tracks streaked her cheeks. She bit her lip and remained silent, but her tears would not stop flowing. Behind her stood her mother, leaning on the doorframe for support, her complexion waxy yellow, as she coughed and coughing as she spoke. She said, "Liu Laohu, you leave. You are not welcome in our home." Liu Laohu spat, "Tch. You old hag, what are you even worth? I'm talking to your daughter, who said you could butt in." He took a step forward and reached out, about to pinch Su Qing's chin. Lin Chen rushed up and slapped his hand aside. "What do you think you're doing?" Staggered by the shove, Liu Laohu stumbled a step, turned his head, froze for an instant, then burst into a grin. "Yo, isn't this the poor brat from the Lin family? The college boy is back." The 2 hooligans sauntered over, folding their arms, expressions full of glee at the coming show. Lin Chen stood in front of Su Qing, staring intently at Liu Laohu. "Liu Laohu, if you have a problem, bring it to me. Don't bully a young woman." Liu Laohu let out a bark of laughter louder than before. "Come at you. Who do you think you are?" He spat on the ground. "Lin Chen, let me tell you this. Su Qing is the woman I've set my eyes on. That shabby plot of land your family owns. I'll take it sooner or later too. You're just a poor student, so stop meddling in my business." He leaned closer, pointing at Lin Chen's nose. "If you keep meddling, I'll make sure you can't stay in this village." Lin Chen clenched his fists. He wanted to hit him, but he glanced at the 2 hooligans behind Liu Laohu, then at Su Qing and her mother, and then at the onlooking villagers, none of whom stepped forward. He held himself back, because he knew that if he fought now, he would be the one to suffer. He was not afraid of being beaten, but he feared dragging Su Qing and her mother down with him. He drew a deep breath, then turned and took Su Qing by the hand. "Qing, go inside." Su Qing looked at him, tears flowing even harder. Lin Chen pushed her into the house and glanced at Mother Su. "Auntie, you should go in as well." Mother Su nodded and pulled Su Qing inside. Lin Chen turned around to face Liu Laohu. "Liu Laohu, I will remember you." Liu Laohu was taken aback for a moment, then burst into loud laughter. "Remember me? What good will remembering me do you? What can you do to me?" He stepped forward and patted Lin Chen's face. "Lin Chen, you remember this. Su Qing is mine, and that plot of land your family has is mine too. If you've got the ability, come and snatch them from me. If you don't, then stay far away from me." He turned and signaled to the 2 hooligans. "Let's go drink." The 3 strutted out in high spirits. In broad daylight, even Liu Laohu did not want to go too far. He planned to bide his time and wait for the right moment to simply force himself on Su Qing. Once the rice was cooked, who would dare say anything then? Su Qing was famed as a beauty for miles around, and Liu Laohu had coveted her for a long time. He had run roughshod over the countryside for years with connections on both the shady and the official side, and had never feared anyone. When it came to Su Qing, he was determined to have her. He also knew that Lin Chen and Su Qing were childhood sweethearts, having grown up together and always shared deep affection. But so what? To him, a poor student like Lin Chen was beneath notice. Later, when Su Qing came out of the house, she took Lin Chen's hand. "Brother Lin Chen." Lin Chen turned his head and looked at her. "Brother Lin Chen, I'm sorry. I dragged you into this." Lin Chen shook his head. "It's not your fault." He reached out, wanting to wipe the tears from her face, but halfway there his hand drew back. His hands were too dirty, caked with mud. "Qing, take good care of Andy. I'll head home first." He turned and left. Lin Chen's family courtyard was at the west end of the village. Pushing open the gate, he saw his father Lin Lishan sitting on the threshold. His back was hunched, one hand braced on his knee, the other kneading his lower back. His face was beaded with sweat, his brows knotted into a tight furrow, his teeth clenched. "Dad." Lin Chen raised his head and squeezed out a smile with difficulty. "You're back." Was the trip tiring? Not tired. Lin Chen walked over and squatted down. Is your back hurting again? Just the old problem, nothing serious. Trying to stand up, Li Chen bared his teeth in pain and sat back down again. From inside came the sound and smell of stir-frying. Lin Chen craned his head to look. At the stove, his mother Wang Xiuying was bent over as she fried the dishes. A wave of sourness rose in Lin Chen's chest. He walked inside. Mom. Wang Xiuying turned her head, and when she saw him, a smile bloomed on her face. Shouting your back. I stewed a chicken for you, it'll be ready soon. Mom, how did Dad's back start acting up again? Lowering her voice, Wang Xiuying said, last month at the construction site, he heard it carrying cement. The foreman wouldn't let him rest, so he gritted his teeth and worked for a whole month, and this month's wages still haven't been paid. AI. Lin Chen said nothing. He sat down beside his father and stared blankly at the old hen in the courtyard. After a while, the courtyard gate creaked open. Lin Xiaoyu ran in with her school bag on her back, her face flushed red from the cold. Brother. She rushed over and wrapped herself around Lin Chen's arm. You're back. Lin Chen patted her head. Done with school. Lin Xiaoyu nodded, eyes shining. Brother, I ranked 9th in the grade on the midterm exam. Lin Chen smiled. Impressive. Lin Xiaoyu lifted her chin proudly. Of course. Later at dinner, the whole family sat around the table. There were only 2 dishes on the table, a pot of stewed chicken and a bowl of pickled vegetables. The chicken was stewed especially for Lin Chen, the pickles were what they usually ate. Wang Xiuying kept picking meat into Lin Chen's bowl, while she herself only drank the broth. Lin Chen ate very little. After only a few bites, he said he was full. Lin Xiaoyu kept her head down as she ate, occasionally sneaking glances at Lin Chen, wanting to speak, yet holding back. Lin Chen chewed the chicken, yet tasted nothing. Halfway through the meal, the courtyard gate was kicked open. With a bang, the rickety wooden door shuddered, nearly collapsing. Liu Laohu barged in with the same 2 men, each of them carrying a stick. Lin Chen, your son is back. Perfect. Lin Chen stood up and moved in front of them. Liu Laohu, what do you want? Liu Laohu waved the papers in his hand. I'm taking that plot of land your family has. Sign and take the money. If you don't sign, don't blame me for what happens. It was a land acquisition contract stating 2,000 yuan compensation per mo. Farmland in the village, if bought by outsiders, wouldn't fetch even half its market price. Lin Chen stood up. That plot of land is my family's ancestral property. We will not sell. Liu Laohu laughed. Not selling. Fine. Then when are you going to pay back the money your family owes me? Lin Chen was stunned. What money? The 2,000 you borrowed from me last year. You promised to pay it back in 3 months. It's been a year. With the interest piled on, you now owe me 12,000. The color drained from Lin Chen's face. I did borrow 2,000 to pay Xiaoyu's tuition. But 3 months later, when I got my wages from the construction site, I paid you back. I even paid an extra 1,000 in interest. Paid back. Who can testify? Liu Laohu sneered. White paper and black ink. Can you show me any? The 2 hooligans stepped forward and shoved Lin Chen aside. With his back already hurting, Lin Chen stumbled a few steps and fell to the ground. Dad. Lin Chen rushed forward. One hooligan blocked him and drove a fist into his stomach. Lin Chen doubled over, pain stealing his breath. The other hooligan came from behind and pinned him to the ground. Lin Xiaoyu screamed and charged forward, only to be shoved aside by one of them, slamming into the wall before squatting down and crying. Wang Xiuying threw herself over, cradling Lin Chen's head as she cried out, "Stop hitting him, please stop." Liu Laohu looked down at Lin Chen lying on the ground. Lin Chen, remember this. Sooner or later, that plot of land will be mine. In a month, my friend will come. He's going to develop an eco-tourism estate in the village, leading the villagers to prosperity. If your family still refuses to appreciate the opportunity, by then don't blame me for forgetting our ties as fellow villagers and resorting directly to force. He signaled to the 2 hooligans. Let's go. The 3 of them left. The courtyard was a complete mess. Wang Xiuying held Lin Chen and sobbed until she could barely breathe. Lin Chen sat on the ground, leaning against the wall, silent, smoking one cigarette after another. Lin Xiaoyu squatted in the corner, hugging her knees and crying softly. Lin Chen thought of everything that had just happened. His father being pushed to the ground, his sister shoved away, his mother begging and crying, while he was pinned to the floor, unable to do anything. Since childhood, he had studied desperately hard, believing that getting into university would change his fate, that as long as he worked hard, he could give his family a good life. Now he understood that he had been wrong. He hated Liu Laohu, hated those 2 hooligans, hated this damned world. But he hated himself even more. He hated his own incompetence, hated that he could not protect his family, hated that he could only lie on the ground like a dead dog. Night grew deep. Lin Chen closed his eyes. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. The elders said that deep within Laojun Mountain there were medicinal herbs worth a fortune. Ginseng, Ganoderma, Polygonum, multiflorum. Each plant could sell for tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. But few dared venture there. It was too deep, easy to get lost. There were venomous snakes, black bears, and all manner of things that could cost a person their life. It was said that some who went in never came out again. Lin Chen opened his eyes and looked at the mountain outside the window. Under the moonlight, Laojun Mountain resembled a slumbering giant beast looming black and silent. He stared at that mountain for a long time. Then he said softly, "Mom, Dad, tomorrow I'll go into the mountains to gather herbs." Wang Xiaoying froze. "Are you crazy? The mountains are so dangerous." Lin Lichen also looked up. "Xiaochen, don't go. Those herb gatherers are all seasoned hands. You're just a student." Lin Chen cut him off. "Dad, if I don't go, what are we going to do?" Lin Lichen opened his mouth, but could not utter a word. Lin Chen looked at them both. "I've thought it through. Rather than live on like this in humiliation, I might as well take a gamble. If I can find a good medicinal herb, we'll finally have money." He did not finish. But he knew they understood. If he did not return, then so be it. It would still be better than living like this. Wang Xiaoying began to cry. "My son, you can't go. I don't want money, I only want you alive." Lin Chen held her hand. "Mom, don't worry. I have a tough life, I won't die so easily." Lin Lichen stayed silent for a long time, then said, "Tomorrow I'll go with you." Lin Chen shook his head. The next morning Lin Chen set out at dawn. He trekked through the deep primeval mountains for most of the day, and when the sun began to lean toward the west, he arrived at the edge of a sheer cliff. Looking down, swirling cloud and mist obscured the bottomless abyss. Looking up, several green vines clung to the cliff face, swaying back and forth in the wind. Lin Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Hishowu. The vines were thick, their leaves dark emerald, clearly hundreds of years old. A Hishowu of such quality would fetch at least 100,000 on the market. With 100,000, he could take his father to the hospital to treat his back injury. With 100,000, he could buy his younger sister Xiaoyu new shoes and clothes. With 100,000, he could help treat Su Qing's mother's illness. With 100,000, Liu Laohu would no longer dare to bully them. Lin Chen's heart began to race. He set down his bamboo basket, stepped onto the stones at the cliff's edge, and bracing himself against the rock wall, inched his way toward the Hishowu. The stones were slick, carpeted with moss. Every step he took was cautious, terrified of missing his footing. Closer, closer. Just one arm's length more, and he could reach it. He leaned his body out, stretching his hand toward it, when the stone beneath his foot suddenly shifted loose. Lin Chen's heart lurched. He instinctively reached for the nearby vines. But it was too late. The stone collapsed. His body tilted, and he plunged straight down. Wind howled past his ears as the cliff face and shadows of trees streaked rapidly before his eyes. His final thought was, "Dad, Mom, Xiaoyu." Then everything went black. He did not know how much time passed. Lin Chen felt as though he were drifting in darkness, weightless and directionless. Then he heard a voice, ancient, as if coming from an unimaginably distant place. 50,000 years, at last someone has come. Lin Chen's eyes flew open. He discovered that he was lying at the entrance of a cave. The cave entrance jutted outward like a platform. Above the opening grew a great tree draped in a web of vines. He realized that he had been caught by the tree's dense branches and vines, and had gradually slid down onto the cave's platform. From the cave's ceiling hung inverted stalactites, glimmering faintly in the weak light. Smooth stone walls surrounded him, and on them indistinct patterns seemed to be carved. He could not tell where the light in the cave came from, yet the entire cavern was shrouded in a soft radiance. Within the cave, a seated skeleton rested in meditation. The skeleton wore a robe that had long since rotted away. Its hands were locked in a hand seal, seated upright and composed. Though only bones remained, its bearing was still imposing, yet at a glance one could tell that in life it had not been an ordinary person. Startled, Lin Chen scrambled up, wanting to flee. But his legs were weak, he could not move them at all. Just then the skeleton suddenly emitted a faint light. An illusory figure drifted out from within the skeleton. It was an elderly man with white hair and white beard, dressed in ancient long robes, floating in midair, his whole body emitting a faint golden glow. "Little one, do not fear." The old man spoke, his voice aged and distant. "I am the Qingxian Immortal Emperor. After a great battle with the extraterritorial heavenly demons, I was grievously wounded and passed away in meditation here. I have waited 50,000 years and have finally awaited a fated one." Lin Chen's eyes widened. Immortal Emperor." "Indeed," the old man replied, gazing at him. "My time is short. This remnant soul will soon disperse. Are you willing to accept my inheritance?" Lin Chen's mind was in chaos. An immortal emperor, an inheritance. Such things he had only ever seen in novels. But he quickly regained clarity. He remembered the humiliation of the previous night, a disgrace he would never forget for as long as he lived. Now it seemed an opportunity had come. If he became the disciple of an immortal emperor, he would have a chance to exact vengeance and wash away his shame. With that thought, he hastily dropped to his knees. "This disciple is willing." The old man nodded. "Since that is so, I must first test you." With a wave of his hand, a beam of light enveloped Lin Chen. Lin Chen felt a warm current pour in from the crown of his head and flow through his entire body, as though probing and examining him. A moment later, the old man's eyes lit up. a chaos Tao body seen only once in 10,000 years. This is the will of heaven, truly the will of heaven. His voice quivered with delight. With such a constitution, your cultivation will take half the effort for twice the results. Little one, you were born to tread the path of immortality. Lin Chen had barely risen to his feet to rejoice when the old man waved his hand again. An overwhelming pressure descended from above. It was as if a great mountain had been set upon his shoulders. Lin Chen's bones creaked and groaned. He gritted his teeth trying to stand upright, but the pressure was immense. This is a trial of will, the old man's voice sounded. The path of cultivation is a road of 9 deaths for 1 life. Without tenacious will, you will not go far. Veins bulged on Lin Chen's forehead, and sweat soaked through his clothes. He must not fall. He must not fall. He clenched his teeth, repeating the words to himself again and again. If he collapsed, his parents, his sister, and Su Qing would never escape Liu Laohu's clutches. He did not know how long it lasted before the oppressive force suddenly vanished. Lin Chen's legs buckled, and he nearly fell, but he forced himself to stay standing. The old man watched him, his eyes filled with appreciation. Good, good. He clapped his hands with laughter. Good disciple, you have passed. Your will is firm, you can endure hardship. You are fine material for cultivation. Add to that your fortune. Falling into this old man's cave is a blessing as great as the heavens themselves. He raised his hand and pointed. A strand of golden light shot into the space between Lin Chen's brows. In an instant, a vast ocean of information surged into his mind. Cultivation, arts, medical techniques, pill, refining, artifact, forging formations. Like a flood breaking through a dam, all of it poured madly into him. Lin Chen's head felt as though it were splitting apart, as if someone were hammering his skull. He clutched his head, curling up on the ground, his entire body trembling from the pain. Yet he clenched his teeth and did not utter a single sound. After a long time, the pain gradually ebbed away. Lin Chen opened his eyes and discovered that countless pieces of knowledge now dwelled within his mind, as if they had always been a part of him. I have passed on to you the Qingxian creation art, a dual cultivation of qi refining and body tempering. The old man's voice came growing weaker. I have also given you all I learned in my life. Medical arts to snatch people back from death, pill Tao to refine divine elixirs, artifact Tao to forge immortal weapons, formation Tao to entrap immortals and gods. He paused. Within this cave lies a pool of residual medicinal liquid, barely enough for your initiation. On the ring finger of my right hand, there is also a storage ring. Inside remains some cultivation resources, enough to support you until the tribulation transcendence stage. However, you can only open it after you reach the 5th level of qi refinement and develop spiritual sense. Disciple, the road ahead will depend on you alone. Lin Chen knelt and kowtowed. Master, this disciple will remember your great kindness forever. The old man smiled faintly, his illusory form growing ever more transparent. Protect your family well. They are the root of your Tao. As his final words faded, his shadow dispersed. Lin Chen remained kneeling there and knocked his head heavily on the ground 3 times. Master, rest assured, this disciple will not fail the inheritance. Then he rose to his feet and began to carefully survey the cave. Sure enough, he saw a stone pool in a corner. Lin Chen walked over and peered into it. At the bottom, there was still about a foot of black liquid exuding a faint medicinal fragrance. Rune-like characters were carved into the pool's walls with a faint light flowing between them. Information surfaced in his mind. This had been deliberately left by his master before passing away in meditation intended for his future successor. Within the remaining liquid, there was a great quantity of spiritual energy and body-tempering medicinal essence. Although ages had passed, and more than half the potency had dissipated, it was more than sufficient for initiation. He took off his clothes and stepped into the stone pool. A surge of heat welled up from the bottom, drilling into him through his skin. At first it was only warm, like soaking in a hot bath. Then it grew ever hotter, like 10,000 needles rampaging within him. He forced himself to stay calm, following the guidance in his master's inherited memories to lead the heat to circulate in an orderly path through his body. At last the torrent of heat converged in his dantian, transforming into true qi and storing itself there. Enduring the agony of the body-tempering medicinal liquid remodeling his skin and meridians, he continued to draw the heat into his dantian, converting it into true qi. He did not know how much time had passed when the medicinal liquid gradually turned clear, no more heat entering his body. He knew then that the medicinal power had been fully absorbed. Looking down, he saw a thick layer of grime clinging to his skin, the impurities expelled from his body through the transformation. He hurriedly used the remaining liquid at the bottom of the pool to wash himself clean. He stepped out and put his clothes back on. His entire body felt comfortable and light, and inexhaustible strength surging within. According to his master's inheritance, this state signified that he had entered the 1st level of qi refinement, his fist strong enough to shatter stone and break tablets. He swung a fist at the stone wall beside him. With a resounding boom, shards of stone flew as the bluestone wall was blasted open, leaving a deep, fist-shaped hole. Ecstasy flooded Lin Chen. So this was the power of the first level of Qi refinement. It was unbelievably exhilarating. In his heart, he roared, Liu Laohu, just you wait. This time see how I deal with you. He turned around, and suddenly remembered that his master had left him a storage ring. He quickly looked toward his master's skeleton, and indeed saw a ring on the right ring finger. He walked over, and carefully removed the ring. Whatever material it was made of, it was very light and cool to the touch. He cautiously slid it onto the ring finger of his own left hand. Its fit was perfectly snug. Thinking of the immense kindness his master had shown him, he once again knelt before the skeleton and performed the grand rite of 3 kneelings and 9 kowtows. Then he stood turned and walked out of the cave. He did not wish to wait another second. Only after emerging from the cave did Lin Chen realize how deep he had fallen. He climbed the cliff wall with both hands and feet, and it took him a full half-hour to get back to the place where he had first plunged down. The cliff face was extremely steep, and in many places almost completely vertical. Fortunately, Lin Chen had broken through to the first level of Qi refining. Had he been an ordinary man, he could have climbed for a lifetime and never made it, let alone in half an hour. Suddenly his eyes lit up. The century-old Polygonum multiflorum was still there. He walked over quickly and harvested the precious medicinal herb with ease. He thought about searching the area for other rare herbs, but then remembered that he had been away for an entire day. His family must be worried. Besides, he could not rest easy about his family. He had to take care of the matter with Liu Laohu as soon as possible. He hurried down the mountain, wind howling past his ears, and reached the village in less than 10 minutes. Just then a dense crowd was gathered at the village entrance, blocking the road completely. From the middle of the crowd came the sound of a woman crying and a man's furious curses. Lin Chen's heart tightened. He pushed through the crowd and squeezed his way in. Then he saw it. Su Qing was backed against a wall by 2 thugs. One clutched her arm, the other blocked her way. Liu Laohu stood nearby, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, wearing a smug grin. Su Qing, come drink a few cups with me. Don't be ungrateful. Su Qing struggled, tears streaming down her face. Let me go. Let me go. A ring of villagers stood watching. Some shook their heads, some sighed, but no one dared step forward. Lin Chen's eyes blazed with fury. He charged forward and grabbed the wrist of the thug who was holding Su Qing. The thug turned his head. Who the hell? Before he could finish, his wrist felt as though it were clamped in an iron vise, and his bones let out a grinding crack. Ah! He shrieked and released Su Qing. But Lin Chen did not let go. He flung the man backward. The thug staggered a few steps, crashed to the ground, and rolled around clutching his wrist. The bone had already shattered. The other thug hesitated for a moment, then threw a punch. Lin Chen raised his hand and caught the fist directly. The thug was stunned. He tried to pull his hand away, but could not move it. Lin Chen's grip was like an iron clamp holding him fast. The thug strained with all his might until his face turned red, yet his hand remained completely immobile. Lin Chen looked at him, his eyes as cold as ice. Then he squeezed. The thug's fist was crushed into fragments, and blood seeped through Lin Chen's fingers. The thug's scream rang across the entire village like a pig being slaughtered. Lin Chen kicked him flying, then turned toward Liu Laohu, who stood nearby, pale-faced, his legs trembling uncontrollably. The area fell silent. The villagers watching had all widened their eyes and gaped as if they had seen a ghost. A great big question mark rose in their minds. How could Lin Chen have become so powerful overnight? Moreover, his ruthless ferocity filled them with intense dread. Lin Chen walked toward Liu Laohu step by step. Lin Chen. Liu Laohu's teeth chattered. You. Don't come any closer. My cousin is in the Qinglong gang. You can't touch me. His arrogance from the previous day was completely gone, replaced by overpowering terror. Staring at his 2 underlings still wailing on the ground, he was sick with regret. Why had he provoked such a monster? But could he really blame himself? Just yesterday Lin Chen had been a poor student, too weak to trust a chicken. Who would have guessed that overnight he would become a god of slaughter? Qinglong gang. Lin Chen smiled. I'm so scared. Though his words said fear in his heart, he thought they're nothing but a pack of ruffians. Not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. He'll spare your life today, so you can send word to your cousin, Lin Chen continued. But to teach you a lesson, I'm going to cripple both your hands. With that, Lin Chen's body shot forward like a spring released, reaching Liu Laohu in an instant. Liu Laohu barely had time to let out an ah before both his hands fell into Lin Chen's grasp. Lin Chen twisted with force, wrenching Liu Laohu's arms like twisted dough. Amid the piercing screams, Liu Laohu collapsed to the ground and joined the chorus of howls. Then Lin Chen turned and walked over to Su Qing. Su Qing leaned against the wall, trembling all over her face, soaked with tears. She looked at him as if seeing him for the first time. Brother Lin Chen. Lin Chen reached out and gently wiped the tears from her face. It's all right now. Su Qing was stunned for a moment, then threw herself into his arms and burst into loud sobs. Lin Chen held her and gently patted her back. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Come, let's go home. Lin Chen walked Su Qing home. Su Qing's mother lay in bed. Hearing the noise, she struggled to sit up. Qing Qing. What happened? Lin Chen walked over and supported her. Auntie, it's fine. Liu Laohu won't dare come again. Su Qing's mother looked at him startled. Xiaoqin you. Lin Chen smiled. Auntie, lie down and let me. He closed his eyes and took her pulse. The pulse was weak and floating. The result of years of overwork and malnutrition dragging on into a chronic illness. Her lungs had problems, her stomach was weak, and both qi and blood were depleted. Lin Chen took out his silver needles, the kind a medical student would use in class. Annie, I'm going to give you a few needles. Don't be afraid. Su Qing's mother nodded. Following the medical knowledge in his mind, Lin Chen inserted needles into the Feishu Zhongfu and Chai's acupoints. With every needle, he channeled a wisp of true qi into her body. Su Qing's mother felt a warm current flow through the needles into her body. The oppressive tightness in her chest gradually loosened, and her coughing stopped. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Chen removed the needles. Su Qing's mother let out a long breath, and her complexion actually regained a healthy glow. She tried to sit up and found that the breathlessness she had suffered at the slightest movement seemed to be gone. This. Su Qing stared dumbfounded. Mom, are you better? Lin Chen shook his head. Auntie's illness has gone on for too long to be cured in one session. They'll write a prescription. Take a few rounds of medicine, and after half a month of care it should be just about right. He fetched paper and a pen and wrote out a prescription, all common inexpensive herbs. Su Qing took the prescription, her eyes reddening. Brother Lin Chen, thank you. Really, thank you. Lin Chen waved his hand. Why stand on ceremony with me? It was already dark when he left Su Qing's house. As Lin Chen walked home, halfway there, he saw Su Qing chasing after him. Brother Lin Chen. Lin Chen stopped. Su Qing ran up, stood in front of him, and caught her breath. In the moonlight, her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes still glistened with tears. Brother Lin Chen, She opened her mouth, but did not know what to say. Lin Chen looked at her, his heart softening. Qing, go back. Auntie needs someone to take care of her. Su Qing nodded, but did not leave. She lowered her head and said softly, Brother Lin Chen, from now on, can you come to my house often? Lin Chen was startled, then smiled. Okay. Su Qing lifted her head, her eyes bright. Then will you come? Yes. Su Qing smiled, turned, and ran off. When she reached her doorstep, she glanced back at him. In the moonlight, that figure stood in the middle of the road, looking at her as well. Her face flushed, she ran inside. The power Lin Chen had displayed that day had also left her profoundly. She and Lin Chen had grown up together, playing in the mud from childhood. When they played house, one always played the father and the other the mother. Once Lin Chen had woven a beautiful garland of wildflowers and placed it on her head, saying she was the most beautiful bride in the world and that he would marry her when they grew up. More often, when a boy in the village tried to bully her, Lin Chen would always step forward and shield her, though he frequently ended up beaten black and blue because of it. Today, Lin Chen had become so powerful, yet he still liked her and protected her, just as he always had. The more Su Qing thought about it, the sweeter her heart felt, sweet down to the marrow of her bones. By the time Lin Chen got home, it was almost dark. His parents and younger sister were waiting for him in the yard. Seeing him return safely, his mother ran over and hugged him, crying, "You child, I was worried to death." Lin Chen patted her back. "Mom, I'm fine." His father sat on the threshold looking at him with deep concern in his eyes. His younger sister said a little indignantly, "Brother, why did you take so long?" Lin Chen decided to reveal a little. "I met a reclusive master in the mountains, and he taught me incredible skills. From now on, our family is going to prosper." Lin Chen walked over to his father. "Dad, let me examine your back." Using true qi, he inspected his father's body and found old injuries in the lumbar spine along with multiple areas of strain. He drew on his medical knowledge to repair the damage bit by bit. His father felt a warm current enter his body, and the unbearable pain in his lower back gradually faded away. His father stood up and moved around, then said, "My back really doesn't hurt anymore." He looked at Lin Chen in astonishment. "Son, this is the healing art that the master taught me." His father nodded again and again. Good. Then Lin Chen treated his mother as well. An hour later, both parents felt light and relaxed all over, as if they had grown several years younger. His mother took his hand, her eyes full of hope. "Son, you really did meet a master." Lin Chen hugged her. "Yes. Just now at the village entrance, I ran into Liu Laohu and his men bullying Su Qing. I gave them a fierce beating and even crippled their hands. Mom, from now on they won't dare cause us any more trouble, and our family will only get better and better." To make his parents and sister believe him, he walked over to a thick bluestone slab in the yard and drove a punch into it. With a thunderous crack, the slab split into pieces and left a deep crater in the ground. The whole family was stunned. That night, his younger sister Lin Xiaoyu slipped into his room. "Brother, tell me the truth. Did you meet an immortal?" Lin Chen looked at her. "How do you know?" Lin Xiaoyu blinked. "That's how it always is in novels. When the protagonist suddenly gets strong, it must be because an immortal guided him. Lin Chen smiled and ruffled her hair. All right, I won't hide it from you. Your brother really did take an immortal as his master. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled. Really? Then will you become an immortal like in the novels? Lin Chen thought for a moment. Maybe. Lin Xiaoyu grew even more excited. What about me? Can I go with you? Lin Chen looked at her. Do you want to learn? Yes. Lin Xiaoyu nodded desperately. I want to become strong so I can protect mom and dad and you too. Lin Chen felt a warmth in his heart. All right. Once your brother gets even stronger, he'll teach you. Lin Xiaoyu jumped up joyfully and threw her arms around his neck. Brother, you're the best. Lin Chen smiled and gently patted her back. After Xiaoyu left, Lin Chen gathered his parents together. Dad, mom will teach you a breathing technique. Practice it morning and evening every day. How it will benefit your health. Father Lin Chen was somewhat skeptical. Will this really work? Just try it and you'll see. What Lin Chen taught them was the most basic turtle origin breathing method. The inheritance he received contained countless cultivation techniques, all gradually collected by the Qingxian Immortal Emperor over the long course of time. He chose a simple and easy-to-learn foundational technique with no special requirements for physique, called the turtle origin breathing method. Although this technique cannot enhance combat power, it can strengthen the physique and prolong life. As long as no special circumstances arise, a normal person practicing this method can easily live past 200 years of age. While this technique is considered inferior in the cultivation world, it is something many people on Earth would fight desperately to obtain. He planned to wait until he grew stronger, then find heavenly materials and earthly treasures to improve his parents' physique before having them cultivate more powerful techniques. After practicing for a while, his parents both felt warm and comfortable throughout their bodies. Mother was pleasantly surprised. It really works. I seem to have endless energy now. Father also nodded. It's indeed effective. Lin Chen said seriously, you must never tell anyone about this, or it will attract the greed of malicious people and bring endless trouble. Parents quickly nodded. Don't worry, we promise not to say a word. The next afternoon, news came from the village. Liu Laohu had gone to Jiangsheng to find his cousin, who was a low-ranking member of the Qinglong gang. Mother became worried. Son, why don't you go back to school early to hide? Lin Chen shook his head. Mama, you saw it yesterday yourself. I'm now a martial arts master. Do you think his cousin, just some street thug, can do anything to me? Mother thought about it and agreed. Her son was quite formidable now, and there was indeed no need to be afraid. After dinner, Lin Chen returned to his room and lay on the bed, beginning to ponder how to navigate his future path. From his master, the Immortal Emperor's inheritance memories, he learned that Earth is currently in the Dharma-ending age, with spiritual energy being sparse and thin, making it extremely difficult to cultivate and grow through normal absorption of spiritual energy. First, he needed to find a way to make money to earn enough money. Then he would collect heavenly materials and earthly treasures from all over, and through the alchemy and pill refining techniques in his inheritance, transform these treasures into absorbable spiritual energy to break through his cultivation and increase his strength. Once he reached the 5th layer of qi refining and opened his storage ring, he wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources anymore. But regarding how to make money, he still needed to figure it out gradually. However, with the powerful inheritance from his Immortal Emperor master as support, he now had confidence and no longer felt powerless as he had in the past. The inheritance contained numerous pill recipes for beauty and skincare, as well as healing wounds and illnesses. Although these were designed for cultivators, and the medicinal ingredients were extremely precious, many herbs simply didn't exist on Earth. But the physique of ordinary people differed from cultivators by 10,000, 8,000 li. So many pill recipes could substitute ordinary earth herbs. The resulting preparations would be several times more effective than medicines currently on the market. At this thought, Lin Chen began quickly searching through his inheritance memories. He organized suitable pill recipes and matched each with common earth herbs so that once the opportunity arose, he could rapidly execute his money-making plan. A day later, he returned to Laojun Mountain and found several precious medicinal herbs, including even a century-old wild ginseng. He was overjoyed, for with these herbs, he could refine his first batch of yuan-nourishing pills, which represented his hope to break through to the 2nd layer of qi refining as soon as possible. However, to achieve the breakthrough, he would still need large quantities of auxiliary herbs and body-refining medicines, which he would have to collect after returning to Jiangxing. As for burying his master, he planned to postpone it for now, since he was currently broke with no money to buy a proper coffin. Those precious herbs were meant for his breakthrough. 2 days later, Lin Chen was about to return to school. Su Qing came to the station to see him off. She wore a floral dress, her face a little tanned from the sun, yet in Lin Chen's eyes, she was far more beautiful than any city girl. Brother Lin Chen, send me a message when you get to school, Su Qing said. Take care of Annie, and call me if anything comes up. Su Qing nodded and watched him board the train. The train pulled away and Lin Chen watched the Yushan County town growing smaller outside the window, a wave of emotion welling up in his heart. 3 days ago, he was still a poor student bullied by others. 3 days later, he had already stepped onto a completely different path in life. He knew this was only the beginning. Jiangxing Medical University, 3rd year, traditional Chinese medicine major. Lin Chen returned to the dormitory, and his roommates burst into cheers. Brother Chen is back. Did you bring anything tasty? Lin Chen smiled and tossed them a bag of his hometown specialty, stir-fried peanuts. It wasn't worth much, but it showed his heartfelt care. His roommate Zhang Lei sidled up. Brother Chen, you have no idea. While you were away, Zhao Peng has been swaggering around every day. Zhao Peng was the class-rich kid famous for always having had it in for Lin Chen. The reason was simple. The girl he liked, Qin Mo, seemed to have a soft spot for Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled. Let him be. The afternoon class was diagnostics and traditional Chinese medicine. The professor asked who can explain the key points of syndrome differentiation for consumption. Zhao Peng eagerly raised his hand and rattled off a stream of words. The professor frowned. Wrong. Lin Chen, you have a try. Lin Chen stood up. Medical insights from the Immortal Emperor's memories flashed through his mind, and the words came out effortlessly. Consumption has 3 stages. In the early stage, Yin deficiency with lung dryness manifests as dry cough, with scant phlegm, afternoon tidal fever, a red tongue, with a thin coating and a thready rapid pulse. In the middle stage, Qi and Yin deficiency manifests as worsened cough, bloodstreak, sputum, night sweats, and fatigue. In the late stage, Yin and Yang deficiency manifests as cough and wheezing with shortness of breath, cold body, and limbs, a pale tongue with a white coating and a faint pulse on the verge of expiration. The treatment principle should be to tonify deficiency and strengthen the root, treat consumption, and eliminate the consumptive pathogen. In the early stage, nourish Yin and moisten the lung. In the middle stage, boost Qi and nourish Yin. In the late stage, warm and tonify the spleen and kidney. He spoke with convincing logic and even cited several cases from ancient medical texts. The professor's eyes lit up. Good. Very good. Lin Chen, have you been reading a lot of books recently? This insight is something even many veteran practitioners of Chinese medicine may not possess. Zhao Peng's face turned green. The bell rang for the end of class, and Qin Mo walked over. She was the recognized class beauty, daughter of the renowned Jiangxing physician Qin Huairen, and came from a prestigious family. Lin Chen, you explained that so well, Qin Mo said with a smile. Could I borrow your notes? Lin Chen replied, I don't have notes. I just figured it out myself. Qin Mo's eyes curved into crescent moons. That's even more impressive. Are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner and ask you a few questions. Zhao Peng sneered from nearby. Qin Mo, are you buying dinner for a poor nobody? He'll treat you at the best restaurant in Jiangxing. Qin Mo frowned. No need. Then she looked at Lin Chen. How about it? Lin Chen smiled. Sure. He thought to himself, I couldn't be happier to have a beautiful woman treat me to dinner. Only a fool would turn that down. Zhao Peng's face turned even greener, and the rage in his heart nearly burst through the top of his head. What makes me inferior to this poor bastard? He roared inwardly. I have money and influence. If you dare snatch my woman, I'll make sure you're finished. At a small eatery near the school, Qin Mo ordered a few dishes, and they ate while chatting. She asked numerous questions about Chinese medicine, and Lin Chen answered each one. The more she listened, the more astonished Qin Mo became. Where did you learn all this? From lots of reading and my own reflection. Lin Chen thought to himself, though you are a stunning beauty, we are not yet familiar enough. If we were so close that you would commit yourself to me, perhaps I'd share my greatest secret with you. Qin Mo looked at him, something different stirring in her eyes. After the meal, Qin Mo insisted on paying. Lin Chen didn't argue, and simply said thank you. On his way back to the dormitory, he noticed a beauty salon on the roadside. An advertising sign at the door read, Acne Removal Package, 998 yuan for a full course. He paused mid-step. A pill formula from the Immortal Emperor's memory flashed through his mind. Beauty cream, which could be refined from ordinary herbs, and was remarkably effective at removing acne and scars. He calculated the cost. Ordinary herbs, a few dozen yuan, could produce a large jar. This was a business opportunity. On the weekend, Lin Chen went to the herbal medicine market and bought a batch of herbs Baiji by Physique pearl powder. He spent less than 200 yuan. Back in the dormitory with his roommates gone, he began refining according to the formula. Though it was his first attempt and his technique was still unfamiliar with true qi, boosting his efforts, he unexpectedly succeeded on the first try. The finished product was a pale green paste with a delicate fragrance. Lin Chen tried it on his hand first. It felt cool when applied, and after a while his skin became smooth and supple. He called to his roommate Zhang Lei. Lazy, you've got so many pimples. Try this. Zhang Lei, whose face was full of acne, smeared it over every blemish, half believing and half doubting. The next morning, Zhang Lei's scream woke the entire dormitory. Holy crap! Where are my pimples? His acne had almost completely vanished, the oily sheen on his face was gone, and his whole face was as clean as if he had been reborn. The entire dormitory building was in an uproar. A crowd came running to ask, and he left. How much? I want to buy. Lin Chen refined another batch and priced it at 300 yuan a bottle, far cheaper than the beauty salon's 998. Everything was snapped up. In a single day, he made 5,000 yuan. Lin Chen looked at the balance on his phone and took a deep breath. This was only the beginning. Lin Chen transferred 1,000 yuan to his sister with a note, buy a new pair of shoes and some new clothes. He then transferred 2,000 yuan to his mother. An hour later, his sister called. On the other end of the line, her voice choked. Brother, where did you get so much money? Brother earned it. Don't worry about spending it. His sister cried. Brother, you know what? Every girl in my class wears new shoes, but I've been wearing the same old pair. I didn't even dare to tell anyone you're my brother. I was afraid of embarrassing you. Lin Chen's heart ached. Xiaoyu, from today on you don't need to be afraid. They'll make sure you wear the best shoes and attend the best school. If anyone bullies you again, just tell me. His sister sobbed. Brother, you're so good to me. After hanging up, Lin Chen clenched his fists. He was determined to give his family a good life, and no one would stand in his way. His mother also called, both surprised and delighted. Son, where did you get so much money? Don't do anything illegal. Mom, don't worry. I'm making money with my own abilities. Don't work so hard, you and Dad. Do less work in the fields. His mother said, you child. That evening, Su Qing sent a text. Brother Lin Chen, my mother is much better now. Thank you. How are you doing at school? I'm fine, Lin Chen replied instantly. What about you? Are you getting used to working at the supermarket? At this question, Su Qing froze for a moment. Moved by a sudden impulse, she replied, not really. Mostly because I miss you. She had sent that line almost involuntarily, and after sending it, her face flushed bright red. Lin Chen was also taken aback. His feelings for Su Qing were equally deep, and recalling his wildly popular beauty cream, a sudden idea came to him. He typed back at once, Qing, I've missed you too. Why don't you quit your cashier job at the supermarket and come help me here? I just made a beauty cream that removes scars, and it's selling like hotcakes on campus. I want to open an online store. You can handle the sales while I focus on refining the cream. Su Qing was delighted as well. Can I really do it? I won't cause you trouble, will I? You'll do great, Lin Chen decided on the spot. I'm sure you will. Come over as soon as you can. Okay, you'll resign right away. After I sort out my family affairs, you'll come over, Su Qing replied. On Wednesday afternoon, an important lecture was held in the school auditorium. It was said that a high-ranking figure from the military would be giving the talk dedicated to promoting traditional Chinese medicine. This figure not only possessed profound knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine himself, but had also formed connections with a circle of renowned TCM masters with whom he frequently discussed the principles of the healing art. Lin Chen was dragged along by his roommate to attend. The auditorium was packed to capacity, and on stage a vigorous elderly man was speaking about the integration of traditional Chinese medicine and modern medicine. His hair was gray, yet his back remained straight, his voice resonant and full of energy. Halfway through the lecture, the old man suddenly clutched his chest, his face turning pale. He swayed and slowly collapsed. Chaos erupted throughout the hall. The campus medic rushed forward, but the old man was already unconscious with faint breathing. Someone shouted, call an ambulance. Lin Chen quickly assessed the symptoms, a severe myocardial infarction. By the time an ambulance arrived, it might be too late. He rushed onto the stage. I'm a TCM major. Let me try. The old man's bodyguard barked. You're just a student. Don't do anything reckless. Lin Chen stared at him. If he doesn't receive treatment, now he'll be dead within 5 minutes. Can you take responsibility? The bodyguard froze. Lin Chen ignored him and took out silver needles. Following the 9 needles of life extension from the Immortal Emperor's memories, he inserted needles into the old man's Renzhong, Danzhong, and Neiguan acupoints. With each needle, he channeled a trace of true energy. First needle, Renzhong, the old man's eyebrows twitched. Second needle, Danzhong, his breathing steadied. Third needle, Neiguan, color began to return to his face. After the third needle, the old man slowly opened his eyes. The hall fell silent, then erupted into thunderous applause. The old man looked at Lin Chen and asked weakly, young friend. You saved me. Don't speak, rest first, Lin Chen said. I've stabilized your condition temporarily, but you need to go to the hospital for further examination. Lin Chen. The old man was sent to the hospital, and Lin Chen returned to the dorm. His roommates surrounded him. Holy crap, Lin Chen, you're amazing. That old man seemed like a big shot. Lin Chen smiled, but his mind was on something else. While inserting the needles, he had sensed a very faint internal energy fluctuation within the old man's body. This person was no ordinary individual. 3 days later, someone knocked at the door. 2 men in military uniforms stood outside saluting. Comrade Lin Chen, Elder Luo requests your presence. Lin Chen was driven in a military jeep to a heavily guarded compound. Soldiers stood at the gate, and entry required security screening. He was led to a reception room. The old man sat on the sofa looking much better than 3 days prior. Seeing Lin Chen, he waved with a smile. "Little Chen, come sit." Lin Chen sat down. "Elder Luo, how is your health?" "Thanks to you, the doctor said if I'd waited a few more minutes these old bones would have been done for." Elder Luo looked at him. "Where did you learn this medical skill?" Lin Chen was prepared. "Family tradition combined with my own study." Elder Luo nodded and didn't press further. But Lin Chen sensed something profound in his eyes. During their conversation, Lin Chen learned Elder Luo's full name was Luo Zhentian, a top figure in the Chinese military commanding the entire armed forces, including all special operations units. He had also established a special organization, the Dragon Group. "Little Chen, you saved my life. I owe you a favor." Elder Luo said, "If you ever face difficulties in the future, you can come to me." Lin Chen was pleased inwardly, but kept his expression neutral. Elder Luo is too kind. Saving lives and healing the wounded is the duty of a physician. As he spoke, a young woman walked in. She was in her early 20s, tall and slender, with an aloof and cold demeanor. Though dressed casually, she couldn't conceal her sharp aura. "This is my granddaughter Luo Bing," Elder Luo introduced. Luo Bing glanced at Lin Chen and gave a slight nod without speaking. But Lin Chen sensed a powerful internal energy fluctuation around her, at least at the dark strength level. His heart skipped a beat. So this is someone from the Dragon Group. Before leaving, Elder Luo handed him a business card. "Little Chen, come visit often. If you have any issues at school, you can call this number." The card bore only a phone number. Lin Chen tucked it away and took his leave. As he walked out of the compound gate, he knew his life had gained another powerful ally. The beauty cream's reputation had set the campus ablaze. Those who used it sang its praises wildly, while those who had not yet bought it blocked Lin Chen's path every day. 2 days later at noon, Su Qing appeared at the school gate with her luggage fresh and pretty. Although plainly dressed, she could not conceal her delicate beauty. Arched willow leaf brows and bright liquid eyes, along with a full bust, a pert rear, and long legs. This drew a crowd of lecherous men. Even Lin Chen was taken aback by the spectacle when he arrived. He quickly pushed through the crowd, and once inside gave Su Qing a big hug. Su Qing's face flushed all the way to the roots of her ears. "Brother Lin Chen, don't. So many people are watching. Damn, what the hell?" The crowd burst into an uproar, curses rising from every side. "Hey punk, let go of her right now. She's my goddess. Where did this poor loser crawl out from? A beauty like her is not for the likes of you." Lin Chen curled his lip. "Look at you perverts drooling all over the place. But you are just daydreaming. This beauty is already taken. She is my wife." The current Lin Chen was no longer the poor student who could be bullied by anyone just a few days ago. He had inherited the Immortal Emperor's legacy and also formed a connection with the powerful Elder Luo. His words carried full confidence. The crowd would not accept that. A fat man in a suit shouted, "You say she's your wife. Do you have proof? Unless you produce a marriage certificate." Fearing that things would get out of hand, Su Qing quickly said, "He's my boyfriend. Move aside, we're leaving." Only then did the crowd reluctantly make way and watch the two walk out of campus holding hands. Lin Chen rented a small 2-bedroom apartment nearby. Su Qing looked at the clean room and her eyes reddened. "Brother Lin Chen, thank you. No need to be so polite with me." The online shop opened under the name Chenxing Workshop. Seeing the name Lin Chen had chosen, Su Qing blushed again, and a wave of sweetness rose in her heart. From then on, Lin Chen was in charge of refining the cream, while Su Qing handled customer service and shipping. On the first day, they sold 20 orders, mostly to friends and relatives. On the second day, 50 orders. On the third, 100. Those who bought the product spread the word, and the news traveled from 1 to 10, 10 to 100. A week later, orders went through the roof. Many social platforms, self-media accounts, and even the news channels of several TV stations were all reporting this story like crazy. Orders fluttered like snowflakes to the tiny website Chenxing Workshop. Demand outstripped supply, and Lin Chen was run off his feet. He had the pharmacy stock up on medicinal herbs and deliver them to his door, and he prepared a huge iron cauldron and a large gas stove so that he could refine hundreds of bottles of balm in one batch. A long line of courier tricycles queued up at the door. Su Qing was completely overwhelmed and had no choice but to hire 2 more girls to help with packing and shipping. In the evening, Su Qing sat at the computer organizing orders and calculating the online shop sales over that period, while Lin Chen refined beauty cream beside her. But they had no idea until they calculated. The result was shocking. Since the online shop had opened in just 12 days, less than half a month, sales had actually reached more than 1,000 yuan. After deducting the costs of herbs, shipping, wages, and other expenses, they had netted a profit of more than 8,000 yuan. Earning more than 8,000 yuan in less than half a month meant nearly 2,000 in a month. Su Qing looked at Lin Chen and smiled. "Big boss Lin, you've made it. You're a nouveau riche now." Lin Chen hadn't expected the business to be so profitable either. But then he thought this was an alchemical formula from the Immortal Emperor's legacy. It was only natural that it could make serious money. And this was just the beginning. The future would bring more. Lin Chen smiled too. Nouveau riche then. It doesn't matter since you have a share too. You're the boss lady, and you'll see even more money in the future. He'll let you count money until your hands cramp. Su Qing blushed. What nonsense are you talking? Looking at Su Qing's lovely rosy face, Lin Chen couldn't help leaning in and wrapping his arms around her slender waist. I'm not talking nonsense. You promised to be my bride when we were kids, so you can't back out now. Su Qing's face grew even redder, and her eyes became hazy. Their lips slowly drew together, their bodies embraced tightly, and their two hearts pounded wildly. Moonlight streamed in through the window, and the moment was warm and tender. As their passionate kiss deepened, Lin Chen gradually began to lose control. He was 24, in the prime of his hot-blooded youth. Su Qing was 23, a year younger, and her body was already fully ripe. Full high breasts, a slender waist radiating a heady womanly fragrance. Lin Chen's manhood stirred and grew harder, rising higher by the moment, and his breathing grew heavy. Su Qing noticed something unusual, and her face flushed crimson like a blazing sunset cloud. Just then Lin Chen suddenly snapped back to his senses. He pushed Su Qing away and tried to turn, but Su Qing suddenly wrapped her arms around his waist from behind and murmured, "Brother Lin Chen, don't go. My heart has belonged to you for a long time. I want to give you my body too. I love you so much. I want to be with you forever. Take me. If you take me, I won't be afraid of someone snatching." Lin Chen turned around and looked into Su Qing's eyes. "Qing, I've always wanted to marry you, but now isn't the right time. I plan to send someone to your family to ask for your hand in marriage first, and then give you a grand wedding. That is how I show you respect. I don't want to wait that long." Su Qing had thrown caution to the wind. "You're so outstanding. I can only feel at ease if I hold you tightly in my hand." Then she glanced at the place between Lin Chen's legs where a small tent had already been pitched, and added, "Besides, you're holding back so painfully. What if you make yourself sick from holding it in?" Lin Chen was stunned. This. Without another word, Su Qing took Lin Chen's hand and pulled him toward the bedroom. Qin Emo had been feeling restless lately. During lectures, her gaze would unconsciously drift toward Lin Chen's direction. He sat in the back row by the window where sunlight slanted through the glass, casting a faint golden hue across his profile. He listened with focused attention, occasionally jotting notes in his notebook. Qin Emo noticed his handwriting was elegant and deliberate, unlike the slovenly scrawl typical of most guys. "Qin Emo. Classmate Qin Emo." The professor's voice snapped her back to reality. "Oh, here." Qin Mo's face flushed, and she sat up straight at once. "Classmate Qin Emo, you've been distracted in class lately. What's going on?" The professor's tone was stern. Qin Emo said awkwardly, "Teacher, it'll definitely improve, I promise." When the bell rang, she gathered her bag, but her eyes kept drifting toward Lin Chen. He packed up quickly as if in a hurry to leave. These past few days he had always vanished the moment class ended, acting mysteriously. Qin Emo bit her lip and made a decision. She followed him quietly. Lin Chen exited the campus and walked 2 blocks east, turning into an old residential compound. Qin Emo trailed behind at a distance, her heart pounding. She didn't even know why she was following him. She just wanted to know what he was up to. Lin Chen stopped beneath an apartment building and unlocked the entrance with his key. Qin Emo waited a moment, then slipped inside. 3rd floor, the unit on the left. She heard the door open, followed by a soft click as it closed behind him. She lingered at the doorway and heard someone speaking inside. A girl's voice. Qin Mo's heart sank. She raised her hand and knocked. The door opened to reveal a girl of about her age, wearing a plain t-shirt and jeans, her hair tied back in a simple ponytail. Her unadorned face wore a look of confusion. "Hello, may I help you?" Qin Emo glanced past her into the apartment and spotted Lin Chen emerging from an inner room. "Qin Emo?" Lin Chen paused, startled. "What are you doing here?" Qin Emo pressed her lips together. "I was passing by." The girl stepped aside. "Come in and sit." Qin Emo entered and noticed the apartment was cluttered with delivery boxes. Several jars and bottles sat on the coffee table, and the air carried a faint herbal fragrance. "This is..." She looked around curiously. "I'm Lin Chen's girlfriend. I help him run his online shop." The girl poured her a glass of water. "I'm Su Qing." "Girlfriend? Online shop?" Qin Emo turned to look at Lin Chen. "Yes, she's my girlfriend, Su Qing. I recently developed a beauty balm for removing spots and acne. It sold well on campus, so I opened an online store. I couldn't handle it alone, so I asked Su Qing to help," Lin Chen explained. Only then did Qin Emo remember. She had heard about a remarkably effective beauty balm circulating on campus. She had been away for a few days and had only just caught up on the news. She had assumed it was some major company's promotional campaign on campus, never once imagining the balm was concocted by Lin Chen. But then where had this girlfriend suddenly come from? And she was so pretty, delicate and charming in a quiet, understated way. Seeing Qin Emo lost in thought, Lin Chen quickly handed her a pale green bottle. "This is the balm. Take it home and try it. Qin Mo took it, uncorked it, and inhaled. A fresh, clean herbal scent rose from within. Sensing the awkwardness of the situation, she quickly thanked them and hurried out. The next morning, Qin Mo looked in the mirror and nearly cried out. The faint scar on the back of her hand, from a bicycle fall in high school that had never fully faded, was now barely visible. She stared at her hand for a long while, then rushed through her morning routine and headed straight for Lin Chen's apartment. Su Qing answered the door. "Where's Lin Chen?" "He's in the back, you." Qin Mo pushed past her. "Lin Chen, this stuff is incredible. How did you make it?" Lin Chen was preparing a new batch of ointment and didn't look up. "Secret formula. Can I see the recipe?" "Trade secret." Qin Mo glared at him, but her interest in him only deepened. From then on, she began spending more and more time at the apartment. Sometimes she claimed to have questions about traditional Chinese medicine, sometimes she offered to help pack orders, and sometimes she simply sat there watching Lin Chen prepare his remedies. Su Qing noticed, but said nothing, though she would occasionally cast a lingering glance at Qin Mo. One day while Qin Mo was sitting in the room, Su Qing suddenly spoke up. "You like him, don't you?" Qin Mo froze, her face flushing crimson. "What are you talking about?" Su Qing smiled and went back to packing, leaving the matter unanswered. That night, Qin Mo lay in her dorm bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. She recalled the first time she had noticed Lin Chen. It had been in her sophomore year's foundational TCM class. The professor had posed a question that nobody could answer. Lin Chen stood up and spoke calmly and confidently, and the professor's eyes had lit up. Even then, she had sensed that this boy was different. Later, she had looked into his background. He came from a rural area, his family was poor, he was usually quiet and kept to himself, not particularly sociable. Yet his grades were always excellent, especially in his specialized courses. She had harbored a crush on him, but never entertained the thought of anything more. After all, she was the eldest daughter of the Qin family, and suitors lined up from the teaching building all the way to the campus gate. But now, Qin Mo buried her face in her pillow, her heart in turmoil. She realized she had truly fallen for him. But how could this ever be? He already had Su Qing. Chen Qingfeng's business grew more and more prosperous, drawing the attention of Miantang. Miantang was the largest cosmetics company in Jiangxing. Its owner Zhou Dafu had been working in Jiangxing for decades with connections in both the underworld and the legitimate world. He had made his fortune in cosmetics, and his business stretched across the whole province, said to be worth more than 1 billion yuan. That afternoon, Zhou Dafu sat in his office and looked at the lab report in his hand, his expression growing darker and darker. "This stuff? Is it really made from those ordinary medicinal herbs?" The technical director nodded. "Mr. Zhou, we ran repeated tests. The raw materials and the formula really are simple, but the effects are astonishing. It works for acne, scars, and whitening, everything. We can't make it, so the problem must lie in the ingredient proportions and the production process." Zhou Dafu slapped the report down on the table. "A poor student. How could he possibly create a formula like this?" The technical director shook his head. "I don't know, but the facts are right in front of us." Zhou Dafu narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment. "What's the background of this Lin Chen?" "We checked him out." The technical director handed over a file. "He's a third-year student at Jiangxing Medical University from the countryside, with no family influence. He was ordinary before, but he suddenly emerged over the past few months. No background." Zhou Dafu smiled. "Then that makes it easy." He picked up the phone and dialed a number. "Come to my office." Old Sun was a man in his 40s, lean and sharp-eyed. He had fought underground boxing matches in Jiangxing, trained in the Ming-Jin stage of ancient martial arts, and had some reputation on the streets. He pushed open the door, walked in, and sat on the sofa. "Boss Zhou, what do you need me for?" "Help me teach someone a lesson," Zhou Dafu said. "A student at Jiangxing Medical University named Lin Chen. I want the beauty cream formula he has." Old Sun smiled. "A student? Boss Zhou, this is overkill." Zhou Dafu shook his head. "Don't be careless. This kid is a bit uncanny. He's said to be quite good at fighting." "Good at fighting?" Old Sun sneered. "When I was fighting underground, he was still in diapers." "Don't worry, leave it to me." Zhou Dafu nodded, took a thick envelope from his drawer, and said, "This is the down payment. After it's done, there will be a generous reward." Old Sun took the envelope, weighed it in his hand, and smiled in satisfaction. Old Sun did not act immediately. He first spent a few days investigating Lin Chen. He found that the kid was indeed a little strange. Besides going to class every day, he just went back to his rented room and rarely went out. Occasionally, he went to the herbal medicine market. But he looked like an ordinary student. Old Sun felt relieved. One night, he slipped over to Lin Chen's rented apartment. The old residential building didn't even have a security gate. Old Sun climbed to the 3rd floor, pressed his ear to the door, and listened for a while. Inside, it was quiet, with only the faint sound of breathing. He took out his tools and got ready to pick the lock. Just as he inserted the tool, the door suddenly opened. Lin Chen was standing at the doorway looking at him. "Come in." Old Sun was startled for a moment, then smiled. "Kid, you're a bit alert. But it's useless." He swaggered in and sat down on the sofa. The room was small. A faint herbal fragrance lingered in the air, and several bottles and jars were placed on the table. Old Sun crossed his legs. You're Lin Chen, right? I was sent by Boss Zhou of Miantang. If you know what's good for you, hand over the formula, and I'll go easy on you. If not, you'll be carried out of here lying down today. Lin Chen stood across from him watching. A Ming Jin martial artist. Old Sun's expression changed. You understand ancient martial arts. I know a little, Lin Chen said. Are you sure you want to make a move? Old Sun stood up and assumed a fighting stance. Kid, stop putting on airs. When I was fighting in the underground ring, you were still in diapers. He shot forward in a single stride and threw a punch at Lin Chen's face. The punch carried the sound of wind and the force to split stone slabs. If it hit an ordinary person, they would die or be crippled. Lin Chen did not dodge. He raised his hand and caught Old Sun's fist directly. Old Sun froze, tried to pull his hand back, but couldn't move it. Lin Chen's hand was like a steel clamp locking tightly around his fist. Old Sun strained with all his strength, his face turning red, but the hand remained absolutely motionless. You. He stared at Lin Chen in horror. Lin Chen looked at him, his eyes expressionless. At the early Ming Jin stage, and you still dare to come at me. He applied force, and Old Sun let out a miserable cry as he fell to his knees. Lin Chen released his hand and stepped back. Get up. Old Sun got up, gritted his teeth, and charged again. This time he went all out. 3 moves. After 3 moves, Old Sun lay on the ground, unable to move. Lin Chen crouched down and looked at him. I have to give you a lesson, or else any random stray cat or dog will dare to come looking for trouble. Old Sun stared at him, his eyes full of terror. You. So you're also from the ancient martial arts world. Lin Chen did not speak. He stood up and quickly stamped twice. With 2 crisp cracks, Old Sun's arms were instantly shattered, leaving him crippled. He screamed endlessly in pain, his body trembling, and beads of sweat as big as beans dripped from his forehead. Lin Chen dragged him to the door and opened it. Scram. He kicked him out the door. Old Sun was sent to the hospital by a kind-hearted passerby who called an ambulance. When Zhou Dafu heard the news and saw his miserable condition, he was completely stunned. Old Sun, what happened to you? Old Sun panted, his face pale. Boss Zhou, that Lin Chen must not. Zhou Dafu frowned. What do you mean? He's from the ancient martial arts world, and his level is higher than mine, Old Sun said. I'm at the early Ming Jin stage, but I couldn't get past 3 moves with him. In the end, he crippled both my arms. Ancient martial arts world. What ancient martial arts world? Old Sun looked at him and smiled bitterly. You wouldn't understand. In short, don't touch him. Otherwise you won't even know how you die. Zhou Dafu sat by the hospital bed, his face ashen. He picked up the lab report, looked at it again and again, then viciously crumpled it into a ball and tossed it into the trash bin. But he didn't give up. He planned to use another approach. That night, Lin Chen told Su Qing about this matter. After listening, Su Qing nervously grabbed his hand. Lin Chen, will that Miantang come looking for trouble again? Lin Chen shook his head. Not for now. Old Sun has already been crippled by me. Lin Chen, should we report this to the police? Lin Chen smiled. Call the police. The police don't deal with matters of the ancient martial arts world. He put his arm around her. Don't worry, I'm here. Su Qing leaned against his shoulder and said nothing more. But in her heart, there was an extra layer of worry. The next day, Lin Chen received an invitation. It was sent by Miantang. Zhou Dafu was inviting him to dinner. Su Qing frowned at the invitation. Brother Lin Chen, don't go. It's definitely a trap. Lin Chen thought for a moment and smiled. Go. Why not? Su Qing became anxious. Are you stupid? They definitely don't mean well. Lin Chen shook his head. It's precisely because they don't mean well that I have to go. If I don't, they'll think I'm afraid. He stood up. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. That evening, Lin Chen went alone to the agreed hotel. In the private room, Zhou Dafu was already waiting. When he saw Lin Chen, he stood up with a face full of smiles. Mr. Lin, I've heard so much about you. Please have a seat. Lin Chen sat down and looked at him. Boss Zhou, let's speak directly. Zhou Dafu was startled for a moment, then smiled. Mr. Lin, you're a man of direct words. Fine, I won't beat around the bush. He personally poured a glass of wine for Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, I want to buy the formula for your beauty cream. Lin Chen looked at him. How much? 10 million, Zhou Dafu said. A one-time buyout. Lin Chen smiled. Boss Zhou, do you know how much that formula of mine can earn in a year? Zhou Dafu's expression remained unchanged. Mr. Lin, I know your business is doing well now. But have you thought about how long you can last alone? You need channels, connections, and capital. I have all of those. He leaned forward. Let's cooperate. You provide the formula, I provide the distribution. Within 3 years we can sell beauty cream all over the country. Lin Chen looked at him and was silent for a few seconds. Then he stood up. Boss Zhou, thank you for your good intentions. But my formula is not for sale, and I'm not interested in cooperating. Zhou Dafu's expression changed. Mr. Lin, have you thought it over? I have thought it over. Lin Chen turned and walked out. When he reached the door, he paused. Oh, Boss Zhou, don't send anyone to find me again. If you do, it won't be as simple as just beating them back. With that, he pushed the door open and prepared to leave. Zhou Dafu could no longer contain himself and flew into a rage. He picked up his wine glass and smashed it hard on the ground. Lin Chen, just wait. What can a poor student like you use to fight me? You may be tough, but are your parents and family as tough as you? His family was his one taboo. Hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes immediately turned red. He rushed over in a single stride, grabbed Zhou Dafu by the neck, and lifted him up. Zhou Dafu's legs flailed wildly, his face flushed crimson. At that moment, he remembered old Sun's warning, and his eyes were instantly filled with terror. You, what are you doing? Don't do anything rash. Thighs is to society under the rule of law. A strange smile suddenly appeared on Lin Chen's face. He let go, and Zhou Dafu dropped to the ground with a thud, sitting there and gasping for breath. Kill you? That's not worth it. It would only drag me into trouble. I'm a doctor, and for you I can put waste to good use. Having said that, he tapped several times on Zhou Dafu's abdomen. Zhou Dafu immediately felt as if thousands of sharp needles were stabbing his abdomen. Endless pain made him scream constantly. Clutching his stomach, he rolled on the ground. After about 10 minutes, the pain gradually faded. At that moment, Lin Chen's words reached his ear. From now on, you'll have 10 minutes of pain like this every hour. Hospitals can't cure this kind of pain. If you don't want to be tortured alive by the pain, you can come and beg me to treat you. But my consultation fee is expensive. One treatment costs 100 million. Zhou Dafu lay on the ground, drenched in sweat, as if he had been dragged out of water. The pain was unforgettable, and he never wanted to experience it a second time. He regretted not listening to old Sun, but he couldn't bear to part with 100 million. At the same time, he didn't believe a hospital would fail to cure him. He had money and could find the best doctors in the country. Lin Chen glanced at Zhou Dafu, who lay on the ground with a changing expression, then ignored him and walked away. On Monday morning, Lin Chen was awakened by a knock at the door. He opened his eyes and glanced at the alarm clock on the nightstand, 6:30. He scrambled to his feet, threw on his jacket, and quietly opened the door. Standing outside was Qin Mo. She wore a light pink down jacket, her hair tied into a ponytail, her cheeks flushed red from the morning breeze. She was holding an insulated bag. When she saw Lin Chen, her eyes curved into crescent moons. Good morning. Lin Chen was stunned. Why are you here so early? Qin Mo shoved the insulated bag into his hands. I brought you breakfast. I had nothing to do this morning, so I just came by. Lin Chen looked down at the bag. Inside was a cup of soy milk, 2 buns, and a boiled egg. Just came by. From your place to my rental apartment is at least 5 kilometers. That's not exactly on the way, is it? Qin Mo's face turned red. None of your business. Take it or leave it. Lin Chen chuckled. He'll take it, of course. Thank you. Qin Mo's lips curled upward, then she quickly pressed them down. I'm heading off. I have classes this morning. She turned and got into her red BMW. Lin Chen stood at the door, watching her car disappear at the intersection ahead. The soy milk was still warm, and the buns had thin wrappers with generous filling. When he bit into one, the savory juices flowed out. He remembered the night when Qin Mo, blushing under the street lamp, had said, I really admire you. Unconsciously, the corners of his mouth lifted. Over the following days, Qin Mo came to deliver breakfast every single day. Sometimes it was soy milk and buns, sometimes porridge and eggs, sometimes jimbing. Every day was something different. One afternoon, when he had no classes, Lin Chen was in his rental apartment refining beauty cream when his phone buzzed. A text from Qin Mo. Lin Chen, him downstairs. Can you come down? Lin Chen put down his work and went downstairs. Qin Mo was standing there in a white coat, her face. When she saw him, her eyes brightened, then she lowered her head. Lin Chen walked over. What's wrong? Qin Mo hesitated for a moment, then pulled an envelope from her bag and handed it to him. Lin Chen took it and opened it. He froze. It was a bank card. This? Qin Mo kept her head down, her voice small. This is the pocket money I've saved. It's not much, just 100,000. Aren't you planning to start a company? You must need money. Lin Chen looked at her. Qin Mo, I can't take this. Qin Mo raised her head, her eyes slightly red. Why? Do you think I'm meddling? Oh. Lin Chen shook his head. No. This is money you saved up. Ooh, I can't accept it. Qin Mo bit her lip. Lin Chen, I want to help you. I don't know how, so I only have this. If you don't take it, it'll feel awful. Lin Chen looked at her, his heart soft. He put away the bank card. All right, I'll keep it. Consider it your investment in my company. Qin Mo's eyes lit up. Really? Qin Mo smiled. Her eyes curved into crescent moons. Suddenly, she stood on her tiptoes and planted a quick kiss on Lin Chen's cheek. Then she turned and ran. Lin Chen stood there touching his kissed cheek, dazed for a long moment. Upstairs, Su Qing stood by the window watching. She lowered her head and continued packing parcels. She said nothing. That evening, Lin Chen returned to the rental apartment. Su Qing had already cooked dinner and was sitting at the table waiting for him. Lin Chen sat down and picked up his chopsticks. The two ate in silence, neither speaking. After a while, Su Qing suddenly spoke up. Brother Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at her. Moi. Su Qing kept her head down, her voice soft. Qin Mo. She's really nice. She's beautiful and comes from a good family. That will be a big help to your future career. Lin Chen put down his chopsticks. Qing, what are you trying to say? Su Qing raised her head to look at him, her eyes reddening. Brother Lin Chen, I don't mind. Really, she likes you, and you like her. I won't stand in your way. As long as I still have a place in your heart, that's enough for me. Lin Chen looked at her, his heart clenching. He stood up, walked over to her, and pulled her into his arms. Qing, remember this, no matter how many people come into my life, you will always be the most important person to me. Su Qing leaned against his chest, tears streaming down her face. Brother Lin Chen. Lin Chen gently patted her back. Silly girl, don't cry. Su Qing nodded, but the tears wouldn't stop. It took her a long while to calm down. She lifted her head and looked at him. Brother Lin Chen, I've made up my mind. From now on, I'll just focus on helping you with your business. I won't think about anything else. Lin Chen looked at her. Have you really thought it through? Su Qing nodded. Yes. Lin Chen smiled and ruffled her hair. Good. The next evening, Lin Chen was walking back to his rental apartment from school when a group of men suddenly rushed out of an alley and surrounded him. Lin Chen stopped and scanned them. There were 7 or 8 of them, all holding clubs. The leader was a bald man with a face full of flesh and a dragon tattoo coiled on his neck. The bald man took a drag from his cigarette and looked Lin Chen up and down. You're Lin Chen. Lin Chen stared at him. Who sent you? The bald man laughed. Pretty sharp. Fine, tell you. You crippled my cousin Liu Laohu. I'm here to get revenge for him. Today I want to see just how tough you really are. He stepped back and waved his hand. Get him. Several thugs surged forward, swinging their clubs at Lin Chen. Didn't dodge. The first club slammed into his back with a dull thud. The club snapped in half. The thug froze. Lin Chen glanced back at him, then drove a fist into his stomach. The man doubled over like a shrimp, flew backward, slammed into the wall, and slid down, clutching his gut with a pained groan. The other thugs charged at him. Instead of retreating, Lin Chen surged forward into the crowd. His movements weren't fast, but every punch and kick was perfectly precise. The first one, a punch to the face, sent blood spraying from his nose. The second, a kick to the knee, made him shriek and collapse. The third, Lin Chen seized his wrist, twisted once, and with a crack his arm was dislocated. In less than a minute, all 7 or 8 men were on the ground, groaning one after another. The bald man stood where he was, his cigarette fallen to the ground, his mouth hanging open wide enough to fit an egg. He stared at Lin Chen as if looking at a monster. You. Lin Chen walked up to him. The bald man stepped back, then another step until he hit the wall behind him. Nowhere left to retreat. Lin Chen looked at him. You're Liu Laohu's cousin, so you've certainly done your share of bullying and wrongdoing. They'll cripple both your hands too, so you can keep your cousin company. You don't have a problem with that, do you? The bald man screamed inwardly. I have a problem. A big problem. Damn it, if you cripple my hands, how am I supposed to live? But before he could react, Lin Chen struck like lightning, grabbing both his palms and twisting violently. In an instant, both arms became twisted like pretzels, just like Liu Laohu's. The bald man writhed on the ground in agony, his piercing screams echoing far away. Lin Chen turned and continued walking back to his rental apartment. Lin Chen reflected on recent events. First, the Mingjin-level strongman Old Sun, sent by Milatang, had come looking for trouble, and now his feud with the Green Dragon Gang was growing deeper. He knew trouble was coming, so he decided to quickly refine his inherited memories. The Peiyuan pill was the most. He had long ago found a recipe for Peiyuan pills in his inherited memories. The Peiyuan pill was the most basic pill in the cultivation world, ordinary to cultivators, but extremely precious on Earth today. Its purpose was to rapidly accumulate true qi in places lacking spiritual energy, allowing one to break through to the next realm. However, Earth lacked the medicinal herbs needed for the original Peiyuan pill. After extensive screening, Lin Chen found several precious traditional Chinese herbs on Earth that could be used to refine a simplified version of the Peiyuan pill. Its efficacy was only half that of the genuine pill, but for Lin Chen at his current stage, it was still outrageously powerful. The precious herbs he had found in his hometown's Laojun Mountain were exactly suitable. A few days earlier, he had also gathered all the auxiliary ingredients. So he began refining the simplified Peiyuan pills. Finally, after 2 days, he produced 10 pills. He took 1 pill a day, and after a week, he felt his true qi surging within him, a faint sign of an impending breakthrough. His inner true qi surged like a raging river slamming against the barrier of his realm. The qi flowing through his meridians was far thicker and stronger than before. He could sense that he was on the verge of breaking through to the second layer of qi refining. He stood up, walked to the corner, and brought out a wooden barrel. It was one he had bought at the herb market for medicinal bag. From under the bed, he pulled out a cloth bag filled with various herbs, all blended according to the formulas from the Immortal Emperor's memories, designed to stimulate the flesh, tendons, and bones, assisting in body tempering. He poured the herbs into the barrel and soaked them in hot water. Then he took off his clothes and climbed in. At first the water was warm and comfortable, but soon the water temperature began to rise. No, It wasn't the water rising, it was his body temperature. The medicinal power seeped through his skin into his body and began to take effect. It felt like thousands of needles stabbing his skin. Then his muscles felt as if countless hands were tearing at them. Then his bones as if hammers were chipping away at them inch by inch. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, his entire body trembling. He remembered that cave, that pool of medicinal liquid, and the pain of his first body tempering session. That time had been even more agonizing than this. If he could survive that, what was this? He closed his eyes, and before his mind flashed the faces of his family, and Su Qing's tears, Qin Mo's smile. I can't fall. He gritted his teeth and told himself, oh, I have to grow stronger. I have to protect them. After an unknowable amount of time, the pain slowly receded. Lin Chen opened his eyes and found himself drenched in sweat, with another layer of grime oozing from his skin. He knew his body tempering had broken through to the second layer. He immediately took the last Peiyuan pill, circulated his cultivation technique, and struck at the qi refining second layer barrier. His true qi surged like a river, battering the realm barrier. Once, twice, 3 times. Suddenly a soft sound echoed from within his body. Qi refining second layer, breakthrough achieved. His true qi became even more profound, his 5 senses sharper, his body lighter, his speed doubled, and his defensive resilience doubled as well. The next day, Su Qing noticed the change in him. You seem different. Different how? I can't quite say. You just seem more energetic. Lin Chen smiled. Because I've grown stronger again. Su Qing didn't fully understand, but she chose to believe him. Because he was the man she loved. Ever since Lin Chen had rescued her from Liu Laohu on his last trip home, she had sensed that he was extraordinary. It was as if he had maxed out every stat. Immense strength, explosive speed, defeating thugs as easily as eating and drinking. Even more astonishing was how fast he made money. It left people utterly awestruck. But no matter how much he changed, his feelings for her never wavered, and that filled Su Qing's heart with deep contentment. Meanwhile, Brother Long, the leader of the Green Dragon Gang, sent men to test Lin Chen. A few thugs disguised as robbers to gauge his strength. Lin Chen disposed of them in no time, but deliberately held back, not wanting to reveal his full power too early. The thugs returned to report, "Boss, this guy really can fight, but he's just someone who practiced a few years of kung fu." Brother Long felt relieved. That makes it easy. Find a chance and cripple him. That day, after watching Lin Chen leave, Zhou Dafu hastily called his driver and had himself taken to the best hospital in Jiangxing, the First People's Hospital of Jiangxing City. He and the hospital's director Huang Jiming shared a deep friendship. On the way there, he called Director Huang and gave him a detailed account of how Lin Chen had worked his tricks, leaving him in unspeakable agony, and that the pain would strike for 10 minutes every hour. He asked Director Huang to make preparations and treat him without delay. Upon arrival, he was wheeled into an advanced emergency ward stocked with all kinds of testing instruments, emergency medicines, and equipment. Director Huang was already waiting there with a group of experts and professors. The moment the patient arrived, the experts and professors took turns running a series of advanced diagnostic instruments on him. After a great deal of noisy bustle, they finally reached a conclusion. Every indicator was normal, and his body was perfectly healthy. If the two were not such close friends, Director Huang would have suspected Zhou Dafu of deliberately making fools of everyone. Even the experts and professors wore displeased looks. Meanwhile, Zhou Dafu's heart plummeted into an abyss. Damn it. Just as Lin Chen had said, the hospital could not find the cause. Expecting a cure would be nothing but wishful thinking. But as long as there was a thread of hope, he refused to give up. He looked at Director Huang with pleading eyes. Director Huang, I really am not trying to make fools of you all. Lin Chen said back, then that with this technique of his, the hospital could neither detect the problem nor cure it. Please wait here for a while. As long as I'm cured, I'll give each of you 1,000 yuan and donate another 1,000,000 to the hospital. At these words, everyone began to believe him a little. Zhou Dafu was notoriously known as Skinflint Zhou and would not part with a single cent under ordinary circumstances. But what had happened was too miraculous. A few pokes in the abdomen, and a man fell ill. That was practically a deity's handiwork. Did such a marvel truly exist in this world? Just as everyone was lost and thought, Zhou Dafu, lying on the hospital bed, suddenly clutched his stomach and screamed, "Ah! It's coming! It's coming! Quick, think of something!" He broke out in cold sweat, as large as beans, and writhed in bed from the pain. Several young doctors rushed forward to hold him down and injected the painkiller solution prepared in advance. The next second, the pain eased a little, and everyone was heartened. It was working. Zhou Dafu was also overjoyed. "Damn it, thank goodness I didn't give you that 100,000,000 then. You liar, you damn liar." He muttered curses inwardly. But before he could repeat them twice, the fierce pain struck again. He had barely stopped rolling and had not yet caught his breath when he began performing again. Seeing the painkiller fail so quickly, everyone was stunned. Then a few more strong young men stepped forward, pinned Zhou Dafu down as if they were subduing a New Year's pig, and injected a powerful anesthetic. Zhou Dafu quieted down once more, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At last this hog had— No, not a hog, Fat Joe. Yet Fat Joe had no intention of granting them peace. 3 seconds later, his even more spectacular performance began again. After Director Huang and the others had exhausted every means, Fat Joe was still tirelessly putting on his show for another 5 minutes. Everyone could not help admiring him. Being fat had its advantages. He had managed to endure such violent torment for so long. Had Zhou Dafu heard this, he would have furiously complained, "Do you think I want to endure this long? But I can't manage to pass out." By now, however, everyone admired this Lin Chen even more. They heard he was still only a student. Such skill was simply heaven-defying. All of them silently resolved to tell their relatives and friends to avoid Lin Chen from now on and never provoke him. He was a demon in modern form. Director Huang saw that Zhou Dafu had finally quieted down and quickly said, "Brother Zhou, we've done all we can. Maybe you should go to the bigger cities, Jingdu, Zhonghai, and so on. They have better medical conditions and more renowned doctors." Zhou Dafu was overcome with regret. "Now you want me to go to Jingdu or Zhonghai? Can I even make it there? I die of pain on the road." The most urgent thing now was to find Lin Chen and spend 100 million to buy peace. He hastily called his driver and made straight for Lin Chen's rented apartment. Lin Chen saw Zhou Dafu return so soon and knew he had already been to the hospital. This was a man coming to deliver money. The moment Zhou Dafu saw Lin Chen, he looked as if he had seen his own father. Smiling all over, he clasped his hands and said, "Brother Lin, no, Master Lin, I was wrong. Please let me off. I'm willing to pay." "Oh, you know you were wrong. Where were you wrong? I shouldn't have threatened you with your family." Zhou Dafu wore an expression of utter sincerity. This time he truly meant it. "I'll never dare to do it again. So that this lesson stays with you, my consultation fee this time will go up a little. Let's make it 500 million. I hear you have more than 1 billion. You can afford it, can't you?" At these words, Zhou Dafu's head buzzed. He was the man famously nicknamed Skinflint Zhou. To save money, he watched his employees every day, waiting for them to make mistakes. The moment he got a handle on you, even for a minor slip, he would fine you until you doubted life itself. "I worked my fingers to the bone for decades to scrape together this little fortune. Was it easy for me?" Zhou Dafu raged inwardly. "You open and close your mouth, and you want half of all I own." Lin Chen saw that his eyes were darting around, and he kept silent, so he knew he could not bear to part with the money. "Since Boss Zhou isn't willing, then forget it. I'm actually very easy to deal with," he said calmly. "But if Boss Zhou wants treatment again, next time the fee will have to double once more." At that, Zhou Dafu's vision darkened, and he nearly fainted. Damn it, double it again, and he would end up begging on the streets. He immediately nodded eagerly. "Yes, I'm willing. I'm willing. I'll pay right away." Lin Chen read out his bank card number, and Zhou Dafu messaged a transfer of 500 yuan. Finally, 5 minutes later, Lin Chen's phone chimed with a message: "A transfer of 500 yuan has been credited to your account." Lin Chen smiled. The money had come quickly, and a new source of income had opened up. Zhou Dafu, by contrast, wept. Half his fortune was like half his life being ripped away. Still, most of that money was ill-gotten, docked wages and ruthless attacks on competitors. Lin Chen walked over casually, poked a few places on his abdomen, and said, "All right, this illness will never afflict you again. But you still have a few 100 million on your hands. If you find it burning your palms, you're welcome to come see me anytime." Zhou Dafu did not even look back. He turned and fled, not daring to dream of Lin Chen anymore. On the weekend, Elder Luo invited Lin Chen to his home. When Lin Chen answered the phone, he was in his development room, compounding medicine. "Xiao Chen, are you free this weekend?" Elder Luo's voice was as vigorous as ever. "Come over to the house and get to know the place." Lin Chen was startled. "Elder Luo, this. Don't the sand fat me." Elder Luo interrupted. "It's settled. I'll send someone to pick you up at noon on Saturday. At noon on Saturday, I'll send someone to pick you up." The call ended. Lin Chen looked at his phone, dazed. Qin Mo came close. "Who was it?" Elder Luo, Lin Chen said. "He invited me to his home." Qin Mo's eyes lit up. "Really? Lin Chen, you're about to make it big." Lin Chen shook his head. "Don't talk nonsense. It's just a meal." Qin Mo smiled and leaned on his shoulder. "Lin Chen, you're really something. Even Elder Luo invites you personally." Lin Chen held her gently, not speaking. But in his mind, he was thinking, what kind of scene would the Luo family gathering present this time? On Saturday morning, a military jeep stopped in front of the rental building. The driver was a young man in uniform. When he saw Lin Chen, he saluted. "Mr. Lin, Elder Luo sent me to take you there." Lin Chen got into the car, and the vehicle headed out of the city. Along the way, he watched the scenery rush past the window and felt a swell of emotion. Not long ago, he had been a poor student, anxious over 500 yuan. Now he was riding in a military jeep to visit one of the military's highest-ranking figures. Fate was truly beyond comprehension. The car drove into a heavily guarded compound with soldiers standing watch at the gate. Beyond it stood a 3-story building. A few old locust trees grew in the courtyard, their shade falling over a stone table and stone stools. Elder Luo was waiting for him at the door. Seeing Lin Chen get out of the car, he smiled and came forward. Xiaoqin, you're here. Come inside. Lin Chen followed him into the house. Several people were already seated in the living room. Some wore uniforms, others civilian clothes. All of them looked like important figures. Elder Luo led Lin Chen around and introduced each one. This is Commander Li of the military district. Lin Chen bowed slightly. Hello, Commander Li. Commander Li studied him and nodded. Good lad. Elder Luo has praised you more than once. This is Secretary Zhang of the provincial government. Hello, Secretary Zhang. Secretary Zhang smiled and patted his shoulder. Shaolin, you saved Elder Luo's life. That makes you a benefactor to all of us. If you need anything in the future, just say the word. And this is Old Wang from State Security. Old Wang reached out and shook Lin Chen's hand. His eyes were sharp, but he said little. Lin Chen responded to each person with unruffled composure. He understood that these were Elder Luo's connections and resources he himself might draw on in the future. Elder Luo invited him to sit down and ordered tea. Xiaoqin, you saved my life, and so you are a benefactor of the Luo family. He looked at Lin Chen. From now on in Jiangqing, if you run into any trouble, just go straight to them. Everyone nodded in agreement. A warm current surged through Lin Chen's heart. Then Elder Luo went on, Xiaoqin, I hear you know how to refine medicines. The beauty cream you made has been selling like wildfire lately. Luo Bing tried it, and the effect is quite miraculous. I wonder if you could refine a military wound healing medicine. If a wound medicine could achieve an effect as remarkable as the beauty cream, it would be a blessing for the soldiers. Lin Chen answered at once, I can try. It should work. In 3 days, send someone to my place to pick it up. When he heard that there was hope, Elder Luo happily said, good, then I will wait for your good news. After the meal, Lin Chen took a walk in the courtyard. The old locust trees were thick with leaves providing a patch of shade. There were stone benches under the trees. He sat down and looked up at the canopy. Footsteps came from behind him. He turned and saw Luo Bing walking over. She wore a white training suit, her hair tied in a high ponytail with fine beads of sweat on her forehead. She looked as if she had just finished training. Why are you here? Luo Bing asked. Lin Chen smiled. Elder Luo invited me for a meal. What about you? I just finished training. Luo Bing walked over and sat down beside him. Those locust trees were planted by my grandfather when he was a child. Lin Chen looked at the trees a little moved. Decades now, right? Over 60 years, Luo Bing said. My grandfather said that when he planted them, they were only as thick as a finger. Lin Chen nodded without saying anything. The two sat there silently, neither speaking. After a while, Luo Bing suddenly asked, who did you learn your martial arts from? Lin Chen looked at her. Why the sudden question? I can feel a very special aura on you, Luo Bing said. It's not the way of ancient martial arts, but it's even stronger. Lin Chen was silent for a few seconds. He knew Luo Bing was a member of the Dragon Group, and that she wouldn't speak carelessly. I had a stroke of fortune, he said. It's not convenient to go into details. Luo Bing nodded and didn't press further. She stood up and looked at him. Want to have a spar? Lin Chen was taken aback. A spar? Right, Luo Bing said. I want to test your strength. Lin Chen thought for a moment and stood up. Okay. The two walked to the open space in the middle of the courtyard. Luo Bing assumed a stance, and her entire aura changed. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. Begin. Luo Bing moved first. Her palm struck out, carrying a fierce, biting wind. Lin Chen sidestepped and threw a reverse punch. The two went back and forth for more than a dozen moves. The more Luo Bing fought, the more alarmed she became. She realized that although Lin Chen's cultivation realm was not as advanced as hers, his physical body was extremely powerful. Her palm strikes landed on his body, but he seemed completely unfazed. After 30 moves, Luo Bing withdrew her hand. You win. Lin Chen stopped too. You weren't using your full strength either. Luo Bing looked at him with complicated eyes. Your technique is truly special. Lin Chen smiled, but did not answer. Luo Bing was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly asked, do you have a girlfriend? Lin Chen was startled. Why the sudden question? Just wondering. Lin Chen thought for a moment. Yes. Luo Bing nodded and said no more. She turned and walked toward the house. After a few steps, she stopped suddenly. Lin Chen. You saved Grandpa. I owe you one. Then she left. Lin Chen stood in the courtyard watching her back, a strange feeling rising in his chest. Back at the rental apartment, Qin Mo and Su Qing were both waiting for him. How did it go? Qin Mo came up to greet him. How is Elder Luo? Lin Chen smiled. He's great. He treated me to a meal and introduced me to a few people. Su Qing asked what people. People from the military district, the provincial government, and state security, Lin Chen said. All big shots. Qin Mo's eyes lit up. Lin Chen, you're about to rise to prominence. Lin Chen tapped her head. What are you thinking? We just got acquainted. Qin Mo clutched her head and grinned. The three of them burst into laughter. Over the next 2 days, Lin Chen began refining the military wound healing medicine. From his inherited knowledge, he found an external wound medicine formula used by cultivators, then deduced more than a dozen formulas based on Chinese herbs with similar medicinal effects on Earth. He went to the pharmacy and bought all the herbs, then tested the formulas one by one. Finally, on the morning of the third day, he produced a wound medicine even more effective than the beauty cream. He immediately called Elder Luo, who sent someone over right away to pick up the samples. That day, Brother Long led over a dozen men to block the entrance of Lin Chen's rental apartment building. Cigarette dangling from his lips, he looked up at the third-floor window, a vicious glint flashing in his eyes. Is this the place? Yes, boss. The underling beside him nodded. That punk lives on the third floor. Let's go. Up we go. A crowd swarmed up the stairs, packing the narrow stairway to the brim. Su Qing was packing inside her room. When she heard the knocking, she thought it was Qin Mo. She opened the door, and her face turned pale instantly. Brother Long pushed past her, swaggered inside, and sat down on the sofa. Where's Lin Chen? He's not here, Su Qing said, her voice trembling. Not here. Brother Long crossed his legs. Then I'll wait for him. He waved his hand, and several underlings came in and shut the door. Two other men held Su Qing down and made her sit nearby. What do you want? Su Qing asked, forcing down her fear. Brother Long grinned. Don't be scared, little girl. We just want to talk a little business with Lin Chen. When Lin Chen came back from school, he spotted several vans parked downstairs from a distance, and his heart sank. He rushed upstairs and pushed the door open, only to see Su Qing pinned to the sofa by two thugs, her eyes red. He took a deep breath, his tone horribly calm. Let her go. Brother Long got to his feet, all smiles. Lin Chen, right? I've heard so much about you. I'm Brother Long from the Green Dragon Gang. Lin Chen ignored him, staring at the two thugs. I said let her go. The two thugs looked at Brother Long, and he nodded. Su Qing was released. She ran to Lin Chen and threw herself into his arms. Lin Chen gently patted her back, then moved her behind him. Go on, what's the matter? Brother Long pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and waved it. Protection money, 20,000 a month. Pay up and it'll keep you safe. If not, forget about keeping your shop open. Lin Chen smiled. 20,000. Are you even worth that price? Brother Long's face changed. Kid, don't be ungrateful. Ask around. See what standing the Green Dragon Gang has in Jiangxing. Brother Long flew into a rage. Get him. A dozen thugs grabbed clubs and charged at him. Lin Chen shoved Su Qing to the side and went to meet them. In one motion, he snatched an iron rod and rained a fierce flurry of blows on the thugs' shoulders and knees. They had no time to react at all. All they saw was a blur before a shoulder cracked or a knee shattered. 3 minutes later, over a dozen thugs were all lying on the ground, screams and groans filling the air. Brother Long, hoisted up by the collar with his feet off the ground, stared at Lin Chen in terror. You're not an ordinary person. Lin Chen stared at him. Go back and tell whoever's behind you not to come after me again. Next time it won't be as simple as ending up on the ground. He flung Brother Long out of the door and closed it. The room was a total mess. Su Qing leaned against the wall, trembling all over. Lin Chen walked over and gently held her. It's okay. I'm here. Su Qing finally couldn't hold it in and burst into tears. I know you're a good fighter, but the Green Dragon Gang has too many people. What if they come back? They won't. Holding her, Lin Chen said softly, I promise from now on I'll never let anyone bully you. Su Qing nestled in his arms and cried for a long time. That night, she clung to Lin Chen's hand and didn't dare let go. Lin Chen held her tightly until dawn. At the same time, Lin Chen was thinking that he needed to build a power base of his own. His parents, his younger sister, and Su Qing and her mother. These were his closest kin. He absolutely could not allow any one of them to come to harm. How was he to build this power base? Should he open a martial arts school and take on disciples, hire security guards, or ask old Luo to think of? Suddenly his eyes lit up. The Green Dragon Gang had come to cause trouble. Why not simply beat them into submission? Then he could find a trustworthy person to manage them. Later he could even unify the entire Jiangxing underworld and dispatch plenty of men to protect the people he loved. But who should he find to manage the Green Dragon Gang? He had just received the inheritance. His foundation was too shallow, and he had no trusted brothers or subordinates. He mulled it over, and gradually a figure emerged in his mind. A Bao. This was the bodyguard old Luo had recommended to him a few days before. A Bao was from a collateral branch of the Luo family, with remarkable talent in martial cultivation. Already at the early Dark Force stage, he was deeply valued by old Luo. A Bao was honest and steady, a reliable man. Lin Chen made up his mind he would let a Bao take over the Green Dragon Gang. Zhao Peng was on the verge of losing his mind recently. He watched helplessly as Qin Mo, whom he had pursued for 2 years without success, went day after day to the rental room of that poor bastard Lin Chen. He saw the way Qin Mo looked at Lin Chen, a look she had never given him. Lin Chen, who the hell do you think you are? Zhao Peng hurled the wine glass in his hand to the ground. He was a member of the Zhao family in Jiangxing, whose building materials business boasted assets in excess of 100 million. From a young age, he had gotten everything he ever wanted. But it was with Qin Mo that he had finally stumbled. Brother Peng, don't be angry, said one of his lackeys, offering a cigarette. How about we show that kid a thing or two? Zhao Peng took the cigarette and took a deep drag. Do you know where Qin Mo goes every day now? He narrowed his eyes. To that pauper's rental room. I've done some digging. That kid runs an online store selling some beauty cream, and he's made some money lately. So Zhao Peng's eyes turned vicious. He likes Qin Mo, doesn't he? Then he'll make sure Qin Mo knows that sticking with a wretch like him will only bring trouble. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hey, Brother Chong. Got a job. Interested? Brother Chong was a man of the Jiangqing underworld, having been in the game for over a decade with blood on his hands. After hearing Zhao Peng's words, he laughed. Kidnapping. Young Master Zhao, that's no small matter. 500,000, said Zhao Peng. 500,000 isn't enough. 1 million. Deal or not? Brother Chong paused for a few seconds. Fine. But let me make it clear, if anything goes wrong, you'll have to bear the consequences. Don't worry, I have money to cover it. After hanging up, Zhao Peng sneered. Lin Chen, let's see how you die this time. That day after school, she went to the rental room, as usual, to help. Halfway there, a van suddenly pulled up beside her. The door slid open, 2 men jumped out, covered her mouth, and dragged her into the van. MMPH. Qin Mo struggled desperately, but the man's hand was like an iron clamp. She simply couldn't break free. The door slammed shut, and the van sped away. People came and went on the street, but no one noticed what had happened. Lin Chen was preparing medicine in his rental room when his phone rang. An unfamiliar number. Hello. You're Lin Chen, right? Said a hoarse, amused voice on the line. Lin Chen's hand trembled, and the medicine bottle dropped to the floor, shattering. What did you say? I said I have Qin Mo. Do you want to save her? Lin Chen took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. What do you want? Money. 5 million. I don't have that much money. Then there's nothing I can do. The voice chuckled. This girl is pretty cute, my brother. If you can't come up with the money, well, just enjoy her ourselves. Then Qin Mo's voice came through Lin Chen. Don't come. Followed by a sharp crack, as if she had been hit. The hand gripping the phone bulged with veins. Where are you? The abandoned chemical plant on the eastern outskirts of Jiangqing. Come alone. If you call the police, you know the consequences. The call ended. Lin Chen stood up and headed out. Su Qing blocked his way. Brother Lin Chen, what's wrong? Lin Chen looked at her, his eyes red. Qin Mo has been kidnapped. Su Qing's face went pale. No, Lin Chen shook his head. They said I have to come alone. You stay here and wait for me to return. Then he pushed open the door and vanished into the night. Eastern outskirts of Jiangqing, abandoned chemical plant. Brother Chong hung up the phone, looked at Qin Mo tied to the chair, and grinned. Girl, your man's got guts. Coming alone. Qin Mo had a cloth stuffed in her mouth, unable to speak, but her eyes were full of tears. Brother Chong crouched down and looked at her. Don't cry. When he arrives, you'll know what despair really is. He stood up and said to his men, set up the ambush. When he arrives, cripple him on the spot. Brother Chong, I heard that kid is pretty tough in a fight. Tough? Brother Chong sneered, pulling a pistol from his coat. What use is being tough? Can he outrun a bullet? The gun was bought on the black market, nearly new, loaded with 6 bullets. His men all laughed. They hid in every corner of the chemical plant, waiting for Lin Chen to walk into the trap. Qin Mo stared at the gun, crying harder. She struggled desperately, trying to break free from the ropes, and warned Lin Chen not to come. But the ropes were tied too tightly. She couldn't get free. Lin Chen, don't come. She screamed inside, but no sound escaped her throat. Time ticked by minute by minute. Outside the factory, the night was heavy and dark. When Lin Chen arrived at the chemical plant, it was already 11 at night. He stood outside the plant grounds, looking at the abandoned building. Faint light leaked out along with the sound of men laughing. He took a deep breath and stepped inside. Yo, you actually came. Brother Chong sat on a battered chair in the center of the factory, legs crossed. Beside him, Qin Mo was tied up, a cloth in her mouth. When she saw Lin Chen, she shook her head frantically. Lin Chen glanced at her, then turned his gaze to Brother Chong. I'm here. Let her go. Brother Chong laughed. Let her go. Where's the money? I didn't bring money. Then what are you here for? Brother Chong stood up and circled around him. Kid, are you messing with me? Lin Chen looked at him. I'm here to tell you, touch my people, and you'll pay the price. Brother Chong froze, then burst out laughing. Did you hear that? This kid says he'll pay a price. He laughed hysterically, and his men joined in. After laughing enough, Brother Chong's face darkened. Kid, do you know who I am? Do you know what this place is? I don't know, and I don't want to know. Fine, you've got balls. Brother Chong took a step back. Brothers, take care of him. As he spoke, over a dozen thugs with clubs rushed out from the shadows and surrounded Lin Chen. Qin Mo struggled desperately, tears blurring her vision. Lin Chen didn't move. The first thug charged, swinging his club at Lin Chen's head. Lin Chen dodged sideways and punched the man in the chest. The man flew backward, slammed into the wall, and went limp. The second, the third, the fourth. Lin Chen moved like a fierce tiger, weaving through the crowd. With every punch and kick, a thug went down. 3 minutes later, a pile of bodies lay on the floor. The smile on Brother Chong's face was gone. He hadn't expected this skinny-looking college student to be such a good fighter. All right, kid, you've got some skills. Brother Chong stepped back, reaching into his coat. But what use are your fighting skills? He pulled out a pistol and aimed the dark muzzle at Lin Chen. Qin Mo's eyes widened, and she shook her head desperately. Lin Chen stood still staring at the gun. Kneel, Brother Chong ordered. Lin Chen didn't move. I said kneel, damn it. Lin Chen smiled. Go ahead and pull the trigger. Brother Chong froze, then squeezed the trigger. Bang. The gunshot echoed through the plant. Lin Chen didn't dodge. He knew he couldn't dodge a bullet. But he lunged forward. The bullet hit his left shoulder, blood splattering. But he didn't stop. Before Brother Chong could fire a second shot, Lin Chen was already in front of him, smashing his fist into his face. Brother Chong flew backward, toppled over his chair, and the pistol fell to the floor. Lin Chen picked up the gun and looked down at Brother Chong lying on the ground. You? Stay back. Brother Chong shrank away. Lin Chen walked over, crouched down, and pressed the muzzle to his forehead. Who sent you? Brother Chong trembled all over. Zhao Peng. It was Zhao Peng. Lin Chen nodded and stood up. He didn't fire. He unloaded the bullets and tossed the gun on the ground. He walked over to Qin Mo and untied the ropes binding her. Qin Mo threw herself into his arms and burst into loud sobs. Lin Chen held her, gently patting her back. It's okay, it's okay. Qin Mo looked up, saw the blood on his left shoulder, and cried even harder. You've been shot. You're bleeding. Just a scratch. No worries. Lin Chen walked over, picked up a club, and smashed the limbs, all 5 of them, of every kidnapper, including Brother Chong, into comminuted fractures. For daring to touch his woman, they would never get out of bed for the rest of their lives. As for that Zhao Peng, he would make him regret ever being born. Qin Mo supported him, tears streaming endlessly. Don't move. He'll call 120. Lin Chen shook his head. Let's leave first. Those people might have backup tricks. He gritted his teeth, leaning on Qin Mo as they walked out step by step. The wound had already stopped bleeding. He had sealed it with an acupoint sealing technique. On the way back, Qin Mo kept holding Lin Chen's arms, sobbing endlessly. Why are you so stupid? She wept. They had guns. Why didn't you run? Lin Chen smiled. Run? You were still inside. But you could have died. Even if it meant death, I would come to save you. Qin Mo was stunned. She looked at Lin Chen, at his pale face and his wounded shoulder, and a strange emotion welled up inside her. She had seen many pursuers since she was young. Some sent flowers, some bought bags, some wrote love letters, some played guitar downstairs. But no one had ever been willing to die for her. Lin Chen. She called his name softly. Moi. I. Before she could finish, Lin Chen swayed and collapsed. Lin Chen. Lin Chen. Qin Mo panicked and screamed his name. But he couldn't hear her anymore. When Lin Chen woke up, he found himself lying in a hospital. His left shoulder was wrapped in thick gauze, throbbing with pain. Various monitoring instruments were connected to him, beeping rhythmically. You're awake. Qin Mo's face appeared in his sight. Her eyes were red and swollen, clearly from long crying. Lin Chen tried to sit up, but she pressed him down. Don't move. You lost a lot of blood. The doctor said it almost hit an artery. Lin Chen looked at her and smiled. It's fine. I want Dot. Qin Mo bit her lip, her eyes reddening again. Why are you so foolish? She choked out. Do you know how scared I was? I'd rather have been beaten to death than have you get hurt. Lin Chen reached out and gently wiped the tears from her face. Silly girl, he said. How could I possibly abandon you? Qin Mo took his hand and pressed it to her cheek. Lin Chen, I like you. She said, her voice soft but resolute. It's not admiration, it's liking. It's the kind of liking that makes me want to spend my whole life with you. Lin Chen looked at her and was silent for a few seconds. I have Su Qing. I know, Qin Mo said. I just like you and want to be together with you. Outside the window, dawn was breaking. Sunlight streamed through the window, falling on the two of them. Qin Mo leaned against his shoulder and whispered, You know, when you collapsed yesterday, I felt like the sky was falling. Lin Chen gently held her hand. It won't happen again. You promise? I promise. Qin Mo smiled, leaned against his shoulder, and closed her eyes. She had been too exhausted that night. Outside the window, dawn had already broken. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow over the two figures in the room. The ward door was pushed open gently, and Su Qing walked in carrying an insulated lunchbox. Seeing Qin Mo holding Lin Chen's hand, she paused for a moment, then walked over as if nothing was amiss. Brother Lin Chen, I made you some porridge. She set the insulated lunchbox on the bedside table and cast a glance at Qin Mo. Qin Mo, you haven't slept all night. Go back and rest. We'll take care of him. Qin Mo shook her head. I'm not tired. Su Qing said nothing, only looking at her. After a moment's thought, Qin Mo stood up. Then I'll head back to wash up and change. They'll come again later. She walked to the door, glanced back at Lin Chen, smiled, then left. The ward fell quiet. Su Qing sat by the bedside, opened the lunchbox, and filled the bowl with porridge. Brother Lin Chen, drink it while it's hot. Lin Chen took the bowl and looked at her. Su Qing kept her head lowered, saying nothing. Ching Ching, Lin Chen called. Su Qing lifted her head. Her eyes were slightly red, but she held back her tears. Brother Lin Chen, you don't need to explain, she said. I know everything. Lin Chen looked at her, a pang of pain in his heart. Ching Ching Chin Mo, and I know, Su Qing interrupted. She likes you, and you like her too. She stayed by your side and cried all night. I can tell. She's sincere. Lin Chen was silent for a few seconds. You're not angry. Su Qing shook her head and smiled, though there was bitterness in it. It would be a lie to say I'm not angry. But I also know I can't stop it. You're too outstanding. There will surely be more women in your life than just me. Besides, she paused. She really is quite good. Beautiful, educated from a good family, and truly devoted to you. Lin Chen set down the bowl and took her hand. Qing Qing, you are the most special person to me. Su Qing looked at him, and finally the tears fell. I know. The bond we've shared since childhood, no one can replace it. I'm just a little afraid. Afraid of what? Afraid that once you have her you won't want me anymore. Lin Chen pulled her into his arms and held her gently. Silly girl, how could I ever abandon you? Su Qing leaned against his shoulder and wept. After crying for a while, she raised her head, wiped her tears, and smiled. Brother Lin Chen, I'm fine now. You rest up and heal. I'll go brew your medicine. She stood up, took the bowl, and left. Lin Chen watched her retreating figure, his heart a tangle of emotions. He knew the road ahead would not be smooth, but he was willing to walk it. On the third day of Lin Chen's hospitalization, Qin Mo and Su Qing had already formed a delicate, tacit understanding. Every morning, Su Qing would arrive early with breakfast, stay with Lin Chen until he finished eating, then go handle orders for her online shop. At noon, Qin Mo would take over, bringing homemade lunch and keeping Lin Chen company in conversation. In the evening, they came together. One peeling fruit, one pouring water, neither intruding on the other's tasks. When the nurse came in to change his dressings and saw the two girls gathered by the bed, she couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Lin, you're truly blessed. Both of your girlfriends are so beautiful. Lin Chen gave an awkward smile, but didn't explain. Qin Mo's cheeks flushed slightly, and she too stayed silent. Su Qing kept her head down, peeling an apple, as if she hadn't heard. After the nurse left, the ward was quiet for a few seconds. Qin Mo suddenly spoke up. Sister Su Qing, the apple you peeled is really beautiful. Su Qing was startled for a moment, then smiled. But the food you cook is even more delicious. They exchanged a look and both laughed. Lin Chen watched them and felt a wave of relief. He knew this hurdle was cleared. In the afternoon, Qin Mo sat by the bed peeling an orange for Lin Chen as she spoke. Lin Chen, I've made up my mind. From now on, I'll help you manage the business. Lin Chen looked at her. What about your studies? I'll still attend, but I can do it in my spare time. Qin Mo said. I'm majoring in business administration, so it's a perfect fit. Besides, my father knows a lot of people who can help. Lin Chen thought for a moment. You're not afraid of the hard work? No, Qin Mo looked at him. I want to do something for you. Lin Chen took her hand. Qin Mo, thank you. Qin Mo shook her head. It's my duty. That evening, Su Qing arrived. She brought a bundle of medicinal herbs. Wild ginseng shed had someone buy from her hometown to help Lin Chen recover his strength. Qin Mo looked at the bundle of herbs and asked, Sister Su Qing, were these herbs expensive? Let me reimburse you. Su Qing waved her hand. No need. This is just a small token from me. Qin Mo thought for a moment, then said, Sister Su Qing, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. Go ahead. I want to formally invest in Morning Clear Pavilion. Qin Mo said. He'll provide capital and connections to help you and Lin Chen grow the business. Su Qing was taken aback and looked toward Lin Chen. Hearing them talk about money, Lin Chen suddenly remembered the 500 million yuan still sitting in his bank account. Money had squeezed out of Zhou Dafu. He quickly said to Qin Mo, no, there's no need for you to put up money. I have money, a lot of it. Then he told them the whole story of how had extorted Zhou Dafu. The two women listened utterly dumbfounded. Could making money really be that fast and easy? 500 million, not 5000, not 5000. Even Qin Mo's well-off family didn't have 100 million in total. The two women stared at Lin Chen as if he were some kind of monster. Qin Mo said, if anyone ever becomes your enemy, they'll either die or lose a layer of skin. That's right. Just see who your husband is, Lin Chen said with a domineering aura. From now on, anyone who dares to touch my family will regret ever being born. And the next one's about to fall. Who? The two women asked in unison. Who else? Young Master Zhao. He's about to become beggar Zhao. Exactly. A scumbag like that absolutely must not be let off lightly, Qin Mo said. Right, Su Qing echoed. At this very moment, Zhao Peng was still reveling in wine and pleasure, never imagining that he had already been sentenced to death by these three. Lin Chen's wounds healed remarkably fast. His physique was already robust from practicing the refining body art, and on top of that he had refined some pills of his own, which he took both internally and applied externally. By the third day he was discharged from the hospital. For an ordinary person, a gunshot wound would require at least a month or two to recover. The doctor stared at him as though he were some kind of monster, but Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to explain. Accompanied by the two women, he returned to his rental apartment. That evening, Qin Mo arrived at the rental apartment carrying a thermal container. Seeing Su Qing busy in the kitchen, she quickly greeted her, before heading straight into Lin Chen's bedroom. A smile played on her lips. Lin Chen, I made you some spare rib soup. She wore a pale green dress with delicate lace trim, her hair loose and flowing, looking far gentler than usual. Lin Chen looked at her, and his heart softened. Why are you here again? I told you to go back and rest. Qin Mo set the thermal container on the nightstand, sat by his bed, and shot him a playful glance. You're injured. How could I not come? Besides, I've rested enough. There's nothing much going on at home. She opened the container, poured a bowl of soup, and held it to Lin Chen's lips. Here, drink some soup. Lin Chen took the bowl, took a sip, and his eyes lit up. You made this? Qin Mo watched him, anticipation shining in her eyes. Does it taste good? It's delicious. Lin Chen took another sip. Even better than what my mom makes. Qin Mo's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head, though the corners of her mouth betrayed her smile. I'm glad you like it. They'll make it for you every day from now on. Lin Chen set the bowl down and took her hand. Qin Mo, you don't need to do all this. You have classes to attend and your own things to do. Su Qing is enough to take care of me here. Qin Mo looked up at him, her expression serious. Lin Chen, I know you have sister Su Qing. I'm not competing with her. But I also want to do something for you. Lin Chen looked at her, warmth surging in his chest. You've already done so much for me. Qin Mo shook her head. It's not enough. She leaned against his shoulder and whispered, do you know the moment you rushed in to save me that night, I made up my mind. From this life forward, I'm sticking with you. Lin Chen wrapped his arm around her and gently kissed her forehead. Fine. Then stay. The two of them sat leaning against each other in comfortable silence. Warm sunlight streamed through the window, bathing them in golden light. Just then Lin Chen's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and froze. The name, Old Luo, flashed on the screen. Qin Mo leaned over to look. Who is it? Old Luo. Lin Chen answered the call. Hello, Old Luo. A robust and vigorous voice came from the other end. How's your health, young Lin? Much better, thank you for your concern, Old Luo. That's good. Old Luo paused. Young Lin, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. Lin Chen's heart quickened. Please go ahead. Your Golden Moon medicine, I had someone test it. The results are extraordinary, more than twice as effective as the military's current preparations. Old Luo's voice carried a note of delight. The military is very interested in this medicine and would like to formally cooperate with you. Lin Chen was taken aback. Cooperate? Indeed. Old Luo continued. Annual procurement will not be less than 2 billion yuan with an upfront deposit of 200 million. Would you be willing? 2 billion. 200 million as a deposit. Lin Chen's grip tightened around his phone. Old Luo, are you saying this in all seriousness? When have I, Luo Jintian, ever joked about something like this, eh? Old Luo chuckled. That said, let me be straightforward. This medicine must be supplied to the military first and cannot be sold to outsiders at will. Lin Chen took a deep breath, steadying his excitement. Old Luo, I accept. You have my word. I will never sell it to outsiders. Good. Old Luo said. They'll have the contract sent over. Just sign it. As for the pricing, you won't be shortchanged. After hanging up, Lin Chen sat in silence for a long while. Qin Mo watched him and asked cautiously, Lin Chen, what happened? What did Old Luo say? Lin Chen turned to her and suddenly broke into a broad smile. Qin Mo, we're going to be rich. Qin Mo was stunned. Lin Chen recounted the entire phone conversation. Qin Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. 2 billion. Every year. Yes. Lin Chen, you're incredible. Qin Mo threw herself at him and hugged him tightly. 2 billion. We can buy a big villa. We can buy luxury cars. We can. She suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Lin Chen, you're not going to abandon me, are you? Lin Chen paused, then laughed. You silly girl, how could I ever leave you? Qin Mo rested her head against his shoulder and murmured, I'm just afraid. You're so capable now. Will you still want me in the future? No. Lin Chen interrupted gently. Qin Mo, listen to me. No matter what happens or who I become, you will always be one of the most important people in my life. One of them. Qin Mo lifted her head, looking at him with reddening eyes. Lin Chen paused for a moment, then understood. Qin Mo, about Su Qing and me. I know, Qin Mo said softly. I don't mind. I just sometimes wonder whether you'll end up loving her more. Lin Chen pulled her closer. You want? You both mean the same to me. Equally important. Qin Mo nodded and nestled into his embrace. That's all I need to hear. The two sat together in silence for a long while. After some time, Qin Mo suddenly spoke. Lin Chen, I've made up my mind. About what? He'll help you manage the business. She looked up at him. I studied business administration. It's exactly what I'm qualified for. And my father knows a lot of people who could help. Lin Chen studied her. Aren't you afraid of the workload? Not at all. Qin Mo's gaze was resolute. I want to do something for you. Lin Chen felt warmth well up in his chest once more. Then it settled. When the company is up and running, you'll be the general manager. Qin Imo smiled, her eyes curving into crescents. It's a promise. It's a promise. Their pinkies linked together in a pact. Sunlight poured through the window, wrapping them in a warm golden glow. At that moment, Su Qing's voice drifted in from outside. You two come out and eat. I made braised pork. Qin Imo ran out to the dining table and inhaled deeply. Sister Su Qing, you're so talented. I can only make soup. Su Qing smiled. Then from now on you handle the soups, and I'll handle the dishes. We'll work as a team. Qin Imo nodded. Deal. Lin Chen watched them, a warm feeling filling his heart. I have some. Both girls turned to look at him. Old Luo just called. The military wants to cooperate with us. Annual procurement of 2 billion yuan worth of golden wound medicine. Su Qing was stunned. Qin Imo already knew, but hearing it again made her heart race with excitement. 2 billion. Su Qing's voice trembled. Brother Lin Chen, is this really true? It's true, and they're paying a 200 million yuan deposit up front. Su Qing's eyes filled with tears. Brother Lin Chen. We've finally made it out of the hardship. Lin Chen reached out and pulled her into an embrace. Yes, we've finally turned things around. Though Lin Chen could have extorted money from his enemies, nothing compared to the stability and peace that came from legitimate business. The three of them sat together, their shadows merging into one beneath the warm lamplight. That evening after dinner, the three of them talked late into the night, discussing future plans, naming the company, and dreaming about the life ahead. Qin Imo suggested, I think we should call it Shun Guang Pharmaceutical. Shun as in Lin Chen's first character, and Guang meaning hope. Su Qing nodded. It sounds lovely. Lin Chen agreed. Let's go with that. Qin Imo smiled, her eyes sparkling. Su Qing spoke up. Then I'll handle the finances. I haven't studied it formally, but am willing to learn. Lin Chen looked at her. It'll be exhausting work. I'm not afraid, Su Qing said firmly. I want to help you. Lin Chen felt his heart warm once more. Then it's decided. You'll be in charge of finance. Qin Imo said, They'll be the general manager, sister Su Qing the CFO, and you Lin Chen the chairman, handling only the major decisions. Lin Chen looked at both of them, a deep sense of gratitude welling up within him. Their laughter echoed through the small room. Outside the window the moon was full, and the stars shone bright. Lin Chen looked at the two women before him, and made a silent vow in his heart this life, he would never fail them. At noon the next day, Bao called to say that Dragon Gu had made a move. Ever since Dragon Gu came to the door looking for Ma Song, last time Lin Chen had decided to elevate Bao, so he had been keeping Bao on Dragon Guest tail ever since. Chen Gu Dragon Guest made his move. Lin Chen's eyes sharpened. Talk. He can't swallow this humiliation, but he doesn't dare make a move on you in the open, so he sent people to sabotage things in secret. Our warehouse got splashed with paint, and the locks jammed shut too. Lin Chen was silent for a few seconds. Got it. Where are you? Over at the warehouse. I'm on my way. After hanging up, Lin Chen stood. Qin Imo blocked him. Lin Chen, what's wrong? The Qinglong gang matter needs to be settled. Qin Mo's expression shifted. You're going? I'm coming with you. No. Lin Chen shook his head. Wait for me at home. He walked to the door, then paused and looked back at her. Don't worry. He'll be back soon. When Lin Chen arrived at the warehouse on his motorcycle, Bao was already waiting at the entrance. The iron gate had been splashed with red paint scrawled with glaring words, Lin Chen, get out of Jiangxing. The lock had been clogged with glue and wouldn't budge. Bao came up to him. Chen Go, I found out who did it. It was Dragon Guest men. He doesn't dare come at you directly, so he plays these dirty tricks instead. Lin Chen nodded without a word. Bao asked cautiously, Chen Go, what do we do? Lin Chen looked at him. Do you know where Dragon Gu is right now, eh? Yeah. He's got a gambling den on the east side of town. He stays there most of the time. Let's go. Lin Chen swung onto his motorcycle and revved the engine. Bao hurried after him. East side of the city, underground gambling den. This was the Qinglong gang's lair. It looked like an abandoned factory on the outside, but inside it was a whole different world. Over a dozen gambling tables were lined up thick with smoke shouts rising and falling in waves. Dragon Gus sat upstairs in his office, legs crossed, cigarette dangling from his lips, playing cards with a few of his men. Dragon Gu, you think Lin Chen will come looking for us here? One of his men asked nervously. Dragon Gu sneered. Come looking for us? Does he have the guts? With this many people of ours, what kind of waves could one man make? The words had barely left his mouth when a commotion broke out downstairs. Then came the screams. Dragon Guest's face changed. He stood up and walked to the window to look down. What he saw drained the color from his face. Lin Chen was walking in through the entrance, felling one thug after another as he advanced. Those punks who usually swaggered around were like paper in front of him. One punch for one kick for two. In less than 3 minutes, a whole floor of them lay sprawled on the ground. Lin Chen lifted his gaze toward the second floor. Through the glass window, Dragon Gu met his eyes. That gaze was cold as ice. Dragon Guest's legs went weak, and he nearly dropped to his knees. Run! he shouted, whipping around to flee. But the door had already been kicked open. Lin Chen stood at the doorway. Dragon Gu, it's been a while. Dragon Gu backed away, retreating to the window with nowhere left to go. Lin Chen, what do you think you're doing? I'm telling you, this is Qin Longgang territory. If you touch me, my brothers won't let you get away with it. Lin Chen smiled. Your brothers, eh? He gestured downstairs. They're all lying down there. Dragon Gu's face went ashen, his hands trembling. Well, what exactly do you want? Lin Chen walked up to him, seized him by the collar, and hoisted him into the air. I warned you. Don't come provoking me again. Dragon Gu's feet dangled off the ground as he struggled desperately, but Lin Chen's grip was like a pair of iron clamps, immovable. Two was wrong. I won't dare do it again, he begged. Master Lin, you're a magnanimous man. Spare me this once. Lin Chen looked at him, not a shred of pity in his eyes. Spare you? When you splashed my warehouse with paint, why didn't you think about sparing me? He drove a fist into Dragon Gu's gut. Dragon Gu let out a miserable shriek and doubled over like a shrimp. Lin Chen dropped him to the floor and looked down at him. Dragon Gu clutched his stomach, his voice trembling with terror. You're going to kill me. Lin Chen shook his head. I'm not going to kill you, but you'll remember the lesson you learned today. He turned and walked out. When he reached the door, he paused for a moment without looking back. From now on, Ah Bao calls the shots in Jiangcheng's underworld. Do you accept that? Dragon Gu froze for a few seconds, then nodded desperately. I accept. I accept. Lin Chen said nothing more and pushed through the door to leave. Downstairs, Ah Bao was waiting for him. Seeing Lin Chen come out, he hurried over. Chen Gu, what about Dragon Gu? From today, the Qinglong gang is yours. Lin Chen looked at him. Run it well. Don't bully the common folk. You understand my rules. Ah Bao froze for a moment, then his eyes turned red. Chen Gu, don't worry. I'll follow your rules to the letter. Lin Chen nodded and patted him on the shoulder. I'm off. He swung onto his motorcycle, revved the engine, and vanished into the night. Ah Bao stood at the doorway, watching his silhouette recede, a wave of warmth surging in his chest. He knew that from today on he had followed the right man. When Lin Chen returned to the rented apartment, Qin Mo and Su Qing were still waiting for him. Seeing him come back safe and sound, both of them let out a breath of relief. Are you all right? Qin Mo came up and looked him over. I'm fine. Lin Chen smiled. It's all settled. Su Qing brought over hot water for him to wash his face. Qin Mo leaned against his shoulder and said softly, Lin Chen, don't go alone next time. I was scared. Lin Chen put his arm around her and took Su Qing's hand as well. Don't worry. I won't. Outside the window, the moon was full. The three of them sat on the sofa in silence. But in their hearts, all was warm. Qin Mo invited Lin Chen to her home for dinner. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed slightly, and her gaze wandered, unable to meet his eyes. Lin Chen was mixing medicine in the research lab at the moment. Hearing her words, he looked up at her. Your father wants to see me. Qin Mo nodded, her fingers twisting nervously at the hem of her clothes. I told him about us. He wants to meet you. Lin Chen set down the medicine bottle, wiped his hands, and walked over to her. When this weekend. At noon. Qin Mo raised her head to look at him. Lin Chen, if you don't want to go, it's fine. I can tell him you're busy. He'll go. Lin Chen interrupted her with a smile. Your father wants to meet his future son-in-law. How could I not go? Qin Mo's face grew even redder. She lowered her head, yet the corners of her lips involuntarily curved upward. Who's your future son-in-law? Lin Chen reached out, wrapped an arm around her waist, and drew her into his embrace. You're my girlfriend, so isn't your father my future father-in-law? Qin Mo leaned against his chest and whispered, Lin Chen, my dad might be a bit serious. Don't be nervous when you see him. Lin Chen chuckled. I'm not nervous. You're the one who shouldn't be nervous. Qin Mo lifted her head and shot him a glare. I'm not nervous at all. Suddenly a thought crossed Lin Chen's mind. He looked at Qin Mo and asked, why have you never mentioned my mother died when I was 3 years old? Qin Mo's gaze dimmed. I'm sorry, Lin Chen said, pulling her into a tight hug. I didn't know. I've brought up painful memories. It's all right. Qin Mo shook her head. After all these years, I've long since gotten used to it. She added, my mother passed away from a strange illness. That's why my father devoted himself to studying medicine and eventually founded the pharmaceutical company he runs today. Then all these years your father never thought of remarrying. I asked him once. He said that when I was little he was afraid his stepmother would treat me badly. And later he said he had grown used to being alone and didn't want to trouble himself with it again. Lin Chen sighed with admiration. Your father truly treats you incredibly well. Yes, Qin Mo said. My father always says he owes me and he never wants me to suffer the slightest bit of harm. On the weekend, Lin Chen drove to the Qin family home. The Qin residence stood in the best villa district of Jiangcheng, a 3-story standalone house with a garden and a swimming pool. Lin Chen parked at the gate and gazed at the luxurious mansion, remembering the 3-room earthen house in his hometown. A flicker of emotion stirred in his heart, but only a flicker. He knew that sooner or later he would possess all of this as well. Qin Mo came to open the door wearing a pale lavender dress, with light makeup and her hair flowing loose. She looked even more beautiful than usual. Come in. She took his hand, a smile on her face. Seated in the living room was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, his bearing refined and scholarly. Seeing Lin Chen, the man rose and greeted him warmly. Shaolin, come in and have a seat. Lin Chen sat down, and Qin Mo settled beside him, quietly holding his hand. Qin Huairan watched his daughter nestle against Lin Chen, a trace of complex emotion flashing through his eyes. Shaolin, we meet again. He smiled and said, at the school lecture last time you certainly stole the spotlight. Lin Chen replied modestly, Uncle Qin, you flatter me. The situation was urgent, and I was simply thrown into the fray. Qin Huairan nodded. I heard about that. Old Master Luo personally called the school to thank them, saying you saved his life. He paused, his gaze toward Lin Chen growing more profound. Shaolin, where did you learn that medical skill? Lin Chen was prepared. It's passed down from my family plus my own study and exploration. Qin Huairan nodded without pressing further. But Lin Chen could sense the scrutiny in his eyes. At the dinner table, Qin Huairan began asking questions about traditional Chinese medicine. Initially the questions were basic and Lin Chen answered them fluently. As the questions grew more profound, Lin Chen still handled them with ease. The more Qin Huairan heard, the more astonished he became. Finally, he set down his chopsticks and looked at Lin Chen. Shaolin, are these insights of yours really just from family teachings? Lin Chen pondered for a moment, then decided to reveal a little. Uncle Qin, I do have certain opportunities and fortunes. But what exactly they are isn't something I can disclose. Rest assured I won't do anything illegal. Qin Huairan looked at him silent for a few seconds, then smiled. All right, I won't ask any more. He raised his glass. Come, let's drink. Lin Chen drank a toast with him. Qin Mo watched from the side and breathed a sigh of relief. After the meal, Qin Huairan summoned Lin Chen to the study. Shaolin, have a seat. Lin Chen sat down, waiting for him to speak. Qin Huairan took a document from the drawer and handed it to him. These are the registration materials for Chengwang Pharmaceutical. I've already had everything taken care of. The registered capital is 10 million yuan. You hold 60 of the shares, the Qin family holds 30, and 10 is reserved for employee incentives. Lin Chen was stunned. Uncle Qin, this. Don't rush to refuse. Qin Huairan waved his hand. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for Qin Mo. He looked at Lin Chen, his eyes earnest. Qin Mo likes you. I can see that clearly. In all her years, she has never cared so much about any boy before. He paused briefly. Since she has chosen you, then, as her father, I have to help pave the way for her. Lin Chen was silent for a few seconds before saying, Uncle Qin, I will treat Qin Mo well. Qin Huairan nodded. I know. She told me everything about how you saved her. You were willing to risk your life for her. I've seen that sincerity with my own eyes. He rose and walked to the window. Shaolin, I have only one daughter. She likes you, so I won't stand in the way. But I have one request. Lin Chen stood up and said solemnly, please tell me. Qin Huairan turned around and looked at him. Protect her. If you let her suffer even the slightest grievance, I won't let you off. Lin Chen nodded. Uncle Qin, I understand. Qin Huairan smiled and walked over to pat him on the shoulder. Good. Go on now. Qin Mo is waiting for you outside. Lin Chen walked out of the study, where Qin Mo was indeed waiting at the door. Seeing him emerge, she asked nervously, what did my father say to you? Lin Chen smiled and handed her the document. Qin Mo glanced at it, stunned. It's from your father. Lin Chen put his arm around her. From now on, you're the general manager of Chengwang Pharmaceutical. Qin Mo's eyes reddened. She threw herself into Lin Chen's arms and hugged him tightly. Lin Chen gently patted her back. Silly girl, why are you crying? Qin Mo looked up at him, her eyes bright and glistening. Lin Chen, thank you. What are you thanking me for? Thank you for letting me meet you. Lin Chen smiled and pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead. Come on, let's go home. As she saw Lin Chen off at the door, Qin Mo held his hand, reluctant to let go. Lin Chen, my father likes you. She smiled as she spoke, her eyes curving into crescents. Lin Chen looked at her, his heart softening. Your father did it all for you. Qin Mo nodded and leaned against his shoulder. Lin Chen, I'm truly happy. Lin Chen hugged her. Me too. Under the moonlight, their shadows merged into one. In the distance, Qin Huairan stood by the window, watching the scene, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. He turned and walked back into the study to continue dealing with his documents. He had witnessed his daughter's happiness. That was enough. Lin Chen was now a bona fide billionaire. With money in hand, he began to contemplate one thing: buying a house. The rented apartment they currently lived in was cozy, but after all, it was too small. It was a one-bedroom, one-living-room apartment. It was passable for him and Su Qing, but now Qin Mo often came over and sometimes stayed overnight when it got late. The three of them squeezed together, which was indeed quite inconvenient. Moreover, his parents and younger sister would be arriving soon. They could not all squeeze in here as well. He shared this thought with Qin Mo and Su Qing. Qin Mo's eyes lit up. Buying a house. Great. Now that we have money, we should buy a large detached villa, the kind with a yard. Su Qing also spoke up. Brother Lin Chen, I think we should buy a nicer one. The most important thing is that our family lives comfortably. Lin Chen looked at them, his heart warm. Alright then, it's a villa. Over the next few days the three of them went around looking at houses. Jiangxing had several villa districts. Qin Mo drove Lin Chen and Su Qing from one development to another. The first development was in the north of the city with a pleasant environment, but too far from downtown. Qin Mo said too remote. It'll be inconvenient for commuting later. The second was in the east of the city with convenient transportation, but the layout was not ideal. Su Qing said the rooms are too small, there isn't much room for things. The third development was in the south, nestled against mountains and by a river with a beautiful environment and good layouts. However, the price was too high, exceeding their budget. Qin Mo was somewhat discouraged. Why is it so hard to find a suitable house? Lin Chen comforted her, let's take our time. No rush. Finally, on the fourth day, they found their ideal home. It was a detached villa 3 stories tall with a courtyard of over 100 square meters. The first floor held the living room, dining room, and kitchen. The second floor had bedrooms. The third floor featured a study and a terrace. There were more than enough rooms, and everyone had their own space. Most importantly, there was a large locust tree in the yard whose shade covered half of it. Looking at the tree, Lin Chen thought of the one in the courtyard of his hometown. This is the one, he said. Qin Mo and Su Qing exchanged glances, both smiling. Alright, this one it is. On the day they signed the contract, the three went together. The total price of the house was 8 million yuan. Lin Chen paid the full amount in one go. Qin Mo reviewed the contract beside him, checking each clause carefully, afraid of any hidden traps. Su Qing held Lin Chen's hand, her palm drenched in sweat. Brother Lin Chen, we really have a house now. Lin Chen nodded, overcome with emotion. Not long ago, he had been a poor student living in a shabby dormitory, worrying about 500 yuan. Now he had his own company, 2 women who loved him, and a villa. Fate was truly beyond words. After the contract was signed, the three stood in the yard, gazing at the house that belonged to them. Qin Mo had already begun planning. In the living room on the first floor, let's put a big soft sofa, so we can curl up on it and watch TV. In the dining room, let's place a long table that can seat 7 or 8 people, so we can invite friends over for meals in the future. Su Qing added, we can plant some flowers in the yard and put up a swing. Xiaoyu will definitely love it. Lin Chen listened to their chattering, his heart filled with warmth. Next, they spent over 5,000 yuan on a BMW at a 4S store. Lin Chen had just obtained his driver's license through connections the day before yesterday, so he could drive the car as soon as they bought it. Lin Chen's parents arrived on the second day. Su Qing's mother came along with them. Lin Chen had previously told his parents that Su Qing was now his girlfriend and asked them to bring Su Qing's mother along. His parents knew that their son had grown up with Su Qing since childhood and that the two had always been close. They also adored Su Qing. Not only was she lovely, but she was also diligent, hard-working, and sensible. Su Qing had also called her mother in advance to tell her the love story of herself, Lin Chen, and Qin Mo together. Su's mother was very open-minded and gave her full approval. Lin Chen drove to the train station to pick them up, while Qin Mo and Su Qing stayed at home preparing the meal. At the station exit, Lin Chen saw his parents' figures from afar. His father, Lin Lishan, was carrying a large bag on his back and a woven bag in his hand, while his mother, Wang Xiuying, and Su's mother followed behind, looking around. His younger sister, Lin Xiaoyu, brought up the rear with a backpack. Dad, Mom, Aunt Su Xiaoyu. Lin Chen greeted them. When his mother saw him, her eyes turned red. Son, Mom missed you so much. Lin Chen hugged her. Mom, I missed you too. His father, standing to the side, patted him on the shoulder. You've gotten thin, boy. Su's mother, beaming, said, Xiao Chen, thank you. My health is fully recovered now. Your medical skills are truly incredible. Much better than those big city hospital doctors. Lin Chen chuckled. Annie, don't be so formal with me. We're family now, so treating you is only right. Xiaoyu came over and wrapped her arm around his. Brother, I missed you too. Lin Chen patted her hand, grinning. Alright, you're a grown girl now, still acting like a spoiled child. Get in the car, and we'll talk more at home. With that, he loaded the luggage into the car. Once everyone was settled, he drove toward the villa. In the car, Xiaoyu stroked the plush leather seats and stared at the advanced features. She couldn't understand, her eyes gleaming. Brother, this car is so gorgeous. Did you buy it too? Of course. It's the latest BMW 7 Series. I paid the full price, 8,000 yuan. Lin Chen said proudly, I'm a wealthy man now, and money is no object. If you like it, I'll buy you one tomorrow. At the sound of the 8,000 yuan price tag, everyone in the car gaped. How do you have so much money? His mother asked in alarm. Don't ever do anything illegal. Mom, rest assured. All my money was earned through my own abilities. Don't forget, I was the one who healed you, Dad, and Aunt Su wasn't it? He hadn't dared to mention these things on the phone, afraid of shocking his parents. Then he laid it all out. How he had inadvertently saved old man Luo, how the beauty cream had taken off, and the huge military order had recently secured. Everyone in the car was one of his closest, so he didn't plan to hide anything. Except of course the matter concerning Zhou Dafu. When they learned that old man Luo was a military big shot with an annual military procurement order of 2 billion yuan, a 200 million yuan deposit, and the 8 million yuan villa, they were even more stunned. But what followed was joy and elation. His parents were simple, honest farmers who had suffered poverty and indignities all their lives. After decades of exhausting labor, without a single day of happiness, their bodies were worn out, and they still had to endure the bullying of the village tyrant Liu Laohu. If not for their son's sudden success, they didn't know how they would ever get by. Along the way, his mother and sister kept asking questions nonstop. The car drove into the villa district and stopped in front of a 3-story building. Lin Chen got out and opened the doors. Dad, Mom, Annie, Xiaoyu, we've arrived. His mother stared at the beautiful house in front of her, speechless. This is our home. Yes, Mom, this is our home. His mother's eyes welled up. His father stood beside her, unable to speak for a long time. Su's mother was also dumbfounded. Though they had already heard about it in the car, seeing the magnificent villa in person was still astonishing. The villa was milky white overall with finely patterned cream-colored tiles covering the exterior walls. In front lay an especially spacious courtyard complete with rockeries, a small pond, beautifully trimmed hedges, lawns, and a little flower garden. At the center of the courtyard stood a leafy locust tree under which were wooden benches, stone stools, and a stone table. Lin Chen helped them inside. As the door opened, Qin Mo and Su Qing came forward to welcome them. Uncle Andy's, you've arrived, Qin Mo said with a smile. Su Qing also went to support her mother. Mom, was the trip tiring? Lin Chen's mother looked at the two beautiful girls a little at a loss. But at the same time she felt proud. Her son had truly grown up and made something of himself. The atmosphere at the dinner table was lively. Qin Mo and Su Qing took turns picking dishes for Lin Chen's parents and Su's mother, their enthusiasm making the two mothers slightly embarrassed. After a few drinks, his father became talkative. Son, you've made something of yourself now. Dad is pleased. He patted Lin Chen's shoulder. Keep working hard and don't let those girls down. Lin Chen nodded. Dad, I understand. His sister Lin Xiaoyu sat nearby, secretly observing the two sisters. She leaned close to Lin Chen and whispered, Brother, which of these two sisters is my sister-in-law? Lin Chen tapped her head. Both. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes widened. She looked at Qin Mo, then at Su Qing, and raised a thumb. Brother, you're amazing. Lin Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After dinner, Lin Xiaoyu dragged Qin Mo and Su Qing to see her room. The room was on the 3rd floor, spacious and south-facing with brilliant sunlight. Lin Chen had specially furnished it with a desk, a bookshelf, and a large bed. Lin Xiaoyu spun around the room, her eyes sparkling. Sister Qin Mo, Sister Su Qing, is this my room? Yes, it's yours, Qin Mo said with a smile. Lin Xiaoyu threw herself onto the bed and rolled around. Wonderful. My room is so pretty. Qin Mo and Su Qing looked at her and laughed. After the evening meal, the family sat in the courtyard chatting. The big locust tree cast a patch of cool shade and moonlight streamed through the gaps between leaves, dappled and shimmering. His mother sat next to Lin Chen, holding his hand. Son, Mom, never imagined our family could have such a day. Lin Chen held her hand tightly. Mom, it's only going to get better from here. His father smoked a cigarette and gazed at the moon. Boy, I didn't amount to much in my life and made you suffer. Now that you've made it, Dad is glad. Lin Chen shook his head. Dad, don't say that. Without you and Mom, I would be nothing. Lin Xiaoyu ran over and squeezed in beside him. Brother, I want to go shopping tomorrow and buy new clothes. Also, you promised me a BMW. No going back on it. Lin Chen laughed. Fine, tomorrow, I'll bring your two sisters-in-law along and buy it for you. Qin Mo and Su Qing exchanged amused glances. Lin Xiaoyu jumped up happily. Under the moonlight, the whole family sat together chatting and laughing. Lin Chen watched them, a warm current surging in his heart. This was the life he wanted. Family love and a warm home. From this day forward, he would protect all of it. The next day after breakfast, Lin Chen drove his newly purchased black BMW, while Qin Mo drove the red BMW her father had bought for her, and the whole family set out in grand style. The three elders initially declined to go, but the three young women insisted on dragging them into the car. Their first stop was Wanda Plaza, the most bustling commercial center in Jiangxing. When they arrived, the plaza was already packed with a sea of people and brimming with lively bustle. After parking the cars, the group headed straight for the largest clothing mall inside. The dazzling array of beautiful dresses in the women's section was almost overwhelming. Qin Mo, who knew the place well, led everyone to a branded women's clothing counter. Xiaoyu gazed at the stylish and pretty skirts inside, her eyes practically sparkling with stars. Qin Mo helped pick out pieces, selecting items one by one according to Xiaoyu's figure and complexion for her to try on. Meanwhile, Su Qing was busy selecting clothes for the two mothers. The pretty salesgirls inside were extremely enthusiastic, bustling about to help with selections and offer suggestions. The clothes inside were exorbitantly priced. The cheapest cost over 1,000 yuan, and the finer pieces could run into tens of thousands. Yet the quality was excellent and the designs were chic. After Xiaoyu and the two mothers changed into the new outfits, they not only looked more beautiful, but also carried an air of nobility. There was no need to mention Xiaoyu, who was naturally youthful and dazzling. The two mothers had also been great beauties in their youth, otherwise how could they have given birth to such pretty daughters as Xiaoyu and Su Qing? They had merely been aged by the weight of a hard life. However, after Lin Chen's treatment and conditioning, their bodies had already returned to a normal state. Moreover, they had used plenty of beauty cream, which brought remarkable improvements to their skin. In particular, Lin Chen's mother, after practicing the beginner-level cultivation technique he gave her, had seen her skin turn fair, supple, and delicate. A woman in her 50s now looked as if she were in her 30s. Lin Chen also noticed the difference between Su Qing's mother and his own mother. He couldn't help marveling at the power of the Immortal Emperor's legacy. It seemed he must hurry to set Xiaoyu mother Su Qing Mo and Su Qing on the path of cultivation. For one thing, it would allow them to protect themselves and extend their lifespans. For another, it would let them retain their youthful beauty forever. Just as Lin Chen was pondering this, the two mothers suddenly cried out in shock. They had been startled by the prices of two garments. One was priced at 2680 yuan, and the other at 2880 yuan. The two mothers simultaneously pulled Lin Chen aside. Mother Lin spoke first. Xiaochen, you may be well off now, but you can't be so wasteful. Mother Su chimed in, that's right, Xiaochen. Your career has just begun, and there will be many expenses ahead. You can't waste so much money on old ladies like us. A dress costing over 20,000 yuan is almost as much as our family's living expenses for 2 years in the past, Mother Lin added. Lin Chen was deeply moved. This was how parents always were. They didn't mind suffering themselves as long as their children could be happy. Lin Chen hurriedly said, Mom, Aunt Su, you don't need to worry about my career. With my abilities, more people will be begging to cooperate with me, and I'll earn even more money in the future. And you too have spent a lifetime of exhaustion and hardship for your children. Now that we can earn money, it's only right for us to honor you. Lin Chen spoke sincerely. At that moment, Xiaoyu Qing Mo and Su Qing also came over to persuade them. Finally, his father Lin Lisan spoke up, accepted. It's a heartfelt gesture from the children. Helpless against their persuasion, the two mothers had no choice but to agree. In truth, they also adored the clothes. They looked so beautiful and elegant wearing them. All women love beauty. It's their nature. The pretty salesgirls behind the counter were also touched by this scene, even though they still couldn't quite figure out the relationships among this big family. In the end, Lin Chen had Qing Mo and Su Qing pick out several outfits for themselves as well. In fact, during the few months since arriving in Jiangxing, Su Qing hadn't bought any branded clothes for herself either. At checkout, Lin Chen spent more than 16,000 yuan. The salesgirls beamed with delight. Each of them would earn a commission of over 500 yuan from today's sales. They eagerly added Qing Mo and the others on WeChat, promising to notify them immediately when new arrivals or discount events came up. Next, they went to the men's clothing section to buy outfits for Lin Chen and his father. By then it was already lunchtime, and Qing Mo led everyone to the dining area of the mall. The area was resplendently decorated and exuded an upscale atmosphere no inferior to high-end restaurants outside. Many people were already seated inside. Lin Chen and his family chose a large table and began ordering dishes. True to its reputation as an upscale dining venue, all the dishes were served in less than 10 minutes. The table was laden with a feast. Hairy crabs, crayfish, perch, pig trotters, lamb trotters, beef, tripe, free-range chicken, and free-range duck. These were all dishes that Lin Chen, a country boy at heart, loved. In the past, he had craved them, but could rarely afford them because his family was poor. His parents and younger sister felt the same way. This time, he ordered the largest portion of each dish, served in small basins. One small basin of every item. Actually, the family banquet last night had also been abundant in ingredients. It was just that both Qing Mo and Su Qing were mediocre cooks, so the flavors couldn't compare to those of a fine restaurant. In addition, Qing Mo ordered several Jiangxing specialty dishes, all of which were perfect in color, aroma, and taste. One could tell at a glance they were delicious. The three elders stared at the enormous spread, dumbfounded. With so much food, how could they possibly finish it all? Xiaoyu, however, was thrilled. With so many delicacies, she could finally feast to her heart's content. Lin Chen waved his hand, eat while it's hot. Dig and eat plenty, and if you can't finish well, pack it up and take it home. Xiaoyu was the first to pick up her chopsticks, grabbing 2 hairy crabs, and the others followed suit. Delicious. So delicious. Xiaoyu's lips were smeared with crab roe as she freed a hand to pick up 2 more crayfish. Lin Chen chuckled, slow down, no one's going to steal it from you. At the same time, he felt a pang of bitterness. Xiaoyu was 16 at an age when her body needed nourishment, yet, because of their family's poverty, she had basically never enjoyed much good food. Fortunately, he had obtained the legacy in time and changed all of that. The dishes on this table were truly delicious, and the family ate until their mouths glistened with oil, thoroughly satisfied. In the end, they still couldn't finish the meal. More than half of the dishes remained. Lin Chen called the waiter over and had all the leftovers packed up. They first returned home and put the packed dishes into the refrigerator. The three elders stayed home to rest while the young people set out to buy a car for Xiaoyu. Lin Chen and the others headed straight to the familiar BMW 4S dealership. The salespeople in the store all recognized Lin Chen and his group. After all, just a few days ago they had bought a BMW 7 Series in full for 8,800 yuan. Clients this good were quite rare. Lin Chen stated his purpose. He wanted to buy 2 BMWs, one for Xiaoyu, one for Su Qing. He had originally planned to buy one for Qin Mo as well, but she declined, saying she already had a car, and buying another would simply be a waste of money. The young saleswomen were overjoyed upon hearing that Lin Chen was buying 2 BMWs at once. The commission would amount to tens of thousands. They eagerly led the group to inspect the cars, introducing each model's performance and features. After some comparison and test drive, Xiaoyu ultimately chose a red one, while Su Qing picked a white one, both BMW 7 Series. This series was BMW's newest developed and launched model, having undergone a complete upgrade in all aspects: engine power, suspension configuration, exterior and interior. It was simply incomparable to previous models. Facing such a major client as Lin Chen, the 4S dealership's manager personally came forward and gave him a discount of 6,000 yuan. He also quickly had 2 temporary license plates delivered. After paying, Lin Chen asked the dealership staff to drive the cars back to the villa for him. Xiaoyu and Su Qing didn't have driver's licenses and hadn't yet learned to drive. As for learning, they could simply have Qin Mo teach them when they got back. As for the driver's licenses, vehicle registration, insurance, and such trivial matters, he had already asked about to handle them. With Elder Luo's network, these things could be taken care of very quickly. Moreover, Xiaoyu's school transfer procedures had also been completed. She would enter Class 1 Senior Grade 2 at Jiangqing one high school as a transfer student. For dinner, they ate the leftovers packed from the mall restaurant. Even though they had just eaten the same dishes at noon, everyone still savored them with relish. Lin Chen suddenly suggested, how about we hire a chef to cook for us at home? That way we could enjoy such delicious food every day. I wholeheartedly agree. Xiaoyu was the first to raise both her hands. She had now become a bona fide. Qin Mo and Su Qing also raised their hands in agreement. They were busy assisting Lin Chen with starting the company. The beauty cream business was already keeping them occupied, and now they had to deal with the military order. There was simply no time to learn cooking. The 3 elders, however, stepped forward to object. Mother Lin said then we 3 would have nothing to do at all. Just sit around in a daze all day. That's right, Mother Su added. We're only in our 50s, not yet decrepit old folks. If we stay idle every day, we'll end up sick from boredom. Father Lin also said cooking is not some high-tech skill. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Do it a few more times and I refuse to believe we can't replicate this taste. Lin Chen thought it made sense. After toiling for decades, suddenly being idle would leave both body and mind feeling unsettled. After a moment of consideration, he said, how about this? We'll find a chef to teach you, and once you've learned, well, let him go. Father Lin pondered for a moment. If they had to fumble around on their own, who knew when they would ever learn? But if an experienced chef taught them, they should be able to pick it up quickly. So he nodded and said, all right, find us a teacher. That will give us more confidence. Lin Chen immediately called a bow and asked him to find a skilled chef to come to the house and teach the 3 elders how to cook. After the meal, Lin Chen gathered everyone in the living room. With a grave expression, he said, now I need to announce something very important, my biggest secret. I have never mentioned it to anyone outside. He paused for a moment, then continued, but you are all my dearest family and the people I trust most. And what I'm about to tell you is extremely important, both to me and to you all. Then, without holding anything back, he recounted his extraordinary encounter in the cave. Everyone listened as if they were hearing a tale from another world, stunned into silence for a long while. It was Xiaoyu who reacted first. No wonder you became incredibly powerful after coming back from gathering herbs in the mountains that day. You not only easily crippled Liu Laohu and his gang, but also quickly cured Dad Mom and Aunt Sue's illnesses. Yes, Lin Chen continued, all of this comes from the legacy of Immortal Emperor Qingxian. Xiaoyu said, I've also read some cultivation novels, but I never believed that the things written in those novels could be real. I asked you about it back then. You said you had obtained a cultivation inheritance, and that you'd teach me cultivation later, but I was only half convinced. Su Qing also chimed in, no wonder you suddenly became so overwhelmingly powerful that day, as if you had activated a cheat code. I've been wondering about that all along. Lin Chen went on, saving Elder Luo, developing the beauty cream, and the military's wound-healing medicine. All of this knowledge came from the Immortal Emperor's legacy. Also, look at Mom and Dad's bodies. Aren't they at least 20 years younger than before? That's because they've practiced the most basic cultivation technique from the legacy. Everyone compared carefully, and indeed Mother Lin and Mother Su were about the same age, yet Mother Lin looked at least 10 years younger than Mother Su. Next, Lin Chen shared some general knowledge about cultivation with everyone. For instance, cultivation could extend one's lifespan and preserve eternal youth. The higher the realm, the longer the life. Furthermore, cultivation could greatly enhance one's martial power. The higher the realm, the stronger the combat strength. Additionally, on Earth, ancient martial artists were the counterparts of cultivators. Their techniques might be inferior to those of cultivators, but they had the advantage of a long heritage and abundant resources. In the future, they would enter the cultivation world and ascend to the immortal realm, where things would be even more blood-soaked and brutal. A survival of the fittest governed by the law of the jungle, where big fish devoured smaller ones, and no reasoning prevailed. The struggle for cultivation resources would be fought with a ferocity that darkened the heavens and earth. He asked everyone to think carefully about whether they truly wanted to follow him on the path of cultivation. In the end, they all chose to follow him. No one backed out. The prospect of eternal youth was a fatal temptation for the women, and it also meant they could stay by Lin Chen's side for a long time to come. As for the bloody cruelty and survival of the fittest on the path of cultivation, wasn't it the same on Earth? Before Lin Chen obtained the Immortal Emperor's legacy, his family, and Su Qing's family had already been driven to the brink of despair by Liu Laohu. Seeing this, Lin Chen didn't try to persuade them further. He immediately produced a technique called the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra and imparted it to Xiaoyu Qin Mo and Su Qing. The Jade Maiden Heart Sutra was a top-tier cultivation technique of the immortal realm, one not even found in the cultivation world. The Jade Maiden sect was a supreme immortal sect from the era of Immortal Emperor Qingxian. The Jade Maiden Heart Sutra was created by the sect's founding ancestor, Immortal Emperor Qinglian. It was the most suitable cultivation technique for women in the entire immortal realm and could be practiced regardless of one's constitution or whether one possessed a spiritual root. How far one could progress with it, however, was hard to say, but at the very least it could be taught to beginners. Next, Lin Chen passed on the basic technique he had taught his parents to Mother Su. With that, the wish he had harbored at this stage was fulfilled. From then on, he would devote himself entirely to his own affairs, cultivation, and making money. As for school, he hadn't attended in a long time, and formal education no longer held any meaning for him. After settling matters at home, Lin Chen finally found the time to deal with one person, Zhao Peng, the mastermind behind Qin Mo's kidnapping. During this period, he had first been recovering in the hospital, then busied himself with buying a house, bringing his parents over, and teaching his relatives cultivation. He had nearly forgotten about this man. Now that he remembered, he quickly called a Bao. Bao, help me look into someone. Go ahead, Brother Chen. Zhao Peng from the Zhao family of Jiangqing. He was the one who masterminded the kidnapping of Qin Mo last time. Lin Chen's voice was calm, but a Bao could hear the chill beneath it. All right, I'll investigate right away. After hanging up, Lin Chen sat in the courtyard and waited. A Bao was highly efficient. Half an hour later, he had located Zhao Peng. Brother Chen, that Zhao Peng has been hiding lately. A Bao said over the phone. When he heard you were discharged from the hospital, he got scared and fled to Linjiang, staying at a distant relative's house. Lin Chen asked, does he have anyone around him? 2 bodyguards, both ordinary men. A Bao paused. Brother Chen, should I bring the brothers over? Lin Chen said, just give me the address. I'll go myself. A Bao knew Lin Chen's temperament and didn't insist. All right, Brother Chen, be careful. The next day, Lin Chen went to Linjiang alone. Following the address a Bao had given him, he found the house. A standalone self-built dwelling on the outskirts with its own entrance. He parked the car at a distance and walked over to knock on the door. A middle-aged woman opened it. Seeing Lin Chen, she hesitated for a moment. Who are you looking for? Is Zhao Peng here? I'm his friend. I need to see him about something. The middle-aged woman hesitated for a moment, then stepped aside. He's in the room on the left on the 2nd floor. Lin Chen walked in and went upstairs. The door to the room on the left was closed. He knocked. Who is it? Zhao Peng's voice came from inside, sounding a bit tense. Lin Chen said nothing and pushed the door open directly. Zhao Peng was sitting on the bed playing with his phone. When he saw Lin Chen, his face instantly turned pale. Lin Chen. Lin Chen walked in and closed the door. Zhao Peng, long time no see. Zhao Peng jumped off the bed and backed away. What do you want? I'm telling you, this is Linjiang, not your territory. I've called the police. Call the police. Why didn't you call the police when you kidnapped Qin Mo? Zhao Peng's face turned pale and his hands were trembling. That was a misunderstanding. I didn't mean to hurt her. Didn't mean to hurt her. Lin Chen took a step forward. You had people hold knives and tie her up? And you call that not meaning to hurt her? Zhao Peng backed into the corner with nowhere left to retreat. Lin Chen, I can give you money. How much do you want? 1 million. 2 million. He'll have my dad give it to you. 1 million, 2 million. Are you trying to fob me off like a beggar? Then how much do you want? 100 million. What? 100 million. You might as well rob someone. Fine, you said it yourself. But I'm not one for robbery. He'll have your father personally deliver the money to my door. With that, he lightly flicked his fingers, and 2 qi needles invisible to the naked eye shot straight into Zhao Peng's balls. These so-called qi needles were actually formed by condensing true qi into needle-like objects as thin as a strand of hair. They could penetrate relatively fragile objects and cause damage to their interiors. Zhao Peng was wondering what Lin Chen meant by that. How could his father possibly deliver the money obediently to his door? It was impossible. Then he suddenly saw Lin Chen staring at his crotch with a sinister smile, and watched him flick his fingers lightly at that area twice, as if flicking dust off his clothes. Zhao Peng immediately felt a sharp pain in his balls which soon turned into a swollen ache. He reached down and touched them. Both had already swollen a size larger, about to turn from bird eggs into chicken eggs. The swelling pain grew stronger and stronger. Fear flooded his face, and he screamed loudly, what have you done to me? Lin Chen said calmly. Nothing much, just making your balls a bit bigger. First bird eggs become chicken eggs, then chicken eggs become duck eggs, and finally duck eggs become goose eggs. Will they keep growing after becoming goose eggs? Well, let me think about that. He pondered for half a second, then added, at that stage they won't grow any larger, because the skin wrapping them can no longer endure it. If they don't receive proper treatment at that stage, they'll burst open and blood and flesh will splatter everywhere. I dare not even imagine the scene. The more Zhao Peng heard, the more terrified he became. But Lin Chen paid him no mind, and simply walked out. At the door he stopped and turned around to add, if the doctors your father finds can't cure you, remember to have him come to me in time. I trust you wouldn't want to see your own eggs broken and the chicken flown, would you? With that he turned and left gracefully. Seeing Lin Chen gone, Zhao Peng hurriedly pulled out his phone and called his father. Dad. His father was Zhao Dagui, who ran a building materials company with assets exceeding 100 million. Acquaintances called him President Zhao. The moment he received his son's call, he sensed something wrong from the tone. He asked hastily, Xiaoping, is that you? What's wrong? Zhao Peng said urgently, Dad, come. Quickly. If you don't come, soon I'm going to. He quickly rattled off the address at top speed, then his phone slipped from his hand entirely and hit the ground. Knowing the urgency, Zhao Dagui immediately contacted the distant relative in Linjiang and asked him to rush his son to the hospital as soon as possible. He then called for his driver and hurried off to Linjiang. On the way, he learned that his son had been taken to Linjiang City First Hospital. The two balls had swollen to the size of chicken eggs, causing excruciating pain. By the time he arrived at the hospital, the doctors had just administered a super-strength anesthetic to his son. At that moment, his son's lower body was exposed, and a group of doctors were busy running various examinations. Zhao Dagui took a look. His member hung limp, while his scrotum was swollen to the size of an adult fist like a bloated ball. He hurried over and asked Xiaoping what on earth happened. Why has it become like this? Zhao Peng didn't dare delay, afraid the pain would return. Earlier, he had been given an injection of painkillers, which only stopped the pain for 2 minutes before it returned, leaving him too pained to speak clearly. He quickly recounted how he had hired people to kidnap Qin Mo, how those kidnappers with guns had all been crippled by Lin Chen, and how he had been forced to hide in Linjiang only to be found by Lin Chen anyway. Lin Chen had flicked his fingers at him from a distance, and his balls began to swell and ache. And Lin Chen had said that once they swelled to the size of goose eggs, they would explode without proper treatment, blasting blood and flesh everywhere. Then he mentioned Lin Chen's final words: if he wanted to avoid the chicken flying and the eggs breaking, he would have to come to Lin Chen for treatment, for a fee of 100 million. Hearing the 100 million treatment fee, Zhao Dagui's mind went blank with a buzz. Withdrawing 100 million in cash would absolutely bankrupt him. But he couldn't leave his son's precious parts untreated. He had only this one son, which was why the boy had been spoiled rotten. He turned to an older doctor nearby and asked, Doctor, have you found anything about my son's condition? Can it be treated? The doctor was the dean of the hospital, named Xiongguobing. He shook his head. So far we haven't found the cause. A cure would be very difficult. Moreover, even painkillers couldn't stop the pain, so we had to resort to anesthetics. But we don't know if the anesthetic will even work, and overuse could damage the nerves. Just as he said that, Zhao Peng on the bed screamed again. It hurts again. Doctor, do something quickly. He was sweating profusely in pain and convulsing ceaselessly on the bed. With no other choice, Dean Xiong had the doctor administer another injection of anesthetic. Seeing the patient calm down, he turned to Zhao Dagui and said, We've done all we can. You should transfer to another hospital right away. Go to Jiangxing City First People's Hospital. Their medical facilities are better than ours. Try there. Zhao Dagui hurriedly instructed the driver to settle the medical bills, then dressed his son and carried him out of the hospital on his back. Halfway there, the anesthetic wore off again. Zhao Peng began screaming once more, so Zhao Dagui urged the driver to speed up. The car raced along at breakneck speed, running who knows how many red lights after leaving the highway. Zhao Dagui also knew Dean Huang of the City First Hospital, so he called him en route to explain the situation and ask him to prepare for treatment. Of course, he made no mention of the kidnapping case or Lin Chen. After entering the hospital, Zhao Peng was wheeled into the same emergency ward where Zhou Dafu had stayed last time. Knowing that painkillers were useless, Dean Huang directly administered another injection of anesthetic. Once the patient calmed down, he promptly ran various examinations. Yet the examination results again revealed no cause. Zhao Peng's scrotum had grown another size larger than at the Linjiang hospital. The skin was swollen shiny and stretched taut. Dean Huang pulled Zhao Dagui aside. President Zhao, tell me the truth. If nothing had injured young Master Zhao down there, it couldn't have swollen this big for no reason. In fact, even with trauma, it couldn't swell this much. Please tell me what really happened. At this point, Zhao Dagui dared not hide anything. His son's life was at stake. He had no choice but to confess the kidnapping and Lin Chen's retaliation. Hearing that Lin Chen was behind it again, Dean Huang knew there was no way to help. Then he told Zhao Dagui about Zhou Dafu's case, and how Zhou Dafu had ultimately spent 500 million to keep his life. Of course Zhao Dagui knew of Zhou Dafu, the owner of Miantang with a personal fortune of over $1 billion, famously stingy, nicknamed Zhou the Skinflint. He had connections in both the underworld and the legitimate world, yet even such a formidable figure had fallen into Lin Chen's hands. What could he use to fight Lin Chen? More importantly, his son's life was in that man's hands. He could only blame his son for being blind and provoking such a fearsome god of doom. He immediately decided to spend money to avert disaster. Even if his business collapsed, he could rebuild it. As long as his connections remained, he had nothing to fear. But if he lost his son, there would be no heir to carry on the family line. He immediately asked his son for Lin Chen's phone number and dialed it. Mr. Lin, hello. This is Zhao Dagui, Zhao Peng's father. My son offended you, and that was his fault. I am willing to pay 100 million in cash to compensate for your loss. Please save my son. On the other end of the phone, Lin Chen's cold voice came through. Bring the money to my home. I told your son that I'd make you deliver it obediently. I'm a man of my word. I can't break the rules I set myself. Zhao Dagui hastily agreed. All right, wait a moment. He'll bring the money right away. Also, please tell me your address. Lin Chen gave his address and hung up. Zhao Dagui hurriedly contacted his company's financial staff, asking them to gather 100 million in cash in the shortest time possible regardless of the consequences. He immediately called his driver and drove to Lin Chen's home. When he saw Lin Chen was chatting with his family in the courtyard. Zhao Dagui hurried over and bowed to Lin Chen. You must be Mr. Lin. On behalf of my worthless son, I apologize to you and compensate you 100 million yuan for your losses. I beg you to be merciful and let him go. I will discipline him strictly from now on and make him turn over a new leaf. Lin Chen couldn't be bothered with his nonsense. Considering how arrogant and domineering Zhao Peng was, his father must not be much better. Outwardly polite, but secretly full of vile schemes. He waved his hand and said, enough. I accept your apology. Pay the compensation and he'll go to the hospital to cure your son. Then we'll be even. With that, he recited his. Zhao Dagui fiddled with his phone for a moment. 2 minutes later, Lin Chen received a bank notification. Account XX has received 100 million renminbi in full. He put away his phone and said, President Zhao, let's go. Lead the way, I'll drive myself. After Lin Chen left, Lin Chen's mother could no longer hold back. She looked at Qin Mo beside her and asked, Qin Mo, what exactly is going on? Why did that big boss-like man come to apologize, and why did he compensate Xiao Chen 100 million yuan? When Lin Chen received Zhao Dagui's call, he had already told Qin Mo and Su Qing in detail how he had punched. Qin Mo recounted the story of her kidnapping and how Lin Chen had retaliated against Zhao Peng to get revenge. Xiao Yu gritted her teeth and said a scumbag like him deserves to die in pain. Everyone nodded in agreement. When they arrived at the first municipal hospital and Lin Chen saw the huge swollen thing below Zhao Peng's body, even he was startled. By then the anesthetic must have just worn off and Zhao Peng was screaming and convulsing in pain. This method of torment had been a sudden idea Lin Chen came up with after seeing Zhao Peng that day. The Qi needle was a martial skill created by the Qingxian Immortal Emperor in his early years. Silent and traceless, it pierced the opponent's weak points, making it impossible to guard against. He walked over and stopped a meter away from Zhao Peng, extending his right palm and channeling his technique at Zhao Peng's nest. Then came 2 soft puff-puff sounds. 2 barely perceptible Qi needles flew out of the nest and into Lin Chen's palm. Then visibly the swollen, glistening nest rapidly deflated. It soon returned to normal. Zhao Dagui saw that his son was completely healed and hastily asked, Xiao Peng, how do you feel? Zhao Peng checked and said joyfully, it doesn't hurt at all. But I still feel something strange, as if something isn't right. He felt again carefully. I seem unable to sense that part anymore. It feels empty down there. Dean Huang, standing nearby, interjected, it's likely severe withering of the nerve endings, a sequelae of a massive anesthetic overdose. Moreover, this condition is irreversible. It will severely affect sexual function and make intercourse. This is like the eunuchs in the ancient imperial palace. A eunuch loses sexual function because his 2 testicles are cut off. In this case, the testicles are still there, but the nerves are damaged, so sexual function is likewise lost. The Zhao father and son were stunned. Damn it. They had spent 100 million, his life was saved, but he had still become a eunuch. In unison the pair turned to look at Lin Chen. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. This is not my fault. I wasn't the one who gave him the anesthetic. The father and son were left speechless, but in their hearts they thought, who told you to demand such a high price? Yet they dared not say it aloud, for the man had come precisely to teach them a lesson. Moreover, they still had to rely on him to treat the current condition. Zhao Dugaway hastily asked respectfully, Mr. Lin, can you still treat this condition? It can be treated, but it's troublesome and requires many rare herbs. Mr. Lin, tell me how much you need for treatment and which herbs you require. The treatment fee isn't much. Just give me 10 million. As for the herbs, you'll have to put in some effort. They'll write you a list of herbs. He asked Dean Huang to find pen and paper, then wrote down every precious herb that could be found on Earth. Things like century-old wild ginseng, century-old fleeceflower root, Astragalus gastrodia ganoderma. There were more than 30 kinds, all requiring years of maturity. He was just about to break through to the third layer of qi refining and happened to need a large quantity of aged wild herbs. Taking this opportunity, he simply had the Zhao family procure them for him. In fact, curing Zhao Peng didn't require those herbs at all. Using ordinary herbs combined with true qi would be enough to repair his damaged nerves. Zhao Dagway took the herb list and was startled to see so many precious herbs on it. But recalling Dean Huang's words that such damage was irreversible and modern medicine could do nothing, he knew only an extraordinary person like Lin Chen could possibly cure it. Lin Chen looked at Zhao Dagway and said, notify me once you've gathered all the herbs. This time it's a proper treatment. He'll collect the consultation fee only after your son is cured. If there's nothing else, he'll be going. Without waiting for Zhao Dagway's reply, he left. He was busy and didn't want to waste time on the Zhao family's messy affairs. After returning home, he hurriedly refined a large batch of beauty cream to stock up. He had been too busy recently, and the beauty cream was almost out of stock. Next, he began refining the military's golden wound ointment. The raw materials for the ointment had already been stocked in abundance, filling several large warehouses. He had a Bao handle these matters. A Bao now controlled the underworld of Jiangsheng and had plenty of men, which saved Lin Chen a lot of trouble. As for setting up the company, the factory handling all kinds of procedures and approvals, and recruiting staff, those were handled by Qin Mo and Su Qing. But he had instructed them to first recruit a core team so that many matters could be delegated to those key members. He didn't want his women wasting their time on such trivial affairs. He preferred them to spend more time cultivating. He had prepared ample foundation nourishing pills and other auxiliary pills for them, and by them he naturally included his younger sister Xiaoyu. Lin Chen hoped to help them quickly develop a sense of qi and enter the first layer of qi refining. Once they entered the first layer, it meant they had officially embarked on the path of immortality. Their entire bodies would be reborn, and their physical abilities would reach several times that of ordinary people. Yet Lin Chen did not teach them the body forging technique, for it was too painful, and he couldn't bear it. He only wanted them to be able to protect themselves. If they ever encountered a powerful enemy, he would still have to step in himself. Protecting them was his unshirkable duty. On the morning of the third day, Zhao Dagway called, saying the herbs had. Lin Chen simply told them to bring both the person and the herbs over, as it was more convenient for him at home, and he couldn't be bothered to go to the Zhao residence. Before long, Zhao Dagway arrived with Zhao Peng. The herbs filled 2 large plastic bags weighing perhaps 50 or 60 jin. Lin Chen had asked him to prepare 3 portions of each herb, hence the large quantity. He carefully rummaged through the 2 bags and found them nearly complete. He then had the 2 wait in the living room while he went to refine the medicine. It was easy to process these herbs. Half an hour later, he came out carrying a bag containing 10 small bottles of ointment. He led the 2 to a secluded quiet room, had Zhao Peng lie on the bed and take off his pants. Then he took out 2 bottles of ointment and told Zhao Dagway to spread it evenly around his son's nest, after a thick layer had been applied. After about 10 minutes, he asked Zhao Peng how he felt. Zhao Peng said, hot, very hot, and a little itchy. Lin Chen said, that's right, it proves the herbs are taking effect. Then he took out a handful of silver needles and inserted them through the herbal paste, beginning to channel true qi into the needles. 5 minutes later, he pulled out the needles and asked Zhao Peng how he felt again. Zhao Peng said that his sensation seemed to have returned, though it was still a bit itchy inside. Lin Chen said, that's normal. The itching is because the nerve endings are accelerating their recovery, but they haven't fully recovered yet. Once it stops itching completely, that means a full recovery. Right now it should have recovered to over 80. To prove the effectiveness of his treatment, Lin Chen had Zhao Dagway find an adult video on his phone and play it for Zhao Peng. The video was quite explicit. After watching for just over a minute, Zhao Peng's little bird raised its head and grew increasingly vigorous. Afraid his son would embarrass himself, Zhao Dagway hurriedly turned off the phone. But he was relieved nonetheless, as it proved his son's body had basically recovered. After returning from the hospital the day before yesterday, he hadn't fully believed Dean Huang's words. He had specifically invited 2 pretty nightclub girls to the house to test, but his son remained indifferent. The little bird below stayed limp like an eggplant hit by frost, its head forever drooping. This further convinced him that Lin Chen was indeed a transcendent master, not only formidable in combat, but also possessing miraculous medical skills. Such a man must never be offended. This time his son's ignorance and arrogance had cost him dearly, but he could also seize this opportunity to ingratiate himself with Lin Chen, which would be tremendously beneficial to his family's future. It had to be said that Zhao Dagui, having climbed to such a level, had a fairly sharp mind. Lin Chen had no idea what Zhao Dagui was thinking. He looked at Zhao Dagui and said, "President Zhao, take the remaining ointment home with you. Change the medicine every 24 hours. Once it's all used up, your son, however, he must abstain from women during the treatment. You need to keep an eye on your son." Zhao Dagui readily agreed, then transferred another 10 million to Lin Chen and left with his son, expressing endless gratitude. After Zhao Dagui and his son left, Lin Chen returned to the pill refining chamber. Looking at the large pile of precious herbs on the table, he felt pleasantly surprised. These herbs would not cost much, probably around 10 million at most. The key problem was that without the right connections, they were very hard to find. With so many precious herbs, he could now refine a somewhat higher-grade foundation nourishing pill. It should be enough for him to break through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement. In fact, even the higher-grade foundation nourishing pills were still unranked, because even the lowest 1st-grade pill in the cultivation world was refined from spirit herbs. But there were simply no spirit herbs on Earth, and Lin Chen could not help sighing. Cultivation resources were still scarce. But while he would take things one step at a time, once his strength improved, he would venture out into the world. Those ancient martial families and ancient martial sects might possess resources he could use. Moreover, Earth had not always possessed such thin spiritual energy. In the inherited memories of his master, the immortal Emperor, Earth had seen a powerful cultivation civilization more than 100,000 years ago, known as the Ancient Era, when even great cultivators at the Mahayana and Tribulation Transcendent stages were numerous. However, as time passed, and for unknown reasons, spiritual energy gradually diminished, and the cultivation civilization slowly declined until it finally vanished. Cultivation methods were also completely cut off from inheritance. Only after who knew how many more years did ancient martial arts slowly emerge. Ancient martial arts were essentially scattered, incomplete cultivation techniques that after countless generations of modification and refinement evolved into a method of cultivation. Since Earth had once seen a flourishing cultivation civilization in the ancient era, there must surely be many ancient ruins. He could search around for them in the future, and perhaps he would find unexpected gains. At this thought, Lin Chen quickly steadied his mind and focused on refining pills. Matters of the future could wait. Right now, he urgently needed to break through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement. After breaking through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement, he would be able to cultivate many spells and martial techniques, giving him more options in battle. From morning until night, Lin Chen stayed in the pill refining chamber refining pills. A little past 7 in the evening, Xiaoyu came to call him for dinner, and only then did he leave the pill refining chamber. The herbs had already been fully refined, producing a total of 128 high-grade foundation nourishing pills. His younger sister Xiaoyu had entered the city's No.1 high school for her 2nd year and did not live on campus. Every day, she drove her red BMW to school and lived her days happily. Of course, 2 Mingjin martial artist bodyguards also followed her in secret. Every member of the family was accompanied by 2 Mingjin martial artist bodyguards whenever they went out. These were all independent martial artists hired by Lin Chen at great expense. Not only were their salaries high, but they also regularly received pills from Lin Chen to supplement their cultivation. All of these martial artists were under the unified management of Bao and were very loyal to both Lin Chen and Bao. Entering the dining room, everyone was already seated around the large dining table. Dinner was sumptuous, and all the dishes had been made by the 3 elders under the guidance of a master chef. They now focused wholeheartedly on learning to cook, doing their best to make the family eat happily and comfortably. Seeing Lin Chen enter, his mother stood up and said that he should not work too hard because he was the pillar of this. The others joined in as well, and Lin Chen could feel the deep concern emanating from his family. Lin Chen told his mother not to treat him like an ordinary person, explaining that he was at the peak of the 2nd layer of qi refinement and had also cultivated the body tempering technique, so work of that intensity was nothing to him. Then everyone began to eat. Although the dishes still fell somewhat short of the master chef's cooking, they were already quite delicious. While eating, Xiaoyu told amusing stories from school. Her vivid, lifelike imitations of other people made everyone laugh heartily. Lin Chen said with a smile that since she drove a luxury car to school every day, she was a true rich beauty in other people's eyes, so she had to be careful in making friends, especially male friends. Qin Mo agreed, adding that many boys nowadays appeared courteous and refined on the surface, but were actually full of wicked intentions, preying on women for money and sex. His mother also said that she was still young and should never imitate others and fall in love. Xiaoyu raised her dainty little fist and said proudly that if anyone dared to deceive her, she would beat him until his teeth were scattered all over the floor and his own mother could not recognize him. She had every confidence in saying this because she had already cultivated a trace of qi sensation. Although she had not formally broken through to the first layer of qi refinement, she was close. By now 2 or 3 ordinary people were no match for her. However, Qi Nemo and Su Jing had not yet sensed qi, but after cultivating, they too felt light and body refreshed in spirit and full of energy. Lin Chen had checked before Xiaoyu possessed the innate Fire Phoenix constitution. Although it could not compare with his own innate Chaos Tao body, it was already extremely heaven-defying. It was a formidable constitution that many major sects in the cultivation world would fight desperately to obtain. He also found it strange he had the innate Chaos Tao body and his sister had the innate Fire Phoenix constitution. Could a mighty cultivator have once appeared among their ancestors? Yet his parents' constitutions were both very ordinary. He gently shook his head. If he could not figure it out, he would not dwell on it. After dinner, Lin Chen announced that he would go into seclusion for 3 to 5 days to break through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement. He told everyone not to disturb him unless something important came up. They all understood the importance of breaking through to a new realm and nodded in agreement. Afterward, he shut himself in a secret chamber and cultivated peacefully, seeking his breakthrough. With the experience of the previous 2 times, this attempt was much easier. He first methodically swallowed foundation nourishing pills. As his strength increased, the time needed to digest the pills' medicinal power also shortened. With the previous lower-grade foundation nourishing pills, he could absorb only 1 per day. But now with the high-grade version, he refined and absorbed 2 in a single hour. Moreover, as time passed, his speed at refining pills only grew faster. By daybreak, he had already refined 50 foundation nourishing pills. The true qi within his body surged violently like a great river rushing forward, but he was still far from his limit. He continued frantically swallowing foundation nourishing pills. Now he took 3 at a time and refined them in less than half an hour. Another day passed. He had swallowed 120 foundation nourishing pills and felt he had reached the limit his body could bear. The surging true qi seemed about to burst out of his body, or a breakthrough was imminent. He stopped taking pills, removed his clothes, and entered the medicinal bath prepared in advance, beginning to temper his body. As his physique grew stronger, the medicinal ingredients used for body tempering had also become more potent. The familiar burning, stabbing, and tearing sensations washed over him all at once. Lin Chen clenched his teeth and endured. He knew that after breaking through to the 3rd layer of body tempering, low-powered firearms, such as handguns, would no longer be able to hurt him. By then he would have true bronze skin and iron bones. Ordinary blades and guns could not breach his skin's defense, but heavy weapons like sniper rifles and artillery shells were still more than he could withstand heating. After 2 searching 4 hours, the medicinal liquid had faded and body tempering was complete. Lin Chen swallowed the remaining 8 foundation nourishing pills in one go, guiding the increasingly turbulent true qi within him to shatter the realm barrier in a single charge. With a thunderous boom, he broke through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement. His meridians were nearly twice as wide and the amount of true qi had also doubled. He recalled a martial technique recorded in his inherited memories. After breaking through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement, true qi could manifest into physical blades and swords to fight enemies or form a true qi shield for defense. Truly, it allowed him to attack when advancing and defend when retreating. With the added enhancement of the body tempering technique, his combat power multiplied exponentially. Following his inherited memories, he released true qi from his palm and visualized it shaping into a 1-meter-long great blade. In the next moment, a chilling great blade appeared in his hand. He swung it at a hardwood chair beside him. A crisp crack rang out, and the chair was split down the middle. The cut surface was smooth and neat, and even the hard concrete floor was left with a shallow cut mark. Both the true qi blade and the true qi shield were martial techniques created by the Qingxian Immortal Emperor himself, and their power was indeed extraordinary. Of course, this was also due to the unique nature of the Qingxian creation art. The true qi cultivated through this technique was exceptionally dense and profound. With breakthroughs in both qi refinement and body tempering, and having gained a highly practical set of martial techniques, Lin Chen felt even more confident about his future. Jiangnan, the old Yi family estate. The estate sat beside Taihu Lake, covering 100 mu. Its gray bricks, dark tiles, and upturned eaves carried the depth of 3 centuries of heritage. In the main hall hung a plaque bearing 4 large characters: generations of loyalty and valor. It had been bestowed by the emperor of the previous dynasty. Beneath the plaque, on a long altar table, sat the ancestral tablets with incense smoke curling upward. The scent of sandalwood mingled with aged wood, making anyone who entered instinctively soften their footsteps. Yi Tianlong sat in a carved wooden armchair, his fingers tapping the table lightly, with a rhythmic. He was the current patriarch of the Yi family, just past 50, with a cold, severe face and deep-set triangular eyes that were like knives when they fixed on a person. He had been steeped in the ancient martial world for 30 years, and his strength at the Midhuajin stage was enough to make most people lower their heads. At this moment, he held a piece of intelligence in his hand, his brows slightly furrowed. Beauty cream. He spoke the 3 characters as if savoring a cup of tea. Made by a college student. Standing below him was Yi Lu from a collateral branch of the Yi family in charge of external affairs. He was in his 40s with a gaunt face and eyes that darted about, clearly a shrewd man. Patriarch, I had someone run a chemical analysis. Yi Lu drew a sheet of paper from his sleeve and handed it up with both hands. That stuff really is remarkable. It removes scars, clears acne, and whitens the skin. It outperforms anything on the market. The formula uses ordinary medicinal herbs, but the proportions and the technique. We couldn't deduce them. Yi Tianlong took the paper, skimmed it, and tossed it onto the table. Can't figure it out. Can't. Yi Lu lowered his head. We consulted 3 veteran pharmacists, and all of them said the formula doesn't look like the work of a modern person. Some of them guessed it might be an ancient formula. Ancient formula. Yi Tianlong's eyes narrowed. Everyone in the ancient martial world knew what an ancient formula meant. Every one of those things passed down from hundreds or thousands of years ago was priceless. The Yi family had once possessed some ancient formulas of their own, but they had been exhausted long ago. And this Lin Chen, what's his background? Yi Lu had prepared for this. He drew another sheet of paper from his coat pocket. Lin Chen, 21, a third-year student at Jiangxing Medical University. His hometown is Kaohsiung, Qingyu County. His parents farm, and he has a younger sister in high school. A few months ago, he was an ordinary man. Then all of a sudden, he knew martial arts and could compound medicines. They say. He paused, lowering his voice. They say he saved Luo Zhentian's life. Yi Tianlong's brow knitted even tighter. Luo Zhentian. The one from the military department. Yes. And? Yi Lu swallowed hard. Luo Zhentian treats him as a benefactor. The main hall fell silent. Yi Tianlong's fingers stopped tapping. The room became so quiet that one could hear the ash falling from the incense. After a long pause, he spoke. We should give the Luo family face. But that formula. He rose, walked to the window, and gazed at the old locust tree in the courtyard. The Yi family is determined to have it. He turned and looked at Yi Lu. Go to Jiangxing and scope him out. Test the waters, but don't make a move. Yi Lu nodded. Understood. Remember, Yi Tianlong said, his voice faint, yet every word weighted. You represent the Yi family. Don't disgrace us. Yi Lu bowed even lower. Rest assured, Patriarch. Jiangxing. In the office of Qingyuan Pharmaceutical, Lin Chen stared blankly at his computer. The screen showed a financial statement. The dense sea of figures made his head ache. Qin Mo had insisted that he learn to read reports, saying, you're the chairman. How can you not understand the accounts? He knew she had a point, but the numbers simply refused to sink into his head. Mr. Lin. A knock came from the door. Lin Chen looked up and saw his secretary Xiao Lu poke half a head through the door. Someone is here to see you. He says he's from the Yi family of Jiangnan. Lin Chen paused, then smiled. Let him in. Xiao Lu nodded and turned away. A moment later, a middle-aged man walked in. He wore a dark gray Zhongshan suit and walked with a steady step, plainly a trained martial artist. There was a smile on his face, but it did not reach his eyes, but hung there like a mask pasted on. Mr. Sit. Yi Lu's smile froze for a split second, then quickly returned. He sat down on the sofa and, without making it obvious, surveyed the office. The office was small and simply arranged. A desk, a chair, a bookshelf, and mounted on the wall a calligraphy scroll with the words, Great virtue carries all things. Beside the computer were several bottles and jars, and a faint medicinal scent hung in the air. It was utterly different from the ostentatious office of some nouveau riche he had imagined. Mr. Lin, Yi Lu said, without preamble, the Yi family is very interested in your beauty cream formula and would like to cooperate with you. Lin Chen leaned back in his chair, crossing his hands over his stomach. Cooperate? How? Yi Lu took a document from inside his coat and handed it over with both hands. The Yi family will provide capital and channels, you provide the technology. Profits split 50-50. This is a draft contract. Take a look if you like. Lin Chen did not take it. 50-50. The Yi family is truly generous. Yi Lu heard the sarcasm in his voice, but his smile did not change. Mr. Lin, the Yi family has been established in Jiangnan for 300 years. Our channels and connections are beyond what ordinary people can match. With the Yi family's support, your product can be sold throughout the country, even go overseas. Sounds good. Lin Chen nodded. But I'm not interested. Inside, he thought had the same playbook as Zhou Dafu. Since that's the case, I'll just have to make you into the second. He was starting to enjoy having people come looking for trouble. Yi Lu's smile finally could no longer hold. Mr. Lin, perhaps you don't fully understand the Yi family's position in the ancient martial world. I understand it. Lin Chen cut him off. The Yi family of Jiangnan, with a mid-Huajin master at its helm, ranks in the top 10 of the ancient martial world. 300 years of heritage with influence spreading throughout Jiangnan. Yi Lu froze, not expecting him to know the Yi family's background so thoroughly. Then you should realize that cooperating with the Yi family can only do you good. Lin Chen looked at him, then smiled abruptly. Mister, you let me ask you one question. Please ask. Does your Yi family want my formula, or do you want me? Yi Lu's eyes flickered. What do you mean by that, mister? Lin Chen said, standing and walking to the window with his back to him. If you only wanted the formula, you could have sent someone to steal it, snatch it, or use coercion and bribery. But you didn't. Instead, you sent someone to talk cooperation. That means you're wary of the Luo family behind me. Am I right? Yi Lu said nothing. Lin Chen turned to face him. So don't talk to me about cooperation. You're here to negotiate only because you have no other choice. If I'm not mistaken, you've already been digging into my background looking for a weakness to exploit. Yi Lu's complexion finally changed. Mister Lin, you misunderstand. Misunderstand. Lin Chen walked back behind his desk, sat down, picked up a bottle from the table, and twirled it in his hand. Mister Yi, do you know what I hate the most? Yi Lu didn't answer. What I hate most is people playing mind games with me. Lin Chen set the bottle down and looked at him. The formula is mine and the business is mine. It has nothing to do with the Yi family. Want to cooperate? Fine. Tell Yi Tianlong to come in person. Sending a collateral branch member isn't enough. Yi Lu's face flushed crimson. Although he was only a collateral member of the Yi family, who out there didn't give him some face? A young whippersnapper just past 20 actually dared to say he wasn't qualified. He drew a deep breath, suppressing his anger. Mister Lin, it's fine for a young man to be brash, but you need to think about the consequences. The Yi family has endured in the ancient martial world for 300 years. Not everyone is in a position to refuse us. Lin Chen looked at him, his eyes curving into two crescent moons. Mister Yi, are you threatening me? I'm only stating a fact. Lin Chen stood up, walked around the desk, and came to stand before Yi Lu. He was half a head taller, looking down at him. Mister Yi, do you believe that if I threw you out the window right now, the Yi family wouldn't dare touch me? Yi Lu's pupils contracted. He felt an invisible pressure radiating from Lin Chen, pressing down on him until he could barely breathe. It was the aura of a powerful expert. He had felt something like it from Yi Tianlong, but Lin Chen's was purer, sharper. Mister Lin, you. Just kidding. Lin Chen broke into a grin and patted his shoulder. Don't be nervous, Mister Yi. I have a temper, but I wouldn't go so far as to strike a guest. Yi Lu exhaled in relief, but his back was already drenched with cold sweat. Since Mister Lin is not interested, I won't disturb you further. He rose and clasped his hands in a parting salute. I'll take my leave. Lin Chen nodded. Take care. I won't see you out. Yi Lu turned and walked out. At the door he stopped and looked back at Lin Chen. Mister Lin, there is something I'm not sure I should say. Then don't say it, Lin Chen said with a chuckle. Yi Lu choked for a moment, but he said it anyway. The Yi family's patience has a limit. Your youth and fire are understandable, but some things cannot be borne by one man alone. Lin Chen did not speak. He simply smiled at him. The smile was very gentle, yet Yi Lu felt that something was hidden beneath it, and it made his skin crawl. He quickened his pace and left the office. After Yi Lu had gone, Lin Chen sat in his chair as the smile on his face slowly faded. He picked up the bottle from the desk and turned it over in his hand, his eyes growing deep. The Yi family. He reviewed in his mind everything he knew about the Yi family. One of the three great families of Jiangnan, anchored by a mid-Huajin master with vast power. Luo Bing had told him that the Yi family were overbearing and had a poor reputation in the ancient martial world. Now they had fixed their eyes on his formula. Lin Chen set the bottle down, stood up, and walked to the window. Outside the window was the streetscape of Jiangcheng, a stream of vehicles and a flowing crowd. His gaze skipped over the towering high-rises toward the distance. That was the direction of Jiangnan. The Yi family. He murmured, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Interesting. Back to the Yi residence, he told the driver. The car merged onto the main road. Yi Lu leaned against the seat, eyes closed, replaying the conversation he had just had. That Lin Chen was far tougher to deal with than he had imagined. Neither obsequious nor haughty, unmoved by either soft persuasion or hard pressure, and carrying a sharp edge that made people uncomfortable. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Patriarch, I've probed him. Yi Tianlong's voice came through the phone. This kid is quite arrogant. Yi Lu chose his words carefully. But he truly has the strength to back it up. I can't see through his power, and that aura of his is far stronger than an ordinary Jin master. Yi Tianlong was silent for a few seconds. Understood. Come back. Yi Lu hung up the phone and was about to close his eyes and rest when he suddenly felt something twitching on his buttocks. He reached back and touched it, but felt nothing. Yet the twitching grew stronger and stronger, as if something was burrowing inside. He frowned, but didn't pay it much mind. About an hour later, the car entered the old Yi mansion. When Yi Lu got out, he noticed his buttocks were starting to hurt. It was no ordinary pain. It was swollen and aching as if someone had stabbed him with needles and then poured chilly water into the wounds. He gritted his teeth and walked into the main hall, where Yi Tianlong was waiting for him in an old-fashioned wooden armchair. Patriarch. Before he could finish, his legs buckled. Yi Lu's face had gone pale. But it hurts. He clutched his buttocks, cold sweat streaming from the pain. Yi Tianlong stood up, walked over to take a look, and his expression changed. One large area of Yi Lu's buttocks was swollen, puffed up so much that it strained his trousers. Then Yi Lu suddenly remembered something. When he left Lin Chen's office, he felt something hit his body, but he didn't think much of it at the time. Patriarch, he did something to me. That very night, Yi Tianlong summoned 3 renowned doctors to examine Yi Lu. The first was an orthopedic specialist from Jiangxing. After examining him for a long time, the doctor shook his head. The bones are fine, but swelling like this, I've never seen it. The second was an old physician from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. After taking Yi Lu's pulse, his expression turned strange. The pulse is normal. There's nothing wrong with him. But the swelling. The third was a senior from the ancient martial arts world, well-versed in Qigong therapy. After examining him for a long while, he drew in a sharp breath. This is an injury caused by someone's true qi. He condensed his true qi into a needle and drove it into the body. Nothing shows on the surface, but that qi is running wild inside. If it isn't forced out, the swelling will keep growing. Yi Tianlong's face was livid. Can it be treated? The senior hesitated. In theory, yes. But this qi is extremely pure and extremely overbearing. To force it out, you would need someone whose true qi is more abundant than the attacker's and dissolve it with internal energy. Otherwise what? Otherwise it will keep swelling until may soon burst. Yi Lu's face turned white. Patriarch, save me. Yi Tianlong gritted his teeth and asked the senior to try forcing the qi out. The senior channeled his power for an hour, drenched in sweat, and managed to force out only a tiny bit. Yi Lu howled in pain, and the swelling became even larger than before. It won't work. The other party's internal energy is too refined for me to dissolve, the senior said, shaking his head. Yi Tianlong was silent for a long time. Then he picked up the phone and dialed a number. Find Lin Chen's contact information for me. 3 days later, Yi Lu lay in bed, his buttocks swollen to the size of a basketball, the pain racking him without mercy. He couldn't turn over or sit up. He could only lie on his stomach. He had to be fed and carried to the toilet, a living lump of breathing flesh. Yi Tianlong stood by the bed, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. He had already sought out everyone he could in the ancient martial arts world, yet no one could dissolve the true qi inside Yi Lu. The senior had been right. To eliminate it, one needed someone whose true qi was even more abundant than Lin Chen's. The problem was that Lin Chen was young, yet his true qi was absurdly pure. Even the old masters who had cultivated for decades were no match for him. Patriarch. Yi Lu spoke weakly. Why not ask Lin Chen? Yi Tianlong said nothing. He knew that asking Lin Chen meant swallowing his pride. How could a distinguished family like the Yi family bow its head to a mere brat and still hold its head up in the ancient martial arts world? But if this dragged on, Yi Lu's buttocks would burst sooner or later. When that time came, let alone the ancient martial arts world, even the hospital would make headlines. A collateral member of the Yi family dies from his, but exploding. Yi Tianlong took a deep breath and picked up the phone. Lin Chen. This is Yi Tianlong. There were 2 seconds of silence on the other, and then a relaxed voice came through. Patriarch Yi. I've long heard of you. What's this about? Yi Tianlong ground his molars. About Yi Lu. Was that your doing? Yi Lu? Who? Lin Chen's tone was innocent. Oh, you mean the person who came to my office that day? What about him? Yi Tianlong knew Lin Chen was playing dumb, but he had no choice. His butt is swollen. His butt is swollen. Lin Chen's voice was full of surprise. Oh dear, that Patriarch Yi, what do you want with me? I'm not a doctor. Yi Tianlong's temples throbbed. Lin Chen, name your price. There were a few seconds of silence on the phone. Then Lin Chen laughed. Patriarch Yi is indeed direct. Fine, since you're being so sincere, I'll help. But my consultation fee won't be cheap. How much? 1 billion. Yi Tianlong nearly crushed the phone in his hand. You. Too expensive. Lin Chen's tone drifted lightly. Patriarch Yi, think about it. Yi Lu is a member of the Yi family, isn't he? If his butt explodes, it won't sound very nice, will it? A collateral member of the Yi family dies when his butt explodes. That headline would top the trending searches for 3 days, wouldn't it? Yi Tianlong gritted his teeth and squeezed out 2 words. Deal. Excellent. Lin Chen laughed. I'll come over tomorrow. Oh, and Patriarch Yi, next time you send someone to discuss a partnership, make sure he brings enough sincerity. Sending a collateral branch member. He wasn't qualified. The call ended. Yi Tianlong stood by the window gazing at the old locust tree in the courtyard, silent for a long time. Then he slammed his phone hard onto the desk. Lin Chen. The next day, Lin Chen arrived at the old Yi residence. He wore an ordinary jacket, jeans, and sneakers, looking like a college student on a trip. Behind him were 2 bodyguards. Ming Jin martial artists arranged by a bow. Yi Tianlong waited for him at the gate, his face livid. Lin Chen greeted him with a genial smile. Patriarch, Yi, I've long heard of you. This residence is magnificent, far better than my shabby villa. Yi Tianlong did not respond, and took him straight to Yi Lu's room. Yi Lu lay on the bed, his buttocks swollen to the size of a basketball, veins bulging, skin so thin it was translucent, as if it would burst at any moment. Lin Chen looked at it, and barely suppressed a laugh. Oh my mister. Yi, how did you end up like this? Did you eat something unclean? Yi Lu was in too much pain to speak, and could only plead with his eyes. Lin Chen walked over, and reached out to pat Yi Lu's buttocks. Yi Lu screamed in agony, and nearly passed out. Don't move, Lin Chen said, pressing his palm against the swelling and slowly channeling his power. A stream of gentle, true qi flowed out from his palm and seeped into Yi Lu's body. The qi needle that had been rampaging through Yi Lu for 3 days, as if finally finding its master, obediently flowed back along the true qi and was drawn back into Lin Chen. In less than a minute, the swelling receded at a visible speed. Yi Lu let out a long breath and collapsed onto the bed. It's done. Lin Chen clapped his hands and stood up. Patriarch, Yi, the money should have arrived, right? Yi Tianlong looked at him with complicated eyes. It has. Lin Chen called the company's finance department, and he was told that a transfer of 1 billion yuan had just arrived. Lin Chen smiled. Patriarch, you don't send people like this next time. Not to be rude, but if the Yi family is short on talent, I can recommend a few reliable ones. Yi Tianlong's face turned even darker. Lin Chen walked to the door, then suddenly stopped and glanced back. By the way, Patriarch Yi, I forgot to mention something. Yi Tianlong stared at him. Lin Chen smiled. The smile was very warm, but there was no warmth at all in his eyes. My family, my friends, my business. Whoever touches them, I'll fight them to the death. Your Yi family has 300 years of legacy. Can it withstand the havoc? He pushed open the door and left his footsteps fading into the distance. Yi Tianlong stood where he was silent for a long time. Then he picked up the teacup from the table and hurled it hard to the ground. Lin Chen. When Lin Chen returned to the villa, Qin Mo was watching television in the living room. Seeing him come back, she put down the remote and walked over. How did it go? Did the Yi family give you any trouble? Lin Chen pulled her into his arms and kissed her forehead. Give me trouble? Would they dare? Qin Mo rolled her eyes at him. Stop being glib. What really happened? Lin Chen briefly told her what had happened. After listening, Qin Mo frowned. If you do this, the Yi family won't let it go. I know. Lin Chen held her as he leaned back on the sofa. But if I don't show them a little of what I'm capable of, they'll think I'm easy to push around. Qin Mo leaned on his shoulder. Lin Chen, be careful. The Yi family is not Tiger Lu, nor are they the Green Dragon Gang. Lin Chen gave a slight smile. Don't worry. I know my limits. He looked up at the sky outside the window. The sun was setting and a blaze of fiery red clouds burned along the horizon. He thought of Yi Tianlong's livid face, the miserable state of Yi Lu lying on the bed, and the words he had said before leaving. Whoever touches them, I'll fight them to the death. His lips slowly curled upward. This was not a threat. It was a promise. At 7:30 in the morning, sunlight streamed through the villa's floor-to-ceiling windows, spreading a warm blanket of gold across the wooden floor. Outside, the birds in the old locust tree were singing merrily. Lin Chen was roused by a wafting fragrance. He opened his eyes and found the pillow beside him empty with a note lying on it. He reached for it. On it was Qin Mo's neat handwriting. Lazybone's breakfast is on the table. Remember to heat it up before you eat. I'm off to work. Don't ask Sister Su Qin to heat it for you again. She went to bed late last night. Your most beautiful girlfriend, Qin Mo. Lin Chen smiled. Under the words, most beautiful, a line had been drawn as if for emphasis. He rolled out of bed, threw on a jacket, and went downstairs. The aroma of millet porridge drifted from the kitchen. On the table were several small side dishes and a bamboo steamer of Xylong Bao. Beside it lay a note in Su Qing's handwriting. Brother Lin Chen, the porridge is in the pot, the dishes are on the table, and the buns are in the steamer. I'm off to the office. He'll be back at noon. I saw Qin Mo's note. She's really sweet. Your other girlfriend, Su Qing. Lin Chen stood in the kitchen holding his porridge bowl, unable to keep the smile off his lips. Those two women, one more impressive than the other. As he was drinking his porridge, rapid footsteps clattered down the stairs. Lin Xiaoyu, wearing a tracksuit with her hair tied into a high ponytail, bounded down full of energy. Brother, why did you get up so late today? I've already finished my run. Lin Chen looked up at her. You've already run. What time did you get up? 5:30. Lin Xiaoyu raised her chin proudly. I run 5 kilometers every morning now, and then practice boxing for an hour. Sister Luo Bing said cultivators can't be lazy. Lin Chen looked at her rosy little face, feeling both proud and amused. Okay, impressive. Then have you eaten breakfast yet? I have. I fried eggs myself. Lin Xiaoyu ran over, sat down at the table, propped her chin in her hands, and watched him drink his porridge. Brother Sister Qin Mo's buns are delicious, right? She got up at 5:30 to knead the dough. Lin Chen was stunned. 5:30. Lin Xiaoyu nodded. She said you were up late yesterday, so she wanted you to sleep in a little longer. Lin Chen looked down at the Xilong Bao in his hand, a surge of warmth rising in his chest. This girl, he murmured under his breath, but the corners of his mouth curved up even higher. That morning Lin Chen went to the company. The Qingyuan Pharmaceutical Building stood in the development zone. 6 stories, not very tall, but its glass curtain wall was polished to a gleam, and the company's flag flew from the flagpole in front. Every time Lin Chen passed by, he would glance at it. The sign reading, Qingyuan Pharmaceutical, had been designed by Qin Mo. As he entered the lobby, the young front desk receptionist immediately jumped to her feet. Good morning, Chairman Lin. Lin Chen nodded and walked toward the elevator. After 2 steps, he turned back. Xiao Zhou, is President Qin in today? President Qin is in a meeting upstairs, Xiao Zhou replied. Director Su is there too. Lin Chen said, oh, and pressed the elevator button. The meeting room door was closed, so he glanced through the glass window. Qin Mo sat at the head of the table, wearing a white blouse with her hair pinned up, speaking to several department managers. Su Qing sat beside her, head lowered, jotting down notes. One was sharp and capable, the other gentle and graceful. The two worked in perfect sync. Lin Chen watched for a few seconds, then turned away and headed to his own office instead of going in. His office was at the innermost end of the 3rd floor with a sign on the door reading Chairman's Office. He pushed the door open. The room was immaculate with nothing on the desk except a computer and a pot of pothos. Qin Mo had set it up for him, saying, even though you don't run things, you still have to keep up appearances. Lin Chen sat in the chair for a while, got bored, and turned on the computer to look at reports. The numbers were still just numbers, and he still couldn't make sense of them. After 10 minutes, his eyelids began to droop. He simply closed his eyes, leaned back in his chair, and began circulating his cultivation technique. True qi flowed through his body, warm like a little river. He could feel the power traveling along his meridians, gradually growing stronger. Ever since breaking through to the 3rd level of qi, refining his true qi had become more than twice as rich and abundant as before. His fireball technique and wind blade technique were nearly mastered, but his control was still not precise enough. Last time he tested a fireball in the courtyard, he burned through the clothesline, sending Qin Mo's clothes tumbling to the ground. The 3 women had jointly criticized him for half an hour. At the memory, he couldn't help laughing aloud. Knock, 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 came the sound at the door. Come in. The door opened, and Su Qing walked in carrying a cup of tea. She wore a light blue dress, her hair loose, a gentle smile on her face. Sunlight spilled through the window onto her, as if draping her in a soft glow. Brother Lin Chen, why didn't you say anything when you came? Lin Chen took the cup and took a sip. You were in a meeting. I didn't want to disturb you. Su Qing sat down across from him, propping her chin on her hands. Sister Qin Mo knew you were here and asked me to bring you tea. She said you must be slacking off in your office. Lin Chen rubbed his nose. What do you mean slacking off? Contemplating life. Su Qing burst out laughing. And what have you come up with? I've come up with. Lin Chen set down his cup and looked at her seriously. That Sister Su Qing looks especially beautiful today. Su Qing blushed. Smooth talker. I'm serious. Lin Chen put on a grave expression. Look at this dress. The color suits you perfectly and makes your skin look fair. Your hair is nice too. It makes your face look smaller. It's just what? It's missing a necklace. Lin Chen pulled a small box from his pocket and slid it over. I grabbed it on the way past the mall yesterday. Su Qing was surprised. She opened the box. Inside lay a delicate silver chain with a tiny star pendant. Simple, yet exquisite. Brother Lin Chen. Don't get all moved, Lin Chen waved a hand. I grabbed it on a whim. It didn't cost much. Looking at the necklace, Su Qing's eyes turned slightly red. You always say that. Last time the flowers were on a whim, and the time before that the scarf was on a whim. Lin Chen scratched his head. Then what am I supposed to say? That I bought it specially? That would be so embarrassing. Su Qing laughed despite herself and handed the necklace to him. Help me put it on. Lin Chen walked around behind her and clumsily fastened it. When his fingers brushed against her neck, the tips of Su Qing's ears flushed red. Done. She lowered her head to look at the pendant, then gently stroked it. Does it look good, Oi? Gorgeous. Lin Chen sat back and looked at her. Even more gorgeous than the stars in the sky. Su Qing shot him a glare. What's with you today? Your mouth is like it's been dipped in honey. That's because Sister Su Qing is so sweet. I got infected. Su Qing finally couldn't take it anymore. Laughing, she picked up the folder on the desk and swatted him with it. Quit the sweet talk. I'm going to the meeting. She got up and walked out. At the door, she looked back. Brother Lin Chen. Thank you. She turned and walked out, her steps as light as dancing. Lin Chen sat in his chair, stroking his chin and smiling. At that moment, his phone rang. It was a WeChat message from Qin Mo. Did Sister Su Qing get the necklace? She came in with bright eyes just now. Did you flirt with her again? Lin Chen typed back. What do you mean flirt? Am I that kind of person? Qin Mo replied instantly. You are? And after flirting with her, did you forget about me? Lin Chen thought a moment, then typed, "Yours is in the drawer. Come get it yourself." 3 seconds later his phone rang again. It was a photo. A bracelet now adorned Qin Mo's wrist, its pendant a tiny moon. The caption read, "So you do have a conscience." Lin Chen set down his phone, leaned back in his chair, and smiled at the ceiling. Life, it seemed, was beautiful. In the afternoon, Lin Chen taught Qin Mo and Su Qin cultivation in the courtyard. The sunlight was just right, and a gentle breeze stirred in the air. 3 osmanthus trees gave off a faint fragrance, and a tea set and fruit were arranged on the stone table beneath them. Qin Mo sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion, eyes closed, trying hard to sense the qi in her body. Su Qing sat beside her, also circulating her energy. Both wore loose practice robes, their long hair pinned up with clasps, looking like two ladies who had just stepped out of an ancient painting. Lin Chen sat across from them on a stone stool, one leg crossed over the other, idly sipping tea. "Don't be anxious. Take it slow," he said. "As for qi, the more anxious you are, the less it will appear. You have to relax like being in love. Just let it happen naturally." Qin Mo opened one eye and glared at him. "Just teach us. Don't use romance as an analogy." Lin Chen set down his teacup. "Look, chasing qi is like chasing a girl. Chase too hard, and she runs faster. Ease off, and she comes to you. Sister Su Qing, don't you agree?" Su Qing blushed and ignored him. Qin Mo shot him another look, then closed her eyes and went back to circulating. Lin Chen watched from the side, the corners of his mouth still upturned. After about half an hour, Qin Mo suddenly let out a soft, "Huh? What's wrong?" Lin Chen leaned over. Qin Mo opened her eyes, looking both startled and delighted. "I think I can sense a little something. It's warm in my stomach, like I've drunk hot water." Lin Chen reached out and took her pulse, probing her condition. "Not bad. You've gained a feel for qi. A few more days of practice, and you should be able to take the first step." Qin Mo was so happy she nearly jumped up. "Really? Really?" Lin Chen nodded. "But don't rush it. Take things slowly. Your constitution is not as good as Xiaoyu's, so don't compare yourself to her." Qin Mo pouted. "That little monster Xiaoyu. I'm not comparing myself to her." Su Qing also opened her eyes, a smile on her face. "I sense a little too, but not as clearly as Sister Qin Mo." Lin Chen checked her pulse as well. "That's good too. You two have similar constitutions, so your progress should be about the same. From now on, practice together every night and keep each other accountable." Qin Mo and Su Qing exchanged a glance and both smiled. "Oh right," Lin Chen suddenly remembered. "Xiaoyu has no classes this afternoon. Where is she?" Qin Mo pointed upstairs. "She's in her room practicing. She said she wants to break through to the first level of qi refining as soon as possible so she can protect you." Lin Chen was taken aback. "Protect me?" Su Qing nodded. "She said you've provoked the powerful Yi family, so she wants to get stronger and help you fight in the future." Lin Chen looked up at that closed window upstairs, his heart melting into a mess. That little girl. All right, he stood up. "Keep practicing, you two." They'll go up and take a look. Lin Xiaoyu's room was on the 3rd floor, the door closed. Lin Chen knocked. "Xiaoyu, come in." He pushed the door open to find Lin Xiaoyu sitting cross-legged on her bed, drenched in sweat. Several sheets of paper lay scattered on the floor, covered with meridian diagrams, crooked and uncertain, clearly drawn by her own hand. "Brother." Her eyes lit up at the sight of Lin Chen. Perfect timing. "I've got a question." Lin Chen walked over and sat on the edge of the bed. "What question?" "You said she has to travel through the meridians, but I always feel like it gets stuck when it reaches here." She pointed at her lower abdomen. "It's like something is blocking it." Lin Chen reached out to feel her pulse, and his brow furrowed slightly. You're about to break through." Lin Xiaoyu froze. "Break through?" "Right," Lin Chen nodded. "Your true qi is full. You're only one step away. Once you get past this step, you'll be at the first level of qi refining." Lin Xiaoyu's eyes rounded. "Really? Then how do I take that step?" Lin Chen thought for a moment. "Relax. Don't think about anything. It'll guide you." Lin Xiaoyu quickly closed her eyes. Lin Chen pressed his palm against her back and slowly channeled true qi into her. That true qi traveled through her meridians, guiding the qi in her body to converge toward her dantian. Lin Xiaoyu trembled, slightly, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. "Don't be afraid," Lin Chen said softly. "Take a deep breath and follow my qi." Lin Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and tried to relax. After about 10 minutes, she gave a soft, "ah," as if something had struck her, and her body gave a violent jolt. Then a warm stream of qi rose from her dantian and flowed along her meridians through her entire body. Lin Xiaoyu opened her eyes, and they were bright with light. "Brother, I made it. I can feel the qi." Lin Chen withdrew his hand and smiled at her. "How does it feel?" "Warm, like taking a hot bath." Lin Xiaoyu clenched her fist. "Brother, can I go hit someone now?" Lin Chen tapped her on the head. "Go. Learn to control it first." Lin Xiaoyu covered her head and giggled. "Then teach me. I want to learn that qi needle. From now on, whoever messes with me, I'll poke them in the butt." Lin Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You can't learn the qi needle. that's for the third level of qi refining. Start with the basics and learn to control your true qi properly. Lin Xiaoyu was a little disappointed, but she quickly became excited again. Then what can I learn? Start with perception, Lin Chen said. You can sense qi now, but you can't control it yet. For the next month, meditate every day and try to make your qi follow your will. The day you can make it go left whenever you want and right whenever you want, you'll have made it through the door. Lin Xiaoyu nodded seriously. Okay, he'll definitely learn it. Lin Chen looked at her bright, shining eyes, his heart full of both pride and emotion. A few months ago, she was still the little girl in worn-out shoes who sobbed over the phone. I don't dare tell people. Now she was a young cultivator with a sense of qi. Xiaoyu, he called softly. You're amazing. Lin Xiaoyu froze, and then her eyes turned red. Brother, don't cry. Lin Chen patted her head. You're our family's little heroine. What are you crying for? Lin Xiaoyu blinked hard, forcing her tears back. I'm not crying. I'm just happy. Lin Chen smiled. Happy is what matters. Come on, let's go downstairs to eat. Sister Qin Mo made your favorite sweet and sour ribs. Lin Xiaoyu jumped off the bed and pulled him out the door. Brother, do you think I can become stronger than you one day, eh? Maybe. Then I'm going to be stronger than you. When that day comes, I'll protect you. All right, I'll wait. The laughter of the brother and sister carried down from the third floor to the first. In the evening, the whole family sat around the dining table. Qin Mo had made sweet and sour ribs, steamed sea bass and garlic broccoli, while Su Qing had prepared a pot of pork rib and lotus root soup. Their mother Wang Xiuying kept praising the two girls' cooking, and his father Lin Lishan quietly drank his soup, though a smile remained on his lips. These were all dishes Wang Xiuying had taught them to cook. The family's hired chef had already left because the three elders had completed their training. At first, Wang Xiuying hadn't wanted her two daughters-in-law to cook, afraid it would interfere with their jobs. But the two insisted on learning, saying it wouldn't be proper for women not to know how to cook. More importantly, the company had gradually settled onto the right track, and most matters were now delegated to the people below. With plenty of free time, they planned to learn cooking alongside their cultivation. Su's mother sat beside Wang Xiuying. Her skin and spirit were far better than before, and she looked several years younger. Thanks also to the basic cultivation technique she had learned from Lin Chen. Lin Xiaoyu chattered on about her breakthrough, her face glowing as she talked, forgetting even to pick up her chopsticks. Mom, I can feel qi now. It's warm and cozy. It feels wonderful. Her mother smiled and put food in her bowl. All right, you're amazing. Eat first. Su Qing ladled soup for everyone while Qin Mo busied herself adding dishes to Lin Chen's bowl. Lin Chen looked at everyone at the table, warmth rising in his heart. Mom, Dad, Aunt Su, he set down his chopsticks. There's something I need to tell you. Everyone looked at him. As for the Yi family, don't worry. I've already handled it. They won't cause us any trouble from now on. Mother frowned. The Yi family. The ones who came to the company looking for you last time. Yes. They won't seek revenge, will they? Lin Chen smiled. No. If they don't know their place, I have plenty of ways to deal with them. Mother wanted to say something more, but father pulled her hand from the side. The kid knows what he's doing. Don't worry so much. Mother shot him a glare, but said nothing more. Su Qing and Qin Mo exchanged a glance, and both smiled. Lin Xiaoyu raised her glass. Cheers. To my brother. May he grow even more formidable. Lin Chen also raised his glass. All right, then I'll toast to everyone. To our family. The glasses clinked together with a crisp sound. The next day was the weekend, and the sunlight was almost ridiculously beautiful. Early in the morning, Qin Mo knocked on Su Qing's door. Su Qing, sis. Get up. We're going shopping today. Su Qing opened the door, rubbing her eyes, her hair a mess, and pillow creases still on her face. What time is it? 8:30. Qin Mo was already fully dressed, an off-white trench coat paired with jeans and little boots, looking extremely energetic. Hurry. I checked already. Today Wanda Plaza has an event, lots of stores are having sales. Su Qing glanced at the blazing sun outside the window, then at Qin Mo's sparkling eyes and smiled. All right, give me 10 minutes. Are 10 minutes enough? Want me to help you with your makeup? No need, I'll just go barefaced. That won't do. Qin Mo pulled her inside. We're taking photos today. How can you go barefaced? They'll do it for you. Su Qing was sat down at the vanity, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Qin Mo, aren't you a little too excited? Of course. Qin Mo said as she applied foundation on her. Since we moved into the villa, we haven't really gone shopping properly. Today we must get our money's worth. Su Qing looked at her serious expression in the mirror, her heart warm. All right, well, get our money's worth. Downstairs, Lin Chen was sitting on the sofa looking at his phone. Hearing footsteps on the stairs, he looked up and saw the two women walking down arm in arm. Qin Mo had light makeup with a hint of pale lipstick, looking like a blooming flower. Su Qing had also put on some makeup, though lighter than Qin Mo's, with soft brows and eyes like peach blossoms just opening in spring. Lin Chen stared spellbound. What is this? A beauty pageant? Qin Mo rolled her eyes at him. Shopping. Today you're in charge of carrying the bags. Lin Chen pointed at himself. Me? Carry bags. What else? Qin Mo linked arms with Su Qing. When two beauties like us go out, don't we need a bodyguard and pack mule? Su Qing laughed beside them. Lin Chen, just bear with it. Lin Chen stood up and patted his clothes. Fine, I'll carry bags. But let's make it clear. More than 10 bags and I'm out. Qin Mo counted on her fingers. I need at least 3 pairs of shoes, 2 dresses, and 1 coat. And Xiaoyu's clothes presents for Mom and Aunt Sue. Added up, it's only around a dozen bags. Lin Chen's face turned green. A dozen? Don't worry, it's not much. Qin Mo said cheerfully, linking her arm through his. Let's go, Chairman Lin. Lin Chen was escorted out the door by the 2 women, muttering under his breath. I had dignified chairman reduced to carrying bags for people. Is that proper? Totally proper, the 2 women said in unison. Wanda Plaza was packed with people. Qin Mo was like a fish in water, dragging Su Qing through one shop after another. Shoe stores, clothing stores, accessory stores, cosmetic stores. She didn't miss a single one. Lin Chen followed behind, carrying 4 or 5 bags in each hand, and one hanging around his neck, looking exactly like a walking Christmas tree. Qin Mo, which pair of shoes are you trying on now? He asked, panting. The 5th pair. Qin Mo twirled in front of the mirror. Pretty. Lin Chen looked at the shoes, black stiletto heels with sequins on them. Pretty, but you already have 10 pairs of black. That's different. Qin Mo said matter-of-factly. These are different from those 10. The heel height is different. Su Qing was snickering from the side. Qin Mo stopped giving him a hard time. Look, he can barely stand. Qin Mo turned to look at him, and finally, find these ones. Sister Su Qing, are you done trying? Su Qing nodded, holding a light green dress. How about this one? Qin Mo walked over, looked at it, and her eyes lit up. Gorgeous. This color suits your skin. Go try it on. Su Qing went into the fitting room. Qin Mo sat down next to Lin Chen and reached over to wipe his sweat. You've worked hard. Lin Chen looked at her. You did that on purpose, didn't you? What? Deliberately buying so much just to see me suffer. Qin Mo blinked, a smirk curling at the corners of her mouth. You caught me. Lin Chen reached out and flicked her forehead. You little rascal. Qin Mo laughed, covering her forehead. Just then Su Qing came out of the fitting room. The light green dress fit her as if tailor-made. The hem fell just at her knees, revealing a stretch of fair. The waist was cinched perfectly, making her look both gentle and refined. Qin Mo let out a wow. Sister Su Qing, you look absolutely stunning. Su Qing blushed. Really? Yes. Qin Mo pulled her to spin in front of the mirror. Look at this color. How perfect it is on you. Lin Chen, don't you think so? Lin Chen looked at her, his heart melting into a puddle. Beautiful, he said, his voice a little hoarse. Absolutely beautiful. In the mirror, Su Qing caught his gaze and blushed even more. Then, he'll take this one. Buy it. Qin Mo interjected. You must buy it. With you wearing this, Lin Chen will definitely want to see you in it every day. Su Qing shot her a glare. Qin Mo. I'm serious. Qin Mo said with a grin, linking arms with her. Come on, let's go pay. All of today's expenses are on Mr. Lin. Lin Chen followed behind, his lips curving upward in a big smile. By noon, their spoils had filled the back seat of the car. Qin Mo leaned back in her seat, contentedly scrolling through photos on her phone. Sister Su Qing, look at this one. You look so pretty when you smile. Su Qing leaned over to look. This one you took is great too. Your skin is glowing white. That's because you have good skin. Qin Mo swiped to the next photo. This is a group photo of us 3. Lin Chen looks like an idiot in the back. Lin Chen, driving in front, couldn't help turning his head back. Who's the idiot? My handsomeness is just subtle. The 2 women in the back seat burst into laughter. Lin Chen, Su Qing said with a smile, your face really doesn't have much to do with the word handsome. Then what is it? Cute. Qin Mo answered eagerly, like the husky I used to have. Lin Chen was speechless. Fine, just mock me. I won't cook for you when we get back. We'll cook ourselves. Qin Mo said triumphantly. Sister Su Qing, how about hot pot tonight? I bought tripe and shrimp paste. Great. Let's also buy some lamb rolls. Lin Chen likes them. Hearing this from the front, Lin Chen couldn't hide his smile. Those 2 women might tease him with their words, but they still cared about him in their hearts. Back at the villa in the afternoon, Lin Chen hauled everything into the living room and collapsed onto the sofa exhausted. Qin Mo and Su Qing, however, kept busy, one arranging clothes, the other preparing dinner. Lin Xiaoyu came downstairs and saw the shopping bags all over the floor, her eyes lighting up. Wow, you bought so much stuff. There's yours. Qin Mo pulled a pink hoodie out of a bag. Try it on and see if it fits. Lin Xiaoyu took it, held it up against herself, and jumped with joy. It's so pretty. Thank you, Sister Qin Mo. And this? Su Qing took out a scarf. It's for winter, soft and fluffy. Lin Xiaoyu wrapped the scarf around her neck and twirled in front of the mirror. Sister Su Qing is the best. Lin Chen said sourly from the sofa. What about mine? Did you get anything for me? All 3 women looked at him at the same time. Qin Mo said, you're a grown man. What do you need a gift for? Su Qing said, didn't you say you wanted to save money? Lin Xiaoyu said, brother, shouldn't you be the one buying us gifts? Lin Chen clutched his chest. Fine, all three of you ganging up on me. My life is so bitter. The three women burst into laughter. Dinner was hot pot. The electric stove sat in the middle of the dining table, the broth bubbling and steam rising, filling the whole room with fragrance. The table was laden with food. Beef tripe, shrimp paste, lamb rolls, beef meatballs, enoki mushrooms, baby bok, choy tofu vermicelli. All colorful and inviting. The family sat together around the table, lively and warm. Mother picked food for Su's mother. Father silently drank his wine. Lin Xiaoyu scrambled to cook tripe, and Qin Mo and Su Qing took turns putting meat into Lin Chen's bowl. Lin Chen, try the shrimp paste. Qin Mo bought it. It's delicious. Lin Chen, the lamb is cooked. Eat it while it's hot. This tripe only needs 10 seconds. I'll count for you. Lin Chen's bowl was piled up like a small mountain. Don't just keep putting food in my bowl, eat some yourselves. We are eating. Qin Mo bit into a beef meatball. It's just that you're too skinny. You need to replenish. Su Qing nodded. Exactly. You work so hard refining pills every day. You need to eat more. Lin Xiaoyu leaned in. Brother, I work hard too. I need nourishment too. Alright, you're our little heroine. Eat more and grow strong. Lin Chen picked up a piece of tripe with his chopsticks and gave it to her. Lin Xiaoyu happily said, brother, you're so nice. After dinner, the three women cleaned up the table and Lin Chen was shooed into the living room to watch TV. He leaned back on the sofa listening to the laughter and chatter from the kitchen, his heart warm. Sister Qin Mo, where does this bowl go? In the cabinet up there. Be careful not to drop it. Sister Su Qing, pass me the rag. Here you go. There's a little bit of that sauce Lin Chen loves left. Should we save it for tomorrow? Let's save it. He never says it, but he really loves that stuff. Lin Chen closed his eyes, a smile curling at his lips. This life, he wouldn't trade it even for a god. After 9 in the evening, Qin Mo and Su Qing finally finished up. The two women sat on the sofa with fruit, one leaning on each of Lin Chen's shoulders. Lin Chen, with a beauty on either side, was in 7th heaven. Did you enjoy today? He asked. Yes. Qin Mo said. It's been so long since I shopped like that. Su Qing also nodded. I had fun too. Qin Mo has good taste. The clothes she picked for me are all lovely. Qin Mo raised her chin proudly. Of course. From now on, I'll handle all your clothes. I guarantee it'll make you look gorgeous. Su Qing smiled. All right. Then I'll take care of your skincare from now on. I guarantee it'll keep your skin soft and supple. Deal. Deal. The two women reached out and high-fived. Lin Chen watched from the side, his heart full of emotion. A year ago, these two women didn't even know each other. Now they were the best of sisters. The two of you, he spoke up, aren't you afraid I'll get jealous? Qin Mo looked up at him. What would you be jealous of? The way you two are so close, I feel like a third wheel. Su Qing laughed. Lin Chen, you're already a third wheel. The two of us are the true love. You're just the extra. Lin Chen clutched his chest. Ouch, that hurts. Qin Mo and Su Qing exchanged a glance, then both reached out to pinch him. Stop with the jokes. The three of them dissolved into laughter. Lin Xiaoyu poked her head out from upstairs. Brother, what are you all laughing about? Nothing. Lin Chen shouted up to her. Go practice. Don't slack off. I know. Lin Xiaoyu retreated, muttering under her breath. The three of you get to have fun downstairs while I have to practice alone. It's so unfair. Lin Chen shook his head with a smile. Qin Mo leaned against his shoulder and said softly, Lin Chen, do you think we'll always be like this in the future? Lin Chen looked down at her. We will. Su Qing also looked up. Really? Really? Lin Chen pulled them both close. I promise. After a long while, Qin Mo suddenly spoke. Lin Chen, let me tell you something. Moi. When I was shopping today, I ran into someone. Lin Chen looked down at her. Who? Xiao Peng. Lin Chen's eyes changed slightly. Did he cause you? No. Qin Mo shook her head. He saw me and immediately dodged away, walking so fast, he almost tripped. Su Qing also looked up. I saw him too. He's lost a lot of weight and looks unwell, as if he's very afraid of us. Lin Chen smiled. Of course he's afraid. Qin Mo looked at him curiously. You mentioned before that you made him a eunuch and extorted 100 million from him, right? Yes, I told you this not long ago. Have you forgotten so quickly? We remember, but you only gave us the gist back then. Tell us in detail, okay? Well, Lin Chen rubbed his chin. It's not very appropriate to say. Qin Mo and Su Qing exchanged a glance, both getting interested. Go on. Qin Mo nudged him. Lin Chen lowered his voice. You know men have two balls, right? The two women's faces instantly turned red. Lin Chen. You. Don't rush, let me finish. Lin Chen suppressed a smile. I shot 2 chi needles into his balls, and a while back they swelled up like little watermelons. He was rolling on the ground in pain, and no amount of doctors could cure him. Qin Mo covered her mouth. Then what? Then his father came to me and begged for my help. I'm a kind-hearted person, so I helped him out. Of course I did charge a fitting consultation fee. You already took 100 million from them, and you call that a fitting fee? Of course. I heard his family only had 100 million in total. If they had 200 million, I would have charged 200 million. The two women rolled their eyes in unison. So how is his family doing now? According to Abao's reports, the Zhao family has gone bankrupt, and Zhao Peng doesn't dare make any more trouble. From now on, if you see him, just ignore him. He'll avoid you on his own. Qin Imo looked at him with complex eyes. Lin Chen, you. What? When did you become so ruthless? Lin Chen smiled. Ruthless? I was carrying out justice on heaven's behalf. When he kidnapped you, why didn't he think of the consequences? Leaving him alive is already an act of mercy. Qin Imo was silent for a moment, then leaned on his shoulder. Thank you. For what? For standing up for me. Lin Chen pulled her closer. You're my woman. Anyone who dares to touch you will wish they were dead. Su Qing said softly from the side. Lin Chen, isn't this too harsh? Lin Chen looked down at her. Qing, in this world some people don't deserve mercy. If you're courteous to them, they think you're easy to bully. When you hurt them badly enough, they won't dare come looking for trouble again. Su Qing thought for a moment and nodded. I understand. Qin Imo also nodded. I understand too. Lin Chen smiled. Good that you understand. Come have some fruit. This watermelon is quite sweet. He picked up a slice of watermelon and took a bite. The two women leaned on his shoulders and reached for fruit as well. Outside the window, the moon quietly slipped behind the clouds, as if reluctant to disturb the warmth. The Morning Light Pharmaceutical Building was draped in crimson banners and festive decorations resembling a bride about to walk down the aisle. 8 red banners hung from the rooftop emblazoned with slogans such as heartfelt congratulations on the grand opening of Morning Light Pharmaceutical and joining hands to forge a brilliant future. 2 rows of floral baskets lined the steps all the way to the roadside, their red, yellow, pink, and purple blooms vying for attention. One might have mistaken the scene for a flower shop. Lin Chen stood at the grand entrance, utterly taken aback by the spectacle. Who arranged all this? He asked, turning to Qin Imo beside him. Qin Imo tilted his chin proudly. Me. Impressive, isn't it? Impressive. Lin Chen nodded. Though it looks a bit like a wedding venue. Qin Imo slapped him on the back. Shut up. 100,000. The Yi family is certainly generous. Qin Imo frowned. What do they mean by that? It means, I've taken note of you, but I won't make a move for now. Lin Chen set the list down. No rush. We'll settle this debt with the Yi family sooner or later. Su Qing and Qin Imo exchanged a glance and said nothing. That evening the family gathered around the dining table. Mother Wang Xiaoying had prepared a lavish spread: braised fish, sweet and sour pork ribs, garlic shrimp, stir-fried seasonal greens, and a pot of slow-cooked old hen soup. Come sit down. Today is a splendid day. We should celebrate properly. Mother's smile stretched from ear to ear as she continuously picked up dishes for everyone. Father Lin Lisan had downed 2 glasses of wine, his face aglow. Son, what you said today was well spoken. A man must have mettle. Lin Chen poured him wine. Dad, don't drink too much. Today calls for joy. A couple more cups won't hurt. Lin Lisan patted his shoulder. Your mother was right. Our family has truly turned its fortunes around. Su's mother wiped her tears nearby. Little Chen has been sensible since he was a child. Now that he's made something of himself, he still remembers to bring me to the city to enjoy a good life. My life has been worth it. Su Qing took her mother's hand. Mom, don't cry. There are plenty of good days ahead. Mom is happy, truly happy. At the ancestral residence of the Yi family in the main hall, sandalwood smoke curled through the air, mingling with the scent of aged wood, lulling one into drowsiness. Ancestral tablets shimmered dimly in the candlelight like a row of silent eyes. Yi Tianlong sat in an old armchair, holding the photocopy of the contract Yi Lu had brought back. 2 billion. His fingers tightened slightly, and the paper gave out a faint rustle. 2 billion. He murmured, as though savoring the weight of the words. Yi Lu stood below the dais. His bottom had not fully healed, and prolonged standing made it ache. But he dared not sit. The patriarch had not permitted it. Patriarch, he said cautiously at Lin Chen's opening ceremony, the military sent a representative, and the contract was signed on the spot. Luo Zhentian did not come in person, but he sent word. Work well, and the country will not treat you unfairly. Yi Tianlong said nothing. Yi Lu continued. Quite a few people attended. Business circles from Jiangxing, the military, the underworld. That kid, Bao, has now unified the underground forces of Jiangnan province, and he is utterly devoted to Lin Chen. Yi Tianlong's fingers stopped tapping. Bao. His real name is Luo Bao, a member of a collateral branch of the Luo family. He has rare talent in martial cultivation. Though just over 30, he has already reached the late stage of dark force. What's more, he is shrewd and resourceful. He once served as Old Master Luo's personal bodyguard and earned his deep trust. Later, Old Master Luo recommended him to Lin Chen as a bodyguard, tasking him with protecting Lin Chen's safety. From this one can see how highly Old Master Luo regards Lin Chen. After Lin Chen wiped out the Green Dragon Gang, he helped Bao ascend to power. With that young man's skills and brains, he now rules the underworld of Jiangnan province. Yi Lu was quite resourceful himself. He knew all these details thoroughly. Yi Tianlong was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. The smile was faint like the winter sun. It appeared warm, but was in truth bone-chillingly cold. A college student in just a few months has made waves this big. He rose and walked to the window. Interesting. Truly interesting. Yi Lu took half a step forward. Patriarch, what shall we do next? Yi Tianlong gazed at the old locust tree in the courtyard, silent for a long while. That tree had been planted by his grandfather's grandfather. It was over 300 years old. Its trunk was so thick that 3 people could not encircle it with their arms. The crown shaded half the courtyard, and in summer the entire Yi estate was steeped in its coolness. The Yi family's foundation, like this tree, was deeply rooted and flourishing. Could a mere Lin Chen, for all his troublemaking, shake a 300-year-old tree? We'll make no move for now. Yi Tianlong turned and settled back into the armchair. He has the military behind him and the underworld as his shield. In a heating clash, the Yi family stands to gain nothing. Yi Lu breathed a sigh of relief. What about the formula? There is no hurry over the formula. Yi Tianlong lifted his teacup and gently blew on the leaves. Just keep watch on him. He'll show his weaknesses in time. He took a sip of tea and set the cup down. Don't go to Jiangxing for now. That Lin Chen is already wary of you. Yi Lu nodded hastily. Yes, Patriarch. You may go. Yi Lu turned and left. As he reached the doorway, he heard Yi Tianlong add one more remark. Is your backside healed? Yi Lu halted mid-step, his face burning. Healed. Yes, healed. Be more careful in the future. Yes. Yi Lu strode quickly out of the main hall, his back soaked in cold sweat. Yi Lu's backside had healed, but the shadow in his heart remained. Every night before sleeping, he would unconsciously feel it, making sure it had not swollen, then he could rest at ease. That young man named Lin Chen had carved a deep scar into his heart. He dared not go back to Jiangxing, but he could not afford not to go. Although Yi Tianlong had said stay away for now, the task of surveillance still fell to him. Not daring to go himself, he dispatched 2 underlings to shadow Lin Chen's movements from a distance. After 3 days, the 2 men returned and reported. Sixth Master, that man simply goes to his company every day, then returns to the villa. He rarely goes out. What about his family? His parents and Su Qing's mother hardly leave the house. His younger sister is escorted to and from school by bodyguards. His 2 girlfriends both work in the company. Nothing out of the ordinary. Yi Lu frowned. That's all. There is one more thing. The subordinate hesitated. He seems to be teaching his family to practice martial arts. We saw from a distance his younger sister practicing fist forms in the courtyard. She actually looked quite polished. Practicing martial arts. Yi Lu's brow knitted even tighter. What style? Can't tell. It doesn't follow the ancient martial arts path. But that little girl strikes with real power, not like an ordinary child. Yi Lu waved them away and paced about the room, teaching his family martial arts. What did that mean? Was he trying to turn his whole family into experts? Or, he suddenly recalled the day he had been struck by the qi needle, the sensation of that true qi raging through his body and the casual manner in which Lin Chen had withdrawn it. How many more hidden cards did that young man possess? Yi Lu picked up the phone, hesitated for a long time, then put it down. He did not dare call Yi Tianlong again. The last incident had already caused the patriarch to lose face. Reporting these trivialities again would only make himself look incompetent. He decided to wait. Yi Tianlong said make no move for now, but Yi Lu could not sit still. He felt he must do something to recover some face in front of the patriarch. He thought for 3 days and finally hatched a plan to stake out near Lin Chen's villa and see with his own eyes what Lin Chen was really up to. That night, Yi Lu drove an inconspicuous black sedan and parked in the alley opposite Lin Chen's villa. The villa's lights were on and figures could be seen moving through the windows. Yi Lu raised his binoculars and looked over. In the living room, Lin Chen was sitting on the sofa watching television. Leaning close to him were 2 women, Qin Mo and Su Qing. The 3 chatted and laughed, looking for all the world like an ordinary couple. Yi Lu then glanced up at the upper floors. The 3rd floor window was open. A young girl sat cross-legged before it, eyes shut, perfectly still. So that was Lin Chen's younger sister. She appeared no more than 15 or 16, yet her meditation posture was remarkably proper. Yi Lu lowered the binoculars. He was about to start the car and drive away when he suddenly felt something strike the back of his head. It was very light, like a mosquito bite. He reached around and touched the spot, but found nothing. Then in the rearview mirror, he saw a figure standing outside the car window. Yi Lu was seized by terror and jerked his head around. Lin Chen stood beside the car, grinning at him. Mister, you still out for a stroll at this hour? Why aren't you home sleeping? Yi Lu's mind went blank. How had he gotten out? He had clearly been in the living room moments ago. From dozens of meters away, how had he known he was here? Lin. Chairman Lin, passing by. Lin Chen finished for him. Yes, you were passing by. This alley leads to your hotel, so you drove through it, didn't you? Yi Lu nodded frantically. Very well. Lin Chen patted the car roof. Passing by is passing by. But mister, Yeah, I must remind you of something. Yi Lu swallowed hard. Please speak. Lin Chen leaned down to the car window, the smile still on his face, but there was no warmth in his eyes. I'm not a man with a good temper. Last time you sat in my office for a moment, and your backside was swollen for 3 days. This time you've been crouching outside for half an hour. He raised a finger pointing at the back of Yi Lu's head. This time I shot a chi needle into the back of your head. A chi needle. A chi needle again. Yi Lu's eyes burst wide, and he stared at Lin Chen in disbelief. The chi needle had already become his nightmare. He never imagined he would fall victim to it again so soon. He regretted it bitterly. Why had he insisted on coming here himself? Then Lin Chen's voice sounded again in his ear. This time I won't take your money lest after taking it, and healing you come back to irritate my eyes. You. What? What have you done to me? Yi Lu's voice trembled. Nothing much. This needle destroyed your motor nerve center. You will spend the rest of your life in bed, so you won't be able to come bothering me again. Now hurry back. You still have half an hour of mobility. I wouldn't want to see you collapse in front of my doorstep. With that, Lin Chen turned and walked away. Watching Lin Chen's retreating figure, Yi Lu was stunned. Half an hour. He only had half an hour of mobility left. Yi Lu snapped his senses back, hastily started the car, and floored the gas pedal. The car shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Unfortunately, the journey was too long. Before he had traveled even half the distance, he gradually felt his limbs weakening and his hands and feet going numb. He promptly pulled over to the roadside, pulled out his phone, and called 2 of his subordinates to fetch him. By the time he returned home, his hands and feet had lost all sensation. The 2 subordinates carried him to the large bed in his house, a bed that would become his resting place for the rest of his life. In the evening, Yi Tianlong came to his bedside. By habit, he tried to rise from the bed to pay respects, but his body only wriggled twice and would not obey. Only then did it suddenly hit him. He was already paralyzed. Tears streamed down his face. Patriarch, Yi Tianlong had already heard the report that Yi Lu had gone personally to spy on Lin Chen and had been paralyzed as a result. Looking at the wretched Yi Lu on the bed, Yi Tianlong said with a livid face, "Are you brainless? Was the last lesson not enough? Tell me, what conditions did he raise this time?" Yi Lu stopped crying. He said this time he didn't want to take money, for fear that once he took money and cured me, I'd go and get in his way again. Yi Tianlong said coldly, "Humph, he is long past being the poor student he once was. His assets now exceed 5 billion. But I am not one of those Zhou Dafu or Zhao Dagui sorts. My billion is not so easy to swallow." Yi Lu hurriedly said, "Patriarch, then what about me?" Yi Tianlong cut him off with a wave. "As for your body, figure it out yourself. I don't feed the useless. But given Lin Chen's methods, I think you had better resign yourself to fate." Then he turned and left without a backward glance. The night was deep and the villa was utterly silent. Lin Chen lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. His mind was preoccupied with the Yi family, recalling Yi Tianlong's face as dark as the bottom of a wok, and the 300-year-old locust tree at the Yi family's old residence. A 300-year-old tree with deep roots and lush leaves. Shaking it would be difficult, but where there's a will, there's a way. He sat up, leaned against the headboard, closed his eyes, and began to circulate his cultivation art. True chi circulated within his body, warm like a small river. He could feel the power flowing through his meridians, yet something still seemed missing, like a pot of water heated to 99 degrees, lacking only the final burst of fire. This was the bottleneck of a major realm in his cultivation. In fact, spending large amounts of time each day refining beauty cream, military-grade trauma medicine, and various daily-use pills was in itself a form of cultivation, a unique daily practice exclusive to the Qingxian creation art. When refining pills and medicines, true qi was consumed, but as the cultivation art circulated, it would automatically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to replenish the expended true qi, and the replenished true qi would be slightly greater than the amount consumed. A slight surplus of true qi would gradually widen the meridians. Repeating this cycle over time would steadily increase one's cultivation from the early stage to the middle stage, then to the late stage and the peak. Thus, Lin Chen did not need to meditate in the conventional way, yet his cultivation advanced rapidly. Only when he needed to break through a major realm did he require a large quantity of pills to surge his true qi, using them to assault the realm's barrier. It had been some time since he broke through to the 3rd layer of qi refining, and he was now preparing to break through to the 4th layer. A couple of days ago, through old Luo's connections, he purchased a batch of premium herbs from the military, and some of those herbs were actually over 200 years old. As a result, Lin Chen refined over 300 high-grade Peiyuan pills. He had originally planned to wait another 10 days or half a month before breaking through, allowing his cultivation to settle more thoroughly. But given the current situation, he could not wait any longer and decided to break through immediately. He rolled off the bed and tiptoed out of the room. The corridor was pitch black, with only a sliver of moonlight seeping through the window at the far end. He passed Qin Mo's room. The door was ajar, and the sound of even breathing drifted out. He then passed Su Qing's room. The door was shut, but a line of light glowed from underneath. That girl was reading her account books again, no matter how many times he told her not to. He shook his head, went downstairs, and headed to the basement. The villa's basement had been converted into a training room. The walls were covered with soundproofing cotton, the floor was laid with soft mats, and in the corner stood a large wooden tub, next to which was a row of shelves neatly stacked with various medicinal herbs. This was his private sanctuary where he had every breakthrough. He turned on the light and began preparing the medicine. Ginseng, Ganoderma, Lucidum, Deer, Antler, Snow, Lotus, Musk. He took each one down from the shelf and weighed ground, and mixed them according to the formula from the Immortal Emperor's memories. The medicinal powder glimmered faintly under the light, and the air was thick with the intense aroma of herbs. He took a deep breath, poured the powder into the wooden tub, and added clean water. Steam rose as the herbal fragrance grew even stronger. His speed in refining and absorbing the Peiyuan pills was now astonishing. After 4 hours, he had refined more than 200 pills, and his true qi was brimming to its absolute limit. He was now on the brink of a breakthrough. He took off his clothes and stepped into the wooden tub. At first the water was warm and comfortable. He leaned against the wall of the tub, closed his eyes, and waited for the storm to come. Then came a stabbing pain as if thousands of needles were piercing him simultaneously. He gritted his teeth and gripped the rim of the tub, his knuckles turning white. But this was merely an appetizer. The true pain arrived. The medicinal power seeped through his skin, infiltrated his muscles, and began to tear at them. This was not ordinary pain, it was a pain that churned from within, as if someone were using their hands to rip his muscles apart strand by strand, then stitch them back together. His entire body trembled, and his teeth ground together audibly. Then came the bones. This was the part he feared most. That kind of pain was not pain, it was despair. It was as if someone were wielding a hammer, striking his bones inch by inch, starting from his toes, and working upward. Ankles, calves, knees, thighs, hip bones. Every inch was savaged without mercy. He remembered his first medicinal bath, when he had nearly failed to survive. Back then he lay in a stone pool inside a cave, convulsing in agony, with only one thought in his mind. I cannot die. If I die, what will happen to my family? It was the same now. He gritted his teeth, running through the faces of his loved ones in his mind over and over. I must not fall. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. Let it hurt. If it hurt, it meant his physique was growing stronger. The medicinal power was now beginning to bore into his internal organs. This was the true purgatory. His heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Every organ felt as if it were being burned. He curled up in the tub, his whole body convulsing, his jaw clenched so tightly that blood seeped from the corners of his mouth. Oh! He could no longer hold it in, and let out a low roar. The sound echoed between the soundproof walls, muffled like the growl of a trapped beast. Just then a thump, thump, thump came from outside the basement door. Lin Chen. Lin Chen. What's wrong? It was Qin Mo. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, wanting to speak, but unable to utter a word. Lin Chen. Open the door. I heard you shout. Qin Mo's voice was tinged with tears. Don't scare me. Open the door. The door was pounded with heavy thuds. Lin Chen struggled to reach out and pressed the switch on the wall. The lock clicked open with a clack. Qin Mo rushed in and was startled to see him curled up in the wooden tub, his body flushed crimson and veins bulging. Lin Chen. You. She wanted to rush over, but Lin Chen raised his hand with great difficulty to stop her. Don't. Come closer. He panted. The medicinal bath. Don't touch. The water. Qin Mo stood at the door at a loss. She saw his skin red as if boiled, with veins crawling over his body like earthworms. His face was contorted, his jaw clenched tightly, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, one by one falling into the water. She wanted to cry but held it back. He'll stay here with you. She crouched down, watching him from a few steps away. Hold on. Lin Chen looked at her and nodded slightly. He closed his eyes again, continuing to endure the pain. The medicinal power burned through his organs again and again. He felt as if his internal organs were being reforged. Every inch burned red hot, then cooled, burned red hot again, and cooled once more. After an unknown length of time, the pain began to recede. Like an ebbing tide, it withdrew little by little, starting from the extremities of his limbs. His toes no longer ached, his ankles no longer ached, his calves no longer ached. Finally, even the most agonized organs slowly calmed down. Lin Chen let out a long breath and collapsed in the tub. He looked down at his body. A layer of black filth had been expelled from his skin, sticky to the touch and reeking of an unpleasant odor. He wiped it with his hand. It was black like mud. It's done, he said in a hoarse voice. I'm fine. Only then did Qin Mo dare to come closer. She crouched beside the tub, looking at the filth covering him, and couldn't help reaching out to touch his face. You scare me to death. Lin Chen smiled a little weakly. I'm fine. I'm used to it. Used to it. Qin Mo glared at him. How can anyone get used to this? You get used to it after practicing it over and over. He stood up from the tub only then realizing he was naked and quickly crouched back down. Could you step out for a moment? I need to wash up. Qin Mo's face flushed, but she did not turn around or leave. She grabbed Lin Chen's hand and said, I'll help you wash. Your body is too weak right now. Hurry up. Don't catch a cold. Lin Chen hastily climbed out of the tub, and Qin Mo supported him into the adjacent shower room, helping him rinse off. Hot water washed over his body, rinsing away every trace of filth. He rubbed his skin, feeling it firmer than before, and his muscle definition was more pronounced. He activated his cultivation art, and true qi surged through his body, more than twice as robust as before. Qi refining 4th layer achieved. Body cultivation 4th layer also achieved. He extended his hand, and a ball of fire condensed in his palm. The orange-eared fireball danced above his hand like a tiny sun, illuminating the entire shower room. He changed his gesture, and a wind blade shot from his fingertip, leaving a shallow scratch on the wall. Fireball technique. Wind blade technique. These were basic spells commonly used by cultivators. Finally, he could use them. Moreover, empowered by his special true qi, their power was doubled. Qin Mo's eyes widened. What is this? How can fire emerge from your palm? Lin Chen said, these are common spells used by cultivators called fireball technique and wind blade technique. Lin Chen extended his hand, and a fireball condensed in his palm again. See. Fireball technique. Qin Mo stared at the fire, her eyes round as saucers. This isn't magic. Of course not. This is called a spell. Lin Chen dismissed the fireball and released a wind blade. This is the wind blade technique. From now on I won't have to rely solely on my fist in a fight. Qin Mo reached out and touched the scratch on the wall, drawing in a sharp breath. If this were used on a person, that's why I don't dare use it lightly. Lin Chen admitted honestly, if I can't control it well, it could easily cost a life. Qin Mo rolled her eyes at him. So you do know what it means to fear taking a life. Lin Chen chuckled and pulled her outside. Come on, let's go up and test its power. In the villa's courtyard, moonlight was like water. Lin Chen stood beneath the osmanthus tree, took a deep breath, and flipped his right hand. A fireball condensed in his palm. It was larger than the one in the bathroom just now, and its color had shifted from oranger to golden red. Waves of heat rushed toward him, curling the edges of the nearby osmanthus leaves. He aimed at a stone in the corner of the courtyard, the one he used specifically to test moves as large as a wash basin and extremely hard. He thrust his hand forward, and the fireball shot out, trailing a golden red tail of flame before smashing into the stone. Boom! The stone burst apart, sending debris flying. Several chunks struck the wall a dozen meters away, leaving white marks. The ground was blasted into a basin-sized pit, with turned-up soil smoking. Qin Mo stood nearby, her mouth agape wide enough to fit an egg. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Even Lin Chen was somewhat stunned. He knew the fireball technique was powerful, but he hadn't expected it to be this powerful. If this were to strike a person, he hastily tested the wind blade technique as well. He swung his right hand, and a translucent wind blade shot from his fingertip, silent and swift as lightning. With a crack, an arm-thick branch of the osmanthus tree in the courtyard snapped off cleanly, its cut smooth as if carved by a knife. Qin Mo looked at the pit on the ground, then at the severed branch, then at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, in future fights are you not going to use your fists anymore? I still have to use them. Lin Chen touched his nose. These moves are too fierce, something could easily go wrong. My fists have restraint. This doesn't. Qin Mo nodded thoughtfully. Then can you use this? To burn someone's clothes off, for example. Lin Chen paused. What kind of thought process is that? I'm just curious. Qin Mo blinked. Think about it. If someone bullies me, you burn off all his clothes and make him run around naked. How satisfying would that be? Lin Chen found it both funny and annoying. Do you take me for a street performer? As the two were talking, the second-floor window was pushed open with a bang. Su Qing stuck her head out, her hair messy, and her face still heavy with sleep. What's going on? What was that sound? An earthquake. Qin Mo looked up and shouted to her sister Su Qing. Hurry down. Lin Chen has learned a new move. It's amazing. Su Qing rubbed her eyes, saw the pit, and the severed branch in the courtyard, froze for a moment, then withdrew back inside. Wait a moment, let me put on a jacket. Shortly after, Su Qing ran down in her pajamas, wearing one of Lin Chen's jackets over them. It was a size too large, the sleeves hanging past her hands, making her look like a child who had borrowed adult clothes. Brother Lin Chen, what did you just use? Fireball technique and wind blade technique. Lin Chen demonstrated again, this time controlling his strength. The fireball was much smaller and only left a small pit in the ground. Su Qing's eyes sparkled. So amazing. Can you teach us? Lin Chen thought for a moment. You haven't even entered the path yet. You can't learn. Wait until you reach the third layer of qi refining. Qin Mo pouted. When will that be? No rush. Lin Chen put his arm around her shoulder. Take it slow. Cultivation can't be rushed. He looked at the mess in the courtyard. A pit, a broken branch, and several white marks on the wall. You'll need to find someone to fix this tomorrow. Otherwise Mom will nag again when she sees it. The laughter of the three echoed through the courtyard. At that moment the third-floor window also opened. Lin Xiaoyu poked her head out sleepy-eyed. Brother, what are you guys doing down there? So noisy. Training Lin Chen shouted back to her. Do you want to come? No, I want to sleep. Lin Xiaoyu withdrew, then popped her head out again. Brother, are you causing damage again? Mom will definitely scold you tomorrow. Yeah, go back to sleep. The window closed and the courtyard fell silent again. Lin Chen wrapped his arms around the two women and leaned against the osmanthus tree. Moonlight filtered through the gaps and the leaves dappled and scattered like broken silver. Lin Chen suddenly said, now that you're this strong no one will dare to bully us anymore, right? Lin Chen thought for a moment. Not necessarily. Why? Because there will always be those who think they're stronger. He looked up at the moon. The Yi family is one of them. They think their 300-year legacy makes them exceptional and that a poor kid from the countryside like me can't turn the world upside down. Su Qing asked worriedly, then what do we do? What do we do? Lin Chen smiled. If one comes ill, fight one. If two come ill, fight a pair. They'll keep fighting until they yield. Qin Mo leaned against his shoulder. Then you must be careful. Don't worry. He lowered his head and kissed her hair. Your man is destined to become the protagonist of this era. Su Qing also leaned closer. Brother Lin Chen, now that you're at the fourth layer of qi refining, are you stronger than Yi Tianlong? Lin Chen thought for a moment. Yi Tianlong is at the late stage of transformation force, roughly equivalent to the seventh layer of qi refining. I'm currently at the fourth layer of qi refining. With my body cultivation technique, I should be able to take on someone at the sixth layer. Against the seventh layer, I'm still a bit short. Then what? Break through again, of course. He said casually. Going from the fourth to the fifth layer of qi refining is only a matter of a month or two. Qin Mo raised her head. That fast? It has to be fast. Lin Chen looked at the moon. The Yi family won't wait for me to cultivate slowly. I have to become stronger before they make their move. Su Qing tightened her grip on his hand. I know you can. Lin Chen smiled. Of course. I'm the one who's supposed to protect you. I can't let you down. The laughter of the three drifted away under the moonlight. In the distance a dog from some household barked twice, then all fell quiet. The wind swept across the courtyard, bringing waves of sweet osmanthus fragrance. Lin Chen gazed at the moon overhead, silently calculating in his mind. At the fourth layer of qi refining, he had also mastered the fireball technique and wind blade technique. With true qi blade, true qi shield, and qi needles along with these spells, he should have no problem defeating an average mid-stage transformation force practitioner. But Yi Tianlong was at the late stage of transformation force, still a notch above. He needed to move even faster. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging true qi within him. It wouldn't be long. Once he reached the fifth layer of qi refining, even Yi Tianlong would not be worth a second thought in his eyes. At breakfast, Lin Xiaoyu spotted the pit in the courtyard and got extremely excited. Brother, how big can your fireball get? Can it smash rocks? Can it smash walls? Can it eat your breakfast? Lin Chen picked up a steamed bun and stuffed it into her mouth. Biting into the bun, Lin Xiaoyu mumbled indistinctly, brother, teach me, okay? I want to learn too. Wait until you reach the third layer of qi refining. When will that be? It depends on how hard you work. Lin Xiaoyu immediately sat up straight. They'll definitely. The whole family was amused by her. Lin Chen looked at everyone around the table, his heart warm. What was the Yi family? What was 300 years of legacy? Having this family was all he needed. 3 weeks after Chengwang Pharmaceutical opened its doors, Elder Luo came to visit. Lin Chen was in the courtyard teaching Lin Xiaoyu how to control a flame when he received the phone call. The girl was genuinely gifted, worthy of her innate fire phoenix physique. Barely half a month after breaking through to the first level of qi refinement, she had already conjured a small flame in her palm, one that had grown from the size of a soybean to the size of a walnut. Her control, however, left much to be desired. Yesterday she had burned through the clothesline again. Qin Mo's clothes scattered all over the ground, and she was so furious that she chased Lin Xiaoyu around the yard 3 times. Brother, the fire's grown again. Lin Xiaoyu frantically shook the little fireball in her palm. It bounced from one hand to the other like a disobedient rabbit. Steady, don't panic. Lin Chen stood nearby with his arms crossed, utterly composed. The more you panic, the more unruly it becomes. Take a deep breath and imagine it completely within your control. Lin Xiaoyu took a deep breath and closed her eyes. The flame wavered in her palm, then slowly steadied, shrinking from the size of a walnut back to that of a soybean and lying quietly in her hand. There. She opened her eyes and hopped up joyfully. Brother, look. I've got it. The fireball swelled again. Her hand gave a jerk and a lick of flame shot out, heading straight for the osmanthus tree beside them. Lin Chen reacted in the blink of an eye. With a wave of his hand, a wind blade slashed across and extinguished the flame midair. A few charred osmanthus leaves drifted down onto Lin Xiaoyu's head. Brother. Lin Xiaoyu shrank her neck and looked at him guiltily. Lin Chen sighed and flicked her forehead. All right, that's enough for today. Go wash up. We'll have a guest soon. Who? Elder Luo. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. The grandpa from the military. Right. Go change your clothes. You reek of sweat. Lin Xiaoyu gave an "oh" and skipped into the house. At 10 in the morning, a military jeep pulled up in front of the villa. Elder Luo stepped out wearing a dark jacket instead of a uniform, but the imposing aura about him could not be concealed. His back was as straight as a board and he walked with a commanding stride. No one would have taken him for over 70. Xiaochun. He reached out a hand from a distance, his voice loud and clear. This place of yours is excellent. Even more splendid than my courtyard in the capital. Lin Chen hurried over and shook his hand. Elder Luo, if you had let me know you were coming, I'd have prepared something. Prepare what? It's not like I'm here for an inspection. Elder Luo patted his shoulder and gave him an appraising look. You have good color. Looks like you're living quite comfortably. Lin Chen rubbed his nose. Not bad. Not bad. Elder Luo lowered his voice and winked. I've heard you have 2 girlfriends living here. Lin Chen nearly choked on his own saliva. Elder Luo, your sources are too well informed. Huh. Elder Luo laughed heartily. Young man, you've got skill. If I had had your skill in my younger days, I wouldn't have ended up wooing only one wife. Lin Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry and hurriedly invited him inside. Qin Mo and Su Qing were already waiting at the door. Qin Mo wore a professional suit with her hair pinned up, sharp and efficient. Su Qing wore a pale blue dress, gentle and elegant. Standing together, they were like 2 blossoms of different colors. Hello, Elder Luo, they said in unison. Elder Luo looked from one to the other and said with a warm chuckle, good. Both are fine girls. Xiaochun is a fortunate man. Qin Mo blushed while Su Qing lowered her head and smiled. Lin Chen gave a dry cough. Elder Luo, shall we go inside and talk? Let's go inside. In the living room, Qin Mo brewed tea and Su Qing brought over fruit. Elder Luo sat on the sofa, looked around, and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. This home feels quite cozy. A home with women is truly different. Lin Chen poured him some tea. Elder Luo, did you come to Jiangxing this time specifically to see me? Not entirely. Elder Luo took a sip of tea. I had a meeting at the military region, so I came by to see you on the way. And also, he set down the cup, took a document out of his briefcase, and handed it to Lin Chen. Take a look. Lin Chen took it and opened it. His brows drew together. It was an Interpol intelligence bulletin listing more than a dozen names, all major fugitives wanted by various countries. There were drug dealers, arms smugglers, and assassins of political figures. The faces in the photographs were vicious, none of them looking like decent people. What's this? Recently, some overseas forces have slipped into Southeast Asia and caused a great deal of trouble there. Elder Luo's expression turned serious. Behind these people are organizations, money, and weapons. Our people have been investigating for a long time, but have only uncovered the fringes. Lin Chen continued flipping through the file, then stopped at one page. In the photo was a bald man with a face full of coarse flesh and a snake tattoo around his neck. His name was Black Snake. Amidst Hua Jin international assassin, he had at least dozens of lives on his hands. This man, Black Snake. Elder Luo's voice deepened. Last month, he killed a wealthy Chinese businessman in Thailand. This month, he's resurfaced in Myanmar. We suspect his next target is China. Lin Chen set the file down. Elder Luo, are you asking me to? No. Elder Luo waved his hand. I didn't come to ask you to capture him. I came to ask how the development of that chi-returning pill is going. The chi-returning pill was an internal healing medicine. It could rapidly mend wounds, internal or external, and swiftly restore physical strength. It was essentially an upgraded version of the military's wound medicine. This was the most basic and commonplace healing pill in the cultivation world, so simple it did not even have a real name. Chi-returning pill was the name Lin Chen had given it himself. Lin Chen was startled, then smiled. Elder Luo, you're beating around the bush to push me on the deadline, aren't you? Elder Luo also smiled. I just didn't want you to get so caught up in romance that you forgot the real work. Qin Mo blushed on the side, while Su Qing pretended not to hear and focused on peeling an apple. Give me a month. Lin Chen did the math. The formula is already fixed, I just need to adjust the proportions of a few herbs. The main problem is that the potency is too strong. Ordinary people can't handle it, so I need to bring the medicinal properties down. Good. Safety first. Then Lin Chen added, Elder Luo, since you came to see me today, let me perform a little magic trick to entertain you. As he spoke, he extended his hand, and a ball of fire slowly gathered in his palm. Orange-red flames danced over his hand, and the temperature in the living room rose by several degrees in an instant. Qin Mo and Su Qing had long grown used to such things. They continued drinking tea and peeling apples as if nothing had happened. Elder Luo's eyes, however, went wide. This? What is this? The fireball technique. Lin Chen dispelled the fireball, then released a wind blade and traced it lightly across the coffee table. The newspaper lying there was cut cleanly in half, the cut as smooth as if it had been sliced by a knife. Elder Luo stared at the newspaper for a long while, then looked at Lin Chen's hand and then at his face. Xiao Chen, tell me honestly, what exactly are you? Lin Chen sat back, picked up his cup, and took a sip. Elder Luo, I'm nothing but an ordinary college student. I was just fortunate enough to learn a few things normal people can't. Elder Luo was silent for a moment, then smiled. Fine. You won't say, and I won't ask. He leaned back on the sofa and looked at Lin Chen. But Xiao Chen, from now on you'd better not show these things in front of others so often. It'll bring no small amount of trouble if word gets out. Lin Chen nodded. I know. It's only because you came that I showed off a little. Elder Luo nodded with satisfaction. That shows you still have a conscience. At noon, Lin Chen invited Elder Luo to stay for lunch. Qin Mo and Su Qing were busy in the kitchen while Elder Luo sat in the living room chatting with Lin Chen. Elder Luo looked at him and suddenly asked, Xiao Chen, have you ever thought about joining the Dragon Group in the future? Lin Chen was taken aback. Dragon Group? Yes. Elder Luo put down his teacup. The Dragon Group is the country's most elite special forces unit dealing specifically with matters ordinary people cannot handle. Given your strength, entering the Dragon Group would be more than sufficient. Lin Chen considered it. Elder Luo, let me think it over. No rush. Elder Luo smiled. I'm only making a suggestion. Your immediate priority is to finish developing the chi returning pill and run your company well. The Dragon Group can wait. Thank you for understanding, Elder Luo. Elder Luo patted his shoulder and lowered his voice. But I want to warn you. The Yi family has been making inquiries about you all over the ancient martial arts world recently. They haven't made a move yet, but they're certainly up to no good. Be careful. A flicker of change passed through Lin Chen's eyes, but it was quickly smoothed over. I understand. Good that you understand. Elder Luo stood up. Come on, let's have lunch. I'll have to taste the cooking of your two girlfriends properly. At the dinner table, Elder Luo ate 3 bowls of rice and drank 2 bowls of soup. Xiao Chen, your 2 girlfriends. Their cooking is superb. He patted his belly, thoroughly satisfied. Far better than the cook at my place. Qin Mo smiled. Elder Luo, since you like it, come often, and I'll prepare more for you. Su Qing also nodded. Yes, Elder Luo, just let us know what you like in advance, and we'll have it ready. Elder Luo looked at one, and then the other, and said with deep feeling, Xiao Chen, what kind of merits did you accumulate in your past life to run into 2 such fine girls at once? Lin Chen grinned sheepishly. Lucky, just lucky. Lucky. Elder Luo threw him a glance. It's because these girls are kind-hearted enough not to hold anything against you. You'd better treat them well. I will. Lin Chen quickly declared. Elder Luo turned to Qin Mo and Su Qing. If this boy ever bullies you, let me know. I'll take care of him for you. Qin Mo and Su Qing exchanged a glance, and both smiled. Elder Luo, he wouldn't dare, Qin Mo said. Exactly. Su Qing continued, if he ever bullies us, we'll join forces, and he won't even dare to fight back. Elder Luo burst out laughing. Good. With those words I can rest assured. In the afternoon, Elder Luo prepared to leave. Lin Chen walked him to the door. Xiao Chen, push ahead with the chi returning pill. Before getting into the car, Elder Luo turned back to look at him. And don't take the Yi family lightly. If they dare make a move against you, give me a call. Lin Chen nodded. Elder Luo, don't worry. Elder Luo got into the car, rolled down the window, and winked at him. Oh right, my granddaughter Luo Bing will be on leave next month. Let her come to Jiangxing for a bit of fun. You young people should spend more time together. Lin Chen was stunned. Luo Bing is coming. What? Not welcome? She's welcome. Of course she's welcome. Lin Chen said hastily. Elder Luo smiled and rolled up the window. The engine started, and the car slowly drove out of the villa. Lin Chen stood at the entrance watching the jeep disappear at the end of the road, a smile gradually curling at the corners of his mouth. Luo Bing was... Qin Mo was going over the account books. She looked up when she heard this. Luo Bing. The one who came last time. Yes. Su Qing also put down her needlework. She's a nice person. Last time she came, she even brought us local specialty gifts. Lin Chen leaned back on the sofa and looked up at the ceiling. Elder Luo's intention might be for me to spend more time with Luo Bing. Qin Mo set down the ledger and looked at him. What about you? Do you want what? To spend more time with Luo Bing. Lin Chen thought about it. Luo Bing is cold on the surface, warm at heart. Sharp-tongued yet soft inside. Su Qing smiled. Brother Lin Chen, are you interested in her? What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Chen flicked her forehead. I just think she's a good person. Qin Mo and Su Qing exchanged glances and both laughed. All right, let her come, then Qin Mo said. We have plenty of rooms at home anyway. Su Qing nodded as well. That's right. More people means more fun. Lin Chen looked at them, feeling a warm glow in his heart. Aren't you afraid that if she comes, feelings will grow between us over time? Qin Mo shot him a look. Even if they do, so what? The two of us have already been won over by you. What's one more to be afraid of? Su Qing giggled from the side. Exactly. When you have many lice, you stop feeling itchy. Lin Chen was at a loss between laughter and tears. What kind of analogy is that? Their laughter echoed through the living room. Outside the window, the moon had climbed to the treetops, silver moonlight streaming in to illuminate the coast. The Yi family. Not afraid. The Dragon Group. No rush. Luo Bing coming. Let her come. His life had only just begun. in Jiangqing at Abao's headquarters. At this moment, Bao was sitting in his office on the 4th floor saying to the brother beside him, "Brother Chen just called and said we need to unify the underworld forces of Jiangnan province. Take a few sharp brothers to send out invitations and invite the bosses from every city in the province to Jiangqing for a meeting." The brother was taken aback. Brother Bao, the whole province. How many people would that be? So many. What's there to fear? Bao slammed his hand on the table. Brother Chen said that of the 7 cities in Jiangnan province, not one of the other 6 can be missing. Linjiang, Jiangzhou, Nanqing, Dongchuan, Beigong, Xiling. Invite all the bosses of those places. He counted on his fingers, growing more excited with each one. 7 days from now, we'll hold a meeting here and elect the supreme leader of Jiangnan province's underworld. Whoever refuses Brother Chen will personally have a talk with him. The brother swallowed hard. Brother Chen. Personally. Right. Bao smiled. You know how Brother Chen handles things. The brother shuddered and hurried off to deliver the invitations. The news spread like it had wings, reaching all 7 cities of Jiangnan province within 3 days. Jiangcheng was Bao's territory, so naturally no one there said anything. But the reactions from the bosses of the other cities were quite a spectacle. Scar Lu of Linjiang was the first to explode. He sat in his golden splendor entertainment city, tore the invitation Bao had sent into shreds, and hurled them to the ground. Who the hell does Bao think he is? He deserves to call me to a meeting, to elect a supreme leader. Who does he think he is? Choosing a crown, Scar Lu stood up and kicked over the coffee table in front of him. Teapot and cups crashed to the floor in a clatter. Go back and tell Bao I'm not going. If he dares come to Linjiang, I'll make sure he walks in upright and gets carried out horizontal. And that Lin Chen, what a damn Brother Chen. He'll twist his head off sooner or later and kick it around like a ball. The angrier he got, the more furious he became. He grabbed his phone from the table and smashed it hard against the wall. With a bang, the phone shattered. His men shrank back, not daring to breathe. Feng Tiannan of Jiangzhou, upon receiving the invitation, didn't lose his temper. He was a shrewd businessman who controlled half of Jiangzhou's entertainment venues and underground casinos. He leaned back on his leather sofa, read the invitation over and over 3 times, then smiled. Interesting. A mere brat wants to be the local emperor of Jiangnan province. He said to the secretary beside him, go dig up the background on this Lin Chen. Find out what he's really capable of to be so arrogant. Zhao Taizhan of Nancheng was a rough man who could barely read a handful of characters, but he had over 100 brothers under him, everyone a fighter. After reading the invitation, he grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. A meeting? Fine. He'll go to Jiangsheng and see whether this Lin Chen really has 3 heads and 6 arms. Chen Jinghe, the pale-faced scholar of Dongchuan, remained the calmest. He put the invitation away, took a leisurely sip of tea, and said to the messenger, go back and tell Bao that I will definitely be there in 7 days. The female boss of Beigong, widow Zhou, was playing mahjong with others when she received the invitation. She glanced at it, tossed it casually onto the mahjong table, and continued drawing tiles. 9 of bamboo. A meeting. Fine, I might as well go to Jiangsheng for some fun. The old fox Qian Wangguan of Xiling frowned at the invitation, but said nothing. He was the type who knew how to read the situation and never voiced an opinion lightly. He sent his men to Jiangsheng first to scope things out before deciding. Bao reported the reactions of the 7 city bosses to Lin Chen one by one. When he came to Scar Lu, Bao ground his teeth. Brother Chen, that Scar Lu is too arrogant. He said, head, twist your head off and kick it around like a ball. Lin Chen was sunbathing in the courtyard. Hearing this, he smiled. What else did he say? He also said. Bao hesitated. He said, you're a damn Brother Chen, and hell deal with you sooner or later. Lin Chen pushed his sunglasses up onto his forehead and sat up. Is Scar Lu at the peak of dark force? Yes, peak dark force. They say he's practiced iron sand palm for 30 years and can shatter a blue stone slab with 1 palm. Bao paused. Last time he ambushed me. I'm at mid-stage dark force, and I lasted less than 5 moves against him. He attacked you. Lin Chen's gaze turned cold. When did this happen? Bao lowered his head. Just last month. He came to Jiangsheng to scout the area and happened to run into me. Without a word, he attacked. One of my brothers was crippled by him and is still lying in the hospital. He's had the idea of swallowing up Jiangsheng for a long time. Lin Chen was silent for a few seconds, then stood up. Let's go. Go where? Linjiang. To pay this Scar Lu a visit. Bao was stunned. Brother Chen, just the 2 of us. Of course not. Lin Chen patted his shoulder. Don't you have brothers? Bring plenty. Well, go give him a Bao's eyes lit up. You got it. An hour later, more than a dozen luxury cars set out from Jiangsheng, followed by over 20 vans rumbling in a grand procession toward Linjiang. The convoy formed a long dragon with no end in sight. Cars on the road moved aside one after another, and pedestrians stopped to stare. Who is this? Such a grand display. I hear there are Bao's people from Jiangsheng going to Linjiang on business. Business? With this many people? Looks like trouble. The convoy entered Linjiang and headed straight for the Golden Splendor Entertainment City. At the entrance of Golden Splendor Scar, Liu's men turned pale at the sight. They scrambled inside to report. Brother Liu, bad news. People from Jiangsheng are here. So many cars. So many people. Scar Liu was playing cards on the 3rd floor. He threw down his cards and stood up. How many? At least 200 or 300. They've blocked the whole street. Scar Liu's expression shifted, but he quickly regained his composure. He sneered. Let them come. What's there to fear? Tell the brothers to grab their weapons and wait downstairs. He turned and walked to the window looking down. The entire street was packed with all kinds of cars. More than 200 people got out of the vehicles, all in black suits. At the very front, the door of a black Maybach opened and Lin Chen stepped out. He wore an ordinary white shirt, jeans, and sneakers, looking like a college student out shopping. Yet standing among more than 200 men in black suits, he was the most conspicuous, because he was the only one not wearing a suit. A bow followed behind him, suit, crisp shoes, polished, looking like a true boss. The whole street fell silent. My God, are they filming a movie? What movie? This is real. People from Jiangsheng are here to trash the place. Isn't that Scar Liu's turf? Who's so bold? I hear it's a young up-and-comer from Jiangsheng named Lin Chen. Young, but incredibly capable. Scar Liu ambushed his people last month, so he's here to settle the score. One man brings over 200 people to settle a score. That's too ruthless. Lin Chen stood at the entrance of Golden Splendor, looked up at the 6-story building, then turned his gaze to the pale-faced security guards at the door. Is Scar Liu here? The guard opened his mouth, but couldn't speak. Just then the building's door opened. Scar Liu walked out with dozens of men, a machete in his hand, the blade glinting coldly in the sunlight. The men behind him all carried weapons. Choppers, iron rods, steel pipes. A truly intimidating sight. Scar Liu stood on the steps looking down at Lin Chen from above. His scarred face was especially vicious in the sunlight. The scar running diagonally from the corner of his left eye to the corner of his mouth looked like a centipede, sending chills down the spine. You're Lin Chen. His voice was rough and hoarse like sandpaper grinding against wood. Lin Chen looked at him. You're Scar Liu. I'm Scar Liu, and I never change my name. Scar Liu rested the machete on his shoulder. You brat, bring this many people to Linjiang. What's your meaning? No particular meaning. Lin Chen kept his hands in his pockets, smiling. I heard you ambushed a Bao last month and wounded one of his brothers. I'm here to demand an explanation. Is this kid insane? He looks like a student, and he dares to demand an explanation from Brother Liu. Look at him. Probably hasn't even graduated from college yet. He doesn't know his place. Brother Liu could crush him with one hand. An old man squeezed into the crowd, squinting at the scene. Who is this young man, daring to provoke Scar Liu? Scar Liu has been walking sideways in Linjiang for 20 years. No one dares to cross him. A young man beside him chimed in. Grandpa, you don't know. This man is Lin Chen from Jiangsheng. I hear he's incredibly powerful. He wiped out the Green Dragon Gang. The Green Dragon Gang. That Dragon Brother. Right. Him. Dragon Brother couldn't last 3 moves against him and was crippled. The old man gasped. That powerful, eh? You bet. Scar Liu may have kicked an iron plate this time. Upstairs, a young man poked his head out and shouted down. Brother Liu. Go, Brother Liu. Beat this Jiangsheng bastard to death. Scar Liu heard this and grinned, showing his yellow teeth. You hear that, kid? This is Linjiang, not Jiangsheng. No matter how many people you bring, it's useless. He took the machete from his shoulder and weighed it in his hand. They'll give you one last chance. Get out of here with your men now, and I'll pretend this never happened. Otherwise, he slashed the stone lion beside him. With a clang, sparks flew, and a white mark was left on the lion. My blade here has no eyes. Lin Chen looked at him and smiled. Scar Liu, do you think you're pretty tough? Peak Dark Force, 30 years of iron sand palm, able to shatter a blue stone slab with one palm. Scar Liu's expression changed. How do you know? I know a lot more than that. Lin Chen stepped forward. And I know one more thing. Peak Dark Force isn't worth much in front of me. Scar Liu's face flushed crimson and veins bulged on his forehead. Bullshit. He swung the machete, chopping at Lin Chen's head. The blade whistled through the air, fast and fierce. The watching crowd let out a cry of shock. Some covered their eyes, some gaped. It's over, it's over. This young man is going to die. That strike from Scar Liu could split a rock. Dodge. Lin Chen didn't dodge. He raised his hand, and with 2 fingers lightly pinched the blade. The blade stopped. As if welded in midair, it didn't budge. Scar Liu's face turned the color of pig liver. Gripping the handle with both hands, he pressed down with all his might. Veins bulged from his forehead all the way to his neck, and his teeth gnashed loudly. But the blade simply would not move. Thighs. How is this possible? He stared wide-eyed as if seeing a ghost. The crowd erupted. Holy crap. He caught the blade with his hand. 2 fingers. Just 2 fingers. What kind of monster is this? The old man's tobacco pipe dropped to the ground, and his mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg. I've lived 70 years and never seen such skill. The young man upstairs shrank back and didn't dare make another sound. Scar Liu's men looked at one another, forgetting to raise their weapons. Someone quietly took a step back, then Lin Chen looked at Scar Liu, his smile unchanged. That's it. He twisted his fingers, and the machete broke in two with a crack. Half of the blade flew out and embedded itself in the stone lion beside them with a thud, quivering. Scar Liu stood frozen, clutching the broken half, his face going from red to white, then from white to blue. You? Who the hell are you? Someone you can't afford to offend. Lin Chen brushed off the non-existent dust from his hands. Scar Liu will give you two choices. First, kneel and apologize to Abao, compensate his brother's medical expenses, and obediently listen to Abao from now on. What's the second? Scar Liu asked through clenched teeth. Second, Lin Chen extended his hand, and a ball of fire slowly condensed in his palm. The orange-eared flames danced above his palm, and waves of heat washed over the crowd, making everyone involuntarily step back. Scar Liu's eyes bulged like brass bells. Thighs. What is this thing? The crowd exploded again. Fire. He's holding fire in his hand. This isn't magic, is it? It's real fire. I saw it. He conjured it from his palm. Lin Chen tossed the fireball in his hand like a juggler. The fire traced an arc in the air and fell back into his palm. Scar Liu, when you ambushed Abao, did you ever imagine today would come? Scar Liu's lips trembled twice, but no words came out. Lin Chen dismissed the fireball, took a cigarette from his pocket, and put it between his lips. Then he raised his hand, and a small flame appeared on his index finger, lighting the cigarette. He took a deep drag and blew out a smoke ring. They'll give you 3 seconds to decide. 3. Scar Liu's legs began to tremble. 2. His men had already begun to quietly retreat. 1. I choose the first. Scar Liu fell to his knees with a thud, his knees slamming against the concrete floor with a dull sound. He tossed the broken blade aside, propped himself on his hands, and pressed his forehead to the ground. Brother Chen, I was wrong. The whole street fell silent. Abao stood behind Lin Chen, watching Scar Liu kneel on the ground, his eyes slightly reddened. He thought of the brother who had been ambushed last month, still lying in the hospital with a cast on his leg, unable to get out of bed. Brother Chen, he said in a low voice. Lin Chen. He threw him a glance and nodded. Then he walked over to Scarface Liu and crouched down. Scarface Liu, when you ambushed Abao, you wounded one of his brothers, didn't you? Scarface Liu raised his head, his forehead soaked with sweat. He'll pay. Any amount. Money. Lin Chen smiled. I don't want money. He stood up and planted his foot on Scarface Liu's left arm. Crack. The sound of shattering bone was especially clear in the silent street. Scarface Liu let out a miserable shriek and rolled on the ground in agony. The onlookers drew in sharp breaths, some covered their mouths. Oh my God. He really did it. That arm, is it ruined? Ruthless. Truly ruthless. Lin Chen stepped on his right arm. Crack. Another sound. Scarface Liu's scream changed pitch like a pig being slaughtered. His underlings stood nearby, none daring to move. Some turned pale, some had trembling legs, and some quietly dropped their weapons on the ground. Lin Chen walked behind him and stepped on his left leg. This leg. You used it when you ambushed Abao. Crack. Scarface Liu had stopped screaming. He fainted from the pain, only to be jolted awake by it, his whole body convulsing. Lin Chen stepped on his right leg. This one is the interest. Crack. Scarface Liu lay prone on the ground, his limbs twisted at unnatural angles like a crab crushed underfoot. His face pressed against the ground, blood-flecked foam spilling from his mouth, and his eyes rolling white. He was clinging to life by a thread. Lin Chen squatted down and patted his face. Scarface Liu, remember this. Abao is my brother. Touch him, and you touch me. This time I crippled your limbs. Next time I'll crush your head. He stood up, turned, and walked back. After a few steps he stopped again. Oh, by the way, in 7 days there is a meeting in Jiangxing. Will you still come? Scarface Liu lay on the ground, unable to speak, and could only shake his head desperately. Suit yourself, Lin Chen said with a smile. Just remember to pay the protection fee. And the medical expenses for brother Abao. 10 million in my account within 3 days. He got into the car and closed the door. Over 200 black-suited men filed into their vehicles. More than a dozen luxury cars and 20-odd vans drove off in an imposing convoy. The entire street fell silent again. All that remained was Scarface Liu lying on the ground like a lump of rotten flesh, and his underlings who stood as if struck dumb. The crowd slowly dispersed, but the murmuring refused to die down. That Lin Chen, he's too vicious. Scarface Liu is finished this time. All 4 limbs are shattered. He'll never fight again in this life. Serves him right. Who told him to ambush their people? This is called karma. From now on, Jiangnan province is going to change hands. 3 days later, Scarface Liu's 10 million arrived. Abao split 5 million with the injured brother and used the remaining 5 million to buy medicinal herbs, which he sent to Lin Chen's villa. Brother Chen, this is a small token from the brothers. Abao handed over the list of herbs. That Scarface Liu won't dare to act up anymore. People in Linjiang now walk around me. Lin Chen glanced at the list and casually set it on the table. Fine, I'll take the herbs. Bao chuckled. Brother Chun about the heroes' assembly. Hold it as scheduled. Those who should come will come, those who don't, I'll go find them. Lin Chen leaned back on the sofa. Bao shuddered and hurried off to make preparations. 7 days later at Bao's headquarters in Jiangqing. A red carpet stretched across the building entrance with flower baskets lining both sides. More than 20 black-suited men stood at the door welcoming guests, all brimming with vigor like hotel doormen. In the upstairs conference room, a huge oval table was surrounded by leather chairs. On the table were fruit pastries and bottled water. In front of each seat was a name card bearing the name of one city's underworld leader. The first to arrive was Zhao Taizhan from Nanqing. He swept in with a dozen brothers driving 3 black Land Rovers. Bao. Here I am. He bellowed the moment he entered, his voice as loud as thunder. Bao stepped forward to greet him. Brother Zhao, welcome, welcome. Please come in. Zhao Taizhan sat down in the conference room, crossed his legs, took out a cigarette, and lit it. Where's Lin Chen? Didn't he say he'd be the supreme chief? Where is he? Brother Chen will be here shortly. Shortly. Zhao Taizhan snorted. Quite the airs. Next came Chun Jinghe from Dongchuan. He wore a gray Zhongshan suit and gold-rimmed glasses, holding a folding fan in his hand as he strolled in leisurely. Brother Bao, long time no see. Bao greeted him with a smile. Brother Chen, you've arrived. Please come in. Chun Jinghe sat down, opened his folding fan, gave it 2 gentle waves, and said unhurriedly, quite a scene today, isn't it? Zhao Taizhan chimed in, the scene is indeed not small, but I wonder whether that Lin Chen has the ability to back it up. Chun Jinghe smiled without replying. When Widow Zhou from Beigang arrived, the entire conference room seemed to brighten. She wore a bright red cheongsam, her figure alluring, and her walk was dripping with seductive charm. Behind her followed 2 young burly bodyguards, one on each side, like 2 walls of flesh. Oh, everyone's here. She sat down on a chair, crossed her legs, revealing a stretch of fair, smooth calf. I'd like to see what that Lin Chen looks like. The man who beat Scarface Liu like that. Zhao Taizhan snickered. Widow Zhou, have you taken a fancy to him? Widow Zhou shot him a glare. So what if he's young and strong, much better than an old coot like you. Zhao Tieshan's face darkened. Just as he was about to lose his temper, another person walked in at the door. Qian Wangguan from Shilling arrived. He wore a black tang suit, twirling 2 walnuts in his hands, and greeted everyone with a smiling face. Old Qian, you came too. Zhao Taizhan was a bit surprised. You're not usually one for crowds. Qian Wangguan sat down and said slowly, with such a big event happening, not coming to take a look would be unforgivable. Zhao Taizhan snorted. Look at what? Watch Lin Chen play Emperor. Qian Wangguan smiled and said nothing. The last to arrive was Feng Tianan from Jiangzhou. He walked in with 4 bodyguards in a grand manner, sat down opposite the head seat, crossed his legs, took out a cigar, and lit it. Bao, when will that Lin Chen arrive? He blew out a smoke ring, his voice neither warm nor cold. Bao glanced at his watch. Soon. Feng Tianan flicked his ash. Are the heads of 5 cities supposed to sit here waiting for him alone? Quite the airs. Zhao Taizhan added, exactly. Who does he think he is? The son of heaven. Widow Zhou, cracking melon seeds, said with a grin, the man has real skill. What's wrong with a little attitude? If you had the ability to cripple Scarface Liu, you could put on airs too. Zhao Taizhan was choked, speechless, his face turning bright red. Chun Jinghe spoke slowly. Scarface Liu was at the pinnacle of dark force with 30 years training in the Iron Sand Palm. To be able to break all 4 of his limbs, this Lin Chen is indeed not simple. Feng Tianan sneered. Not simple. Who knows if he used some underhanded trick. The moment he finished speaking, the conference room door was pushed open. Lin Chen walked in. He wore a white shirt with sleeves rolled up to the elbows, revealing sturdy forearms. Jean sneakers. He looked like a college student here for an internship. But when his gaze swept across everyone present, they all felt a chill run down their spines. That kind of gaze couldn't be faked. It was the look of one who had seen blood and taken lives. Everyone's sorry to keep you waiting. He walked to the head seat, sat down, folded his hands on the table, and said with a pleasant smile, traffic jam on the way, my apologies. Zhao Taizhan snorted. Traffic jam? You were stuck for half an hour. Lin Chen looked at him, his smile unbroken. Brother Zhao, right? Zhao Taizhan from Nanqing. That's me. Zhao Taizhan puffed out his chest. What about it? Nothing. Lin Chen leaned back in his chair. I heard brother Zhao has more than 100 brothers under him, all capable fighters. Zhao Taizhan raised his chin proudly. You bet. I've been in Nanqing for 20 years, relying on my many brothers and hard fists. Hard fists. Lin Chen smiled. Then can brother Zhao shatter this stone with one punch? He took a fist-sized pebble from his pocket and placed it on the table. Zhao Taizhan was taken aback. What do you mean? Nothing in particular. Lin Chen pushed the stone to the center of the table. I just want everyone to see what hard fist really means. He reached out and flicked the stone lightly with his index finger. Crack. The stone shattered. It broke into 7 or 8 pieces, scattering across the table with a crisp, clear sound. The conference room fell silent. Zhao Tieshan's mouth hung open, forgotten. Widow Zhou's melon seeds spilled all over the floor. Chen Jinghe's folding fan froze midair, his hand forgetting to wave it. Qian Wangwan's walnuts stopped midway, stuck between his fingers. Feng Tiannan's cigar burned down to his fingers, giving him a jolt, but he didn't cry out. 5 people, 10 eyes, all staring at the pile of shattered stones on the table. Zhao Taizhan swallowed hard, his voice dry. This. What kung fu is this? Lin Chen brushed the dust off his hands. No kung fu at all, just a bit more strength than most. He stood up and walked to the open area in the middle of the conference room. Since you've all come from afar, watching a stone is no fun. Let me give everyone a show. He extended his hand, and a ball of fire slowly coalesced in his palm. Orange-eared flames danced in his palm, growing larger and larger, from the size of a walnut to a fist, then to a soccer ball. The temperature of the entire conference room shot up by over 10 degrees in an instant. The fruit on the table began to shrivel, and a layer of condensation formed on the surfaces of the water bottles. Zhao Tieshan's chair slid back half a meter, his face covered in sweat. Widow Zhou covered her mouth, her eyes wide as saucers. Chen Jinghe's folding fan dropped to the floor with a clatter. Qian Wangwan's walnuts slipped from his hands and rolled under the table. Feng Tiannan's cigar fell onto his crotch, burning a hole through the fabric. He didn't even feel it. This. What is this? Zhao Tieshan's voice was trembling. Fireball technique. Lin Chen tossed the fireball lightly in his hand, then withdrew it. Pretty, isn't it? No one answered. Lin Chen raised his hand again. A transparent wind blade shot from his fingertips, silent and swift as lightning. Crack. A corner of the conference table was sliced off cleanly, the cut surface smooth as a mirror. The corner of the table thudded to the floor. All 5 of them shrank back at the same time. Lin Chen clapped his hands and returned to the head seat. Everyone, the show is over. He looked at them with a smile. Now let's talk business. The conference room was so quiet that you could hear your own heartbeat. Lin Chen leaned back in his chair, hands clasped behind his head, his voice languid. From today on, the underworld forces of Jiangnan province will be under a Bao's command. You 5 will pay 10% of your income as protection fees to a Bao every month and deliver some precious medicinal herbs. He paused, sweeping his eyes over the 5 people at the table. As for the herbs, no sloppiness allowed. Ginseng, lingji, fleeceflower root, snow lotus. The older the better. A Bao will draw up a list, you will prepare according to it. If anyone tries to fob me off with inferior goods. He reached out, and a wisp of flames sprang from his fingertip, dancing between his fingers. I won't mind paying a personal visit. Zhao Taizhan was the first to speak, his voice urgent and loud. I agree. Nanqing will follow a Bao. Widow Zhou nodded along, her smile slightly strained. Beigang will also follow a Bao. If brother A Bao has any instructions in the future, just say the word. Chen Jinghe stood up and cupped his fists. Dongchuan will follow brother A Bao's lead. Qian Wangwan picked up his walnuts from under the table and said with an apologetic smile, Shilin will listen to a Bao. All 5 looked at Feng Tiannan. Feng Tiannan's face was livid, his lips quivering slightly. He glanced at the pile of broken stones on the table, then at the table with its severed corner, and finally at the wisp of flame still dancing at Lin Chen's fingertip. Jiangzhou. He gritted his teeth, his voice squeezing out from between them. We'll follow a Bao. Lin Chen smiled. Good, then it's settled. He stood up. A Bao, see the guests out. A Bao walked to the doorway, his back ramrod straight, a smile on his face. Everyone, please. The 5 filed out one by one, none daring to say another word. When they reached downstairs, Zhao Taizhan wiped the sweat from his forehead, his voice still trembling. That Lin Chen. Just what kind of monster is he? Widow Zhou lit a cigarette, her hand still shaking. I don't know, but I know one thing. In this life, don't provoke him. Chen Jinghe waved his folding fan, but the wind it stirred was hot. Scarface Liu didn't lose unjustly. The one he provoked wasn't even human. Qian Wangwan put his walnuts into his pocket and gave a bitter laugh. From now on, Jiangnan province belongs to that young man. Feng Tiannan stood at the very back, his face livid, not saying a word. He looked down at the hole burned in his crotch by the cigar, then looked up at the window upstairs. At the window, Lin Chen stood there smiling at him. Feng Tiannan shuddered, turned, and left. Upstairs, Lin Chen watched the cars drive away one by one. A Bao pushed the door open, unable to suppress the grin on his face. Brother Chen, did you see the look on Zhao Tieshan's face? Like he'd swallowed a fly. And Feng Tiannan, his pants got a hole burned in them. I'm dying laughing. Lin Chen turned around and leaned against the windowsill. Keep the protection fees for yourself. Use them to recruit new men and expand your strength. Hand the herbs over to me. I have great use for them. You must keep a close eye on the deliveries and don't let them pass off inferior goods as top quality. Don't worry, Brother Chen. A Bao thumped his chest. If anyone dares to fob me off with cheap junk, I'll go after them personally. Lin Chen nodded with satisfaction. The news that Luo Bing was coming through the villa into a flurry of excitement. When does she arrive tomorrow? Qin Mo asked while rummaging through the wardrobe's 7 or 8 outfits already piled on the bed, from dresses to trousers, casual to formal, like a boutique's inventory. 10 in the morning. Lin Chen leaned against the doorframe, surveying the mess on the floor. Is it really necessary? It's not like an official inspection. Qin Mo turned to glare at him. What do you know? This is the first formal meeting. Last time old Luo came I wore business attire, too formal. This time Luo Bing is coming to hang out, so I need to dress casually, but not too casually. Appropriate, but approachable. Lin Chen's head was spinning. You women really are what? So particular. He quickly corrected himself with a strong survival instinct. Su Qing poked her head out from the next room, holding 2 scarves. Sister Qin Mo, which one should I wear? The beige one or the light pink one? Qin Mo hurried over to look. The beige one. It makes you look fairer. That light blue sweater of yours with a beige scarf. So soft and gentle. Great. Su Qing happily ducked back inside. Standing in the hallway, Lin Chen watched the 2 women bustling about and couldn't help smiling. He remembered the first time he saw Luo Bing. At the Dragon Group training ground, she wore a black combat suit, her hair tied in a high ponytail, her face cold as an iceberg. Back then he could never have imagined that this iceberg would one day come to his home as a guest. His phone buzzed, a message from Luo Bing. Arriving at 10 tomorrow. Don't pick me up or you'll come by myself. Lin Chen replied, no way. Since it's your first time here, I must pick you up. It's settled. I'll meet you at the station. Luo Bing didn't reply. After a while another message came, suit yourself. Lin Chen smiled. That suit yourself meant in essence, fine, I'll do as you say. At 9:30 in the morning, Lin Chen, driving his black Maybach, arrived at Jiangxing High-Speed Railway Station right on time. He stood at the exit, hands in his pockets, watching the train information on the display screen. Around him people came and went, some hurried by dragging luggage, some held up signs to greet arriving passengers, and couples hugged and acted clingy. At 1003 Luo Bing walked out of the exit. She wore a black trench coat over a white shirt, dark jeans, and black ankle boots. Her hair was still tied in a high ponytail, revealing a cool, delicate face. She carried little luggage, just a black backpack slung over her shoulders. She looked as sharp and clean as an unsheathed blade. Lin Chen waved at her. Luo Bing saw him, paused briefly, then walked over. I told you there was no need to pick me up. And I told you I would. Lin Chen took her backpack. Come on, the car is over there. Luo Bing followed behind him, her gaze sweeping across the crowd. Her steps were steady, each one measured, neither fast nor slow. People around her instinctively made way, as if she carried an aura that discouraged approach. A young man dragging a suitcase glanced at her twice. A single look from her made him lower his head and hurry away. Lin Chen turned back, saw this, and laughed. Miss Luo, with that aura of yours, you look like you're out to arrest someone wherever you go. Luo Bing was expressionless. I just took a look at him. That's what you call a look. That was keep staring, and it'll gouge your eyes out. The corner of Luo Bing's mouth twitched slightly, but she said nothing. Once in the car, Lin Chen started the engine, and the vehicle slowly pulled out of the parking lot. Hungry? Eat first or go home first? Go home. Luo Bing looked out the window. Let me see where you live first. All right. Lin Chen turned the steering wheel. But I should warn you in advance. There are a lot of people at home. It's lively. Be mentally prepared. Luo Bing didn't respond, but her fingers tapped lightly on her knee twice. A small habit she had when nervous. Lin Chen had noticed it long ago. The car drove into the villa area and stopped at the entrance. Luo Bing got out and looked up at the 3-story. In the middle of the courtyard stood a large, lush locust tree with a few osmanthus trees beside it. Under the tree were a stone table and stone stools, and in the nearby flower bed bloomed a few unknown little flowers. A few pieces of clothing hung on the clothesline, swaying gently in the breeze. It's quite cozy, she said. Lin Chen pushed open the door. Welcome to my humble abode. As the door swung open, Qin Mo and Su Qing were already waiting in the entryway. Qin Mo wore a cream-colored sweater with light blue jeans, her hair loose, making her look gentle and approachable. Su Qing, in a light blue sweater with the beige scarf, stood beside Qin Mo, beaming. Standing together, they were like 2 flowers of different colors, one bright and radiant, one soft and tender. Luo Bing. Qin Mo stepped forward, taking her hand. Did you have a tiring trip? Come in and sit down. Su Qing also smiled and handed her a pair of slippers. Luo Bing, I prepared new slippers for you. See if they fit. Standing in the entryway, flanked by the 2 women, Lin Chen watched from the side, unable to suppress a smile. Luo Bing could face a dozen armed criminals without flinching in the Dragon Group, yet here, she was surrounded by 2 women looking slightly at a loss. Qin Mo led Luo Bing toward the living room, while Su Qing went to the kitchen to pour tea. The living room was spotless, fruits and pastries on the coffee table, fresh lilies in a vase, and a faint floral fragrance drifting in the air. Luo Bing sat on the sofa, her back ramrod straight and hands on her knees like an honored guest. Qin Mo sat beside her, and asked with a smile, Luo Bing, what do you usually like to eat? He'll cook for you at noon. Anything is fine, Luo Bing said. I'm not picky. Then is there anything you don't eat? No. Qin Imo shot Lin Chen a look that said, this woman is so cold. Lin Chen winked back, meaning, you'll get used. Su Qing came out with tea and handed it to Luo Bing. Luo Bing, this is Longjing tea. I'm not sure if it suits your taste. Luo Bing took a sip, and said, good tea. Su Qing smiled, and sat on the other side of Qin Imo. The three women sat on the sofa, though for a moment no one spoke. The atmosphere was subtle, like 3 building blocks of different colors that hadn't yet found their proper positions to fit together. Lin Chen cleared his throat. Luo Bing, would you like a tour of the house? Luo Bing set down her teacup. Okay. Qin Imo stood up. He'll show you around. The first floor has the living room, kitchen, and dining room. The second floor is the bedrooms. The third floor has the study and balcony. She led Luo Bing upstairs with Su Qing following behind. Lin Chen tried to follow, but Qin Imo turned back and glared at him. Why are you following? We girls are talking. Go away. Lin Chen touched his nose and obediently sat back down on the sofa. Upstairs, Qin Imo pushed open a door. This is your room, she said with a smile. The bedding is all new and I picked the curtains. See if you like it. The room wasn't large, but it was neatly arranged and cozy. A 1.5-meter bed was made with light yellow sheets and a quilt. A small lamp sat on the nightstand. The window was open and the breeze blew in, making the curtains flutter gently. Luo Bing stood at the door looking at the room, silent for a few seconds. Is this prepared for me? Qin Imo nodded. Sister Su Qing spent a whole day fixing it up. She said you like simple things, so she didn't put out too many decorations. Luo Bing's gaze fell on the nightstand. There was a book, one she had casually mentioned wanting to read last time. She didn't know how Su Qing had known. Maybe Lin Chen had told them. Thank you. She said, her voice even so. Su Qing poked her head out from behind. Luo Bing, rest for a bit. I'm going to cook. He'll make sweet and sour spare ribs and steamed sea bass for lunch. You like fish, right? Luo Bing was stunned. How did you know? Su Qing smiled. Brother Lin Chen told me. He said last time you were on a mission in Jiangxing you ordered a steamed sea bass and finished it all by yourself. Luo Bing's face flushed slightly. She hadn't expected Lin Chen to remember such a thing, let alone tell Qin Imo and Su Qing. He'll help you. He'll help you, she said. No, you're a guest. Just sit and relax. Su Qing waved her hand. I'm not a guest, Luo Bing said. I came here because I want to get to know all of you. Qin Imo and Su Qing exchanged a glance and both smiled. Then let's do it together. Qin Imo took her hand. Come on, let's go downstairs and cook. The kitchen became lively. Qin Imo was the head cook, Su Qing assisted, and Luo Bing stood nearby, unsure of what to do. You can help me wash the vegetables. Su Qing handed her a bunch of greens. This is simple. Just break off the leaves one by one and wash them. Luo Bing took the greens and washed them carefully. Her movements were crisp. Every leaf was washed clean and stacked neatly, as if she were on a mission. Qin Imo glanced over and couldn't help laughing. Luo Bing, are you washing vegetables or defusing a bomb? Luo Bing's hands paused for a moment. I don't cook much in normal times. I can tell, Qin Imo said with a smile. But it's fine. Come by often and we'll teach you. Luo Bing didn't say anything, but the corner of her mouth curled up slightly. Lin Chen stood at the kitchen door, watching the 3 women bustling inside, feeling deeply content. What are you looking at? Qin Imo turned to glare at him. Come in and help peel the garlic. I'm the chairman of the board, and you're asking me to peel garlic. What's being chairman got to do with it? Does the chairman not need to eat? Get in here. Lin Chen dutifully went and crouched beside the trash can and started peeling garlic. Luo Bing glanced at him, and the curve of her lips grew a little wider. What are you laughing at? Lin Chen said in a low voice. A voice asked her. It's nothing. Luo Bing lowered her head and continued washing vegetables. But the tips of her ears turned red. At noon, 4 people sat around the dining table. On the table were sweet and sour pork ribs, steamed sea-based garlic broccoli, and tomato egg drop soup. A full spread of 4 dishes, and a soup complete in color, aroma, and taste. Luo Bing glanced around and looked at Lin Chen. Why are only the 4 of us eating? Where's everyone else? Lin Chen said, my younger sister Xiaoyu has lunch at school. She can't be bothered to come back at noon. My parents and Aunt Sue went shopping and said they'd eat out. Qin Imo put a rib into Luo Bing's bowl. No need to wait for them. Try my cooking first. Su Qing served her a bowl of soup. Drink some soup first to warm your stomach. Luo Bing looked at the dishes piled into a small mountain in her bowl and was silent for a moment. That's too much, she said. Eat more. You're too thin. Qin Imo picked up another piece of fish with her chopsticks and placed it in Luo Bing's bowl. Lin Chen said sourly from the side, what about mine? Why don't you two serve me food? Qin Imo rolled her eyes at him. You're at home every day. Do you still need us to feed you? Su Qing smiled and put a rib in his bowl. Brother Lin Chen, you eat too. Qing is the best. Lin Chen took a bite of the rib and cast a triumphant look at Qin Imo. Under the table, Qin Imo kicked him. Luo Bing watched them bicker, and the curve of her lips grew wider. She lowered her head and took a sip of soup. It was fresh and warm from her throat all the way down to her stomach. She hadn't felt this way in a long time. After the meal, Qin Mo cleared away the dishes, and Su Qing went to cut fruit. Lin Chen and Luo Bing sat in the courtyard where sunlight leaked through the leaves of the locust tree, scattering patches of broken golden light on the ground. Luo Bing. Lin Chen suddenly spoke. Who else do you have in your family? Luo Bing's hand paused. My grandfather. You've seen him, she said. What about your parents? Luo Bing was silent for a moment. They're gone. Luo Bing's tone was very calm, as if she were talking about someone else. When I was 6, they went on a mission. An overseas organization had planted bombs on the road where they were carrying it out in order to take revenge on the Dragon Group. She paused. The car exploded. Both of them were gone. The courtyard became quiet. The wind blew through the tall locust tree and the leaves rustled. After that, I lived with grandfather. Luo Bing continued. He was very busy with so many affairs in the military department that he was often away from home. Sometimes I also came to my uncle's house, Luo Bing recalled, but I could never get used to it. Although they were all good to me, they weren't my own parents. It always felt as if there was a thin veil between us. Watching my younger cousins act spoiled in front of their parents gave me a feeling of living under someone else's roof. So I preferred to stay in the Dragon Group compound and train with some young friends under the instructors. Lin Chen said nothing. He simply looked at her. Luo Bing shot him a glance. What kind of expression is that? Don't pity me. I'm not pitiable. I'm not pitying you, Lin Chen said. I was just thinking that you must have been quite remarkable as a child. Luo Bing was taken aback. What do you mean? To have lost your parents at 6 and still grow up this beautiful and elegant? Lin Chen looked at her seriously. Isn't that remarkable? Luo Bing was silent for a long while. She knew that Lin Chen was praising her in a roundabout way to soothe her feelings. Then she lowered her head and the corners of her mouth curved up slightly. The Luo family is known as the #1 ancient martial family, so it must have quite a lot of people, right? And is your Luo family in Jiangsheng or the capital? Lin Chen asked curiously. The Luo family is in the capital. The residence in Jiangsheng is the old family home. Only grandfather and I occasionally come over for a few days. My grandfather is the family head, so our branch is the direct line, Luo Bing said. I also have a biological uncle, my father's younger brother, who currently serves as the commander of the capital military region. He has a son and a daughter a few years younger than me, and they're still in school. I mentioned that earlier. As for the collateral branches, there are many, more than 5,000 people in all. Most of them hold important positions or have excelled in the business world. Several major companies with assets exceeding 100 billion belong to the family. But the Luo family's most powerful achievements are still in the martial arts. Not to mention grandmasters and great-grandmasters. There are as many as 5 martial kings, and my uncle is one of them. There are also 2 martial gods, my eldest granduncle and my second granduncle. My eldest granduncle has already reached the peak of the martial god realm for years and could break through to land immortal at any moment. Lin Chen's heart jolted. The peak of martial god was the peak of foundation establishment, and land immortal was the golden core stage. This was what he had heard Luo Bing say before. However, Earth's spiritual energy was not enough to support a foundation establishment peak in transcending the golden core tribulation, so all land immortals were false golden cores. That meant that even though a golden core had formed in their bodies, it was unstable, and they could no longer continue cultivating to raise their cultivation. Lin Chen had not expected that the Luo family, the #1 ancient martial family, would have a foundation establishment peak powerhouse. His own meager cultivation was nothing worth mentioning in the eyes of those old relics. It seemed he had to speed up his cultivation as soon as possible. If he provoked some old monster, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Chen then noticed another problem and hurriedly asked, your eldest and second granduncles are already so powerful, so why does your grandfather look like an ordinary person? Luo Bing replied, actually my grandfather has the best martial arts aptitude in our Luo family. The reason he is the way he is now is that he suffered a severe injury when he was young. Although his life was saved, his cultivation had been declining ever since. Now he has regressed to the middle stage of Mingjin, and in about 2 years he'll probably become an ordinary person completely. Before his injury, he was at the latest stage martial king realm. How did he get injured? And what caused his cultivation to regress? I heard it was because a martial god from an island country came to assassinate an important leader in China. To protect that leader, my grandfather took a palm strike from him. The leader was saved, and the island country martial god was killed by several Chinese martial gods who joined forces. But my grandfather ended up like this. Later, after joint examinations by several senior ancient martial artists, it was discovered that several main meridians in his body were severely damaged and couldn't be repaired, which is why his cultivation kept regressing. Lin Chen thought for a moment. He found in his inherited memories a pill capable of repairing meridians. He said to Luo Bing, I can refine a pill to repair meridians, and I'm 90% sure it will cure your grandfather. The problem is that one of the main ingredients will probably be very hard to find. Luo Bing was overjoyed to hear this, for she knew how remarkable Lin Chen's medical skills were. She asked eagerly, "Tell me quickly, what ingredient is it? Our Luo family's connections are quite impressive." 1,000-year snow lotus, Lin Chen said. 1,000-year snow lotus. Luo Bing was stunned. That's really not easy to find, but it's not entirely hopeless. The National Treasury or some ancient martial sect with a long heritage might have one. He'll ask my grandfather right away. With that, she immediately called her grandfather and told him the whole story. Her grandfather had just finished a meeting and was resting in his office. When he received Luo Bing's call, he was also wild with joy. He completely believed in Lin Chen's medical and alchemy skills. Now only the 1,000-year snow lotus was missing, and he remembered that there was one in the National Treasury. As long as his damaged meridians could be restored, he would have a chance to return to his peak, or even go further and step into the martial god realm. Then his lifespan would be extended by countless years. Old Master Luo immediately told Luo Bing to inform Lin Chen that there was hope of finding the 1,000-year snow lotus, and that he would come to Jiangsheng as soon as it was found. Luo Bing heard her grandfather say he could find the snow lotus, and in a moment of elation, she forgot herself completely. She walked over, wrapped her arms around Lin Chen's head, and kissed him on the face. After the kiss, she immediately regained her senses. With an "ah," she screamed, blushed all the way to the root of her neck, then covered her face and ran away. Lin Chen stood there dazed and lost. It happened that Qin Mo and Su Qing, who had just arrived, witnessed the scene. Their jaws hit the floor. Why had the ice beauty suddenly become so passionate in the blink of an eye? Had she taken the wrong medicine? Seeing Lin Chen still in a daze, Qin Mo waved her hand in front of his eyes. "Stop daydreaming. What love potion did you feed Luo Bing? She's so enchanted by you. Your flirting skills are getting better and better." "Exactly," Su Qing agreed. "With skills like yours, this villa will soon be too small to hold everyone. Looks like we need to prepare another one." The two women had agreed not to be jealous, but when the real thing happened, sourness still rose in their hearts. Seeing them getting more and more outrageous, Lin Chen quickly recounted what he and Luo Bing had just talked about. After learning about Luo Bing's background and her relationship with her grandfather, they understood why she had involuntarily acted so impulsively in her overwhelming joy. In the evening, Qin Mo and Su Qing went to cook, leaving only Lin Chen and Luo Bing in the courtyard. The sun was setting in the west, and the sky at the horizon blazed with fiery red clouds. The shadows of the osmanthus tree were stretched long like ribbons of golden silk. Luo Bing leaned against the chair looking at the distant sky. "Lin Chen, just now." Remembering what happened, Luo Bing's face turned red again. She was even stammering, "If you really can fully restore my grandfather this time, I don't know how to thank you. As long as the 1,000-year snow lotus is in hand, I can cure your grandfather with absolute certainty. As for gratitude, you and your grandfather have already helped me plenty. If you still feel that isn't enough, why don't you give yourself to me in marriage?" Luo Bing rolled her eyes prettily. After a moment, she said softly, "I used to think it was good to be alone, free with nothing to worry about, and no fear of losing anything. And now," Luo Bing was silent for a while, "now I feel that having someone to worry about is not bad either." Lin Chen smiled. "Then stay." Luo Bing looked at him, the corners of her mouth curving slightly. "Okay." At dinner time, the villa buzzed with festive energy. Mother Wang Xiaoying and Mother Su were busy in the kitchen, spatulas flying and the range hood humming. The fragrance of braised pork wafted through the doorway, making mouths water. Father Lin Lisan sat on the sofa reading the newspaper, occasionally glancing toward the kitchen with a smile tugging at his lips. Luo Bing sat quietly in a corner of the living room, holding a cup of tea, watching the family. Her posture remained perfectly upright, her back straight as a ramrod, yet her shoulders had relaxed slightly compared to the morning. Qin Mo leaned in and whispered, "Don't be nervous. His parents are really nice." Luo Bing nodded. "I know. Then why are you still so tense?" "I'm not tense." Qin Mo chuckled and gently squeezed her shoulder. "Your shoulder is as hard as a rock, and you say you're not tense." Luo Bing remained silent, but her shoulders gradually relaxed. Lin Xiaoyu came bounding down the stairs and burst into the living room. She wore a pink hoodie today, her hair tied into two buns, making her look like a New Year doll. She ran over, took Luo Bing's hand, and sat down beside her. "Sister Luo Bing, you're so beautiful." She looked up with sparkling eyes. "Even more beautiful than those actresses on TV." A faint smile curved Luo Bing's lips. "You're beautiful too." "Really?" Lin Xiaoyu wiggled her legs with delight. Luo Bing thought for a moment. "Your brother is even better than me." "Of course." Lin Xiaoyu raised her chin proudly. "My brother is the best." Lin Chen came out of the kitchen carrying dishes. Hearing this, he couldn't help laughing. Okay, enough flattery. Go wash your hands and get ready for dinner." Lin Xiaoyu said, "Oh," and grabbed Luo Bing's hand. "Sister Luo Bing, let me take you to wash your hands." Luo Bing let herself be pulled toward the bathroom, glancing back at Lin Chen. There was a hint of helplessness in that look, but far more warmth. In the dining room, a large round table was laden with dishes. Braised fish, sweet and sour ribs, steamed sea-based garlic shrimp, braised pork, stir-fried greens, and old hen soup. The table was overflowing with dishes, their aroma filling the air. Mother Wang Xiaoying set out chopsticks while chattering. Xiaoyu's dad, don't just sit there. Move that stool over here. Sister Su, you sit here next to me. Chinemo, help me bring that fish over. Be careful, it's hot. Luo Bing stood at the entrance of the dining room staring at the feast, feeling a daze. She hadn't seen such a scene in a long time. When she was little, her grandfather occasionally came home and took her out to eat. The two of them would sit in a private room as waiters served the dishes. Grandfather would ask how her training was going. Oh, she would answer, and then silence fell. After the meal, her grandfather would send her back to the Dragon Group and return to the military headquarters himself. Year after year, it was always the same. Later she grew up, on missions, injured, recovering, then on another mission. Eating became part of the mission, to replenish energy and maintain stamina. Sometimes she ate compressed biscuits in the field, sometimes a bowl of noodles at a roadside stall, sometimes staring blankly at a tray in the mess hall. Now she truly understood what family warmth meant. Luo binged. Mother waved at her. Come sit down. Don't just stand there. We're waiting for you. Mother Su also put a piece of fish into her bowl. This fish is fresh. I bought it at the market this morning. Lin Chen, a man of few words, silently poured her a glass of drink and slid it over. Lin Xiaoyu raised her chopsticks and announced, Sister Luo Bing, eat more. You're too skinny. Even skinnier than my brother. Lin Chen protested. What do you mean skinnier than me? Am I that skinny? You are indeed a little thin, Mother added. Luo Bing looked at the mound of food piled high in her bowl and was silent for a moment. It's too much, she said, her voice a little hoarse. Too much. Mother gave her another rib. Out there on your own, you definitely don't eat well. Here it's like home. Don't be polite. Mother Su also nodded. Exactly. Look at those skinny little arms. Eat more and put on some flesh. Luo Bing lowered her head, picked up a rib, and ate slowly. The rib was stewed so tender that it melted on the tongue, the savory sauce spreading through her mouth. As she chewed, her eyes grew warm. Auntie, she looked up at Mother. Your cooking is wonderful. Mother beamed with delight. Of course, I was taught by a master. If you like it, come often. Auntie will cook for you every day. Okay, Luo Bing said softly, but with sincerity. Mother gave her another serving, then turned to Mother Su. This child is so endearing. Mother Su nodded. Yes, it's not easy out there alone. Lin Xiaoyu chimed in. Sister Luo Bing, why don't you just live with us from now on? Our house has plenty of rooms. Xiaoyu, Chinemo said with a smile. Your sister Luo Bing has already agreed to stay with us, and her room is picked out. That's great. Our house will be even livelier. Lin Xiaoyu jumped up in delight. The whole family laughed. Sitting in the middle of the laughter, Luo Bing looked around at everyone and felt an unfamiliar sensation well up inside her. It was warm and soft, like winter sunlight resting on her skin. She lowered her head, tears shimmering in her eyes, and slowly finished the rice in her bowl bite by bite. After dinner, the family sat in the living room drinking tea. Mother held Luo Bing's hand and asked in an endless chatter about what she usually ate, what she wore, and whether she slept well. Luo Bing answered each question, her voice much softer than usual. Mother Su sat nearby, knitting a sweater, occasionally glancing up at Luo Bing with eyes full of compassion. This child, her hands are so cold. Mother held Luo Bing's hand. Did you not wear enough clothes? I'm not cold, said Luo Bing. How can you not be cold with hands this cold? Mother turned to Lin Chen. Son, take Luo Bing to buy some thick clothes tomorrow. Winter in Jiangsheng is cold. Don't let her freeze. Lin Chen nodded. All right, I'll take her tomorrow. Luo Bing tried to say something, opened her mouth, then swallowed the words. Lin Xiaoyu squeezed over and leaned against Luo Bing. Sister Luo Bing, are you leaving tomorrow? Not tomorrow, said Luo Bing. The day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow. Lin Xiaoyu's face scrunched up. That's soon. She still has work. Lin Chen added, did you think everyone is like you, playing around all day? I'm not playing. I have school, and I need to practice martial arts. Lin Xiaoyu protested. I practiced for 2 whole hours today. And you're tired after 2 hours. No, I'm not. Lin Xiaoyu jumped up. I can do 2 more. The whole family laughed again. Luo Bing watched them, the curve of her lips never fading. Night deepened, and Mother Su went to bed first. Lin Chen, after a few drinks, dozed off, leaning on the sofa. Chinemo and Su Qing tidied up the kitchen, while Lin Xiaoyu was shooed upstairs to bed. Lin Chen and Luo Bing sat in the courtyard. The moonlight was bright, and the shadow of the osmanthus tree swayed on the ground. In the distance, insects chirped, steady, unhurried calls. Lin Chen. Luo Bing suddenly spoke. Moi, your mother. She's really kind. Lin Chen smiled. That's just how she is. She takes pity on everyone. Luo Bing was silent for a moment. When I was little, I used to wish I had a mother, she said softly. When I grew up, I stopped wishing. Because wishing was useless. Lin Chen looked at her. Luo Bing raised her head to look at the moon. The moonlight fell on her face, softening her cold, clear features. Sitting here today, eating your mother's cooking, listening to her talk. She paused. I suddenly feel so hopeful about the future. Lin Chen said nothing, simply taking off his jacket and draping it over her shoulders. Luo Bing froze, then looked down at the jacket. I'm not cold, she said. I know you're not cold, said Lin Chen. But it looks good on you. Luo Bing said nothing, but she didn't take the jacket off either. They sat like that, one watching the moon, the other watching the osmanthus tree. After a long while, Luo Bing said softly, Lin Chen, thank you. What for? For letting me meet you. Lin Chen smiled. You're welcome. Come often. Luo Bing didn't answer, but the corners of her mouth curved upward. The next morning, Elder Luo arrived. He wore a dark jacket case, the other a silver insulated case. Lin Chen opened the door, and seeing Elder Luo, behind him were two guards, one carrying a briefcase, the other a silver insulated case. Lin Chen opened the door, and seeing Elder Luo was taken aback. Elder Luo, you're here so soon. Elder Luo chuckled and patted his shoulder. When I heard you could cure my old ailment, I couldn't wait. What not welcome? Welcome, welcome. Of course you're welcome. Lin Chen stepped aside to let him in. Have you eaten? I have. Don't fuss. Elder Luo walked into the living room and saw Luo Bing sitting on the sofa reading a book. He paused. Binger, you look much better. Luo Bing's face flushed slightly. Grandfather, did you get the 1,000-year snow lotus so quickly? Of course. Those old guys wouldn't dare stop me from getting what I want. Elder Luo sat down and placed the insulated case on the tea table. This is it. Lin Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at the case. This is... Elder Luo opened the case, and a wave of cold air rose from it. Inside was a layer of ice, and on the ice lay a snow-white lotus. The lotus was as large as a bowl, its layered petals crystal clear, as if carved from ice and snow. Its center was pale gold, shimmering faintly in the light. In an instant, a cool fragrance filled the entire living room, like wind from snowy mountains or plum blossoms in deep winter. The 1,000-year snow lotus, Elder Luo said. The one from the National Treasury. Lin Chen leaned in to examine it, his eyes growing brighter. The veins on the petals rippled like water, each one plump, as if about to drip with moisture. The golden pollen at the heart of the flower trembled gently, as if alive. Excellent, he breathed. Even better than I expected. This lotus is at least 1,500 years old. Elder Luo looked at him. Is it enough? It's enough, Lin Chen said, closing the case. With this lotus I have 90% confidence. Elder Luo's hand trembled slightly. 90%. He had been waiting for those words for 50 years. How long will it take, he asked. One day. Lin Chen rose. Elder Luo, stay here for the night. At this time tomorrow, I'll deliver the medicine. Elder Luo looked at him and was silent for a moment. Xiao Chen, I'm counting on you. Lin Chen smiled. Elder Luo, you saved my life and helped me so much. This is the least I can do. He picked up the insulated case and strode toward the basement. Luo Bing stood by the window watching his silhouette disappear down the stairwell and slowly unclenched her fists. The basement door closed. Lin Chen placed the case on the workbench, opened the lid, and took another look at the lotus. Then he took a deep breath and began preparing the medicine. Dozens of herbs lined the shelves. He took each one down, weighed, ground, and mixed them. His movements were swift and steady, as if he had done this countless times. The snow lotus was the main ingredient and couldn't be used directly. He first took a small piece of petal, placed it in his palm, and slowly melted it with true qi. The petal transformed into a pool of transparent liquid exuding bone-piercing cold. Frost formed on his fingers in an instant, but he didn't stop. He continued to wrap the liquid in true qi, forcing the cold out of it bit by bit. Half an hour later, the liquid changed from transparent to pale gold, and its temperature returned to normal. He poured the pale golden liquid into a bronze alchemy furnace, a treasure he had picked up at the antique market that could refine low-grade pills. Now he no longer had to use an iron wok like before. Then he added the prepared auxiliary herbs and slowly heated the furnace with alchemical fire. He could now produce alchemical fire to refine pills, and the advantage was precise control of the heat. The resulting pills had better quality. However, it required abundant true qi. Lin Chen followed the alchemy steps in his inherited memory, strictly refining with the utmost care, not daring the slightest negligence. After all, the 1,000-year snow lotus was extremely precious. Although only one petal was used, not the slightest mistake was permissible. Time trickled slowly by, and before he knew it, it was the next morning. The aroma of the medicine emanating from the furnace grew stronger, invigorating the spirit. Knowing the pill had been successfully refined, Lin Chen promptly extinguished the alchemical fire and lifted the furnace lid. Inside lay a crystal-clear emerald green pill, its dense medicinal fragrance lingering in the air. He quickly took out a jade bottle and stored the pill inside. He remembered that this pill was called Meridian Restoration Pill, specifically used to repair damaged meridians. The next morning, the whole family waited in the living room. Elder Luo sat on the sofa, calm on the surface, but his fingers kept tapping lightly on his knee. Luo Bing stood beside him, not saying a word. Qin Mo and Su Qing sat across from them, occasionally glancing toward the stairs. Mother Wang Xiaoying paced restlessly in the kitchen, bringing tea one moment and fruit the next. Lin Xiaoyu leaned over the stair railing, peering down. Why isn't brother coming out yet? Just as the words left her mouth, the basement door opened. Lin Chen walked up holding a jade bottle. His face was a bit pale, but his eyes were bright. Elder Luo, it's done. Elder Luo stood up, his hands trembling slightly. Lin Chen walked up to him and handed over the bottle. Take this pill, then circulate your qi to guide the medicinal power. It might hurt a little, but endure it, and it will pass. Elder Luo took the bottle and poured out the emerald green pill. In an instant the room was filled with fragrance. Xiao Chun, he said in a slightly hoarse voice, thank you. Lin Chen smiled. Elder Luo, don't say that. Take it now, we're all here with you. Elder Luo nodded and placed the pill in his mouth. The pill dissolved upon entering his mouth. A cool liquid flowed down his throat into his stomach, then exploded like a ball of fire. Elder Luo's body shook violently, and his face flushed crimson. He closed his eyes, sat cross-legged on the floor, and began circulating his qi. The living room fell utterly silent. Lin Chen stood nearby, ready to intervene at any moment. Luo Bing clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. Qin Mo and Su Qing barely dared to breathe. Time passed second by second. Elder Luo's complexion grew increasingly rosy. His breathing became steadier, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Half an hour later he opened his eyes. They were far brighter than before, like a mirror wiped clean of dust. Elder Luo, how do you feel? Lin Chen asked. Elder Luo stood up and moved his arms and legs. His movements were much more agile than before, and his back was even straighter. Refreshed, he said, a smile in his voice. In 50 years this is the first time I've felt so good. He raised his hand, and a faint ripple of true qi gathered in his palm. Though the qi was not large, it was pure and stable. Ming Jin, early stage. Elder Luo stared at his hand. No, Ming Jin, middle stage. His voice trembled. For 50 years his cultivation had fallen from the middle stage of Martial King all the way down to the early stage of Ming Jin, on the verge of becoming an ordinary man. He had thought his life would end like that, never expecting a day of recovery. Xiao Chun, he turned to Lin Chen. What can I even say? Lin Chen took a small porcelain bottle from his pocket and handed it over. Elder Luo, these are some foundation nourishing pills. When you return, take one each day along with your cultivation practice. Within a month you should recover to the early stage of Injin. Elder Luo took the bottle, his hands trembling even more. Xiao Chun, this debt of gratitude I. Elder Luo, Lin Chen interrupted, don't say that. When you helped me you never said thank you either. Elder Luo looked at him silent for a long while, then smiled. Alright, I won't say it. He paused, then added, Xiao Chun, what do you want? As long as I Luo Zhentian can do it, I won't say a word of refusal. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, then spoke. Elder Luo, I'd like to enter the National Treasury to select some herbs. Elder Luo was taken aback. Herbs, eh? Yes. Lin Chen nodded. I've reached a bottleneck in my cultivation and I need some rare treasures to break through. These herbs can't be bought on the market. Only the treasury has them. He paused, then said, I know this request is a bit excessive, but I promise you once I grow stronger I'll be able to do far more for the country. Elder Luo looked at him for a then he smiled. Not excessive at all. He patted Lin Chen's shoulder. You saved my life, healed my injuries, and given the military such great assistance. What's excessive about picking a few herbs from the treasury? He turned and walked to the window, gazing at the sky outside. If those old men don't agree, I'll talk to them myself. Lin Chen felt a surge of warmth. Elder Luo, thank you. For what? Elder Luo turned back. Didn't you just say not to mention thanks? The two exchanged a glance, and both smiled. Luo Bing stood nearby, watching the smile that had been absent from her grandfather's face for so long, and felt her eyes grow hot. It had been a long time since she had seen her grandfather this happy. Ever since his cultivation began to regress, the smiles on his face had grown fewer and fewer. Although he never said it, she knew it was a feeling of slowly losing himself. Now that feeling was gone. She looked at him. He stood by the window, saying something to her grandfather, a smile on his face. Sunlight streamed through the window, falling on him and gilding him with a faint golden outline. Luo Bing lowered her head, the corner of her mouth curving up. This man, he was truly remarkable. In the capital at the Western Hills stood an unremarkable courtyard. Security was extremely tight. Guards at every third step, sentries at every fifth. Within a radius of 10 li, every tree, every stone, every stream concealed the most advanced surveillance equipment. Every bird flying overhead, every rabbit running across the ground was recorded, analyzed, compared, and archived. This was one of Huaxia's most central organs of power, codenamed Shiyuan. Elder Luo sat in the meeting room, facing a long rosewood table. At the other end of the table sat 4 people. On the far left was Old Sun from the National Security Bureau, gray-haired, sharp-eyed, like an eagle. Beside him was Old Zhou from the Finance Ministry, plump and looking like a kindly retired teacher. But everyone knew he held the entire nation's purse strings. Next to old Zhou was old Zhao from the Science and Technology Ministry, wearing reading glasses and twirling a pen in his hand without pause. At the far right was old Li from the military department. Like Elder Luo, old Li was a soldier at heart. His back was ramrod straight, and his face gave nothing away. These five represented Huaxia's innermost circle of power. Elder Luo pushed a file to the center of the table. You have all read the file on Lin Chen. Old Sun nodded. I have. A young man and a good one. Good. Elder Luo smiled. He is just over 20 and already at the mid to late Huajin stage. Do you have anyone like that under you? Old Sun said nothing. Elder Luo turned to old Zhou. Old Zhou, on your finance ministry's ledgers, how much medical expense has Chengwang Pharmaceuticals saved the military? How many soldiers' lives has it saved? Old Zhou pushed up his glasses. The procurement price of the golden wound ointment is 70% lower than imported medicines. Its effect is twice that of imported drugs. Over the past 2 months, it has saved the military more than 500 million. As for how many lives? He flipped through the papers. The survival rate of severely wounded soldiers has increased by 35%. The recovery time for lightly wounded soldiers has been cut by 60%. And that does not even count the chi-returning pill that will soon be procured. If it lives up to expectations, Lin Chen's contribution to the nation will be incalculable. It is certain to live up to expectations. Lin Chen has already provided samples, and tests show they fully meet the standard, Elder Luo said. Do you know what these numbers mean? Elder Luo's voice was not loud, but each word landed on the table like a nail. It means more of our soldiers can come home alive. It means our army will fight with even greater strength on the battlefield. Old Li spoke, his voice steady. Elder Luo, we are fully aware of Lin Chen's contribution to the military. But letting him enter the national treasury to select herbs, that has never been done before. Never having been done does not mean it cannot be done. Elder Luo pulled a photograph from the file and pushed it to the center of the table. In the photo was a snow-white lotus. Its petals were translucent, and its center glowed with a faint golden light. This is the 1,000-year snow lotus in the national treasury. You all know about the injury I suffered 50 years ago, Elder Luo continued. My meridians were damaged, and my cultivation fell from the middle martial king stage all the way back to early Mingjin. Countless famous doctors, countless medicines. None could cure it. He paused. Lin Chen used this snow lotus to refine a single pill. In a single day, it healed an old injury I had carried for 50 years. The meeting room fell silent. Old Zhao stopped twirling his pen and looked up at Elder Luo. And now, Elder Luo stretched out his hand, and a ball of true qi condensed in his palm. It was not large, but it was pure, stable, and pulsed in his hand like a small flame. Early Anjin stage, Elder Luo said. And it is still recovering. According to his estimate, I can return to peak Anjin within a month. Within half a year, I have a chance to break through to Huajin. Old Sun narrowed his eyes. He was from the National Security Bureau and had seen too many geniuses and too many fraudsters. But he knew Elder Luo. That man never spoke idly. Elder Luo, do you mean Lin Chen has the ability to restore someone whose cultivation has declined? It is not only restoration. Elder Luo withdrew his true qi. You all know the effects of the golden wound ointment and the chi-returning pill he gave the military. Those were made with the cheapest ingredients and the simplest formulas. Think about it. If he had better ingredients, what could he make? No one answered. Elder Luo pulled out another sheet of paper from the file and pushed it to the center of the table. A line was written on the paper in hasty but clearly legible handwriting. Foundation Establishment Pill can help a martial artist at peak Huajin break through to the martial god realm. Old Li's pupils contracted. Martial god. In Huaxia's ancient martial arts world, there were no more than 10 martial gods. Every single one was a pillar of the nation. If we could have a few more martial gods. Elder Luo, old Li's voice grew tight. Can he really make this thing? He says he can. Elder Luo looked at him. I believe him. The meeting room was silent for a long time. Old Sun was the first to speak. I agree to Lin Chen entering the national treasury. But there is a condition. Every herb he takes must be registered. Its purpose and amount must be recorded. Old Zhou nodded. I agree as well. Old Zhao put down his pen. I agree. But the Science and Technology Ministry wants to cooperate with him. If his formulas can be applied to civilian medicine, they could save many more lives. All three turned to Old Li. Old Li was silent for a long time, then stood up. I agree, he said, but I want to add one condition. From now on, Lin Chen must give priority to serving the military. Elder Luo smiled. You don't need to ask for that. He is already doing it. He stood up and gathered the documents on the table. Then it is settled. In 3 days, I will take him to the national treasury. 3 days later, the national treasury in the capital. It was not in the city, but in the mountains beyond it. After 2 hours of driving and 3 checkpoints, they arrived. It was a hollowed-out mountain. From the outside, it looked like any ordinary mountain, but inside was a hidden world. A massive alloy door used 3 layers of encryption, iris recognition, fingerprint recognition, and voice print recognition. When the door opened, the hydraulic system gave a low growl like a giant beast snoring. Elder Luo stood at the doorway and said to Lin Chen, "Go in. You have 3 hours. Take as much as you can, but no more than 3 herbs over 1,000 years old." Lin Chen nodded. "That's enough." The door opened. The space inside was larger than he had imagined, like an underground warehouse with row after row of metal shelves neatly arranged. The shelves held all kinds of boxes, jars, and bottles, some sealed, some transparent, filled with all kinds of medicinal herbs. Lin Chen walked in, his eyes barely able to take it all in. On the shelf to the left was a reishi mushroom as large as a wash basin. Its entire body was purplish red, and the patterns on its surface swirled like clouds. Beside it was a ginseng root as thick as a radish with fibrous whiskers longer than fingers, each one clearly defined. Good stuff. He took a deep breath, and the medicinal fragrance in the air was as rich as honey. He began moving between the shelves, his eyes sweeping quickly over every box. There were 3 reishi mushrooms over 100 years old, but he did not take them. There were 5 ginseng roots over 100 years old. He did not take them either. There were 2 fleeceflower roots over 100 years old, and still he did not take them. He was looking for something rarer. He stopped in front of the shelf at the very back. Inside a transparent box lay a 9-leaf grass. The leaves were long and slender like sword blades, each covered with golden veins that gleamed under the light. All 9 leaves were complete, without the slightest damage. 9-leaf golden coin herb. This is a true spiritual herb. Though ordinary in the cultivation world, it is a rare treasure on earth. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Good find. This is the main ingredient for the chi refining pill. He put the box into his backpack and continued forward. On another shelf was a black lumpy object, something between charcoal and stone. He leaned in and sniffed. A pungent odor shot straight into his brain. Ambergris. He was startled. A piece this big. The ambergris was the size of a fist, pitch black with a waxy sheen on its surface. He picked it up and weighed it in his hand. It was heavy, at least 2 gene. Enough of the auxiliary ingredient for the chi refining pill. He put the ambergris into his backpack and continued. On the third shelf was a fiery red fruit like a small lantern, its skin covered with a fine layer of fuzz. Beside the fruit was a card that read Crimson Fruit, 300 years. Lin Chen's heart quickened. Crimson Fruit was a fire attribute treasure of heaven and earth, marvelously effective for cultivating fire-type arts. His fireball technique was still at the beginner stage. If he could refine this Crimson Fruit, its power would at least double. He picked up the Crimson Fruit and held it in his palm. It was warm as if it had just been taken from the fire. This will do. He carefully placed it in his backpack and turned to leave. When he reached the door, he glanced back at the herbs he had not taken and swallowed. Next time, he told himself. At the entrance, a staff member registered what he had taken. He said to Elder Luo, "These 3 herbs are of great help to my breakthrough. I need to hurry back and prepare. If the nation needs anything in the future, just tell me." Elder Luo nodded. "The nation will certainly have to trouble you from time to time. Since you have found what you need, go back first." Back in Jiangqing, Lin Chen shut himself in the basement. The shelves were filled with medicinal materials. 9-leaf golden coin herb, ambergris, crimson fruit, and dozens of auxiliary herbs. He checked each one, confirmed that everything was in order, and began preparing the formula. The chi refining pill was the most complex pill he could refine at the moment. Its effect was more than 100 times stronger than the foundation nourishing pills he had made before, and it was also the most common pill for low-level martial cultivators in the cultivation world. It required the 9-leaf golden coin herb as the main ingredient, ambergris, to assist, and 36 ordinary medicinal herbs, then 9 processes before the pill could be completed. He first handled the 9-leaf golden coin herb. He plucked the leaves one by one, placed them in a mortar, and slowly ground them with true qi. The leaves were brittle and crumbled at the slightest touch, but the juice inside could not be lost. Every drop had to be collected. He ground for an hour before all 9 leaves were reduced to powder. The powder was golden, glittering under the light like fine golden sand. Next, he processed the ambergris. The piece was too hard for an ordinary mortar, so he had to slice it piece by piece with a tricky blade, cutting it into fragments as thin as cicada wings. The fragments fell into the mortar with crisp, clear sounds like shattering glass. Then came the 36 auxiliary herbs, each weighed, ground, and blended in turn. Every step had to be flawless. One misstep, and the entire cauldron of pills would be ruined. 2 hours later, all the herbs had been processed. Lin Chen placed them into the pill furnace in the proper order, adding the scarlet fruit last. He covered the furnace, sat down cross-legged, and began heating it with the furnace fire. Inside, the temperature rose steadily as the herbs melted, melded, and condensed. After 3 hours, fine beads of sweat seeped across his forehead, yet his hands never trembled, and his true qi never faltered. This spirit qi pill was even more intricate than the meridian restoration pill he had refined before, so he dared not let his guard down in the slightest. After all, this 9-leaf golden money grass was likely the only one of its kind left on Earth. His hopes of breaking through to the 5th layer of qi refinement and unlocking the storage ring rested entirely upon this spiritual herb. Another 3 hours passed before a soft hum emanated from within the furnace. It was done. He opened the lid and a burst of golden light rushed outward, illuminating the entire basement. When the light faded, 3 golden pills lay at the bottom of the furnace, each the size of a longan, their surfaces polished like mirrors and exuding a faint, refreshing fragrance. Spirit Chi pills. Lin Chen carefully placed the 3 pills into a jade bottle, then let out a long, weary breath. This alchemy session had nearly exhausted him completely. He rested for a full day before recovering. Afterwards, he returned to the basement and sat cross-legged on a straw cushion, facing a wooden barrel filled with black medicinal liquid that released a thick, potent herbal aroma. This was the body-tempering medicinal solution he had prepared in advance. Combined with the Spirit Chi pill, it could maximize the medicine's efficacy. He placed a Spirit Chi pill into his mouth and swallowed. As the pill entered his stomach, a wave of heat exploded outward like a blaze, igniting within his body. He quickly jumped into the wooden barrel and began circulating his cultivation art. The medicinal power in the liquid seeped through his skin, merging with the torrent of heat inside him and surging along his meridians. It felt like a great river crashing through his body, threatening to smash every levee in its path. It hurt. It hurt more than any time before. Clenching his teeth, he desperately cycled his technique, guiding the overwhelming force toward his dantian. Like a bottomless abyss, his dantian greedily devoured every bit of the medicinal energy. 1 hour passed. 2 hours passed. 3 hours passed. The medicinal liquid in the wooden barrel shifted from black to gray, and from gray to completely transparent. All of the medicinal power had been absorbed, but he still had not broken through. Lin Chen opened his eyes and placed the second Spirit Chi pill into his mouth. This time the heat surged even more violently, like a volcanic eruption. His body began to tremble. Veins bulged across his skin and sweat mingled with the medicinal liquid as it streamed down his body. His meridians were stretched to the point of agony, as though they were about to tear apart. He recalled the words left by his master, the Immortal Emperor. On the path of cultivation, one must defy the heavens. Retreat is regression. There is no rest until death. Grinding his teeth, he endured. Another 3 hours passed. The potency of the second Spirit Chi pill was fully absorbed as well. The true Chi within his dantian was so full it threatened to overflow, yet he was still lacking just a little, just the tiniest bit. Lin Chen looked at the final Spirit Chi pill in the jade bottle, seized it without the slightest hesitation, and stuffed it into his mouth. The third one. This time the heat did not explode from his stomach. It burst forth from every pore in his body. His body felt as if it had been set ablaze. Every inch of skin, every muscle, every bone was burning. The pain reached its absolute peak. At that very moment, boom, a deafening blast resounded from his dantian as the thick barrier was finally shattered. True Chi surged out like a flood, rushing through his meridians and spreading through his entire body. Every meridian was widened twofold, and true Chi rampaged through them like mighty rivers. All the pain vanished in an instant. Both the 5th layer of Chi refinement and the 5th layer of body tempering had been broken through. Lin Chen opened his eyes, and a sharp gleam flashed from the depths of his gaze, illuminating the entire basement. He clenched his fist and felt his strength had more than doubled compared to before. He raised his hand, and a ball of flame condensed in his palm. It was twice as large as before. Its color shifted from oranger to golden red. Waves of searing heat rolled outward, distorting even the air itself. He changed his gesture, and a wind blade shot from his fingertip, silent, invisible, and swift beyond perception. It struck the wall, leaving a deep gash more than twice as profound as before. His true Chi blade, true Chi shield, and Chi needles had all grown stronger. But what delighted him most was that he could now sense his divine sense, an indescribable awareness like an extra pair of eyes within his mind. Closing his eyes, he could see the entire basement. The herbs on the shelves, the marks on the walls, the dust on the floor, all of it perfectly clear, even clearer than with his physical eyes. He tried extending his divine sense outward. 1 Chi, 2 Chi, 3 Chi. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. When it reached 5 meters, he felt the limit. But that was enough. He raised his left hand and looked at the storage ring on his finger, the one that had never responded before. In the past, he had tried countless times, pouring true Chi into it, roasting it with fire, soaking it in water, even biting it with his teeth. None of it worked. The Immortal Emperor Master had said that it could only be opened once he reached the 5th layer of Chi refinement and cultivated divine sense. He gathered his divine sense into a single thread and probed it into the ring. Ripples spread across the ring's surface like a stone cast into still water. Then his consciousness was drawn into a vast space. A colossal dimension spanning more than a dozen kilometers in every direction, filled with hazy gray mist and boundless emptiness. At the center of the space stood several mountain-like piles of wooden chests. Beside them were rows upon rows of wooden racks upon which lay countless rare and precious spiritual herbs. There were also countless jade bottles filled with all kinds of pills. The last row of racks was lined with every manner of weapon, flying swords, great blades, whips, spears, and many more whose names he could not even begin to recognize. Lin Chen walked to the first mountain of chests and opened the outermost one. Inside was a full chest of spirit stones. Based on the inherited memories, he knew these were low-grade spirit stones. He opened another chest beside it, also low-grade spirit stones. He then went to the second mountain of chests and opened one, revealing medium-grade spirit stones. The adjacent chest was likewise filled with medium-grade spirit stones. The third mountain of chests held high-grade spirit stones, while the innermost mountain contained supreme-grade spirit stones. This pile was far smaller, for supreme-grade spirit stones were far too precious and far too rare. He could not tell exactly how many spirit stones there were, but there were simply a great many. His master had once told him that the cultivation resources inside this storage ring would be enough to sustain his training all the way to the Tribulation Transcendent stage, but at the time, he had not possessed any real concept of what that meant. Now, gazing at the mountain-like piles of spirit stones and the countless spiritual herbs and pills before him, he realized that these resources alone were enough to establish an entire sect within the cultivation world. Even many of the most prestigious sects in the cultivation world might not be able to produce this much cultivation wealth. His master truly deserved the title of Immortal Emperor. This was a gesture of extraordinary magnanimity. Only now did he truly grasp the enormity of his master's kindness. He longed to see his master once more, and he yearned to repay this heavenly grace. But his master had already passed away. Suddenly his heart jolted as a thought arose. His master was an immortal emperor, one of the most supreme beings in the immortal realm. Would he really die so easily? Perhaps Lin Chen had merely encountered one of countless avatars of his master. Even in the worst case, if his master truly had died, he would surely possess innumerable secret arts for reincarnation and rebirth. This left him with a glimmer of hope that he might meet his master again one day. Lin Chen's consciousness took another turn around the space before withdrawing. He opened his eyes, and the wild joy in his heart could no longer be suppressed. He burst into laughter. He was now an undisputed winner in life. His wealth could not merely make him rich enough to rival a nation, it far surpassed the value of the entire earth itself. No wonder his master had said that stumbling into that cave was an act of heaven-defying luck. Next, Lin Chen wanted to move a chest of low-grade spirit stones out of the ring. The thought had barely formed before a chest of low-grade spirit stones abruptly appeared at his feet. It startled him. Then, with a single thought, the chest of low-grade spirit stones returned to its original position within the ring space. His gaze swept around the basement. Then he looked at the pill furnace and silently commanded, "Go inside." The furnace vanished into thin air. Sweeping out with his divine sense, he found it standing in an open area beside the weapon racks inside the ring. After testing it several more times, his connection with the ring space grew increasingly intimate, and he could command it with true ease. Moreover, within the ring space, his divine sense could cover the entire expanse. The basement door opened. Lin Chen stepped out, still carrying the scent of medicinal liquid, his hair disheveled, but his eyes shone as brightly as stars. Qin Mo, Su Qing, and Luo Bing were all waiting at the door. "How did it go?" Qin Mo stepped forward. "Done." Lin Chen smiled. "I broke through to the 5th layer of qi refinement." Su Qing let out a relieved breath. "You scare me to death. You spent an entire day and night down in that basement." "A whole day and night." Lin Chen was stunned. "That long?" Luo Bing looked at him with a trace of concern in her eyes. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Lin Chen rolled his shoulder. "Just a bit hungry." Qin Mo shot him a glance. "Good, being hungry is normal. Come on, let's go eat. Mom saved you some food." At the dinner table, Lin Chen wolfed down 3 bowls of rice in one go, delighting his mother so much that she could not stop smiling. "Slow down, no one's going to steal it from you," she said as she placed more food in his bowl. "You're always skipping meals when you get busy. How can your stomach hold up?" Su Qing laughed from the side. "Annie, don't worry. His stomach is perfectly fine. Last time he stayed in the basement for 2 days and 2 nights, then came out and ate 5 bowls of rice." 5 bowls. His mother's eyes widened. "That won't do. You have to eat less. You'll ruin your stomach." Lin Chen's mouth was stuffed with rice as he mumbled, "Mom, I'm fine. I'm just hungry." Lin Xiaoyu piped up from the side, "Brother, did you get stronger again?" Lin Chen nodded. "I got stronger." "How much stronger?" Lin Chen thought for a moment. "Before to beat Yi Tianlong, I needed to take a pill. Now I can beat him even without one." Luo Bing's hand paused slightly. Yi Tianlong was at the late stage of internal force, which was equivalent to the 7th layer of qi refinement. Could Lin Chen, now at the 5th layer of qi refinement, really defeat him directly? "Are you sure?" she asked. Lin Chen looked at her and smiled. "I'm sure." Lin Xiaoyu jumped up with joy. "Brother, does that mean you're now invincible under heaven?" "Invincible?" Lin Chen tapped her on the head. Still far from it. But he gazed at the sky beyond the window, his eyes resolute. It won't be long now. Because he had unlocked the storage ring, his cultivation speed from now on would soar like. However, he had no intention of telling them about the storage ring for the time being. Until he stood at the very pinnacle of Earth, he understood all too well the principle that jade, without guilt, invites its own destruction. The dismissal bell rang at Jiangxing No. One high school, its melodious chime piercing through every classroom in the teaching building and instantly waking the students who had been stifled all day. The asphalt road outside the school gate immediately seethed with people. Students in all kinds of uniforms and casual clothes walked together in twos and threes, laughter and playful shouts, bicycle bells, and the cries of roadside snack stalls interwove into the campus' own bustling, lively atmosphere. In the crowd, Lin Xiaoyu was especially conspicuous, as though she carried her own cold filter that shut out all the noise around her. She wore a simple white backpack and a long off-white down jacket. The plain, unadorned color made her skin look as fair as snow, and her features appeared delicate and luminous, giving her an air untouched by worldly dust. As the acknowledged campus belle of Jiangxing No. One high school, she was already top tier in looks. What was rarer still was her quiet, reserved disposition. She never engaged in the school's petty rivalries or squabbles, focusing single-mindedly on her studies. Even though a fair number of boys secretly adored her from behind, she always came and went alone. That cool detachment only made her stand out all the more among the student body. Lin Xiaoyu walked slowly toward the outer side of the school gate, where her red BMW was parked. But she had barely gone 3 or 5 steps past the gate, when a harsh engine roar abruptly shattered the tranquility of the early evening. A bright red sports car, like a runaway beast, suddenly accelerated and charged to the school gate. With a harsh, piercing screech of brakes, its tires ground against the asphalt and gave off faint black smoke. It forced itself sideways across the middle of the road, completely blocking Lin Xiaoyu's way and also obstructing the path for most of the students. The students nearby frowned at the sight, but once they recognized the sports car's badge and the driver's face, everyone instinctively fell silent and quickly stepped back, their eyes filled with wariness and repulsion. This limited edition red Ferrari had long been infamous around Jiangxing No. One high school. Its owner was Zhao Tianyu, a local rich heir notorious for his dissolute, domineering ways. His family had made its fortune through dubious business and wielded both power and influence. Pampered since childhood and long accustomed to arrogance, he rode roughshod over the school. No one dared to provoke him lightly. The sports car's door swung upward in a dramatic, eye-catching fashion, and Zhao Tianyu stepped out unhurt. He wore a limited edition designer outfit covered in exaggerated logos, his hair dyed an incongruous rainbow of colors and stiffened with hair gel. A greasy, frivolous smile hung on his face as his eyes sized up Lin Xiaoyu without the slightest restraint. A gaze so invasive it made people's skin crawl. He leaned against the car, one hand in his pocket, while waving the other at Lin Xiaoyu. In a frivolous tone, he said, "Xiaoyu, I finally waited until you were out of school. I booked a private room at a 3-Michelin-star restaurant in the city center. Why don't you come and have a drink with me?" As he spoke, Zhao Tianyu took 2 steps forward and reached out a hand, trying to grab Lin Xiaoyu's waist directly. A rude and insolent move. He paid no attention to the crowd of watching students and felt no sense of wrongdoing at all. In his eyes, there was no girl at Jiangxing No. One high school he couldn't win over as long as he was willing to spend money. A seemingly aloof campus belle like Lin Xiaoyu was just playing hard to get. Lin Xiaoyu frowned, instantly, a flicker of undisguised disgust flashing in her eyes. She quickly stepped to the side, deftly evading his touch. The air around her seemed to turn cold in an instant, and her voice was icy, devoid of any warmth. "Zhao Tianyu, please show some respect. I'm not familiar with you. Kindly move aside and stop blocking my way." Her voice was clear and crisp, yet it carried an unassailable dignity, without a trace of fear. It made the smile on Zhao Tianyu's face freeze instantly. On ordinary days, when he made a pass at a girl, even if she was unwilling, she would only refuse tactfully. No one had ever dared to give him such a public look of disdain like Lin Xiaoyu did, especially in front of so many classmates. This instantly turned the always face-loving Zhao Tianyu from embarrassed to enraged. His expression shifted from a smile to a dark scowl, and his eyes became sinister and vicious as they locked onto Lin Xiaoyu. "Not familiar?" Zhao Tianyu sneered, raising his voice deliberately so that everyone around could hear. "In this Jiangxing city, there has never been a girl Zhao Tianyu wanted and couldn't get. I think you don't know when to be grateful. Don't think that just because you have a pretty face you can put on airs with me." As soon as he said this, Zhao Tianyu shot a meaningful glance toward the street corner. 7 or 8 burly men, originally hidden in the alley, immediately filed out and swarmed around. Every one of them had dyed yellow or green hair, bared ferocious tattoos on their arms, and was powerfully built with coarse, mean-looking faces. They were obviously street thugs who had spent years running with the wrong crowd. With fierce, murderous eyes and arms crossed, they surrounded Lin Xiaoyu in a tight, impenetrable circle, making it clear they intended to browbeat her with sheer numbers. Frightened, the students around backed off and huddled together, not daring to come close. The previously noisy school gate suddenly quieted by half, leaving only waves of hushed murmurs filled with worry and indignation. Oh no. Xiaoyu has really angered Zhao Tianyu this time. That bastard usually just pesters her, but no one expected him to resort to force today. Look at those men he brought. Every single one is a tough troublemaker. I heard that a guy once said a word in Xiaoyu's defense, and later that group cornered him in an alley and broke his leg. Even his family tried to pull strings, but it was useless. Zhao Tianyu's family is afraid of nothing. Xiaoyu is just a young girl seemingly so fragile. How could she possibly fight off so many big men? Zhao Tianyu is going too far, bullying people in broad daylight. All we can do is watch. Who would dare go up to help? If anyone did, they just get beaten too. Zhao Tianyu is only this arrogant because he knows no one dares to interfere. Every word of the chatter reached Zhao Tianyu's ears without exception. Instead of restraining himself, he grew even smugger. He lifted his chin high, looked at Lin Xiaoyu with an arrogant sneer, and snarled, "Lin Xiaoyu, you've heard them too. If you know what's good for you, obediently come with me and have a meal with me. Then this matter will be settled. If you insist on opposing me, never mind Jiangxing no. One high school. You won't be able to stand steadily in Jiangxing City either." Just as the two sides were locked in a standoff, the two black-suited bodyguards who had been silently following Lin Xiaoyu stepped forward in an instant and shielded her. These two bodyguards had been specially assigned by her elder brother Lin Chen to protect her. They were highly skilled and normally rarely showed themselves, keeping watch only from the shadows. Seeing someone daring to lay a hand on Lin Xiaoyu, they immediately went on full alert. Standing tall with hawk-eyed sharpness and radiating an aura that warned strangers to keep their distance, they stared hard at the thugs before them, ready to strike at any moment. "Wait!" A cool, clear voice sounded. Lin Xiaoyu raised a hand gently to stop the two bodyguards in front of her, signaling them to withdraw. She turned her head slightly and said softly to the bodyguards, "Both of you step aside for now. This little matter I can handle it myself. There's no need for you to act." The two bodyguards exchanged a glance, their faces full of doubt. They knew their young lady had cultivated successfully, and her skills far surpassed ordinary people, but the other side had 7 or 8 burly men after all. A pair of fists can't beat 4 hands, so they couldn't help worrying that she might be at a disadvantage. But Lin Chen had long instructed them to follow Lin Xiaoyu's arrangements in everything. Not daring to disobey, the two could only respectfully acknowledge and slowly withdraw to the outside of the encirclement. Still they kept. The students' hearts were in their throats, their faces filled with anxiety. They thought Lin Xiaoyu was far too impulsive and walking straight to her doom. "Are you crazy?" Xiaoyu actually told her bodyguards to stand down. Does she intend to fight all these people alone? This is way overestimating her strength. Those thugs are all strong and powerful. One punch can knock an ordinary person down. Xiaoyu is so skinny. How could she possibly win? Isn't she just walking into a beating? It's over. Today the campus bell is going to fall into Zhao Tianyu's hands. What are we going to do? Zhao Tianyu meanwhile was laughing so hard, he bent over, clutching his stomach and unable to straighten up. His eyes full of mockery, he said, "Ha, Lin Xiaoyu, I think you've really been scared out of your wits. Fine, since you insist on courting death, I'll grant your wish. I'll give you a chance and let you lose completely." He turned to the thugs behind him and waved his hand, barking, "Boys, get her. Don't hurt her face. Tie her up, throw her in the car, and take her back to the villa where we'll deal with her slowly." Hearing this, the gang of thugs immediately cracked their knuckles and bared ferocious grins. Cursing under their breath, they lunged at Lin Xiaoyu. The yellow-haired thug in the lead was the most arrogant. Relying on his burly height, he rushed to the front, in a few strides raised a hand, as large as a palm leaf fan, and reached for Lin Xiaoyu's shoulder, while spewing filth. "Little beauty, stop struggling. Be a good girl, and enjoy the easy life with Brother Tianyu, or you'll suffer." His palm whistled through the air with force, about to grab Lin Xiaoyu's delicate shoulder. The surrounding students watched the scene unfold without blinking, their hearts full of dread. But at that very moment, Lin Xiaoyu moved. Her feet shifted lightly, and her figure moved so fast that only a faint afterimage remained. The naked eye of an ordinary person simply could not follow her movements. Before they knew it, the Lin Xiaoyu who had stood in place an instant ago had already dodged the yellow-haired man's palm and appeared at his side. With icy eyes and not a trace of mercy, Lin Xiaoyu raised her hand, gathered a wisp of spiritual energy, and gave the yellow-haired thug a light push to the abdomen. What looked like a gentle push actually carried the force of a first-layer chi refining cultivation base, further amplified by the foundational spiritual energy of the fireball technique she had recently mastered. Its power was far beyond anything an ordinary person could imagine. Oh! A blood-curdling scream instantly tore through the entire school gate. The piercing sound was so harsh that the students around couldn't help covering their ears. In the blink of an eye, the burly yellow-haired thug, as if struck heat by a speeding truck, was sent flying into the air and flung backward a full 5 meters. He crashed heavily into the flower bed by the roadside, crushing several plants. After landing, he curled into a ball, clutching his stomach, trembling violently, his face deathly pale from pain. He could not utter a single complete word, only pain moans. The entire scene instantly fell into a hush so deep that a dropping pin could be heard. All the watching students stared with wide eyes and gaping mouths, as if an egg could fit inside, disbelief written all over their faces. They stared at Lin Xiaoyu as if seeing her for the first time. That ferocious big brute had actually been sent flying by a single gentle push from this seemingly delicate girl. This was absolutely not something an ordinary person could do. The smile on Zhao Tianyu's face instantly froze, all smugness vanishing, replaced by shock and panic. He stared at the fallen yellow-haired thug, then looked at Lin Xiaoyu and roared, "Useless. All of you are useless. Attack together. Everyone attack at once. I refuse to believe that a little girl can beat so many of you." Seeing this, the remaining 6 thugs felt their hearts sink with a creeping fear. But cowed by Zhao Tianyu's threat, they could only steel themselves and surge forward with angry roars. Some threw punches, some lashed out with kicks, and some even drew short batons from their belts. A dense storm of fists, feet, and cudgels sealed off every possible retreat for Lin Xiaoyu. In the eyes of the onlookers, Lin Xiaoyu's the slender figure was instantly engulfed by the assault of those burly men, leaving no room to dodge. Yet the very next second, another reversal unfolded. Bang! 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 Oh! Screams of agony rose one after another, crackling like firecrackers across the school gate. Lin Xiaoyu moved with ghostly agility, weaving calmly through the thugs' attacks with light, nimble steps. Every dodge was perfectly timed. She evaded every attack while striking back with speed, precision, and ruthlessness. Each strike landed with a crisp crack of breaking bones, clean and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. In the blink of an eye, 5 thugs were already on the ground, screaming in pain. The last thug swung his fist and lunged at her fiercely. Lin Xiaoyu sidestepped and dodged with ease. At that moment, a small flame flickered to life at her fingertip, growing in the wind until it became a fireball the size of an egg. She hurled the fireball at the thug's backside. With a loud bang, it exploded. His rear burst apart in a spray of blood and flesh. Xiaoyu frowned and said, "This fireball art is way too hard. I've practiced it for half a month. I only meant to burn off his pants, but I accidentally blew his butt to pieces." Hearing this, the 2 bodyguards' mouths twitched. So the young lady had been using that thug as a test subject. The thug, thrown to the ground by the explosion, wailed in agony, sparks still flickering on his trousers as thin wisps of smoke rose from them. The smell of roasted meat drifted through the air. The onlookers erupted into an uproar. Someone blurted out in shock, "Wow, is Lin Xiaoyu some kind of immortal? Her fingertip just produced a fireball." "Yeah, and it was so powerful. It blew that bastard's backside apart. She must be a celestial maiden descended to Earth, sent to punish these villains." Discussions surged from every direction. Everyone now regarded Lin Xiaoyu as a fairy who had descended from heaven. The looks cast at her had changed completely, from initial amazement to reverence and adoration. Zhao Tianyu, meanwhile, was already scared completely out of his wits. His calves trembled uncontrollably, his feet stumbled backward of their own accord until his back pressed tightly against his sports car. His palms were slick with cold sweat, his face pale as paper, and his eyes filled with dread. All trace of his earlier arrogance was gone. He could never have imagined that this school belle, who usually seemed so delicate, possessed such terrifying fighting skill, and could even use magical arts. It was utterly beyond his comprehension. Watching Lin Xiaoyu approach step by step, her steps light, yet carrying a suffocating pressure, Zhao Tianyu's voice began to tremble with fear. He stammered, "You, don't come any closer. I'm warning you, my big brother is Yi Kuan. He's from one of the local ancient martial arts clans, and has plenty of masters under him. If you dare touch me, he will never let you get away with it." He refused to believe Lin Xiaoyu was a fairy descended from heaven. She must have learned some kind of demonic source. Lin Xiaoyu did not stop walking, her gaze growing colder. At the mention of Yi Kuan's name, a mocking smile curved at the corner of her lips. She said coldly, "Yi Kuan. Perfect. Call him over, and he'll deal with him too, so he won't come looking for trouble later." Zhao Tianyu fumbled frantically for his phone and made the call. By the time he hung up, Lin Xiaoyu was already standing in front of him. Without the slightest hesitation, she raised her hand and slapped Zhao Tianyu hard across the face. In this one slap, she had condensed a trace of fire attribute spiritual power from the fireball art, lending it tremendous force. Smack! A crisp, resounding slap echoed through the scene, even clearer than the screams before it. Zhao Tianyu spun in place 3 times from the force of the blow. Half of his face swelled up to the size of a steamed bun at a visible speed, flushed bright red and scorching from the fire's spiritual power. Blood gushed from his nose, and he even spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. Dizzy and disoriented, he could hardly stand. Lin Xiaoyu did not stop. Seeing Zhao Tianyu still trying to struggle, she reached out, grabbed his arm, and pressed gently, with spiritual power at her fingertips. Crack. A comminuted fracture. A heart-rending scream burst from Zhao Tianyu's mouth, hoarse and shrill. Racked with pain, he clutched his broken arm and collapsed limply to the ground. Not a trace of his playboy arrogance remained, only boundless agony and fear. Just then the urgent roar of engines sounded from the distance, drawing closer at an astonishing speed. More than a dozen black off-road vehicles like a convoy tore madly toward the school gate and slammed to a stop, sealing off the entire entrance in a menacing display. The doors swung open in unison, and dozens of burly men clad in black martial arts uniforms filed out, each gripping a steel pipe. These men were nothing like the street thugs from before. Every one of them stood tall and straight, radiating fierce auras, their eyes sharp and menacing. They were clearly trained ancient martial arts enforcers, exuding an air of slaughter, far more formidable than the earlier thugs. The man at the lead had a sinister face and a towering stature with ruthlessness etched into his brow. He was none other than the big brother Zhao Tianyu had mentioned, Yi Kuan. Yi Kuan spotted Zhao Tianyu wailing on the ground at a glance, along with thugs lying everywhere with broken limbs. His face turned livid, instantly rage blazing within him. He barked, "Who dares to lay a hand on my men? Are they tired of living?" He fixed his eyes on Lin Xiaoyu in the field, examining the young girl. His gaze was full of gloom and disdain. He thought she was just a mere girl with a little martial skill who dared to hurt his men. He waved his hand at the enforcers behind him and said coldly, "Get her, cripple her, and make her know the price of offending Yi Kuan." Hearing this, the dozens of ancient martial arts enforcers immediately closed in, encircling Lin Xiaoyu. Their auras were several times more ferocious than the thugs, and they advanced step by step in seamless coordination. Though Lin Xiaoyu was at the first layer of qi refining and had mastered the fireball art, her enemies were overwhelming in number and all trained fighters. A prolonged fight would inevitably put her at a disadvantage. Seeing this, the two bodyguards beside her immediately charged forward again, shielding Lin Xiaoyu as they engaged the ancient martial arts enforcers. The bodyguards were extraordinarily skilled, fighting 1 against 10 bathed in blood. The clash of steel pipes and fists echoed without end. But their enemies were simply too numerous, surging in endlessly. The two bodyguards gradually found themselves at a disadvantage, bearing wound after wound. Their clothes were soaked red with blood, their movements slowed, and they were forced back step by step on the verge of collapse. Yi Kuan watched, a sinister smile spreading across his face. He walked slowly toward Lin Xiaoyu, his tone vicious and venomous. "You little wench, daring to hurt my men. You think a few martial skills make you tough? Today I'll teach you that the people of an ancient martial arts clan are not to be crossed. He'll cripple your cultivation and make you wish you were dead." Lin Xiaoyu's gaze sharpened. Spiritual power surged through her body once more, and red light blazed at her fingertips as she prepared to unleash the fireball art at full strength. Even outnumbered, she would fight with everything she had. But Yi Kuan had already closed in, his fist hammering toward her with a fierce gust of wind and savage momentum. In that instant, when the situation hung by a thread and life and death balanced on a razor's edge, a black figure appeared in the middle of the field with unimaginable speed. The figure's fingers flicked, and as faint razor-thin sounds of slicing air rang out, every ancient martial artist present, Yi Kuan included, was frozen in place in an instant. Then an icy voice sounded in everyone's ears, "Touch my sister. You're courting death." Only then did the onlookers see clearly a young man in black, tall and straight, standing with his hands behind his back. His face was cold and stern, his gaze indifferent and utterly unruffled. Yet the terrifying aura radiating from him weighed down on everyone like an invisible mountain, making it hard to breathe and seeming to freeze the very air itself. "Big brother," Lin Xiaoyu cried out in pleasant surprise. Lin Chen walked over to Xiaoyu and gently patted her shoulder, a flicker of affection and heartache passing through his eyes. Then he turned to look at Yi Kuan and Zhao Tianyu, and his gaze instantly became bitterly cold, utterly devoid of emotion. Yi Kuan and Zhao Tianyu were at death's door. No, death would be a release for them. He would make them wish they were dead. That was Lin Chen's current thought. Yi Kuan, seeing that he was about to succeed, still had a sinister smile rippling across his face. Suddenly his whole body went numb, and in an instant he couldn't move. Lin Chen's qi needles had sealed his vital acupoints, imprisoning his strength. He stared at Lin Chen in terror. "Oh, who are you?" Lin Chen looked at him with icy eyes. "You're Yi Kuan, aren't you? Son of Yi Qianlong, patriarch of the Yi clan, an ancient martial arts clan." He had received a report from the bodyguards earlier and knew the truth of the matter. Yi Kuan grew even more terrified. "Oh, exactly who are you?" "I am Lin Chen. You should have heard of me," Lin Chen said calmly. "Ah, Lin Chen." Yi Kuan gasped in shock. He knew Lin Chen was ruthless and merciless. During this period, the Yi family had suffered heavy losses at Lin Chen's hands. His father had sternly ordered that no one in the Yi family was to provoke Lin Chen. Never had he imagined that he would be so unlucky as to provoke Lin Chen's sister. He immediately begged for mercy. "Brother Lin, young hero Lin, please spare me this once. Whatever money you want I can give it to you." "Spare you? Impossible. It'll make you regret ever being born into this world." As he spoke, he swept his right hand and sent out 4 wind blades. Yi Kun's limbs were instantly severed from his torso. With no legs to support him, his torso crashed to the ground with a dull thud, blood gushing from the 4 wounds. Yi Kun managed only 2 howls before fainting from the pain. Ignoring him, Lin Chen sent out another wind blade and sliced off the man's manhood as well, effectively severing all 5 of his limbs. Finally, Lin Chen fired several chi needles, sealing the blood vessels at every wound on Yi Kun's body so he wouldn't bleed to death. The bloody scene made the surrounding students tremble uncontrollably. Many girls crouched on the ground, shaking and vomiting. Many others turned their heads away, not daring to look. Lin Chen's power and ruthlessness were seared into the memories of everyone present for the rest of their lives. That was exactly the effect Lin Chen wanted. Anyone who dared bully his family would regret ever being born. Then, using the same method, he severed all 5 of Zhao Tianyu's limbs as well. Finally, he turned his gaze toward the ancient martial artists and thugs. In an ice-cold voice, he said, "I hope in your next lives you'll be better people." With that, before anyone could react, chi needles shot out one after another, piercing their temples. One by one, they crumpled to the ground and died. Then he bestowed a small fireball on each corpse. In an instant, all the bodies turned to ash, as if these people had never existed at all. Even Xiaoyu and the 2 bodyguards were frightened by Lin Chen's methods. Xiaoyu asked worriedly, "Brother, you've killed so many people. Aren't you afraid the police will cause trouble?" "No. I've already set up a concealment formation here, so passers-by can't see what happened. As for the people inside, they've all been scared out of their wits. Who would dare to say anything? He'll call Sister Luo Bing later and ask her to remind the Jiangxing police in the name of the Dragon Group, telling them not to interfere with this matter." Then he looked at his sister and said seriously, "Xiaoyu, you've already set foot on the path of cultivation. The road of cultivation is bloody and cruel. When dealing with enemies, you must be decisive and merciless, otherwise there will be endless trouble." Then he left directly with his sister and the 2 bodyguards. The police would handle the aftermath themselves. Late at night, at the old Yi family mansion, a black business van pulled up at the gate. The door slid open and 2 stretchers were carried out. 2 people lay on the stretchers covered with white cloth. Dark red blood seeped through the cloth, dripping down drop by drop, splashing tiny blood blossoms on the bluestone slabs. Yi Tianlong stood on the steps, his face livid. Behind him stood Yi Zhen and several Yi family elders. Anger was written on every face, yet none dared to speak. The first stretcher was brought forward and the white cloth was lifted. Yi Kun. His face was pale as paper, his lips drained of every trace of color. But the most horrifying thing was his body. His arms were gone from the shoulders down, and his legs were gone from the thighs down. Between his legs was a bloody mess wrapped in layer after layer of gauze, yet blood still oozed through. Yi Tianlong's hands began to tremble. The second stretcher was brought forward, and the white cloth was lifted. Zhao Tianyu, that rich second-generation heir. His condition was exactly the same as Yi Kun's. His limbs were completely gone, and his groin was a ruin. His eyes were open, pupils unfocused, and he kept muttering, "Gone. All gone." Yi Tianlong stood motionless on the steps. The wind blew over, and the leaves of the old locust tree in the courtyard rustled like countless blinking eyes. Who did this? His voice was very calm as the dead silence before a storm. A doctor in a white coat got out of the car, his hands still shaking. He was a private physician hired by the Yi family and had seen many injuries, but today's scene almost made him vomit on the spot. "Patriarchy." His voice was dry. "The 2 young masters were wounded by a sharp weapon. The cuts are clean, as if severed in a single stroke by something extremely sharp. No, by something even sharper than a blade. The bone surfaces are smooth with no signs of secondary damage." What I asked was, Yi Tianlong turned to look at him. "Who did this?" The doctor's face turned even whiter. "Akko. According to the police who brought them, it was a man named Lin Chen." Yi Tianlong said nothing more. He walked down the steps, went to the stretcher, and looked down at Yi Kun. Yi Kun's eyes shifted. Yi Tianlong reached out and touched his son's face. "Does it hurt?" Yi Kun's tears streamed down. Yi Tianlong straightened up, turned around, and looked at the elders in the courtyard. "From today onward, the Yi family and Lin Chen will not rest until one side falls." His voice was not loud, but every word landed like a nail hammered into the hearts of everyone present. Yi Kun and Zhao Tianyu were carried into the rear courtyard. The Yi family's private medical team worked all night, stopping bleeding, transfusing blood, and cleaning wounds. But once limbs were gone, they were gone. They could not be reattached. The injuries below the waist were even more troublesome. The nerves and blood vessels there were too complex. Even if they were sewn up with great effort, normal function would never be restored. Zhao Tianyu's father Zhao Sihai rushed to the Yi mansion that very night. A well-known real estate tycoon in Jiangcheng with a fortune in the billions, he was usually arrogant and overbearing, but when he stepped through the Yi family gate his legs went weak. Patriarchy. Zhao Sihai knelt as soon as he entered. My son, my son. Yi Tianlong sat in a wooden armchair and glanced at him. Your son led people to bully Lin Chen's sister, and Lin Chen crippled him. Yi Kuan was there too and suffered the same fate. Zhao Sihai's face went white as paper. Then what should we do? What should we do? Yi Tianlong sneered. Someone from my Yi family has had limbs chopped off. What do you think we should do? Zhao Sihai opened his mouth, but no words came out. Yi Tianlong stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the old locust tree in the courtyard. Lin Chen has the Luo family backing him. Acting openly against him won't work, but we can make trouble for him under the table. Send people to cause chaos at Chengwang Pharmaceutical every day, so he won't have a moment's peace. Wait until I finish closed-door cultivation and break through to the late transformation gene stage. Then, following the rules of the ancient martial world, I will challenge him openly, leaving the Luo family with nothing to say. At that time his death will be at hand. He turned around and looked at Zhao Sihai. Go find the Qian Sun and Zhou families. Tell them the Yi family is moving against Lin Chen and ask for their help. When it's done, the Chengwang Pharmaceutical formula will be shared equally among the families. Zhao Sihai nodded eagerly. I'm on my way right now. He turned to leave, but Yi Tianlong called him back. Have them dress as masked men and go quietly at night. Try not to run into Lin Chen. They are no match for him. Zhao Sihai quickly bowed and scraped his way out. Yi Tianlong stood by the window silent for a long time. Then he picked up the teacup from the table and squeezed it gently. Porcelain shards crumbled to the floor. Lin Chen, just you wait. Then trouble came to Chengwang Pharmaceutical. At the same time, he placed many hidden sentries around Chengwang Pharmaceutical. So when the first group of masked men in black arrived, Lin Chen immediately knew they were from the Qian family. The leader was Qian Datong, the son of Qian Wangguan, a martial artist at the peak of the Dark Gene stage. He brought more than 20 thugs planning to burn down one of Chengwang Pharmaceutical's raw material warehouses under the cover of night. But the moment they reached the warehouse entrance, Lin Chen stood before them like a ghost. The masked men were scared out of their wits and turned to flee. But Lin Chen, piercing screams immediately tore through the night sky. Lin Chen strolled over, then waved his hands once more. More wind blades howled through the air, slicing off these men's hands and their manhoods. Finally, he used qi needles to stop the bleeding from their wounds. Lin Chen calmly finished all of this, then called Ah Bao and told him to have people dump these human stumps at the Qian family's front gate. It was already past 2 in the morning. The lamp in Qian Wangwen's study was still lit. Tonight, his son Qian Datong had led more than 20 ancient martial arts masters to sabotage Chengwang Pharmaceutical. Among these masters was even one at the early transformation gene stage, so he was fairly confident about tonight's operation. To be honest, after hearing how ruthless Lin Chen's methods were, he hadn't wanted to get involved. But Yi Tianlong had promised to share the ancient formula in Lin Chen's possession, and that made his heart stir. An ancient formula was too precious. Anything connected with the word ancient was practically worth a fortune. So wealth was to be sought amid danger. He decided to risk death and gamble everything, succeed or perish. In truth, a hope for a stroke of luck still lingered in his heart. The Yi Qian Sun and Zhou families, for ancient martial arts clans with centuries of heritage, joining forces did not necessarily mean they would lose to Lin Chen, even if Lin Chen had the Luo family protecting him. Just then the sound of a car stopping came from the front gate. Qian Wangguan guessed that his son Qian Datong and the others must have returned. He stepped outside at once. He had just crossed the courtyard and had not yet reached the gate when he saw 2 Qian family disciples running in panic written on their faces. As soon as they saw Qian Wangguan, the 2 shouted, "Patriarch, terrible news. The young master and his whole crew have had all their limbs and manhoods chopped off, and they've been dumped at the front gate." At those words, Qian Wangguan's vision went black, and he nearly fainted. He suppressed his grief and rushed out of the courtyard in great strides. When he reached the gate and saw the scene, his eyes nearly split with fury. Human stumps lay strewn in disorder on the ground. Some had already passed out, others were still writhing and groaning in agony. Qian Wangguan spotted his son at once. Qian Datong's 4 limbs had been severed cleanly at the roots, and between his legs was a bloody mess. He was in such pain that his body trembled, without end, tears streaming down his face. His mouth hung open as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out. Qian Wangguan walked over, embraced his son, and burst into loud sobs. Just then ambulance sirens wailed as 7 or 8 ambulances sped over. It turned out the guards at the gate had made an emergency call at once. All the injured were taken to the hospital, and Qian Wangguan went with them. The horrific state of Qian Datong and the Qian family martial artists spread through the ancient martial arts world like wildfire. The families that had originally wanted to profit from the chaos shrank back one by one, pretending nothing had happened. Qian Wangguan sat at home staring at his son's empty sleeves and trouser legs, and wept all night. Then he announced to the outside world the Qian family will from now on take no part in the feud between the Yi family and Lin Chen. Only now did he see clearly that if they continued to stir things up, the entire family could be wiped out. The Sun family was even more decisive. They packed up and moved away from Jiangxing overnight, even selling their house. Yi Tianlong sat in the main hall of the old Yi mansion listening to his subordinates report, his face growing darker. The Qian family has withdrawn, the Sun family has moved away, and the Zhou family says they need to think it over. Enough. Yi Tianlong cut him off. The subordinate lowered his head and dared not speak. Yi Tianlong stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the old locust tree in the courtyard. Lin Chen, do you think this is enough to scare me? He turned and looked at Yi Zhen. Third uncle, am going into closed-door cultivation. Yi Zhen was stunned. Patriarch, closed-door cultivation now. Late transformation gene. Yi Tianlong's eyes were like two blades. Once I break through to late transformation gene, I will publicly challenge Lin Chen according to the rules of the ancient martial world. By then, even the Luo family cannot interfere. Yi Zhen was silent for a moment, then nodded. Good. I'll guard the Yi family in your place. Yi Tianlong walked into the secret chamber, and the stone doors slowly closed. The Yi family went quiet, and Qingwang Pharmaceutical returned to calm. Lin Chen's life also got back on track. He stopped by the company during the day and taught Qin Mo and Su Qing cultivation at night. Meanwhile, in the ring space, he found a large supply of genuine Peiyuan pills and more than 100 marrow cleansing pills. Peiyuan pills were the most commonly used pills for cultivators at the entry level, while marrow cleansing pills were even more precious. They could improve a mortal's physical constitution and make it more suited to cultivation. Over the past few days, aided by these two kinds of pills, Qin Mo and Su Qing had amassed a vast amount of true qi within their bodies and were on the verge of a breakthrough. That night, the three of them sat in the courtyard. The moonlight was bright, and the shadows of the osmanthus tree swayed to and fro on the ground. Qin Mo and Su Qing sat cross-legged on meditation cushions with their eyes closed, striving to circulate the true qi within their bodies to break through the barrier of the first level of qi refining. Lin Chen stood by, guarding the two women's cultivation and occasionally offering guidance. Suddenly, Qin Mo's delicate body trembled, and a crisp sound came from within her. What's wrong? Lin Chen hurried over. Qin Mo opened her eyes, startled and delighted. I think I've broken through. My belly feels warm, like there's a little stove inside. Lin Chen reached out, placed his fingers on her pulse, and checked. Not bad. You've truly broken through to the first level of qi refining. He took out a jade bottle and handed it to her. Qin Mo was so happy she nearly jumped up. I really broke through. Great. Lin Chen made a shushing gesture and pointed at Su Qing beside them. Qin Mo immediately understood. Cultivation must not be disturbed. She quickly took a Peiyuan pill and began to refine it. An hour later, a crisp sound also came from Su Qing's body. She had broken through. Lin Chen also gave her a bottle of Peiyuan pills to consolidate her realm. After the breakthrough, both women's skin became fairer and more delicate than before. Their temperament became ethereal, as well, carrying a touch of transcendent, otherworldly grace. No wonder the cultivation world called female cultivators immortal maidens, Lin Chen mused. It turned out that as a woman's cultivation improved, she became more and more beautiful. It was late at night, and Qin Mo and Su Qing had gone to sleep. He was searching for pills he could use at his current stage. Following the guidance of his master's inherited memories, he found 2 jade bottles on the first row of the pill shelf. With a thought, the 2 jade bottles appeared in his hand. He opened the lid of the first bottle, and a thick surge of spiritual energy rushed toward his face. The bottle held more than 10 pills, pure white all over, with a faint glow on their surface. Spirit origin pills. The Immortal Emperor's memory surfaced in his mind. A cultivation pill for the qi refining stage. 1 pill is worth 3 months of bitter cultivation. He poured out a pill and put it into his mouth. As the pill entered his stomach, a massive surge of spiritual power exploded inside him, like a great river rushing into a dried-up riverbed. He immediately activated his cultivation technique and guided the spiritual power, surging through his meridians. 2 hours later, the spiritual power was completely absorbed. He felt that his true qi reserves had reached their limit, the peak of the 5th level of qi refining. He opened the second jade bottle. Inside were body-forging pills specifically used to strengthen the physique. After taking one, a wave of heat spread from his stomach to every limb and bone, like countless ants crawling through his body. Everywhere his flesh was tearing apart and healing at the same time. He clenched his teeth, enduring the itchy, painful sensation, and circulated his technique with all his might. Another 2 hours passed. His body-forging art also reached the peak of the 5th level. He stood up and stretched his body. His bones gave off cracking sounds, and his muscles felt like coiled springs brimming with strength. He walked to the wall and threw a punch. Boom. A deep fist imprint appeared in the wall, and a large patch of tiles around it shattered. Not bad. He nodded with satisfaction, then looked at the hole in the wall and frowned. He'll have to find someone to fix that tomorrow. His divine sense then swept toward the flying swords on the weapon rack. One of them was jet black with fine dense patterns on the blade like flowing water and drifting clouds. With a thought, that sword appeared in his hand. A cold breath flowed through his fingertips into his body like spring water in winter. This sword is named. The Immortal Emperor's memory surfaced again. It is a magic treasure. It can change size that will fly on the sword and take a head from 1,000 li away. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He bit his fingertip and dripped a drop of blood onto the blade. The blood seeped in and the patterns on the blade flashed once before returning to normal. A wondrous sensation came from the sword hilt. It was now closely linked to his mind and spirit, as if he had grown an extra hand. It could be commanded at will. With a thought, the sword shrank to the size of an embroidery needle and lay in his palm. With another thought, it expanded into a 3-foot-long sword, its cold light gleaming. A fine sword. He grasped the hilt and gave it a gentle sweep. A black sword beam shot out from the tip, silent and soundless, leaving a deep gash in the ground. He put the sword away and took a deep breath. Next, it was time to learn sword flight. Sword flight wasn't all that difficult. He had enough true chi and the guidance of his master's memories, so it took only 2 hours to master. The next evening, the moon was full and round as a plate. Lin Chen stood in the villa's courtyard with Qin Mo, Su Qing, Luo Bing, and Lin Xiaoyu. "Brother, where are you taking us?" Xiaoyu asked curiously. "To the sky." Lin Chen smiled. With a thought, a black sword appeared in the air. Then the blade slowly expanded into a giant sword about 6 meters wide and 13 meters long. It hovered steadily about a foot above the ground. This miraculous sight stunned the women. But after following Lin Chen, they had seen more than one extraordinary thing. They had all grown somewhat numb to it. "Is this the legendary flying sword treasure?" Lin Xiaoyu cried out in delight. Lin Chen smiled. "Oh, seems you're quite knowledgeable." Xiaoyu made a funny face. "In the famous fairy Lin, far and wide. What is this little bit of knowledge?" Her playful expression and adorable tone made everyone laugh. It also eased everyone's nervousness about flying for the first time. "Get on." Lin Chen jumped on first and sat cross-legged. Qin Mo hesitated for a moment, then jumped on and sat behind him, wrapping her arms around his waist. Su Qing also jumped on and held Qin Mo's waist. Luo Bing was last. She stood on the flying sword, swayed a little, then steadied herself. Lin Xiaoyu jumped impatiently below. "Brother, what about me?" "Me." Lin Chen reached down, pulled her up, and made her sit at the very front. "Let's go." The black sword shot upward like an arrow from a bow straight into the clouds. The wind howled past their ears. The houses on the ground grew smaller and smaller, their lights flickering like fireflies. Qin Mo kept her eyes shut, not daring to look down. Su Qing bit her lip, her face pale. Luo Bing's expression was blank, but the hand gripping Lin Chen's clothes had veins bulging from the force. Only Lin Xiaoyu was the most excited, spreading her arms wide like a little bird. "Brother, so high, so fast." Lin Chen laughed, and with a thought, the black sword sped up a little more. They wove through the clouds. The moon was huge and round, so close it seemed one could reach out and touch it. Clouds churned beneath their feet like a white ocean. Lin Chen. Qin Mo said softly, "Will we fall?" Su Qing opened her eyes, looked around, and exclaimed, "So beautiful." Luo Bing also opened her eyes and looked at the countless lights of the city below. The corners of her mouth curved slightly upward. Lin Xiaoyu could not contain her excitement. "Brother, can we go faster?" Lin Chen smiled. With a thought, the black sword accelerated, streaking across the night sky like a meteor. They flew out of Jiangqing, over mountains, rivers, and fields. The moon followed them, and stars sparkled around them. They flew who knew how far. 2 hours later, they returned to the villa. When the flying sword landed, Qin Mo's legs gave way, and she nearly collapsed. Su Qing helped her, though her own legs were trembling. Luo Bing stood steady, but her face was still a little pale. Only Lin Xiaoyu was hopping around cheerfully. "Brother, when will we fly again?" "Next weekend," Lin Chen said, patting her head. "As long as you train diligently and behave, it'll definitely be good." Lin Xiaoyu raised her hand in a vow. The family walked into the house, and laughter drifted away in the night breeze. Lin Chen stood in the courtyard looking up at the moon. The resources in the storage ring were enough for his whole family. He had a flying sword now, and he was at the peak of the 5th level of chi refining. He stretched out his hand, and moonlight leaked through the gaps between his fingers. "Yi Tianlong," he said softly, "when you come out of seclusion, let's have a proper fight." At 2 in the morning, the encrypted communicator of the Dragon Group's Jiangqing branch rang. Luo Bing sat up in bed, glanced at the red warning light on the screen, and her eyes turned razor-sharp in an instant. It was a top-level emergency communication. The last time it had lit up was a year ago when foreign forces had attempted to assassinate a Huaxia scientist. She pressed the answer button and a grim face appeared on the screen. Old Liu, the intelligence division chief of the Dragon Group. Captain Luo, the target has been spotted at the abandoned chemical plant on the outskirts of Linjiang, the international assassin, Black Snake. Luo Bing's fingers tightened slightly. Black Snake. Mystic Huajin. A regular on Interpol's red notice list with no fewer than several thousand lives on his hands. 3 months ago, he killed a Chinese businessman in Thailand. 2 months ago, he attacked a Huaxia aid construction team in Myanmar, leaving 3 dead and 7 wounded. The Dragon Group had been chasing him for 3 months, but he was as slippery as a loach. Is the intel accurate? Luo Bing asked. Accurate. Old Liu pulled up a satellite image. Our informant reported 20 minutes ago that Black Snake and 4 subordinates appeared at the chemical plant, apparently conducting some kind of deal. The Linjiang detachment has already sealed off the surrounding area, but Black Snake is Mystic Huajin. They can't hold him. I'm going now. Luo Bing stood up and grabbed the combat uniform from the table. Captain Luo, Old Liu hesitated. Black Snake is stronger than you. Should we wait for backup? No time. Luo Bing had already put on her clothes and tucked the short blade at her waist. He could leave at any moment. They'll go keep an eye on him. Request support from headquarters immediately. She ended the call, pushed open the door, and walked out. The abandoned chemical plant on the outskirts of Linjiang. Under the moonlight, the derelict factory buildings stood like enormous tombstones looming silently amid the weeds. The sheet metal roofs were covered in rust, withered vines crawled over the walls, and most of the window panes were shattered, gapingly dark like so many hollow eyes. Luo Bing parked the car on a dirt road 2 kilometers away and crept forward on foot. Her steps were so light that she made almost no sound as she trod over the withered leaves. The night wind blew from the river, carrying a smell of fish and chill. She pulled her collar higher, her gaze sweeping over every corner ahead where someone might hide. On the north side of the chemical plant stood a 3-story building, and from its rooftop flickered a shifting light. Luo Bing crouched low, using the weeds as cover, and slowly closed in. 50 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters. She stopped behind a collapsed low wall, and 2 black SUVs were parked on the open ground before the building. 4 men in black stood beside the vehicles, their waists bulging, clearly concealing weapons. Lights spilled from the broken windows upstairs and figures shifted within. Luo Bing pricked up her ears, straining to catch sounds carried in the wind. The goods will arrive tomorrow, the usual place. What about the money? The last account is still unsettled. The boss said after this job, he'll settle everything at once. The voices were fragmented, hard to make out. But she had already confirmed it. Black Snake was inside. She pulled out her communicator and said in a low voice, target confirmed. 3-story building on the north side. 4 guards on alert. Requesting backup. Old Liu's voice came through the communicator. Reinforcements are already on the way and will arrive in 20 minutes. Captain Luo, hold your position and don't tip them off. Understood. Luo Bing put away the communicator, crouched behind the low wall, and waited. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. The lights upstairs suddenly went out. Luo Bing's heart tightened. She poked her head out to look. The 4 men in black were getting into the vehicles, the engine roared piercingly loud in the night wind. They're about to flee. Luo Bing gritted her teeth, pulled out her communicator. The target is moving out. I'm going to intercept. Captain Luo, backup isn't here yet. She switched off the communicator and vaulted out from behind the low wall. She moved like a black leopard, sprinting soundlessly through the weeds. The 2 SUVs had just started moving when she reached the first vehicle. The window glass shattered. Her fist slammed into the driver's temple. He let out a muffled grunt and slumped over the steering wheel. The man in the passenger seat reached for his gun. Luo Bing seized his wrist and twisted it upward. With a crack, the bone snapped. The men in the second vehicle reacted faster. The doors flew open and 2 men in black jumped out, one swinging a machete, the other leveling a gun. Luo Bing sidestepped. The machete slammed her elbow into the man's chest and sent him flying. A gunshot rang out. The bullet grazed past her ear, lifting a strand of hair. She didn't stop. She spun and kicked the gunman's wrist. The gun flew from his hand. With a scream, he clutched his broken wrist and dropped to his knees. 45 seconds. All 4 men were down. Luo Bing caught her breath and was about to charge into the building when a dark figure leaped down from above, soundless and weightless like a falling leaf. Luo Bing's pupils contracted sharply. The man landed 3 meters in front of her. Moonlight fell across his face. Shaven head, brutish features, and a black serpent with a flicking tongue was tattooed on his neck. His eyes were small but sharp as blades, and a cruel smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Dragon Group. His voice was hoarse and grating like sandpaper scraping sheet metal. Luo Bing said nothing, her hand resting on the short blade at her waist. Black Snake took a look at her from head to toe and grinned. Little girl, have you come all alone to die? Luo Bing drew her blade. Its body glinted coldly in the moonlight. Try me and find out. She charged. The first strike sliced at Black Snake's neck. Black Snake dodged aside, the blade grazing his shoulder and slicing through his clothes without drawing blood. He reached for Luo Bing's wrist. She turned her hand over, redirected the blade, and slashed at his fingers. Black Snake stepped back and evaded it. Interesting. His grin widened. Pekin Jin, decent reflexes. But he struck out abruptly, a palm crashing toward Luo Bing's chest. The palm strike was swift and vicious, whistling through the air. Luo Bing had no time to dodge, as she could only raise her blade to block. Clang. The short blade was knocked flying, and Luo Bing was driven back 7 or 8 paces before crashing into the wall behind her. A sharp pain exploded in her chest, and the taste of blood surged into her throat. Pekin Jin is nothing before me. Black Snake walked closer, every step like a weight pressing down on her heart. Little girl, what's your name? Luo Bing clenched her teeth and said nothing. But she secretly pulled out her phone, swiftly dialed Lin Chen, and gave him the address. She knew Lin Chen would arrive faster than the dragon group, because Lin Chen had a flying sword. Trying to call for help. Too late. Black Snake shot out a pulse of inner force and shattered the phone from a distance. He smiled cunningly. It doesn't matter if you don't tell me your name. When you're dead, it'll leave my mark on your corpse. Your people will know what happens to those who cross me. He raised his hand, a mass of black chi condensing in his palm. Luo Bing leaned against the wall, her hand reaching behind her waist, where a spare short blade was hidden. But her fingers were trembling. The earlier palm strike had damaged her meridians, and her true chi was flowing sluggishly. Die. Black Snake's palm came crashing down. Luo Bing rolled desperately to the side. The palm struck the wall. Boom. Bricks and stones shattered, leaving a deep handprint in the wall. She rolled onto her feet, drew the spare blade, and charged again. This strike carried all her remaining strength. Black Snake did not dodge. He reached out and caught the blade directly in his bare hand. The edge cut into his palm and blood flowed, but as if he felt no pain, his other hand slammed a fist into Luo Bing's abdomen. Luo Bing was sent flying, slammed into another wall, fell, and landed on the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, spattering onto the floor like tiny plum blossoms. Black Snake shook the blood off his hand and looked at her. Not bad in a fight. He walked over. But that's all you've got. Luo Bing lay on the ground, her fingers digging into the dirt. She thought of her grandfather's face, of her dragon group teammates, of Lin Chen. Lin Chen. She whispered the name. Black Snake stepped in front of her, raised his foot, and pressed it down on her back. Any last words? From her pocket, she pulled out a small device, the dragon group's special distress beacon. She pressed the button and a faint signal was sent out. Black Snake saw it. His expression changed and he stomped the beacon to pieces. You're asking for death. His fist came down. It snapped Luo Bing's right arm. Meanwhile, at the villa in Jiangxing, Lin Chen woke with a start. His phone vibrated violently on the nightstand. The screen showed Luo Bing's name. He picked it up, but all he heard was fragmented static, then Luo Bing's voice. Linjiang, chemical plant. Black Snake. Then a crack like something being crushed underfoot. Lin Chen sprang out of bed and grabbed his clothes. Qin Mo, awakened by the noise, rubbed her eyes and asked what's wrong. Luo Bing's in trouble. Stay here and wait for me. With a thought, his flying sword appeared at his feet. He mounted it and muttered, go. The sword shot out through the window, split the pitch-black night sky, and vanished in a blink. Linjiang, the abandoned chemical plant. Luo Bing lay in a corner, badly wounded all over. Her right arm was broken, and a shard had gouged her left leg, staining a patch of her pants red with blood. The blood at the corner of her mouth had dried into a dark red crust. Black Snake stood before her, looking down at her from above. Called for help. He sneered. Too late. By the time your people arrive, you'll already be a corpse. He drew a dagger from behind his waist and pressed its tip against Luo Bing's throat. Little girl, don't do this job in your next life. Luo Bing closed her eyes. But then she shouted loudly, Lin Chen, you bastard. If you don't come now, you'll never see me again. A black sword light descended from the sky and struck Black Snake's dagger. The dagger snapped. Half the blade flew off and buried itself in the wall with a thud, quivering faintly. A voice came from above. Miss Luo, if you wanted me to save you, why call me a bastard? What kind of logic is that? Hearing that voice, Luo Bing was overjoyed and retorted, who told you to be so slow? Look at all these injuries. Black Snake retreated 3 steps, his face drastically changing. Who? Under the moonlight, a figure descended from the air and landed in front of Luo Bing. White t-shirt, jeans, sneakers, and in his hand a sword as black as pitch. Lin Chen. He glanced at Luo Bing in the corner. Clothes torn, blood on her face, right arm hanging limp, left leg bleeding. His eyes turned cold as thousand-year ice. Under that icy stare, Black Snake's face shifted again and again. Staring at the sword in Lin Chen's hand, his voice went dry. Who are you? Someone you can't afford to provoke. Lin Chen rested the sword on his shoulder. Black Snake, huh? International assassin. Mitzvah Jin. Black Snake took a step back. He felt it. The aura radiating from this man was many times stronger than that dragon group girl's. It pressed down on him like a mountain, making it hard to breathe. Brother Black Snake's voice softened. This is between me and the dragon group. It has nothing to do with you. Walk away and I'll pretend I never saw you. Lin Chen smiled. Nothing to do with me. He glanced at Luo Bing. She's my woman. You touched her, and you say it's nothing to do with me. Black Snake's face turned completely pale. I didn't know. Didn't know? Lin Chen stepped forward. Well, now you know. He raised his sword. Black Snake spun around trying to flee. A black sword light shot from the blade's tip, fast as lightning. Ah! Black Snake's left leg flew off, spun several times in midair, and landed on the ground still twitching. He screamed, collapsed, and clutched his severed leg as blood gushed out, staining the ground red. 3 more to go. Lin Chen walked over and crouched in front of him. You hurt her. 1 leg isn't enough. No, please. Black Snake tried to crawl backward, pushing against the ground with his remaining leg, but he couldn't escape. Lin Chen swung his sword. The right leg flew off too. Ah! Black Snake writhed on the ground in agony, his face twisted like a demon's. 2 more to go. Lin Chen swung twice more, and Black Snake's hands flew off as well. I beg you, kill me, kill me. No rush. Lin Chen stood up, sheathed his sword, and glanced at the blood on the ground. When you hurt her, did you ever think about this moment? Black Snake couldn't speak. He only shook his head desperately. Then Lin Chen's voice rang out again. 1 more limb matters most, and I certainly won't leave you that one. With that, a wind blade shot out, and Black Snake's 5th limb flew off too. This time Black Snake finally lost consciousness. Lin Chen turned and walked to Luo Bing's side, crouching down. Can you stand? Luo Bing gritted her teeth and tried to stand, but her legs gave out, and she sank back down. Lin Chen reached out and lifted her into his arms. Put me down. Luo Bing struggled a little, but her whole body ached too much to resist. Don't move. Lin Chen carried her outside. Keep struggling and I'll kiss you. Luo Bing's face instantly turned red, and she nestled obediently in his arms. At the door, Lin Chen looked back at Black Snake on the ground. It's fine to leave him here, right? Your people will be here soon. Forget him, Luo Bing replied. Leave him for the dragon group to handle. Let's go first. She really didn't want the other dragon group members to see her being carried in Lin Chen's arms. They walked out of the factory, and Lin Chen carried Luo Bing onto the flying sword. On the sword, the night wind howled. Leaning against Lin Chen's chest, Luo Bing caught the faint medicinal scent on him, and her heart suddenly grew quiet. After a while, she whispered, "Thank you." For what? Lin Chen looked down at her. Didn't you say before that I owe you? Luo Bing's face reddened again. I was just being stubborn. I know. Lin Chen smiled. You've always been tough in words and soft at heart. Luo Bing said nothing more. She leaned against him and closed her eyes. The moon was large, the stars bright. The flying sword streaked across the night sky like a shooting star. Luo Bing lay in the villa for 3 days. During those 3 days, Qin Mo and Su Qing took turns keeping vigil at her bedside, serving tea and water, wiping her face, changing her dressings, more attentive than any hospital nurse. Lin Xiaoyu dashed into her room after school every day, chattering about funny things at school, her cultivation progress, and sneakily revealing her brother's embarrassing childhood stories. Her mother Wang Xiaoying brewed a pot of soup every day. Rib soup, chicken soup, Crucian carp soup. She changed the recipes, constantly afraid that Luo Bing wouldn't get enough nourishment. Lying on bedding that had been aired in the sun, Luo Bing caught the faint scent of osmanthus in the air. What welled up in her heart was not some feather-light gratitude. It was a warmth that wrapped her tightly and filled her completely, like sinking into hot water on a bitter winter day, seeping from the skin all the way into the marrow of her bones. It was a feeling she had never had in her entire life. On the evening of the 3rd day, Qin Mo came to change her dressings. Luo Bing's wounds were healing at a miraculous speed. The healing pill Lin Chen had given her, combined with her peak dark force foundation, had already closed the external wounds and restored most of the internal damage. Qin Mo unwrapped the gauze, took one look, and breathed a sigh of relief. Good, no need to wrap it tomorrow. Thank you, Luo Bing said softly. Qin Mo sat at the edge of the bed looking at her, as if she wanted to say something, but hesitated. What's wrong? Luo Bing raised her eyes. Qin Mo took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind about something enormous. Luo Bing, Su Qing and I have discussed it. Luo Bing looked at her quietly. We want you to move in with us. Qin Mo's voice was soft, but extremely earnest. Not as a guest, to stay to live together with us as family. Luo Bing was stunned. We all know you like Lin Chen. Qin Mo lowered her head, fingers twisting the hem of her clothes. He likes you too. He doesn't say it out loud, but we can all see it. The night you got into trouble, when he rushed out, his face was as pale as paper. I've never seen him that frantic. She paused and her voice softened. Su Qing said that rather than the 3 of us staying pent up, we should speak openly. We've thought it through. If you're willing, from now on you'll be one of us. Luo Bing's throat suddenly clogged. You too. Don't you mind? Qin Mo lifted her head and smiled. It would be a lie to say we don't. At first it was certainly awkward. But later I thought it through. That man Lin Chen, the harder you block him, the more stubborn he gets. Rather than let him hide and sneak around, it's better to do it openly and above board. She looked into Luo Bing's eyes, her tone sincere. Besides, you're a good person. Cold on the outside, warm at heart, as sharp-tongued, but soft underneath. We both feel at ease with you. Luo Bing lowered her head, tears gathering in her eyes. In this life, she had bled countless times, but she had never shed tears. When she broke her arm in training as a child, she didn't cry. When a blade split her back open on her first mission, she didn't cry. On the night her parents died, she sat alone on the windowsill watching the moon, and she still didn't cry. But now, hearing Qin Mo say, "From now on you'll be part of our family," her tears refused to stop. "Don't cry." Qin Mo panicked and reached out to wipe them. "If you don't want to pretend I never said it." "I do. I'm willing." Luo Bing grabbed her hand, her voice hoarse, but utterly firm. "I'm willing." Qin Mo froze for a moment, then her eyes crinkled into a joyful smile. Then it settled. "You'll be the third in our family." "Third?" Luo Bing was puzzled. "That's right. The eldest Su Qing is second and you're third." Qin Mo counted on her fingers. "Order of arrival C." Luo Bing watched her fingers and couldn't help laughing. The smile was faint yet exceptionally beautiful. Qin Mo was completely captivated. It was the first time she had seen Luo Bing smile like that. Not a perfunctory tug of the lips, but a tenderness melting out from the depths of her eyes like ice and snow dissolving to reveal the soft, warm woman beneath. "You're so beautiful when you smile," Qin Mo whispered. "Smile more from now on." Luo Bing nodded and buried her face in the blanket. That night Luo Bing moved into the villa. She didn't have much. One suitcase swallowed it all. A few changes of clothes, some ancient martial arts manuals, and an old picture frame. In the frame was a young couple. The man in a military uniform was tall and handsome. The woman, gentle and delicate, held a little girl of 3 or 4. They were her parents. Lin Chen picked up the frame and examined it. "Your mom and dad." Luo Bing nodded. "You were pretty cute as a kid." Luo Bing took the frame back and placed it on the nightstand. "Not cute now." "Now." Lin Chen gave her a look. "Still passable." "Passable." Luo Bing glared at him. "Beautiful. Stunningly beautiful." Lin Chen corrected himself at once. Luo Bing's cheeks flushed slightly, and she turned away, ignoring him. Qin Mo and Su Qing stood at the doorway watching the scene and exchanging knowing smiles. "Come on, let's not be a third wheel." Qin Mo pulled Su Qing downstairs. Luo Bing actually blushed. "That's rare." Su Qing laughed. "No kidding. That silver tongue of Lin Chen could charm the dead back to life." Their laughter floated up the stairs, making Luo Bing's face even redder. Early the next morning, Lin Chen called Luo Bing into the courtyard. The whole family was there, sitting beneath the osmanthus tree. "Starting today, I'll teach you to cultivate immortality," Lin Chen said. Luo Bing looked at him. "I practice ancient martial arts." "It's not the same as your path." "It isn't the same." Lin Chen sat down and motioned for everyone to listen. "But immortality cultivation is far stronger than ancient martial arts." He swept his gaze over the family, his tone grave. "Dad, Mom, Qin Mo, Su Qing, Xiaoyu, listen closely. The ancient martial path, even when walked to its limit, only reaches the earthbound immortal level. But do you realize? Earthbound immortal is already Earth's ceiling. Once you reach that realm, there's no ascension, no breakthrough. You can only remain on Earth and slowly age into death. Live 300 years, live 500 years. In the end, all becomes a handful of dust." Lin Chen's words landed clearly in every ear. Luo Bing's fingers tightened. She thought of her grandfather, of the old martial arts masters who had burned their entire lives climbing the peak. After pushing themselves to the summit, they still couldn't escape decrepitude and death. Like being trapped in a deep, dark well, forever unable to leap out. Immortal cultivation is different. Lin Chen's voice was gentle but strong. "This path has no end. Chi, refining foundation, establishment, golden core, nascent, soul, spirit, transformation, Mahayana, tribulation, transcendence. Every realm opens up an entirely new world. At golden core you can live 500 years. At nascent soul, 2,000 years. At spirit transformation your lifespan is counted in tens of thousands of years." He shifted his gaze to Luo Bing, then to Qin Mo and Su Qing. "What's more, immortal cultivation preserves eternal youth. Even at several hundred or several thousand, your face will never grow old. The way you look now will still be the way you look 1,000 years from now." The women's lashes all trembled slightly. Eternal youth. Those 4 words were more intoxicating to a woman than any secret manual. More importantly, Lin Chen's gaze passed over every face he loved. Once your cultivation is high enough, you can enter the world of cultivation, ascend to the celestial realm, and become a true immortal. Flying through the sky, roaming the universe, living as long as heaven and earth. But ancient martial arts, he shook his head gently, can only end in death on this planet. The family was spellbound. Luo Bing was silent for a while before asking, "If immortal cultivation is so good, why don't Earth's ancient martial artists practice it?" "Because the lineage is broken," Lin Chen said. Cultivation requires techniques, elixirs, spirit stones, and someone to lead you by the hand. These things were severed on Earth long ago. My master was the last cultivator. He waited 50,000 years in a mountain cave before he found me. He looked at everyone, his tone serious. But I must tell you, this road is not easy. Training is bitter and breaking through realms is far riskier. Every breakthrough is a walk through the gates of death. Breaking through minor realms is mostly safe for now, but the further up you go, the harder it gets. From Golden Core onward, every major realm breakthrough is accompanied by a heavenly tribulation. One misstep, and both your body and your spirit are annihilated. Luo Bing raised her head and met his eyes. Are you afraid? Afraid? Lin Chen smiled, but his eyes were full of resolve. But I'm more afraid of failing to protect all of you. Luo Bing fell silent for a moment. Then she said, I'll cultivate immortality with you. Her voice was soft, yet infinitely determined. As long as I can be with you, I'm not afraid of anything. Lin Chen took out a hand-copied booklet from his pocket and handed it to her. This is the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Qin Mo and Su Qin are already practicing it. You have a strong foundation, so your progress will be faster than theirs. Luo Bing took the booklet and opened it. The writing was neat. Qin Mo's handwriting with Su Qin's red ink notes in the margins. You two prepared all this long ago. She looked up at Lin Chen. Lin Chen rubbed his nose. They stayed up copying it until midnight. Luo Bing's fingers traced the pages softly. Warmth surged through her heart once more. He'll try. She sat down cross-legged and circulated true qi according to the scripture. Ancient martial arts train internal force through bones, sinews, skin, and flesh. Immortal cultivation trains true qi through meridians and acupoints. The two paths were different, yet not in conflict. With her peak dark force foundation, Luo Bing's command over her body far surpassed most people, and she quickly found the trick. A warm current rose from her dantian and moved slowly along her meridians. Each time it passed a new acupoint, her body trembled faintly, as if a new door had opened. Lin Chen sat off to the side, a foundation nourishing pill in hand, ready to lend support at any moment. An hour later, Luo Bing opened her eyes. How is it? Lin Chen asked. I feel it, but it's not stable yet. That's normal. Lin Chen handed her the pill. Take it. Luo Bing took the pill, and it dissolved the moment it touched her tongue. Vast spiritual energy detonated inside her. She immediately worked the technique to channel the surging flood. Lin Chen pressed his palm against her back, feeding true qi into her to steady the rampaging energy. A sharp needle-like ache stabbed deep in her meridians. Luo Bing ground her teeth and made no sound. This little pain was nothing to her. Half an hour later, the spiritual energy was completely absorbed. Luo Bing opened her eyes, a glint of light flashing through them. Qi refining first layer. Lin Chen withdrew his hand. You've broken through. Luo Bing looked down at her hand and clenched her fist. So fast. You have a solid foundation. Lin Chen rose. At this rate, reaching the third layer in 3 days is no problem. Luo Bing nodded, got up, and stretched. Her body felt light, her skin fairer, her gaze brighter, as if she had been reborn. Done cultivating. Time to eat. Qin Mo poked her head out of the house. Su Qin followed with a dish. I made your favorite steamed base today. Luo Bing smiled at them, the corners of her mouth curving up. Coming. Over the next 2 days, her cultivation skyrocketed. 12 foundation nourishing pills sent her breaking through like a rocket. Day 1, Qi refining first layer. Day 2, Qi refining second layer. On the evening of the third day, she charged at the third layer. The instant she broke through, her dantian seemed to explode. Torrents of true qi flooded her body. Luo Bing opened her eyes, and a sharp flash of brilliance lit up the whole basement. Qi refining third layer. After checking, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Your true qi reserves are on par with peak dark force, but its quality is more than 10 times greater than martial internal force. Right now, your combat strength is equivalent to mid-transformation force. If you met Black Snake again, you could truly fight him to a standstill. Luo Bing beamed with surprise. Really? Of course. Cultivators at the same realm crush ancient martial artists in both power and combat methods. Luo Bing stood up and raised a hand, condensing a small ball of fire. It was not large, but it blazed bright and dazzling. Fireball technique, Lin Chen instructed. You've just learned it, so practice control first. Luo Bing dismissed the fireball and tried a wind blade. A translucent blade shot out, leaving a shallow mark on the wall. Not bad, Lin Chen praised. Far better than Qin Mo and Su Qin's first attempts. Luo Bing eyed the mark on the wall and lifted the corner of her mouth. Obviously. Lin Chen laughed. Impressive. Come on, let's head up and eat. Mom made braised pork to replenish you. At dinner, the whole family sat around the table. Luo Bing was seated between Qin Mo and Su Qin, and her bowl was piled with food. Wang Xiaoying kept adding more to her plate. Eat plenty. You're too skinny. Lin Xiaoyu hugged her bowl, her eyes sparkling. Brother, I broke through too. Lin Chen looked at her. Qi refining second layer. MHM. Lin Xiaoyu raised her chin triumphant. This morning the bottleneck loosened, and after taking a foundation-nourishing pill, I smashed right through it. Now I can make a fireball this big. She stretched her hand out, condensing a fist-sized, orange-red fireball in her palm that lit her small face with a red glow. Impressive. Lin Chen patted her head. But don't play with fire in the house. Forget about the time you burned the sofa. Lin Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue and quickly dismissed the fireball. Qin Emo laughed. Xiaoyu is quite formidable now. A couple of days ago at school a boy was bullying her deskmate, so she gave him one glare and conjured a little fireball. The kid burst into tears on the spot. The whole family roared with laughter. Lin Xiaoyu blushed. He was just a coward. It's not my fault. Luo Bing watched the table brimming with laughter and felt a warm glow inside. But she noticed a trace of worry beneath Lin Chen's smile. She knew what he was thinking, Xiaoyu's brush with danger the last time and her own injury by Black Snake. He was afraid that in his absence his family would be hurt. Late at night, every light in the villa was out. Lin Chen sat alone in the basement. Before him were jade cinnabar and several low-grade spirit stones. He closed his eyes and searched the memories of the Immortal Emperor's inheritance for the method of forging protective talismans. A protective talisman, the most basic protective magical tool in the cultivation world. Using jade as the vessel and true qi as the guided defensive formation is carved within. When the wearer is attacked, the barrier automatically activates and can even reflect the assault. At his current peak transformation force strength, the talisman he forged could block a full force strike at peak transformation force. He took a deep breath, picked up the jade, and began refining. True qi flowed from his fingertips, carving dense, delicate patterns. Every line landed with perfect precision. Sweat beaded on his forehead, yet his hands remained steady as a mountain. An hour later, the first protective talisman was complete. The grayish jade had become warm, milky white, and softly luminous. He counted. Father Mother Su Qing's mother Xiaoyu Qin, Mo Su Qing Luo Bing, and also Qin Mo's father Qin Huiran and Luo Bing's grandfather Old Luo. 9 people, 9 talismans. He divided up the materials and continued refining. By the time dawn was near, the final talisman was also finished. 9 milky white jade talismans lay in an orderly row, radiating a soft glow. Lin Chen leaned back in his chair and let out a long breath. Done. The next morning, the family gathered in the living room. Lin Chen brought out the 9 protective talismans and handed one to each person. What is this? How pretty. Qin Mo turned the jade over in her hand. A protective talisman, Lin Chen said. Wear it and don't take it off. His mother Wang Xiuying held the talisman and asked curiously, what does it do? If someone attacks you, it will protect you automatically, Lin Chen explained. It can block a full force strike at peak transformation force and even reflect the attack, severely wounding the attacker. His father Lin Lishan was taken aback. Peak transformation force. That's a top-tier master. So it must be worn at all times. Don't take it off even while bathing, Lin Chen reminded. Lin Xiaoyu had already hung it around her neck and was examining it from every angle. Brother, can it block bullets? Yes. Can it block bombs? Lin Chen tapped her head. Where do you get so many questions? Lin Xiaoyu clutched her head and giggled. Su Qing carefully put the talisman away, the rims of her eyes reddening. Brother Lin Chen, you stayed up all night, didn't you? It's fine. Lin Chen smiled. Your safety is the most important thing. Qin Mo wore her talisman and leaned against his shoulder. Thank you. Luo Bing stood to one side, holding hers tightly, saying nothing. But when she looked at Lin Chen, her gaze was far softer than usual. He stood in the middle and let his eyes pass over each person. There's something else I want to tell you all. Everyone quieted and looked at him. Lin Chen took a deep breath, his tone solemn. The new year is almost here. Qin Mo, call your father. Luo Bing, call your grandfather. Ask them both to come here for a reunion new year. Qin Mo was stunned. My dad. Luo Bing looked up too. My grandfather. Yes. Lin Chen nodded, his gaze firm. While they're here, I'm going to teach them immortal cultivation. The living room went still. Everyone was watching him. Lin Chen's voice rose slowly, carrying an undeniable tenderness. Everyone already knows the ancient martial path is too short. Grandmaster Martial God, Earthbound Immortal. It ends there. And then what? And then comes old age and death. I don't want to watch your hair turn white. I don't want to watch you slowly wither. He looked at Qin Mo and Luo Bing. Uncle Qin and Grandpa Luo are my family too. I don't want them trapped at the end of the martial path, finally turning to dust. Lin Chen's eyes settled on every loved one's face. I want every person I love to walk farther still. I want to take all of you along. Out of Earth into the cultivation world, into the immortal world. We'll be together forever. 1,000 years, 10,000 years, to the very end of eternity. As the words landed, Qin Mo's eyes reddened. Su Qing covered her mouth as tears slipped silently down her cheeks. Luo Bing stood there, her fingers around the talisman, trembling slightly. Her voice was a little husky. Why do you always say such annoying things? Lin Chen smiled. How is it annoying? It just makes people want to cry. Luo Bing turned her face away. Lin Chen stepped forward and gently drew all 3 women into his arms. Then cry away. You're still beautiful when you cry. The news of Yi Tianlong's emergence from seclusion struck the tranquil ancient martial arts world like a thunderbolt spreading to every corner of China within just 3 days. Late transformation realm. These 4 words carried immense weight. Every cultivator in the ancient martial arts world knew that the gap between mid and late transformation realm, though seemingly a single step, was an insurmountable chasm. The disparity in strength was more than several-fold. Across all of China, peak experts at the late transformation realm could be counted on one's fingers, each a hegemon whose mere stamp of the foot could shake entire factions. And now Yi Tianlong had joined their ranks. Patriarch Yi is truly a heaven-blessed prodigy breaking through to late transformation at 60. His future is boundless. I heard he's going to have a life-and-death duel with that Lin Chen. That Lin Chen is barely over 20. This is nothing short of a moth flying into a flame. The young are always rash and arrogant. He defeated a few inner-strength martial artists, and thinks he's invincible, unaware that the late transformation realm is an entirely different dimension of power. Lin Chen crippled Yi Kuan and killed several of the Yi family's elites. Yi Tianlong's forbearance has reached its limit. This battle will surely be the Yi family's declaration of dominance. What a pity for Lin Chen, blessed with extraordinary talent, yet lacking restraint. Offending the Yi family and facing a late transformation expert means certain death. Throughout the forums and tea houses of the ancient martial arts world, discussions buzzed everywhere. Some mocked Lin Chen's arrogance, some lamented the fall of a genius, some marveled at the Yi family's might. Yet regardless of the stance, the conclusion was startlingly unanimous: Lin Chen was doomed. At the Yi family's ancestral estate, the main hall was solemn. Yi Tianlong stood before the ancestral tablets, pinching 3 sticks of incense between his fingers, lighting them and bowing thrice before steadily planting them into the censer. Wisps of blue smoke curled upward, veiling his weathered, yet still piercing features. He turned slowly, his gaze sweeping over the Yi family elders and core disciples standing in solemn silence below. His voice was low yet carried an unyielding authority. 3 days from now, atop Jiangcheng Peak, Lin Chen and I will fight to the death. As his words landed, they struck like metal on stone, hammering into every heart. After this battle, every humiliation the Yi family has suffered shall be washed away. Long live the patriarch! The crowd roared in unison, voices shaking the rafters. Yi Tianlong's gaze casually drifted to an empty seat in the corner, the place where his only son Yi Kuan used to sit. The image of Yi Kuan being carried back, mangled beyond recognition. All 4 limbs crippled, face ashen, living in torment worse than death, flashed through his mind. His knuckles tightened abruptly, veins bulging, eyes churning with boundless hatred and malice. Lin Chen. He uttered the name in a low whisper, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his lips. I will make you experience what it truly means to wish for death. Jiangcheng Hillside Villa. Lin Chen lounged on a wicker chair in the courtyard, fingertips idly tapping his teacup as the aroma of tea curled upward. The phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, a faint smile tugged at his lips. Elder Luo, a rare call. On the other end, Elder Luo's voice carried unprecedented gravity. Xiaochen, you know about Yi Tianlong's breakthrough to late transformation. That level of cultivation is no joke. How confident are you? Lin Chen took a sip of tea, his tone light. Is Elder Luo worried about me, or afraid he'll lose and disgrace the Luo family's name? You brat! Elder Luo cursed under his breath, yet his tone softened. I owe you my life. If I'm not worrying about you, who am I worrying about? If you lack confidence, I'll immediately have several martial kings stationed at Jiangcheng Peak from the capital. Let's see if Yi Tianlong dares lay a finger on you. Lin Chen set down the teacup, his demeanor turning somewhat serious. Rest assured, Elder Luo. A mere late transformation cultivator is beneath my notice. A brief silence fell on the other end. Are you truly certain? Certain. Elder Luo was quiet for a moment, then finally let out a light chuckle. Fine, then I want interference. After hanging up, Qin Mo emerged from the house, carrying a steaming bowl of nourishing soup, her steps light and graceful. Elder Luo called. Worried about you. Qin Mo handed him the bowl of soup, sat down beside him, and asked softly, and you yourself, are you worried? Lin Chen took the bowl and sipped lightly, then raised his eyes toward the distance, a hint of playfulness in his voice. Worried. Worried that if I hit too hard and completely crush the Yi family, there won't be anyone left to come cause trouble. How dull would life become? Qin Mo shot him a look, chiding gently. Even now you can't be serious. Lin Chen reached out and pulled her close by the shoulder, his smile resolute. Don't worry. Your man never loses. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Jiangcheng Peak, the highest mountain within the city's bounds, bore a natural stone platform of 100 zhang square at its summit. No grass grew there, and on ordinary days few souls ever ventured up. Today, however, it was a sea of humanity, shoulder to shoulder. Cultivators from every major family and sect in the ancient martial arts world had all gathered. A life-and-death duel between late transformation experts was a rare event once in a decade. No one wished to miss this grand spectacle. The Yi family contingent sat on the northern end of the stone platform, with Yi Jun leading over a dozen elders, their faces dark as ink. Behind them, 100 Yi family disciples clad in uniform black martial attire exuded an imposing aura looming like a dense storm cloud overhead. Though the Luo family had not sent Elder Luo in person, they dispatched Luo Bing's uncle, Commander Luo Zhan of the capital military region, along with 4 martial kings to take their positions on the southern platform. Though dressed in casual clothes, they carried the sharp, iron-blooded aura of soldiers. Seated like unsheathed blades, their presence was keen and intimidating. The onlookers crowded around the stone platform, some standing, some sitting, some perched in ancient trees, others atop massive boulders. A constant drone of chatter buzzed through the air, restless and clamorous. Yi Tianlong is here. The crowd parted automatically to form a pathway. Yi Tianlong climbed the steps slowly, and with every footfall the bluestone beneath him quivered faintly, his bearing steady and imposing as a mountain. Clad in a black brocade robe with his hair bound by a jade hairpin, his late transformation aura radiated like an abyssal mountain peak. An invisible pressure spread outward, forcing the surrounding crowd to retreat several steps. As expected of the late transformation realm, such presence is nothing short of transcendent. A white-haired elder stroked his beard and sighed. With cultivation like Patriarch, yes, he can easily rank among the top 50 in China's ancient martial arts world. What about Lin Chen? Why is he nowhere to be seen? Could he be afraid? At barely over 20, no matter how gifted, he can hardly match an old monster of the late transformation realm. If it were me, I'd avoid the battle too. This is fundamentally a death sentence. The murmurs grew sharper, and the Yi family disciples began to wear smug expressions, some even whispering and snickering, as if victory were already assured. Could Lin Chen have gotten scared and run away? Run? He's offended the Yi family. Where on earth could he run to? Exactly. Better to fight and die with some dignity than to cower and rot. Yi Tianlong stood with his hands clasped behind his back at the center of the platform, his cold gaze sweeping across the entire venue, a hunter's sneer tugging at his lips. Lin Chen, could it be you don't dare show up? The words had barely left his mouth. A streak of pitch-black sword light tore through the sky, swift as a shooting star chasing the moon, trailing a long tail of blazing light, rending the clouds apart as it plummeted toward the stone platform. Boom! The sword light crashed down bluestone, exploding fragments flying and dust billowing. A violent shockwave swept outward, hurling nearby martial artists several meters back amid cries of shock. As the dust settled, a figure stood at the center of the stone platform. A white t-shirt, blue jeans, and simple sneakers, a stark contrast to the ancient-style attire of the martial arts crowd around him. In his hand, he held a jet-black longsword, its blade etched with flowing cloud patterns, a dim, restrained glow emitting a keen sharpness that chilled the heart. It was Lin Chen. He stood no more than 10 meters from Yi Tianlong, the gentle breeze ruffling his clothes, his demeanor leisurely, as if he had come for a casual hike in the mountains rather than a battle of life and death. "I'm here." 3 simple words spoken in a low voice, yet they reached everyone's ears with striking clarity, instantly plunging the clamorous mountaintop into dead silence. All eyes were fixed upon him, some shocked, some curious, some tense. Yi Tianlong stared at him, the smile at the corner of his mouth slowly freezing. He keenly sensed that the aura radiating from Lin Chen was far from the frailty he had imagined. It was a profound, unfathomable restraint, like a placid deep sea still on the surface, yet concealing earth-shattering power beneath. "You came." Yi Tianlong's voice turned colder. "I thought you'd be a turtle hiding in its shell." Lin Chen rested the black sword on his shoulder, wearing a lazy grin. "A turtle hiding in its shell? You flatter me, Patriarchy. I was just stuck in Jiangcheng's morning rush hour. Apologies for the delay." Someone in the onlookers couldn't help but let out a low chuckle, but quickly stifled it, afraid of provoking Yi Tianlong's face turned ashen, fury blazing at his core. "You sharp-tongued brat. Lin Chen, you crippled my son and killed my clan's disciples. Today is your death day." Lin Chen nodded, his tone flat. "The accounts do need settling. But Patriarch Yi, tens of thousands are watching here. If you lose, you'll lose all face. You court death." Yi Tianlong could no longer contain himself and struck without warning. A full-force palm strike from the late transformation realm. The palm wind howled like thunder, air compressed into explosive cracks, and rubble on the ground was swept up into blade-like shards, shooting in all directions. The crowd screamed and stumbled back, some were struck by flying debris, blood streaming down. This single palm strike could split mountains and crack boulders. Its power was immense. Yet Lin Chen stood utterly still, remaining in place, his smile unchanged, letting the overwhelming palm force slam into his chest. Oh, why isn't he dodging? If he doesn't move now, it'll be too late. Has he been scared stupid, or is his power somehow sealed? Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Boom. But in the next second the smile froze on his face. Lin Chen was still standing firm like an ancient pine rooted deep in the mountaintop. That palm strike powerful enough to gravely wound an early transformation expert landed upon him, yet vanished like a stone dropped into the sea. Not a ripple raised. Is that all? Lin Chen glanced down at his chest, then raised his eyes to Yi Tianlong, his tone laced with mockery. Patriarchy, haven't you eaten? With strength like that you're not even fit to carry my shoes. The mountaintop fell into utter silence. Everyone's eyes were wide mouths agape wide enough. The Yi family elders abruptly rose from the stone platform, their faces pale as paper. Luo Zhan's teacup remained suspended midair, frozen for a long time. How is this possible? An old transformation realm cultivator murmured to himself. A full-force strike from the late transformation realm felt like nothing more than a scratch through a boot. His cultivation, I can't see through it at all. This young man is no ordinary figure. Yi Tianlong's face turned deathly pale, and he involuntarily stepped back, looking at Lin Chen with a look of incredulous terror surfacing for the first time. You. Just what kind of monster are you? Lin Chen took down the black sword from his shoulder, twirling it lightly with his fingertips, its hum crisp and clear. Patriarch, don't you think it's a little late to be asking that now? He stepped forward slowly, and with each footfall a burst of oppressive pressure emerged. Yi Tianlong was forced back again by that intangible aura, his composure crumbling. You're afraid? Lin Chen's smile remained, yet there was no warmth in his eyes, chilling as ice. Yi Tianlong gritted his teeth, forcing down the fear in his heart. Afraid? I, Yi Tianlong, have dominated the ancient martial arts world for over 60 years, and I have never feared anyone. He struck again, this time pouring in the full power of his lifelong cultivation. Both palms thrust forward, the force of the late transformation realm surging out like a tsunami. The air twisted, bluestone shattered inch by inch, as if the heavens and earth contained nothing but this single world-destroying strike. This palm strike was enough to crush an armored tank. Lin Chen remained unfazed, slowly raising his right hand, and lightly sent out a palm strike. As casually as swatting a mosquito. Boom. The two palms collided, the impact shaking the heavens. A crisp crack sounded. Yi Tianlong's right arm shattered bone by bone, the arm bending at a grotesque angle. His entire body was blasted backward as if struck by a train, crashing heavily into a stone cliff 20 meters away. The cliff burst open, debris tumbling down and burying him beneath. The mountaintop was deathly still, so quiet one could hear a pin drop, broken only by the rapid heartbeat of the crowd. Everyone stood frozen, stunned. A pinnacle expert of the late transformation realm had been swatted away with a single slap, like swatting away an ant. Is he even human? One palm. Just one palm. Patriarchy. Lost. As the dust dispersed, Yi Tianlong crawled out from the rubble with immense difficulty. His right arm hung limp, white bone piercing through torn flesh, blood streaming everywhere. His face was twisted, his eyes filled with utmost terror. You're definitely not at the mid-transformation realm. Lin Chen walked slowly to stand before him, his tone calm. When did I ever say I was at the mid-transformation realm? Yi Tianlong opened his mouth, but could not produce a single sound. Every shred of his arrogance and pride shattered completely in that moment. Lin Chen crouched down, his gaze cold as a blade. When your son Yi Kuan bullied my sister, did you ever think this day would come? When you sent people to wreck my company and harm the innocent, did you ever think this day would come? When you stood here today challenging me to a life-and-death battle seeking to take my life, did you ever think of this outcome? Yi Tianlong trembled all over, his face ashen as death. Lin Chen slowly rose, looking down at him from above. You never did. You thought that with your breakthrough to the late transformation realm, you'd be invincible under heaven. You thought I was young, hot-blooded, and easy target. You thought this battle was already won. But you were wrong. Terribly, absurdly wrong. He paused, his voice now frozen solid. Yet you were wrong. Wrong beyond all measure. As his words fell, he flicked his wrist, and a streak of pitch black, sword light tore through the air. Oh! A piercing scream echoed across the mountaintop. Yi Tianlong's left arm was severed in an instant, drawing a crimson arc through the air before hitting the ground, fingers still twitching involuntarily. Another flash of sword light. The left leg flew off. The right leg flew off. Yi Tianlong collapsed like a chopped stump into a pool of rubble and blood gushing from the severed ends of his limbs, staining the entire bluestone floor red. His eyes bulged wide, mouth gaping and closing like a fish out of water, utterly despairing. One last place remains. Lin Chen walked up to him, the tip of his sword pointing directly at his dantian. Fear rooted deep in his bones finally surfaced in Yi Tianlong's eyes, and he begged hoarsely, no. Lin Chen chuckled softly, the laughter dripping with derision. Do you seriously think that's possible? the sword tip pressed gently forward, piercing into his dantian. Arg! Yi Tianlong convulsed violently, his dantian shattered. Decades of cultivation. Lin Chen sheathed his sword, standing above the pool of blood, his voice resounding across the entire mountaintop. Yi Tianlong, after today the grudges between the Lin and Yi families are settled once and for all. If your Yi family still seeks revenge, Lin Chen will be ready at any time. He leaned down, meeting Yi Tianlong's despairing eyes directly, his tone bitingly cold. But next time I won't spare your life. With that, Lin Chen turned and vanished into the depths of the clouds as his black sword transformed into a stream of light. On the mountaintop, the crowd remained frozen in place. No one dared to move. The Yi family members looked ashen and silent as cicadas in winter. Luo Zhan rose to his feet, gazing at the direction where Lin Chen had departed, and said in a grave tone, "This man's future achievements will know no bounds. Thank heavens he has already become a part of the Luo family." Jiangxing Hillside Villa. Lin Chen reined in his flying sword and landed steadily in the courtyard. Qin Mo, Su Qing, and Luo Bing hurried out of the house, worry written all over their faces. "How did it go?" Qin Mo asked urgently. Lin Chen smiled warmly. "I won." Su Qing let out a long sigh of relief, patting her chest. "You really scared us to death." Luo Bing said nothing, but a faint smile curled at the corners of her lips, the worry in her eyes dissolving into relief. Lin Chen stepped forward, gently drawing all three into an embrace, his tone light. "Come on, let's head home for dinner. Mom should have braised pork ready." As the sunset golden afterglow bathed the courtyard, the villa glowed with warm lamplight, laughter drifting away on the evening breeze, warm and serene. Meanwhile, atop Jiangxing Peak, the Yi family carried the barely breathing Yi Tianlong down the mountain with heavy steps. The night breeze swept by, whisking away the last trace of blood and the last vestiges of the Yi family's former glory. Tomorrow the sun would still rise. But the era of the Yi family's dominance over Jiangxing had already come to an end. The news of Yi Tianlong's crippling struck the ancient martial world like a nuclear bomb, sending shockwaves through every corner. But Lin Chen had no time to heed the gossip. He locked himself in the basement of his villa. Before him laid a pile of low-grade spirit stones and 3 medicinal pills retrieved from his storage ring. He prepared to break through to the 6th level of qi refining. The basement was spacious, expanded to over 200 square meters, its 4 walls etched with the intricate patterns of a spirit-gathering array. This array had been constructed using 5 high-grade spirit stones. At this moment, the patterns emanated a faint blue glow flowing across the walls like countless rivers of light. The spiritual energy in the air was so dense it threatened to liquefy. With each breath drawn into his lungs, a refreshing coolness pierced straight to his dantian, nourishing his meridians with every inhale and exhale. Lin Chen sat cross-legged at the array's center, 3 pills hovering before him. The first was a qi-refining pill, the second a body-tempering pill, and the third a soul-nourishing pill, specifically designed to strengthen the power of one's divine sense. He picked up the qi-refining pill and tossed it into his mouth. As the pill entered his stomach, a surge of heat erupted, rampaging through his body like a fire dragon. He quickly activated his cultivation art, guiding the turbulent energy surging through his meridians. The bottleneck of the 6th level of qi refining stood like a thick wall, blocking the path of his true qi. He hastily grabbed a low-grade spirit stone and began refining it. As his art cycled, the nearly liquefied spiritual energy in the basement swirled around him, forming a vortex. He devoured it madly. An hour later, the low-grade spirit stones were completely refined. The spiritual energy in the air had thinned considerably, and the true qi accumulated within his body had reached saturation. With wave after wave of surging true qi crashing against it, his realm's barrier was now riddled with cracks. He ceased his assault on the barrier and began to take the body-tempering pill. Tempering the body with a body-tempering pill was far less painful than using medicinal baths, yet the results were far superior. This was the advantage of refining medicinal herbs into pills. Another hour passed. Just as the body-tempering pill's effects were nearly absorbed, the barrier shattered. Both his qi refining and body-tempering cultivation broke through to the 6th level simultaneously. He assessed his condition. His physical strength and toughness had nearly doubled. His divine sense in particular had expanded to a range of about 100 meters. The inherited memories in his mind told him that after awakening divine sense at the 5th level of qi refining, every subsequent breakthrough would expand his divine sense by roughly 100 meters. After breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, divine sense would grow exponentially. The memories also mentioned a pill specifically for cultivating divine sense, called the soul-nourishing pill, capable of swiftly enhancing spiritual perception. And the first time one takes this pill to cultivate their divine sense, they can unlock a special technique, the soul search art. However, its effects would be even more potent if taken after reaching foundation establishment. Lin Chen opened his eyes and looked at the pale golden pill in front of him. This was the soul-nourishing pill. It was small, no bigger than a soybean, entirely pale gold with a faint halo shimmering across its surface. Bringing it closer, a cool fragrance wafted up, instantly refreshing his spirit. It was one of the few treasures left in his storage ring. Only about 100 pills remained, and each one used diminished the stock. He hesitated for a moment, then picked it up and placed it in his mouth. As the pill entered his stomach, a cool current rose from his gut and shot straight toward his head. His brain seemed to jolt as if struck by lightning, then his entire consciousness began to expand. It was a strange sensation. His divine sense rippled outward like water waves. 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, 400 meters, 500 meters. His divine sense came to a halt at 500 meters, spreading no further. Lin Chen closed his eyes and used his divine sense to see his surroundings. Outside the basement, a Bao was leaning against the wall, dozing off, an unlit cigarette dangling from his mouth. Further out, beyond the villa's main gate, 2 spies from the Yi family were crouching furtively in the bushes, peering through binoculars. A faint smile curled at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth. He was in no hurry to go out. He sat back down, cross-legged on his cushion, closed his eyes, and began to digest another benefit brought by the soul-nourishing pill. A new divine ability inherited from the Immortal Emperor's legacy, the Soul Search Art. 2 hours later, Lin Chen had fully mastered this divine ability. It was essentially a special soul attack technique, compressing one's divine sense into a sharp blade, piercing through the opponent's sea of consciousness, and then using special methods to read their memories. It had one limitation: it could only be used on those whose divine sense was weaker than his own, or those whose divine sense had been severely damaged. Lin Chen opened his eyes and took a deep breath. This technique was ruthless, but it was also incredibly useful. He stood up and walked out of the basement. A Bao leaning against the wall heard the door open and snapped to attention, the cigarette falling from his mouth unnoticed. Sectmaster, you're out. Did you break through? Lin Chen nodded. 6th level of Qi refining. A Bao's eyes bulged like brass bells. 6th level of Qi refining. What does that equate to in ancient martial arts terms? Lin Chen pondered for a moment. Peak of transcending force, I'd say. Peak of transcending force. A Bao gasped sharply. Brother Chen, your cultivation speed is absolutely heaven-defying. Lin Chen chuckled. It's not that exaggerated. Come on, let's go interrogate those Yi family prisoners. The Yi family captives were held in the villa's dungeon. Calling it a dungeon was generous. It was really just an underground compartment with iron doors, iron-barred windows, and a concrete floor far inferior to an actual prison. But the prisoners didn't care about the conditions. They were already scared out of their wits, unable to sleep even in a 5-star hotel. There were 3 of them, all cadet members of the Yi family tasked with monitoring the Dan King sect's movements. After a Bao captured them, they'd been locked up here for 3 days with only 1 meal a day, now skinny as monkeys. As Lin Chen walked into the dungeon, all 3 shrank back against the corner. Lin Chen. The one in front stuttered, his face pale as paper. What do you want? We didn't do anything. We were just glancing from a distance. Lin Chen crouched down and looked at him. What's your name? Yi-san. Yi-san, the Yi family sent you to spy on me, didn't they? Yi-san's lips trembled even harder, wanting to shake his head, but not daring to. Lin Chen reached out and pressed his hand on top of Yi-san's head. Yi-san's body went rigid, his eyes rolled back, and he began convulsing violently. White foam bubbled from his mouth as guttural choking sounds escaped his throat, like someone was strangling him. The other 2 captives screamed in terror, scrambling backward, but there was nowhere to go. They hit the corner and could shrink no further. Demon. He's a demon. Help. Somebody help. Lin Chen ignored them. His consciousness had already delved into Yi-san's mind like a serpent slithering into another person's brain. Information surged in like a tidal wave. Yi-san's memories from childhood onward flashed by frame, stealing sacrificial fruits at age 5 and getting beaten by his father, starting martial training at 10 and breaking his arm, committing his first kill at 15, and wetting himself in fear, joining the Yi family intelligence network at 20 as a spy. Lin Chen had no interest in any of that. He quickly filtered through the memories and found useful information. The Yi family had sent them to monitor Lin Chen in order to uncover his secrets, the people around him, his cultivation methods, and where he got his pills. And it wasn't just the Yi family. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion had sent people too. So had the Kantong sect, the Huashan sect, the Qingqing sect. Over a dozen factions of varying sizes were all secretly investigating Lin Chen. Because Lin Chen's performance was far too extraordinary. His cultivation speed advanced like a rocket, and his combat prowess was utterly ferocious. He possessed all kinds of precious pills, mastered powerful magical techniques, and wielded heaven-defying flying sword artifacts. They suspected that Lin Chen had obtained a complete inheritance from the ancient era. Any single one of these treasures would be enough to send the world's powerhouses into a frenzy, fighting tooth and nail. A slow smile curved across Lin Chen's lips. He withdrew his hand. Yi San collapsed limply to the floor, foaming at the mouth, eyes vacant, like an empty shell drained of everything. The other two captives were too terrified to speak, trembling uncontrollably, their trousers soaked. Lin Chen stood up and walked over to the second person. "What's your name?" "Yi. Yi Si." The man's teeth chattered. He could barely form words. Lin Chen reached out and pressed his hand on his head. Again came the guttural choking sounds, the rolled back eyes, the convulsing body. A moment later, Lin Chen withdrew his hand. Yi Si collapsed as well. The third man didn't wait for Lin Chen to ask. He dropped to his knees immediately. "He'll talk. He'll tell you everything. Just please don't do that to me." Lin Chen looked at him and smiled. "Your name is Yi Wu?" "Yes. Yes." The man nodded frantically. "Yi Wu, my name is Yi Wu. He'll tell you anything, please." Too late. Lin Chen reached out and pressed his hand on his head. Yi Wu collapsed too. In truth, all three men's memories were largely the same. Lin Chen had simply used them as practice targets. Lin Chen stood up and walked out of the dungeon. A bow followed behind his face pale. "Brother Chen, what move was that you just used?" "That's terrifying." "Soul search art," Lin Chen said. "It lets me directly read a person's memories." A bow shuddered. "Then they still alive, but their minds are destroyed. They'll be idiots from now on." A bow swallowed hard and didn't dare ask further. Lin Chen walked out of the dungeon, stood in the sect courtyard, and gazed at the distant sky. Moonlight spilled down, stretching his shadow long across the ground. A bow. "Yes. Tomorrow find me a place in the eastern suburbs, nestled against mountains and water with a large area, at least 500 mo. I'm going to build a sect." A bow was stunned for a moment. "Build a sect?" "That's right." Lin Chen turned to face him. "The name will be the Dan King Sect. In the future, this place will be our own territory." A bow's eyes lit up. "Got it. Brother Chen will go look first thing tomorrow." Early the next morning, a bow set out with his men. Lin Chen sat in the living room drinking tea. Just then Luo Bing walked in from outside. "Lin Chen, someone's here to see you." "Who?" "Someone from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion." Lin Chen looked up, his expression shifting slightly. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, the most mysterious organization in the ancient martial world. In Yi San's memories, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion was also investigating him. "Let him in." A moment later, a middle-aged man in a gray robe stepped into the hall. He had a gaunt face, sharp eyes, and walked without making a sound, clearly an expert. "Brother Lin, I am Yuan, he, an outer affairs elder of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion." The man clasped his hands in greeting. "I've been sent by the pavilion master to deliver this letter." He produced a letter from his sleeve and presented it with both hands. Lin Chen took it and opened it. The letter was short, only a few lines, but the calligraphy was bold and powerful, clearly written by a master's hand. "For the personal attention of Brother Lin, I have heard of your extraordinary talents, and the world has been shaken by your deeds. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion wishes to ally with you, sharing intelligence and jointly repelling external foes. In 3 days, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion will host a banquet at the pavilion awaiting your esteemed arrival. Should you honor us with your presence, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion shall repay you handsomely. Should you be otherwise occupied, we would not presume to insist. We only wish you to know that the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion harbors no ill intent toward you." Lin Chen finished reading and chuckled. "No ill intent." He handed the letter to Luo Bing. "Do you believe that?" Luo Bing read it through and shook her head. Lin Chen looked at Yun. He folded the letter and tucked it away. "Go back and tell your pavilion master. In 3 days I'll be there." Yun he sighed with relief and clasped his hands. "Then I shall return and report." He turned to leave, but Lin Chen called out to him. "Elder Yun." Yun he looked back. "Has your Heavenly Secrets Pavilion been investigating me lately?" Yun he's expression flickered, but he quickly regained his composure. Brother Lin jests. "The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion merely collects intelligence on the world at large. It is not targeting you specifically." "Good then." Lin Chen gazed at him, his smile unwavering. "Tell your pavilion master, investigating me is fine, but don't touch my people. If you do, you'll bear the consequences." Yun he's expression shifted again. He clasped his hands and hurried away. Luo Bing stood nearby watching Yun he's retreating figure. "You're really going?" "Yes." Lin Chen rose to his feet. "The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion wants to probe my depths. I want to probe theirs too. Isn't it dangerous?" Lin Chen laughed. "Dangerous? Miss Luo, when have you ever seen me afraid of danger?" Luo Bing said nothing, but the corners of her mouth curved up slightly. In the evening, a Bao returned. "Brother Chen, I found the place." He burst into the hall, breathless and beaming. "East side of town. Nestled against mountains and water, 800 mu. Great scenery, peaceful and not far from the city. Just a 30-minute drive." He pulled a map from his coat and spread it across the table. "See here. This side is the mountain, this side is the water, and hey, race the flat land. There's a spring on the mountain we can pipe straight down. And the water's full of fish. Big wild carp, real fat ones." Lin Chen studied the map and nodded. Not bad. Take me to see it tomorrow. You got it. Bao rubbed his hands together. Brother Chen, how big a sect are we building? Very big. Lin Chen stood and walked to the window. 10 times the size of the Yi family's old estate. There will be training grounds, alchemy halls, artifact halls, a scripture pavilion, and a spiritual herb garden. Plus a grand protective formation to cover the entire sect. Bao's eyes grew wider and wider. Sect master, this. How much is this going to cost? Money isn't the problem. Lin Chen turned around. I can refine a few pills and sell them. That'll be enough to build a sect like this. Bao swallowed hard. He found himself more and more unable to fathom Brother Chen standing before him. Afterward, Lin Chen instructed Bao to quickly select a group of loyal and reliable men and send them to the villa. He was going to form the core foundation of his new sect. After all, a sect could hardly be established without a single disciple. During dinner, Lin Chen announced his plan to establish a sect in front of the whole family. His mother was the first to ask, Xiao Chun, building a sect must cost a lot of money, right? Lin Chen replied, money isn't an issue. The main thing is that crippling Yi Tianlong this time has drawn too much attention. I've already attracted a lot of covetous eyes. So we need to build a power of our own to stand against them. More importantly, having our own sect will better protect all of you and better help improve your strength. Lin Xiaoyu cheered excitedly. Great, great. Big brother, you'll be the sect master, and I'm your own sister. That makes me the genuine young miss. Qin Mo added, then I'd be the sect master's wife, one rank higher than your young miss. The whole family couldn't help but burst into laughter at their playful banter. The 29th day of the 12th lunar month. Wang Xiaoying, his mother, woke Lin Chen at dawn and sent him to the market to buy New Year goods. Lin Chen rubbed his eyes, looking reluctant. Mom, these days, everything can be delivered to your door. Why bother? Delivered to your door? What do you know? His mother shot him a glare. For New Year, you have to buy things and pick them out yourself. That's what makes it feel like New Year. Go. Lin Chen was shoot out the door with Qin Mo, Su Qing, and Luo Bing trailing behind him. Bao volunteered to drive and brought around a 7-seat van. The market was packed with people, the din of vendors shouting, customers haggling, and chickens, ducks, and geese squawking was loud enough to make one's ears hurt. Lin Chen led the way, followed by the 3 women, each more excited than the last. Qin Mo checked the shopping list on her phone, Su Qing picked out vegetables, and Luo Bing carried the bags with an expressionless face. Mom said we need to buy a chicken, a duck, and a big carp, so we can have abundance every year, Qin Mo recited. Also pork belly for braised pork, spare ribs for soup, lamb for hot pot. Enough, enough. Lin Chen cut her off. There are only a dozen or so of us. How can we finish all this? Even if we can't finish it, we still have to buy it. Qin Mo rolled her eyes at him. It's New Year. It has to be abundant. Lin Chen fell silent. When he was buying the chicken, Lin Chen haggled with the auntie selling the poultry. She recognized him. Oh my, aren't you that? That Lin Chen. The one on TV. Lin Chen was taken aback. TV, right? The news said you saved a lot of people and worked with the military. You're the great hero of our Jiangxing. The auntie was so excited that her hands trembled. This chicken costs nothing. It's a gift. Lin Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He forced the money into her hand and walked off carrying the chicken. Bao laughed so hard behind him that he bent over. Brother Chen, you've become a celebrity. Shut up. The 30th day of the 12th lunar month, Chinese New Year's Eve. The villa was bustling from early morning. Lin Chen's mother and Su Qing's mother were in the kitchen braising meat, steaming fish, and frying meatballs. The range hood hummed as the aroma filled the whole villa. Qin Mo and Su Qing helped wash and chop vegetables. Luo Bing arranged the serving dishes. Lin Xiaoyu put up Spring Festival couplets, and Lin Chen was ordered around until his head spun. Lin Chen, go wipe down the living room table. Lin Chen, go upstairs and tidy the guest room. Uncle Qin and Elder Luo are staying tonight. Lin Chen, go set off some firecrackers in the yard to ward off evil spirits. Lin Chen ran up and down until he was drenched in sweat, but a smile never left the corner of his mouth. It had been a long time since he had spent such a lively New Year. When he was little, his family had been poor, and celebrating the New Year just meant stir-frying a couple of extra dishes and gathering together for a good meal. Now everything was different. More than a dozen people lived in the villa. A whole lamb was stewing in the kitchen. The fridge was crammed with seafood, and the living room coffee table was piled with all kinds of snacks and fruit. At 3 in the afternoon, Qin Huairan and Elder Luo arrived. Qin Huairan wore a dark padded jacket and looked hale and vigorous, carrying 2 bottles of matai. Elder Luo wore plain clothes, his back ramrod straight, with 2 guards following behind him, each carrying 2 large bags of New Year goods. Elder Luo, are you moving house? Lin Chen walked up to greet him. It's New Year. I couldn't come empty-handed. Elder Luo beamed and patted his shoulder. Xiaoqin, you did well this year. The nation is grateful to you. Lin Chen took the New Year goods and smiled. Don't flatter me. Please go inside and sit. Qin Huairan took Lin Chen's hand and looked him up and down. You've lost weight. Have you not been eating properly? Uncle Qin, I've been eating a lot. Eat more, young man. Don't ruin your health. The whole family sat together drinking tea and chatting. Lin Chen's mother poked her head out of the kitchen, saw Qin Huairan and Elder Luo, and said with a smile, "Both my in-laws are here. Have a seat. Dinner will be ready soon." Qin Huairan was startled, then laughed. Elder Luo also smiled, tears glistening in his eyes. In the evening, the New Year's Eve feast began. 2 long tables were pushed together and laden with dishes. Braised fish, sweet and sour ribs, steamed sea-based garlic shrimp, braised pork, belly stewed lamb, roast duck. Buddha jumps over the wall. The table was full to overflowing and steaming hot. At the center was a big basin of dumplings, some with pork and cabbage, some with chive and eggs, some with 3 delicacy filling. Plump and white, they made one's mouth water at the sight. Lin Chen sat at the seat of honor. On his left were Qin Mo, Su Qing, and Luo Bing. On his right, Lin Xiaoyu, his parents, and Su Qing's mother. Across from him sat Qin Huairan and Elder Luo. The whole family packed the table. Lin Chen's mother raised her glass. "Come, it's New Year. Let's drink a toast as a family." Everyone raised their glasses and clinked them together with a crisp sound. "Happy New Year. Cheers." Lin Chen tossed back his drink and grimaced at the burn. Qin Mo teased him from the side, "If you can't handle it, don't drink." Lin Chen glared at her. "Who says I can't handle it?" Again, Elder Luo put down his glass, looked around the room, and said with emotion, "Old Qin, it's worth it for old bones like us to have lived to see such good days." Qin Huairan nodded. "That's right. All thanks to Xiao Chun." Lin Chen felt embarrassed by the praise. "Uncle Qin, Elder Luo, don't say that. We're all one family." Halfway through the meal, a sudden commotion rose from outside. Lin Chen put down his chopsticks and frowned. A bow ran in from outside, his face grim. "Sect master, people from the Kongtong sect are here. They're at the front gate asking for you." "Kongtong sect?" Lin Chen wiped his mouth. "What are they doing here during the New Year?" "They come with ill intent." A bow lowered his voice. "The one leading them seems to be the head of the Kongtong sect, followed by more than a dozen disciples, all carrying weapons." Qin Mo nervously grabbed Lin Chen's hand. Su Qing's face turned pale. Luo Bing stood up, her hand resting on the short blade at her waist. Lin Chen patted Qin Mo's hand. "Don't be afraid. I'll go take a look." He stood up and headed outside. "Xiao Chun." His mother called him back. "It's New Year. Don't cause trouble." Lin Chen looked back and smiled. "Mom, don't worry. I won't cause trouble, but if trouble comes to me, I'm not afraid either." He pushed open the door and went out. More than a dozen people stood at the villa's front gate. At their head was a middle-aged man in his 50s wearing a gray Taoist robe and a Hunyuan headdress, holding a horsetail whisk in his hand. His face was cold and forbidding, his eyes sinister, and a faint contemptuous smile curled at his lips. Behind him were more than a dozen men, each holding a long sword and radiating murderous intent. This was the Kongtong sect master Yuzenzi. The disciples behind him stood with tilted heads and cigarettes dangling from their mouths. They looked nothing like cultivators, but plainly a pack of thugs. "Where is Lin Chen? Tell him to come out." Yuzenzi's voice was shrill like nails scraping across glass. Lin Chen walked to the door, hands in his pockets, and looked at him. "I'm right here. What is it?" Yuzenzi looked him up and down and sneered. "So you're Lin Chen. Nothing special after all." Lin Chen ignored his provocation. "It's New Year. Why aren't you home celebrating instead of showing up on my doorstep?" "Why am I here?" Yuzenzi stepped forward. "You crippled 3 elders of my Kongtong sect. Today we settle this score." "Those 3 elders?" Lin Chen smiled. "They came to me looking for trouble first. I didn't kill them. That was already doing the Kongtong sect a favor." "A favor?" Yuzenzi's face darkened. "By crippling them, you've shown my Kongtong sect no respect. Today you can kneel and apologize, pay 1 billion yuan, or I'll raise this shabby villa of yours to the ground." The disciples behind him joined the uproar, brandishing their swords and shouting for blood. Lin Chen looked at them as if they were clowns. "Yuzenzi, do you think you're impressive? Latest transformation force, head of the Kongtong sect. You count for something in the ancient martial world." Yuzenzi puffed out his chest. "You'd better know it." "Do you know Yi Tianlong?" Lin Chen asked. Yuzenzi's expression shifted slightly. "Yi Tianlong was also at latest transformation force, and I crippled him." Lin Chen's voice was as calm as if he were talking about the fine weather. "Do you want to try it too?" Yuzenzi's face turned bright red. "Bullshit. You only got Yi Tianlong by surprise. In a heat-and fight, you're no match for him. Then do you want to try?" Lin Chen took a step forward. Yuzenzi took a step back. "What? Scared?" Lin Chen smiled. "It's New Year, and I don't want to see blood. Take your people and leave now, and I'll pretend this never happened." Yuzenzi gritted his teeth. He knew how formidable Lin Chen was, but he also knew that if he simply walked away today, the Kongtong sect's reputation in the ancient martial world would be completely ruined. "Attack!" He waved his hand. "Take him down." The disciples behind him hesitated for a moment, then raised their swords and charged. Lin Chen sighed. "It's New Year. Why force this?" He raised his hand, and a wind blade shot from his fingertip. Crack! The leading disciple's long sword snapped in two. Half of the blade flew out, thunked into a nearby tree, and quivered there. The disciple froze, staring at the broken sword in his hand, his face as white as paper. Several more wind blades followed. Crack, crack, crack. All the swords snapped in two. The broken blades clattered onto the ground. The disciples stood petrified, clutching the broken sword, halves their legs trembling. Lin Chen looked at them. Anyone else want to try? No one moved. Then get lost. The disciples, as if granted a reprieve, turned and ran, not even bothering to pick up the broken swords on the ground. Yuzinzi's face was as pale as paper, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word. Yuzinzi, Lin Chen said, looking at him. Now it's your turn. Yuzinzi suddenly lashed out, slamming a palm toward Lin Chen's chest. It was a full-force strike from the latest transformation force. The palm wind howled, sweeping up the snow on the ground and hurling it at Lin Chen like a blizzard. Lin Chen did not dodge. He reached out and seized Yuzinzi's wrist. Yuzinzi's palm force struck Lin Chen as if hitting a steel plate. Lin Chen did not move an inch. He tried to pull his hand back, but could not. Lin Chen's grip was like an iron vice locked around him. You. Lin Chen looked at him and smiled. Latest transformation force. That's it. He tightened his grip. Crack. Yuzinzi's right wrist was crushed. With a miserable scream, he fell to his knees in pain. Lin Chen did not let go. He grabbed Yuzinzi's left arm. Crack. That arm was crushed too. Crack, crack. Both kneecaps were smashed to pieces. Yuzinzi collapsed to the ground like a heap of mud, his limbs twisted at unnatural angles, convulsing in pain, his mouth full of bloody froth. Lin Chen crouched down and looked at him. Yuzinzi, I'm in a good mood today, so I won't kill you. But your cultivation, I'm taking it. He reached out and pressed his hand against Yuzinzi's dantian. A surge of true qi rushed into Yuzinzi's body like a knife, shredding his dantian into pulp. Yuzinzi's body convulsed violently, his eyes rolled back, and black blood burst from his mouth. Decades of cultivation turned to nothing. Get lost. Lin Chen stood up. Yuzinzi lay on the ground like a dead dog. His disciples ran back, clumsily hoisted him up, and fled in a panic. A pool of blood was left on the snow, glaringly red under the moonlight. Lin Chen looked at it and frowned. A bough washed down the ground. It's New Year, don't let Mom see it. A bough swallowed. Got it, Sec Master. Lin Chen went back inside, and the whole family was waiting for him. Are you all right? Chinamo came up to him. I'm fine, Lin Chen said with a smile. Just a few clueless people. I sent them packing. His mother looked at him worriedly. Son, are you hurt? Mom, rest assured. Your son isn't so easy to hurt. Su Qing filled a bowl with hot soup for him. Drink some quickly and warm yourself up. Lin Chen took it and drank a mouthful. The soup was still hot, warming him from his throat down to his stomach. Luo Bing looked at him and said nothing, but there was a hint of worry in her eyes. Really all right? She asked softly. Really all right? Lin Chen winked at her. Miss Luo, are you worried about me? Luo Bing flushed and turned her head away. The family gathered around the table again and continued their meal. The Spring Festival Gala was playing on television. Outside, firecrackers crackled and popped, fireworks burst across the night sky in red, green, purple, and yellow, lighting up half the sky. Lin Xiaoyu raised her chopsticks and shouted excitedly, brother, look at those fireworks. They're so pretty. Lin Chen looked up at the window, then at everyone in the room. His mother was picking up food for Su Qing's mother. His father was drinking with Qin Huaran. Elder Luo was dozing on the sofa. Qin Mo and Su Qing were whispering together, and Luo Bing was watching TV without expression, though the corners of her mouth were slightly curved. Lin Xiaoyu chattered on and on like a happy little bird. A wave of warmth surged through Lin Chen's heart. This was the life he wanted. There were family, loved ones, friends, and a warm home. No matter how many enemies or storms were outside, as long as they were here, he was afraid of nothing. He raised his glass and said softly, Happy New Year. No one heard it, but the moon did. Moonlight streamed through the window and fell on everyone like a thin silver veil. Outside the window, snow was still falling. A new year had begun. The land a Bao found lay 30 li beyond the eastern outskirts of Jiangxing. It was backed by Qinglong mountain-faced Bibo Lake and was embraced on either side by low ridges like a grand armchair. Standing on the hilltop, one could take in all 800 mu of flat land at a glance. In the distance, the river stretched like white silk. Nearby, birds sang among fragrant flowers. Lin Chen took one look and made the final decision on the spot. That's the place. A Bao rubbed his hands excitedly. Sect leader, should we find a feng shui master to take another look? Lin Chen smiled. I'm the greatest feng shui master there is. Over the next 2 weeks, the entire Danwang sect was thrown into a frenzy. Lin Chen used his flying sword to carve 3 huge characters, Danwang sect, on the cliff face. Each character was 10 zhang square and visible from 10 li away. On the day of the carving, the flying sword danced across the rock face, sending chips of stone flying. The rumbling echoed for several li, and the nearby villagers, thinking it was thunder, ran out to see what was happening. My God, who is carving characters on the cliff? That's not carving, it's a flying sword. Look, that man is flying on his sword. Immortals, Abao led 50 disciples as the construction crew, digging foundations, laying brick, raising walls, paving roads, and working with fiery enthusiasm. From his storage ring, Lin Chen produced large quantities of spirit stones and materials, personally setting up the Mountain Protecting Formation and the Spirit Gathering Formation. The Mountain Protecting Formation was called the 9 Palaces and 8 Trigrams Formation. 9 supreme-grade spirit stones served as its formation eyes, and 64 high-grade spirit stones served as nodes covering the entire sect. When the formation was activated, a faint golden light barrier rose from the ground, like an overturned golden bell, sealing all 800 mu tightly within it. The Spirit Gathering Formation was even more spectacular. Lin Chen buried 108 spirit stones beneath the sect, arranged according to the patterns of the stars, and placed a supreme-grade spirit stone the size of a fist at the center. At the moment it was activated, spiritual energy from dozens of li around surged madly toward the sect, as if a giant dragon were drinking water. It became so dense it was visible to the naked eye, drifting through the woods like white mist. A single breath brought ease to the whole body. Done. Lin Chen stood on the roof of the grand hall, watching the cluster of buildings rising from the ground, and a smile slowly curved across his lips. Abao stood beside him, nearly too overwhelmed to speak. Sect leader, we really have a home now. Not a home, Lin Chen corrected him. A sect. The Danwang sect. Half a month later, the Danwang sect had begun to take shape. From the mountain gate, a 3-hang-wide bluestone avenue led inward. Spirit peach trees transplanted from the storage ring lined both sides, blooming so profusely that pinkish-white petals carpeted the ground, soft and yielding underfoot. At the end of the avenue were 99 steps, each carved with the patterns of a spirit-gathering array. Climbing them felt like floating through clouds. Above the steps stood the great hall of the sect, named Danwang Hall. The hall was 9 zhang high and 15 zhang wide, with upturned eaves, carved beams, and painted rafters. An imposing, magnificent sight. In the center of the hall stood a red sandalwood armchair. A 5-clawed golden dragon was carved into its backrest, and a glowing night pearl in the dragon's mouth illuminated the entire hall. Abao had bought the chair from an antique dealer at a considerable price. Lin Chen sat in it to try it out, and said, "Not bad, but it's a little hard." Abao hastily added a cushion. On the left side of the hall was the scripture library. It was 3 stories tall and housed the cultivation methods and martial arts techniques Lin Chen had taken from his storage ring, along with classics gathered from the great ancient martial sects. On the right was the pill room, containing a 3-hang-tall pill furnace that Lin Chen had cast with his own hands from materials in his storage ring. Its body was covered with formation patterns, and when pills were refined, the heat was perfectly even, yielding a success rate a full 30% higher than an ordinary furnace. Farther back was the training ground, covering 50 mu and paved with bluestone slabs. Wooden dummies and targets stood around its edges. Every morning, disciples of the Danwang sect practiced there, punching wind, roaring, and shouts shaking the sky, until the wild birds in the mountains were frightened away. At the very back lay the spiritual herb garden, 100 mu of land filled with spiritual herbs and medicinal plants taken from the storage ring. 9-leaf golden thread grass, dragon saliva, incense, vermilion fruit, century-old ginseng, 1,000-year lingji. They were planted in dense abundance, and the spiritual energy was so rich that even the air tasted sweet. Lin Xiaoyu came to water the garden every day after school, talking to the herbs as she worked. Grow quickly, so my brother can make pills with you." The founding ceremony of the Danwang sect was set for the 2nd day of the 2nd lunar month, the day the dragon raises its head. Before dawn, Bao and the disciples were already busy. Big red lanterns were hung at the mountain gate, colorful banners lined the bluestone avenue, a red carpet was laid in front of Danwang Hall, and 108 square tables were set out. The tables were covered with red cloths bearing teapots and cups, melon seeds and peanuts, fruit and pastries, as well as cold dishes ordered from the restaurants in town. Lin Chen wore a white robe, his hair bound up with a jade hairpin. Standing at the entrance of Danwang Hall, he looked like a young master from an ancient aristocratic family. Behind him stood Qin Mo Su Qing and Luo Bing, each in a chi pao of a different color. One intellectual, one gentle, one coldly beautiful. Abao could not take his eyes off them. "Sect leader, are you getting married?" Abao whispered. Lin Chen shot him a glare. "Shut up." At 9 in the morning, guests began to arrive one after another. The first was the dragon group. Elder Luo led the way in person, followed by more than 20 dragon group elites, all in suits with backs as straight as ramrods. He carried a brocade box and walked up to Lin Chen, then opened it. Inside was a silk honor banner embroidered with 4 golden words: Divine Sect Guardian of the Nation. "Xiao Chun, this is a little token of the nation's appreciation," Elder Luo said with a smile. "The country's leader has said that the Danwang sect is the pride of Huaxia." Lin Chen took the banner and laughed. "Elder Luo, this banner is far too tacky." "Tacky? This is an honor." Elder Luo slapped him on the shoulder. "Work hard, don't embarrass the country." Next came the great sects of the martial world. Abbot Huiming of Shaolin led the 18 arhats through the mountain gate in grand force. He wore a scarlet kasaya and carried a tin staff with white brows and beard bearing the air of an immortal. Walking up to Lin Chen, he pressed his palms together. Amitba, lay benefactor Lin, congratulations. Lin Chen returned the greeting. Master, you have come from afar. You must be weary. Abbot Huiming took a wooden box from his sleeve and opened it. Inside was a string of prayer beads, every bead glossy with a faint scent of sandalwood. These are the Bodhi prayer beads, the treasure of Shaolin Temple passed down from Patriarch Bodhidharma. Today I present them to the Danwang sect that our two houses may be allies forever. Lin Chen accepted the beads, and his heart stirred. A gentle spiritual power clung to them. This was no ordinary item. He looked at Abbot Huiming, who gave a subtle smile, his eyes full of unspoken meaning. Thank you, Master, Lin Chen said, putting the beads away. About take the master inside for tea. Right behind him came Taoist Qingfeng, the Wudong sect leader, followed by the 7 disciples of Wudong, all in flowing white robes radiating an ethereal air. He presented an ancient sword. The characters Zhenwu were carved on the blade, said to have once belonged to the true man Zhang Sanfeng. Abbess Miju of the Amei sect presented a 1,000-year snow lotus, a size larger than the one kept in the national treasury. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Abbess Miju, this gift is too precious. Abbess Miju said with a blank expression, the Amei sect and the Danwang sect shall be allies for generations to come. The Kantong sect leader presented a pair of jade rui, the Huashan sect an ancient painting, the Qingcheng sect a jar of century-old wine. One sect after another stepped up to offer gifts until a corner of Danwang Hall was piled high. A Bao was recording the gifts beside them, his hand aching from writing, but the smile on his face could not be suppressed. Sect leader, we've struck it rich, he whispered. Don't embarrass me, Lin Chen shot back, but the corners of his mouth were also raised. Around noon, an unexpected guest arrived. The pavilion master of the Tianji Pavilion. No one had ever seen his true face, for he wore a white jade mask that revealed only his eyes. He was dressed in a black robe, followed by 4 attendants, all wearing masks as well. He walked without the slightest sound, gliding into the mountain gate like a specter. The whole place went silent. The Tianji Pavilion was taboo in the ancient martial world. They took no part in any disputes and only collected intelligence, yet no one knew what they collected it for. Some said they were waiting for something, others said they were guarding something. But nobody knew the truth. Now that the pavilion master of the Tianji Pavilion had personally appeared at the founding ceremony of the Danwang sect, everyone was stunned. Lin Chen watched the masked figure without moving. The pavilion master walked up to him and stopped. Sect leader Lin, congratulations. His voice was low and deep, as if rising from beneath the earth. Lin Chen looked at him. The pavilion master has graced us with his presence. The Danwang sect is honored. The pavilion master drew a jade box from his sleeve and offered it over. A small gift, a token of respect. Lin Chen took it and opened it. Inside was an excised bead, pitch black, its surface shimmering with a faint dark light like a miniature black hole. The bead emanated a breath that made the heart uneasy, and the temperature around them instantly dropped a few degrees. This is... Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. An ancient spirit pearl of unknown origin, the pavilion master said. The Tianji Pavilion kept it for 1,000 years without discovering its use. Perhaps sect leader Lin can unlock its secret. Lin Chen closed the jade box and put it away. Thank you, pavilion master. Please come in. The pavilion master nodded and led his attendants into the hall. Wherever he passed, the surrounding people instinctively stepped aside. A Bao sidled over and whispered, sect leader, that guy doesn't look like a good person. Good person or bad, you only find out over a drink, Lin Chen said with a smile. Go bring out the finest tea. At noon, the auspicious hour had arrived. A sea of people filled the area before Danwang Hall, and all 108 square tables were completely full. The leaders of the various sects sat in the front row, representatives of the Dragon Group and the military on the right, Danwang sect disciples on the left, while behind them came independent cultivators and martial arts enthusiasts drawn by the sect's reputation. Lin Chen stood at the entrance of Danwang Hall, the 3 women and a Bao behind him. He looked around and cleared his throat. His voice was not loud, but every word was distinctly audible. Ladies and gentlemen, on this day the Danwang sect is founded. Thank you all for honoring us with your presence. The crowd quieted. The Danwang sect alchemy is its crown, martial arts its foundation. Lin Chen's voice was not raised, but every syllable landed like a nail driven into the ears of everyone present. From today, the Danwang sect will openly sell pills to the ancient martial world. Foundation nourishing pills, chi gathering pills, wound healing pills, marrow washing pills. Fixed prices fair to all. He paused, sweeping his eyes over the crowd. The Dragon Group and the military 70% of the listed price. The great sects 80%. Independent cultivators 90%. Foreigners no discount. Someone laughed. But Lin Chen's voice grew heavy. The Danwang sect sells pills only to friends, never to enemies. Anyone who crosses the Danwang sect will not get a single pill, nor even a step through the gate. The crowd fell silent again. Someone muttered, "This Lin Chen is way too arrogant." The man beside him quickly covered his mouth. "Do you have a death wish?" He even crippled Yi Tianlong. Lin Chen heard it, but ignored it. "One more thing." He extended his hand, and a sphere of golden flame condensed in his palm. The fireball danced in his hand, growing larger and larger, from the size of a walnut to a fist, then to a football. A wave of heat rushed outward, and the people in the front rows instinctively leaned back. From today on, the Danwang sect will accept disciples. Regardless of origin, regardless of previous sect, we look only at natural aptitude and character. He tossed the fireball into the air. It soared 10 zhang up, then exploded with a boom, scattering into countless golden sparks that fell like fireworks. Anyone who wishes to join the Danwang sect may register starting tomorrow. The crowd erupted. Halfway through the ceremony, an uninvited guest arrived. An old man in a black robe walked in from beyond the mountain gate. His pace was unhurried, but every step struck like a drumbeat. Thud, 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 shaking the hearts of all who heard it. His face was as gaunt as if sharpened by a blade, and his eyes were sunken deep in their sockets like two burning ghost flames. A decaying aura clung to him, as if he had just crawled out of a coffin. "Lin Chen." His voice was hoarse and grating. "I am Ironbone Taoist, Supreme Elder of the Kongtong sect. You crippled my sect leader. If I do not avenge this, I am no longer a man." The whole crowd burst into an uproar. The Supreme Elder of the Kongtong sect. That was a legendary figure said to be over 150 years old with unfathomable cultivation, at least at the martial god level. This is terrible. The Kongtong sect has come for revenge. Ironbone Taoist is an early martial god. No matter how strong Lin Chen is, he couldn't possibly beat a martial god, could he? Not necessarily. When Lin Chen crippled Yi Tianlong, it was only one move. Yi Tianlong was at the late Hua Jin stage. Ironbone Taoist is a martial god. There are several whole realms between them. Murmurs buzzed like a swarm of flies. Lin Chen looked at Ironbone Taoist and smiled. Early martial god. He walked down the steps one stride at a time toward Ironbone Taoist. That's all. Ironbone Taoist's face changed. "Insolent child." He attacked in a flash, striking a palm toward Lin Chen's chest. It was the full-strength blow of an early martial god. The palm wind howled, ripping several blue stone slabs from the ground and sending them flying in every direction like cannonballs. The people around cried out and scrambled backward. One man hit by a fragment clutched his wound and screamed. Lin Chen did not dodge. He stood still, watching the palm come toward him, his smile unchanged. Bang! The full force of the blow struck his chest. Stone chips sprayed and dust rose. Ironbone Taoist's lips began to curl up, then froze. Lin Chen had not budged in the slightest. He stood there like an old pine rooted at the summit of a mountain. The palm strike had not even lifted the hem of his robe. That's all. Lin Chen lowered his head to glance at his chest, then looked back up at Ironbone Taoist. Early martial god, and that's the best you can do. Ironbone Taoist's face went white. "You. Exactly what realm have you reached?" Lin Chen did not answer. He raised his hand and patted Ironbone Taoist's shoulder lightly. Crack! Ironbone Taoist's left shoulder shattered. He let out a miserable scream, flew backward as if struck by a train, and slammed into the mountain gate 30 meters away. With a thunderous boom, the stone pillar of the gate split, and rubble poured down, burying him underneath. The entire place was dead silent. Everyone stood frozen. An early martial god, a being who could swagger unchallenged through the ancient martial world, had been sent flying with a single slap. Is he even human? One slap. Just one slap. What kind of monster is Lin Chen? Ironbone Taoist crawled out from the rubble, his left arm hanging limp and his face twisted beyond human shape. He stared at Lin Chen in terror, as if looking at a demon. "Scram," Lin Chen said. Ironbone Taoist fled, stumbling and crawling. Thunderous applause erupted throughout the crowd. Sect leader Lin is mighty. Long live the Danwang sect. The #1 cultivator in Huaxiao? A Bao stood nearby, so excited that tears almost fell. Sect leader, you're too incredible. Lin Chen clapped his hands and walked back to the entrance of Danwang Hall. "Anyone else object?" he asked. No one answered. "Good." He smiled. "Let the feast begin." The banquet lasted from noon until dusk. All 108 square tables were served in rolling succession. Dishes never stopped coming from the kitchen. Red braised pork, steamed sea bass, sweet and sour ribs, whole roasted lamb. Buddha jumps over the wall. Mountain and sea delicacies, everything one could wish for. The wine was a century-old vintage from the Qingqing sect, mellow and long, warming the throat all the way to the stomach with a single sip. The leaders of every sect came in turn to toast Lin Chen, and he turned none away. He drank bowl after bowl without his face even reddening. Qin Mo stood beside him, deflecting drinks. Su Qing put dishes on his plate, and Luo Bing stood behind him with an expressionless face, glaring at anyone who tried to force more wine on him. Bao was thoroughly drunk. He climbed onto a stool, raised his cup, and shouted, "Brothers, from today our Danwang sect is the #1 sect under heaven. If anyone dares to object, the sect leader will slap them dead." The disciples joined in the clamor, their shouts shaking the sky. Lin Chen smiled and shook his head, but did not stop him. Night fell, and the guests gradually dispersed. The lanterns in front of Danwang Hall were lit, glowing red across the whole sect. Lin Chen stood at the entrance of Danwang Hall, looking over the territory that was now his. Behind him, Qin Mo Su Qin and Luo Bing stood side by side. Lin Chen Qin Mo said softly, "We really have our own sect now." Lin Chen nodded. "From now on, this is our home." Su Qin leaned against his shoulder. "Brother Lin Chen, I'm so happy." Luo Bing said nothing, but the corner of her mouth curled upward. In the distance, the moon peeked out from behind the clouds, and its silver light spilled over the upturned eaves of the Danwang sect, as if coating them in a layer of silver. Lin Chen took a deep breath, turned around, and walked into Danwang Hall. "Come on, let's head back. We still have to take in disciples tomorrow." The three women followed him, steps as light as dancing. In the 3rd month after the founding of the Danwang sect, Lin Chen began his campaign to unify the ancient martial arts world of China. His first stop was the Kongtong sect. The newly appointed sect master Taimu Jinren refused to submit, so Lin Chen ascended Kongtong Mountain alone. At the mountain gate, 36 Kongtong disciples arranged a sword formation. Sword chi lashed in every direction, so fierce that even birds dared not fly near. Lin Chen walked in with his hands behind his back. The sword formation struck his body, but could not even cut through the hem of his robe. With one palm, he shattered the stone plaque of the mountain gate, and with one step, he flattened the training ground. Taimu Jinren led the 10 great elders in a siege, but Lin Chen used a single move wind blade art to slice through 11 long swords. Another palm strike sent Taimu Jinren flying out of the main hall and beyond the mountain gate. The Kongtong sect has submitted ever since. The second stop was the Huashan sect. Yu Kun, the Huashan sect master, believed his violet cloud divine art was unmatched under heaven, so he closed his doors and refused to receive Lin Chen. Lin Chen split open the Huashan mountain gate with one sword slash. His flying sword hovered above the summit of Mount Huashan, casting sword light that illuminated the land for 100 li. Yu Kun led his disciples out to greet him, knelt, and presented the sect master's token. Lin Chen accepted the token and said only one word, "Good." The third stop was the Qingqing sect. Yu Canghai, the Qingqing sect master, joined forces with the Amei Kunlun and Jinsong sects to set up the 4 symbols immortal slaying formation on Mount Qingqing, boasting that it could trap even an earthly immortal. Lin Chen entered the formation. Fireball art scorched the sky, wind blade art split the earth, and his flying sword shattered the formation's core. The 4 sect masters attacked at the same time, but were struck down one by Lin Chen and sent sprawling to the ground. The 4 knelt in a row and shouted in unison, "Long live the alliance leader." By the time he had reached the 18th sect, all the remaining sects had voluntarily sent letters of surrender. Master Huaming, the abbot of Shaolin, personally led the 18 arhats, carrying 10,000 taels of gold and 1,000 volumes of Buddhist scriptures, and walked 300 li on foot to kneel outside the Danwang sect's mountain gate, requesting to submit. Daoist Qingfeng, the Wudong sect master, sent Zhang Sanfeng's handwritten original of the Taiji boxing classic along with Wudang's ancestral treasure, the Jinwu sword, to declare that they would honor the Danwang sect as supreme. A month later, the masters of the 36 great sects and the patriarchs of the 72 lesser families gathered in the great hall of the Danwang sect. Lin Chen sat upright in an ornate armchair with his 4 girlfriends standing behind him. He swept his gaze across the crowd and said in a deep voice, "From today on, there is only one voice in the ancient martial arts world of China. Whoever is dissatisfied, step forward." The entire hall was silent. Lin Chen waited for a while, but no one spoke. He nodded. "In that case, the Huaxia Guardian Alliance is formally established. I will serve as the alliance leader with Shaolin and Wudong as deputy alliance leaders. All other sects shall perform their respective duties. There are 3 alliance rules. First, no internal strife. Second, no oppressing mortals. Third, when foreign enemies come, all must unite against them. Violators will have their sects wiped out." The crowd answered in unison and performed the 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations. Lin Chen rose, stood with his hands behind his back, and looked through the great hall into the distance. He knew that unification at home was only the beginning. The true storm would come from overseas. The next month, the European papal court moved first. The Pope personally led 12 cardinals, 300 holy knights, and 2,000 crusaders in what they proclaimed a new crusade advancing toward China in overwhelming force. They camped at the foot of the Kunlun Mountains. The Pope sent an envoy with a letter. "Lin Chen, hand over the cultivation inheritance, and the papal court can make you the Eastern Archbishop." Otherwise the Crusaders will raise the Danwang sect. After reading the letter, Lin Chen smiled. He said to Abao, tell the Pope, I will give him 3 days to withdraw his troops. If he is still there 3 days later, he won't have to leave. The Pope was furious and ordered an early attack. 3 days later, at the foot of the Kunlun Mountains, the Crusaders formed their battle lines, holy light shining over the land, and war songs ringing loud. The Pope rode a white horse and held a golden staff at the front like a god descending to earth. Lin Chen brought only Liu Laohu and 100 Danwang sect disciples descending from heaven on flying swords. Lin Chen, you have only 100 men, but I have an army of 20,000. The Pope shouted, what are you going to fight me with? Lin Chen stretched out his hand, and a ball of golden flame condensed in his palm. The fireball grew larger and larger, from a fist to a wash basin, from a wash basin to a millstone, and finally became a small sun hanging in the air. Its heat scorched the earth until the ground split open. With this, Lin Chen said, the fireball fell from the sky and landed amid the Crusader formation. Boom! Flames erupted into the air and hundreds of men were vaporized in an instant. The Holy Knights' iron armor melted in the high heat and fused with their flesh and blood, a horrific sight. The Pope's holy light shield barely withstood the shockwave, but blood was already seeping from the corner of his mouth. Retreat! Retreat now! The Pope roared. It was too late. Lin Chen's wind blade art followed, and countless transparent wind blades swept across the battlefield like a torrential downpour. Holy Knights were cut in half, war horses shrieked and collapsed, and Crusader banners were slashed to pieces. The Danwang sect disciples charged in like tigers among sheep, slaughtering the Crusaders as they fled in panic. Lin Chen shot into the air and severed the Pope's golden staff with one sword strike. The Pope fell to his knees, trembling all over. I surrender. Lin Chen looked down at him. The papal court shall never take half a step into China again. Disband your holy knights, cut the College of Cardinals in half, and pay the Danwang sect 10,000 taels of gold and 1,000 treasures every year. The Pope nodded again and again, then fled back to Europe with the remnants of his army. From then on, the papal court no longer dared to look eastward. The Dark Council could not sit still. The Wolf King, the Vampire Prince, and the Grand Warlock joined forces, gathering 5,000 werewolves, 3,000 vampires, and 500 warlocks to invade China from the north. They bypassed the Great Wall and struck straight toward the Danwang sect, burning, killing, and plundering along the way with rampant arrogance. Lin Chen split his forces into 3. Liu Laohu led 300 disciples against the werewolves, Bao led 200 against the vampires, and he himself would fight the Grand Warlock alone. The Wolf King stood 12 chi tall, covered in black fur with blood-red eyes, and his fist could shatter mountains and split rocks. Liu Laohu, at the 9th level of chi refinement, wielded a short blade and fought the Wolf King for 100 rounds. The short blade severed 3 of the Wolf King's fingers. With a furious roar, the Wolf King transformed into a giant wolf and lunged at Liu Laohu. Liu Laohu, instead of retreating, advanced and drove the blade straight into the great wolf's throat. The Wolf King crashed to the ground, blood staining the snow red. The Vampire Prince transformed into countless bats and tried to flee. Bao was prepared. He ordered his disciples to weave a net of fire with the fireball art, trapping the swarm of bats within it. The prince shrieked miserably as he burned, eventually turning to ash. The Grand Warlock summoned an undead legion. Black mist covered the sky and blotted out the sun. Lin Chen dispersed the black mist with fireball art, shredded the undead with his flying sword, and reached the Grand Warlock within 3 moves. The Grand Warlock knelt and begged for mercy, offering the magical tomes and spirit stones accumulated by the Dark Council over 1,000 years. Lin Chen crippled his cultivation and let him go back to deliver a message. The chairman of the Dark Council personally came to the Danwang sect to present a letter of submission and vowed never to oppose China again. Lin Chen accepted it and placed the Dark Council under the Danwang sect's surveillance. The superhuman organization of the United States gathered 100 rank or higher superpowered individuals from around the world for a night raid on the Danwang sect. Among them were fire controllers, lightning controllers, ice controllers, and space shifters calling themselves God's Legion. Lin Chen had long since set up the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams formation. The 100 superhumans rushed into it and fell into a maze, losing all sense of direction and slaughtering each other. Standing at the formation's core, Lin Chen turned his flying sword into 1,000 rays of sword light, each one striking a superhuman with deadly precision. The fire controller had his heart pierced by sword light. The lightning controller lost his head. The space shifter had just teleported behind Lin Chen when a palm strike smashed his skull. Wherever the sword light passed, rain of blood splattered. Before an incense stick could burn out, 99 of the 100 superhumans were dead. Only 1 SS rank wind element superhuman remained spared by Lin Chen. Go back and tell your president this is the first time and the last. Lin Chen told him. Next time I will personally go to Washington. The superhuman was scared out of his wits and fled in utter panic. The U.S. President convened an emergency meeting that very night, eventually deciding to send the Secretary of State to China to sue for peace. The Secretary of State brought 100 tons of gold and 1,000 sets of technological documents kneeling in the Danwang sect's main hall for 3 days and 3 nights before Lin Chen agreed to see him. From today on, the United States shall no longer research gene warriors, support superhuman organizations, or interfere in China's internal affairs. Lin Chen's voice was not loud, but every word struck the Secretary of State's heart like a sledgehammer. Agree and sign. Disagree, and I will go sign it myself. The Secretary of State signed the agreement with trembling hands. From then on, the United States was docile and submissive toward China. The remnants of the Black Dragon Society on the island nation, unwilling to accept defeat, secretly colluded with Onmyoji and set up a blood sacrifice grand formation at the foot of Mount Fuji, attempting to resurrect the ancient beast Yamada no Orochi. The serpent had 8 heads and 8 tails, was 1,000 zhang long, and its venomous miasma spread so that nothing grew wherever it passed. Lin Chen went to the island nation alone. Standing atop Mount Fuji, he looked down at the black mist-shrouded land below with a calm expression. Yamada no Orochi burst out from beneath the earth. Its 8 heads roared at once, shaking the land for 100 li. The island nation's self-defense forces deployed fighter jets and tanks, but could not even break the serpent's scales. The serpent exhaled a cloud of venom, and an entire regiment of the self-defense forces was wiped out. Lin Chen drew his flying sword and descended from the sky. With the first strike, he severed the serpent's first head. The second strike severed the second head. The third the fourth. After the 7th, the great serpent had only its final main head left. It thrashed wildly, its tail smashing half a mountain of venomous blood gushed out, corroding the earth. Lin Chen gripped the sword with both hands, channeling all his power into a single descending strike. The 8th head flew into the air. The great serpent crashed to the ground, smashing a pit 1,000 zhang deep. The Black Dragon Society's headquarters was hidden in the heart of Mount Fuji. Lin Chen split the mountain open with one sword stroke, exposing the entire base to sunlight. He ignited the base with fireball art, and the fire burned for 3 days and 3 nights. Of the Black Dragon Society's more than 3,000 members, none survived. The Emperor of the island nation personally rushed to Mount Fuji, knelt before Lin Chen, and offered the national seal and a letter of submission pledging generations of vassalage. Lin Chen took the seal, looked down at the trembling emperor, and said, "Remember, the blood debt between China and the island nation has not yet been settled. If you offend again, I will make the island nation vanish from the map." The emperor remained prostrate on the ground, repeatedly acknowledging. The ancient vampire patriarch of Britain had been in seclusion for 1,000 years, and finally broke through to the pseudo-golden core realm, proclaiming himself invincible under heaven. He sent an envoy with a letter containing only 4 words: fight to the death. Lin Chen led the elite of the Danwang sect on an expedition to Britain. The vampire patriarch's castle stood in the Scottish Highlands, shrouded in thick fog all year round, so that ordinary people could not approach at all. Lin Chen dispersed the dense fog with wind blade art, and split the castle gate with one sword stroke. The vampire patriarch sat upon a bone throne, his hair white as snow, his skin ghastly pale, and his eyes deep red as blood. Seeing Lin Chen, he sneered, "You have finally come." Lin Chen said nothing. His flying sword left its sheath. The two clashed for 300 rounds within the castle, from the ground into the sky, from the castle out to the coast. The vampire patriarch's dark magic corroded all things, but Lin Chen's fireball art countered it perfectly. In the end, Lin Chen punched through the patriarch's chest and blasted him into a mist of blood. The castle collapsed, and the vampire clan was destroyed. In the castle's dungeon, Lin Chen found a breathtakingly beautiful woman with golden hair and blue eyes, Princess Elena of the British royal family. She had been imprisoned by the vampires for 100 years, her beauty unchanging, because royal sacred blood flowed in her veins. Lin Chen rescued her, and the princess fell in love at first sight, kneeling to beg to follow him. Lin Chen took her as his 4th girlfriend and brought her back to China. Within the Arctic Circle, an ancient frost dragon awakened from a 10th of sandy-rolled glacier. Its body was 1,000 zhang long, its wings blotted out the sky, and a single breath of icy dragon fire could freeze 10,000 li into a frozen plain. The dragon flew across the Arctic, freezing everything in its path, and the 3 Nordic countries fell into a hell of extreme cold. The United Nations appealed to the Danwang sect for help, and Lin Chen headed north alone. He stood on the glacier as the dragon dove, its dragon breath surging like a blizzard. Lin Chen protected himself with a true qi shield, and sent his flying sword at the dragon's left eye. The dragon, enraged with pain, swept Lin Chen, flying 100 zhang with its tail. Lin Chen stabilized himself, flipped onto the dragon's back, seized both horns, and channeled all the true qi in his body, hammering the dragon's head with punch after punch. The first punch shattered dragon scales. The second, dragon blood poured forth. The third, dragon bones snapped. The great dragon screamed and plunged into the icy sea, sending up waves 1,000 zhang high. Lin Chen pursued it into the depths of the sea and fought the dragon in the darkness. He pierced its heart with one sword stroke, took its dragon crystal, and after refining it, his cultivation reached the peak of foundation establishment. The dragon's corpse floated to the surface. The 3 Nordic countries knelt in gratitude to Lin Chen for saving them. Beneath Antarctica, remnants of the ancient demonic cult set up the 10,000 Demons Grand Formation, attempting to sacrifice all living beings on Earth and open a passage to the demon realm. Formation within formation, demonic chi soared to the heavens, and even the ice and snow of Antarctica were dyed black. Lin Chen led the Danwang sect disciples southward with the 4 women Luo Bing, Qin, Mo, Su Qing, and Elena accompanying him. They charged into the Grand Formation and fought the demonic remnants for 7 days and 7 nights. The demonic cult leader, an ancient demonic cultivator, had reached the peak of pseudo-golden core and wielded a demonic sword with unstoppable momentum. Lin Chen and the demonic cult leader fought 500 rounds from beneath the earth to the ice surface, from the ice surface into the sky. The demonic sword clashed against the flying sword, sparks flying and shattering glaciers for 100 li. In the end, Lin Chen's flying sword pierced the cult leader's dantian and pinned him to the ice wall. "You, who the hell are you?" The demonic cult leader roared in defiance before dying. Lin Chen pulled out his flying sword and turned to leave. "The man you cannot afford to offend." The 10,000 Demons Grand Formation collapsed, and Antarctica returned to peace. The last hostile force on the planet was eradicated. There was no longer an opponent worthy of the name under heaven. The Danwang sect became the only immortal cultivation sect on Earth, and Lin Chen was hailed across the globe as the immortal venerable of 10,000 worlds, the guardian god of Huaxiao, and the supreme sovereign of the world. Heads of state lined up to pay tribute to the Danwang sect, kneeling outside the Danwang Hall for 3 days and 3 nights, just for a single audience with Lin Chen. Lin Chen sat in his ornate armchair, his 4 girlfriends standing behind him. Qin Mo managed the Danwang sect's finances, Su Qing handled diplomacy, Luo Bing commanded the guard, and Elena oversaw the scripture pavilion. The 4 women each attended to their own duties and governed the Danwang sect in perfect order. Lin Xiaoyu succeeded in foundation establishment and became the senior grand disciple of the Danwang sect, shaking the world with her might. Wielding a longsword and riding the young frost dragon she had tamed in the Arctic, she patrolled the globe. Whoever dared to show disrespect to China, she would personally take action and slaughter the enemy to the last. Bao commanded 3,000 Danwang sect disciples and established branches around the world. Though he was already an expert at the early foundation establishment stage, he still insisted on personally leading missions. Someone advised him to command from the rear, but he shook his head. The sect master said taking the world is easy, but keeping it is hard. I have to watch it for him. Lin Chen's parents, Su Qing's mother Qin Huairan, and old master Luo had all reached foundation establishment, their youthful appearances preserved forever. They lived in a mountain villa behind the Danwang sect, spending their days planting flowers and grass, playing with their grandchildren, and enjoying a life of perfect contentment. Old master Luo's cultivation had recovered to the early Huajin stage, and every day he dragged Qin Huairan into sparring matches. The 2 old men fought fiercely, yet their laughter never stopped. 3 years later, the Kunlun secret realm opened. Lin Chen led the 4 women and 100 elite disciples of the Danwang sect into the secret realm. Within, its spiritual energy was 10 times denser than the outside world. Exotic flowers and rare herbs covered the ground, and demonic beasts roamed rampant. Lin Chen crushed everything in his path, slaying demons and taking their inner cores, reaping countless heavenly treasures and earthly wonders. At the deepest point of the secret realm, an ancient teleportation formation stood in silence. Its patterns flowed, spirit stones embedded within, leading to an unknown world. Beside the formation stood a stone stele engraved with ancient script. The cultivation world lies beyond this point. Lin Chen stood before the teleportation formation and looked back at the road he had traveled. Through the secret realm's valleys, he seemed to see the upturned eaves of the Danwang sect, the curling cooking smoke from the mountain villa, and his parents standing at the gate waiting for him to come home. He took a deep breath and said to the people behind him, I am going to the cultivation world. Wait for me here. Qin Mo took his hand. We will go with you. Su Qing, Luo Bing, and Elena also stepped forward, their eyes filled with resolve. Lin Chen looked at them and smiled. All right, together. The teleportation formation activated, and light swallowed everything. When the light faded, Lin Chen stood upon an unfamiliar land. The sky was higher, the spiritual energy denser, distant mountains were dark as indigo, and immortal cranes soared. In the distance, immortal mountains floated, waterfalls hung upside down, and sword lights darted through the air. Behind him, the four women stood shoulder to shoulder. Ahead lay a vaster world, stronger enemies, and a longer road. Lin Chen stepped forward, his robe sleeves fluttering and long hair streaming in the wind. Cultivation